The complete works of George Berkeley, 1685–1753. Arithmetica, 1707. Translated by G. N. Wright, 18 by William Skelton, after John Vanderbank. Note: these two tracts formed Berkeley's first published matter. They appeared anonymously in 1707, written in Latin. They cannot be said to have any value other than the author's name gives them. The translation used here is that of the Reverend G. N. Wright, Works of Berkeley, 1843. Dedication: to that very promising youth, William Palliser, the only son of the Most Reverend the Archbishop of Cashel, endowed with genius, sagacity, and learning beyond his years, and born with every quality suited to afford some great light and increase to the sciences, this treatise on arithmetic is, as a small pledge of devoted attachment, offered and dedicated by the author. Preface: I perceive and regret that most votaries of mathematical science are blindfolded on the very threshold. Inasmuch as the mode of learning mathematics, at least with us, first to apply to arithmetic, then geometry, then algebra, and as we read Taquet's arithmetic, which no one can thoroughly understand without having some knowledge of algebra, it hence happens, that most students in mathematics, whilst they carefully and successfully master the demonstrations of theorems of inferior utility, leave untouched the principles and reasonings of arithmetical operations, though these last are of such efficacy and value, that they give the most important aid, not only to other branches of mathematics, but to the interests of men of all denominations. Wherefore if any one, after a mathematical course, turn his attention back to Taquet's work, he will observe many things demonstrated in an obscure manner, so as not so much to enlighten as to force conviction on the mind, being environed with a repulsive array of porisms and theorems. Nor has any one else, that I am aware of, demonstrated the rules of arithmetic without the aid of algebra. Thinking, then, that it would be of service to beginners if I should set forth my thoughts on these subjects, I now publish them, after they have almost all been kept by me for nearly 3 years. Now as I have not only given the rules for working questions, but also the demonstrations of those rules, drawn from the proper and genuine principles of arithmetic, some will perhaps be surprised that this treatise is of less size than the common works on arithmetic, though they contain merely the practice. The reason of this is that I have been very brief, both as regards precept and example, in explaining the wherefore of operations, on which writers on arithmetic are, in general, very tedious, and yet this brevity, as I hope, has not caused any obscurity. For although the blind require that a guide should lead them by the hand at every step, yet for one proceeding by the clear light of demonstration, it is sufficient to be furnished with even a slender clue. Wherefore I am anxious that all votaries of mathematics should apply their minds to master the reasons and grounds of the rules of arithmetic. This is not so difficult as some might suppose. The demonstrations here brought forward are, if I mistake not, easy at once and concise, nor are the principles drawn from any other quarter. Nothing borrowed from algebra or Euclid is taken for granted here. I always prefer to prove an operation by obvious and familiar reasoning a priori, than to have recourse to an argumentum ad absurdum, by means of a tedious chain of consecutive demonstrations. I have endeavored to derive the theory of square and cube roots from the nature itself of arithmetical involution, which, in my opinion, seems better suited to explain complicated extraction of roots, than what is generally applied to this purpose from the second book of Euclid, or from the analysis of algebraical powers. The common rule for the allegation of various things is demonstrated with difficulty and in particular instances. I have therefore substituted for it one of my own, which scarcely needs demonstration. I have rejected the rule of false, as it is ineffectual and nearly useless. I have copied no one. I have trespassed on the intellectual stores of none. For my original purpose was to deduce the rules of arithmetical operations from their principles for my own amusement and exercise, and so to employ my leisure hours. I could not on this occasion, without justly incurring the charge of ingratitude, omit mention of the name of the Rev. John Hall, Doctor of Divinity, Vice Provost of this college, and the worthy professor of Hebrew. To that excellent man I acknowledge my obligations on many accounts, and not the least, that by his exhortations I was excited to the delightful study of mathematics. I have now explained my aim. Impartial judges will decide how far I have attained it. To their candid examination I cheerfully submit these first fruits of my studies, little regarding what sciolists or the malignant may think. Part 1. Chapter I. Of Notation and the Statement of Numbers. There are 9 numeral signs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, employed with the cipher 0 for expressing unlimited classes of numbers. The whole of this contrivance depends on the value of these signs increasing in a tenfold proportion. The series of numbers rising in value according to that law is divided into members or periods for convenience of statement. The subjoined table will completely explain this, in which is exhibited a series of numeral signs, set forth by threes, the members or periods advancing in thousandfold proportion, and the places in tenfold proportion. For instance, the figure in the units place, and marked by a point placed under it, denotes 7 individuals, integral, or considered at least as integral. The next number on the right hand, 3/10 parts of that integer, and the number which immediately precedes it denotes 4/10 of the same integers, and in this tenfold proportion each place exceeds that following it, and is exceeded by that preceding it. Still further, since by an infinite multiplication and division of units, the series of signs is infinitely extended in each direction, from the units place, and so innumerable places for expressing their exact value, there is need merely of the continual repetition of 3 numbers, provided that each collection of threes, or period, be designated by its own name, as is the case in the table. 4. In proceeding from the units place, towards the left, the first period marks units, or integers, the second thousands, the third millions, the fourth billions, and so on. In the same way, preserving the analogy, in the periods descending below units, first occur the parts simply, then thousandths, then millionths, then billionths, and so on, and these last are to be divided into unicimal or unit parts, tenths, hundredths, the others to be collected into units, tens, hundreds. If then we wish to state the number expressed by any figure of the series, we must, first, note the simple value of the figure, second, the value of the place, lastly, of the period. For instance, let the number selected be 9, in the 5th period towards the left. The figure, taken simply, has the value of 9, in consequence of its place, it has the value of 9/10, and in consequence of its period, of 9/10 of trillions. Let 5 be chosen in the 3rd period. Taken simply, it signifies 5, in consequence of its place, 5 units, in consequence of its period, 5 units of millions, or 5 millions. In the 2nd period below unit, let 8 be chosen. The simple value of the figure is 8, in consequence of its place, 8 hundredths, in consequence of its period, 8 hundredths of thousandths. If the number to be stated have not words affixed, to denote the value of the periods and of the places, it should be pointed into threes towards the right and left, from the unit's place, and then should be expressed by the name assigned to the place and period. For instance, let the numbers proposed be 73,480,195. The figures being divided into periods, I first inquire what is the value of the figure in the first place on the left, which, since it is in the second place of the 3rd period, is 7/10 of millions, but since the numbers advance in tenfold proportion, the value of the first figure being known, the values of the rest follow in due order. We shall therefore thus express the proposed number: 7/10, and 3 units of millions, 4 hundreds, and 8 tens of thousands, 100, 9 tens, and 5 units, or more concisely, 73,480,195. Hence we perceive that a cipher, though in itself of no value, must of necessity be expressed, for the purpose of assigning a proper place to each figure. There will be no difficulty in writing and expressing the largest numbers, if due attention be given to what has been just laid down, an acquaintance with which will also afterwards be of the greatest importance, for nature itself teaches us the way of working arithmetical questions on the fingers, but there is need of science to perform these operations accurately, with respect to greater numbers, all turning upon this, that whereas the limited nature of our faculties does not permit the work to be done at once, and with a single effort, we divide it into various operations, by separately inquiring the aggregate or sum, the difference, the product, and then combining them, express the ultimate sum total, remainder, or product. The whole reason and contrivance of the operations resulting from the simple progression of the places, and being ultimately founded on it. N.B. I am aware that some arithmeticians divide the series otherwise than I do. For compounding the denominations, they use sixes instead of threes. But as others, for instance, the celebrated Wallace in his Universal Mathesis, and Father Lamy, in his Elements of Mathematics, follow the method pursued by me, I have thought it advisable to retain it as simpler. Chap. 2. On addition. In addition, the sum of two or more numbers is required, to obtain which the numbers to be added should be set down, so that units should be placed under units, tens under tens, and decimal parts under decimals, and so forth. On this account, when decimal parts are added, the unit's place should be marked by the insertion of a comma. Then commencing from the right, the figures in the first place should be added, and if any tens result, they should be carried over to the next place, and be added to the sum of the figures of that place, the tens which belong to the next place being reserved, and so the process should be continued. For instance, in the first example of the operations below, 9 and 5 make 14, I therefore reserve the 10 and proceed with the 4, 4 and 8 make 12, therefore I reserve the 10, and going on to the next place I find 6, to which I add 2, on account of the tens reserved in the first place, and as 8 and 2 make 10, I reserve that, and set down the one which remains, and proceed in the same way. If the things to be summed up be of different kinds, we should proceed in the same way, taking into account, however, the proportions according to which the different denominations advance. For instance, the denominations of pounds, shillings, and pence, do not advance as those of numbers, for 12 pence, not 10 pence, make a shilling, 20 shillings, and not 10 shillings, make a pound. On this account, in adding such quantities, instead of tens, 12s should be carried from the pence, 20s should be carried from the shillings to the next place. Chap. 3. On subtraction. In subtraction, the difference of two numbers is required, or what remains after one has been taken from the other, for ascertaining which the less quantity of each denomination should be placed under the greater. Then beginning from the right, the first denomination of the quantity to be subtracted is to be taken from that written above it, and the remainder set down below, and the work continued in this way until the whole subtraction be effected. If, however, it should happen that any number be too small to admit of the lower quantity being taken from it, such upper number should be increased by 10, that is, by a unit borrowed from the next place. Let it be required to subtract 1189 from 32,034. The numbers being set down as in the adjoined example, I set about subtracting the first figure 9 from the 4 placed over it, but as 4 does not even once contain 9, a 10 must be added to it, so as to make 14, and then 9 taken from 14 leaves 5. Proceeding then to the left, I have to subtract 8 from 2, not from 3, because we should take into account the 10 which has been borrowed, and as 8 cannot be subtracted from 2, I subtract it from 12, and 4 remains. The next figure of the quantity to be subtracted is 1, which, however, cannot be subtracted from nothing or O. In place of the cipher O I use 9. Now I use 9 because the 10 which is borrowed must be diminished by the unit which has been added to the preceding figure. Continuing the process in this manner, 1 taken from 1 leaves nothing. Finally, the subtraction being completed, 3 remain, which I set down below. In a similar manner, the subtraction of different denominations is effected, only we should observe that 10 is not necessarily to be used, but such a number as declares how many of the denominations in question are in the next denomination, and this number should be borrowed to supply the defect of any particular figure. N.B. From what has been here laid down, it is plain that the science of arithmetic, as far as we have treated it, consists in doing in detail that which cannot be done at once, and that the reason of reserving tens in addition, and of borrowing them in subtraction, altogether depends on the tenfold advance in the value of the places. Chap. IV. On multiplication. In multiplication, the multiplicand is taken as often as the multiplier requires. Or in other words, a number is sought bearing the same ratio to the multiplicand that the multiplier does to unity. That number is called the product, or rectangle, the factors or sides of which are called respectively the multiplicand, and the number by which it is multiplied. For finding the product of two numbers, the multiplying number being written under the multiplicand, this last should be multiplied by each figure of the former, beginning from the right hand. The first figure of the product should be written directly under the multiplying figure, and the rest in order towards the left. The multiplication being finished, the several products should be collected into one sum, the number of decimal places in which should be equal to those in both the factors. Let 94 be the number to be multiplied by 26, 5. 5 times 4 produce 20, the first figure of which, I place under the multiplying figure, 5, and carry the remaining 2. Then 5 multiplied into 9 produces 45. 5 with the 2 carried make 7, which I set down, carrying 4 to the next place, and so on. As there is a twofold value of each number, this should be taken into account, so that the multiplication be rightly effected, that is, that each figure be multiplied as well according to the simple value of the multiplying figure, as according to that which it has from its place. Hence the figure of each respective product is written under the multiplying figure. For instance, in the multiplier of the second example, the figure 2 has the value, not of 2 units, but of 2 tens, therefore, when multiplied into 6, the first figure of the multiplicand, it will produce, not 12 units, but are 2 tens, therefore, the first figure of the product should be set down in the place of tens, that is, directly under the multiplying figure 2. For the same reason, when there are decimal parts in the factors, the number produced by the multiplication of the first figure of the multiplier into the first of the multiplicand, is to be removed as far below the multiplied figure as the multiplier is to the right hand below unity, so that as many decimal places in the entire product are to be marked off as there were in both factors. N.B. If there be ciphers continuously to the right of each or of both factors, the multiplication should be performed on the other figures merely, and the ciphers afterwards annexed to the entire product, for since the places advance in value in a tenfold proportion, it is clear that a number becomes tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold itself, if it be advanced 1, 2, or 3 places. Chap. V. On division. Division is the reverse of multiplication, its object being to resolve or divide that quantity which the latter produces. The number found by division is called the quotient, because it declares how often the dividend contains the divisor, or, what is the same, the ratio of the dividend to the divisor, or finally, the part of the dividend denominated from the divisor. In division, having written down the dividend and divisor, as in the first of the subjoined examples, commencing from the left, that part of the dividend containing the divisor, or having the least excess above the containing number, should be marked off by a point. I mean in this instance the simple values. It should then be ascertained how often the divisor is contained in that member of the dividend, and the resulting number will be the first figure of the quotient. The divisor should then be multiplied into the figure thus found, and the product subtracted from the member of the dividend, and the remainder set down below, to which should be annexed the next figure of the dividend, and a new dividend thus obtained, from whence must be ascertained the next figure of the quotient, which being multiplied into the divisor, and the product subtracted from the dividend just divided, the remainder with the next figure of the original dividend annexed will form a new member, and so on, until the operation is finished. The decimal places of the divisor being then subtracted from those in the dividend, the remainder will indicate what number of places should be in the quotient, but if this subtraction be not feasible, so many decimal ciphers should be added to the dividend as are necessary. If, after the division has been completed, there should be a remainder, by adding decimal ciphers the division can be continued until either nothing remain, or it be so minute that it need not be taken into account, or the remaining figures may be set down and the divisor under them. If both the dividend and divisor end in ciphers, an equal number of these should be struck off in both, but if the divisor alone end in ciphers they should not be taken into account in the operation, but the same number of the last figures of the dividend should be struck off, and at the end of the work set down, a line drawn below them, and the divisor written underneath. Let it be required to divide 45,832 by 67. Since the divisor is greater than 45, let another figure be added, and the member taken for division be 458, which I separate from the rest of the dividend by a point. 6 is contained in 45 7 times, with 3 remainder, but, as 7 is not also contained 7 times in 38, the quotient must be taken less. Let 6 therefore be taken, and, as 6 is contained 6 times in 45 and 9 remains, and 98 contains 7 6 times, the first figure of the quotient should be 6. This, multiplied into the divisor, produces a subtrahend 402, which being taken from 458, there will be a remainder 56, to which I annex 3, the next figure of the dividend, by which means a new dividend is formed 563, which I divide as the former, and find 8 for the second figure of the quotient, and, as 8 multiplied into 67 produces 536, I subtract this from 563, and, adding to the remainder 2, the next figure of the dividend, I obtain 272 as a new dividend, which, when divided, gives 4, which, being first set down in the quotient, and then multiplied into the divisor, and the product subtracted from 272, there remains 4, which should be annexed to the quotient, a line being drawn under it, and the divisor then written below it. The operation is more speedy when the subtraction immediately follows the multiplication of each figure, and the multiplication proceeds from left to right. For instance, let it be proposed to divide 1,219,980 by 156, as in the third example, the divisor being written under 1219, the first member of the dividend. It is plain that the one is contained 7 times in the other, and, in consequence, 7 is put down in the quotient. 7 times r makes 7, which, being subtracted from 12, I strike out both the multiplied figure 1 and 12, the part of the member from which the product was subtracted, setting down above the remainder 5, then I proceed to 5, the next figure of the divisor. 7 multiplied into 5 makes 35, and 35 being subtracted from senior, there remains 16, which I write above and strike out 51 and 5. I then multiply 7 into 6, and the product 42 being subtracted from 69 there remain 27, which I set down, striking out both 69 and 6, the last figure of the dividend. The divisor being now entirely struck out, I set it down, moved one place to the right, and with it I divide the member written above it, which indeed is made up of the remainder of the last divided member increased by the following figure. In this way the divisor should be moved until it goes through the whole dividend. In the next place the reason of the rules will be given, and first, it is plain why we should seek for the quotient by separate divisions. 2ndly, it may, for instance, be asked why, in the example above given, 6 should be taken as the quotient of the first member, divided by the divisor, for 67 is contained in 458 hundreds, not 6 times but 600 times, for they are not units but hundreds, since they are distant 2 places to the left from units. To this I answer, that in reality not merely 6 but 600 is written in the quotient, for 2 figures afterwards ascertained follow it, and thus the proper value is assigned to the quotient, for as many places are set down after each figure in the quotient as there are after that member of the dividend from which they are obtained. 3rdly, since each figure of the quotient indicates how often that member of the dividend from which it was obtained contains the divisor, it is proper that the subtrahend should be formed by multiplying the divisor into the figure last found, for then the divisor is subtracted exactly as often as it is contained in the dividend, unless it should happen that the number last set down in the quotient should be too large or too small. If the first be the case, the product will be so large that it cannot be subtracted. If the latter be the case, then the resulting product will be so small that after performing the subtraction the remainder will be equal to or greater than the divisor. 40. The reason why so many decimal places should be marked off in the quotient that with those which are in the divisor they may be equal to those in the dividend, is that the dividend is the product resulting from the multiplication of the divisor into the quotient, and consequently it should have as many decimal places as those two, as we have shown when treating of multiplication. 50. It is clear that decimal ciphers, annexed to the end of the dividend, do not affect its value, for as to the integers, those which are removed for the same distance from the units place, have the same value, but decimals are not diminished in value unless the ciphers be placed before them. 60. Since the quotient expresses or denominates the ratio of the dividend to the divisor, it is clear that as long as that continues the same the quotient must be the same, but the common ciphers, being cast away, the ratio of the numbers to each other is not in the slightest degree altered. Thus, for instance, 200 bears the same ratio to 100. That is, 200 contains 100 as often as 2 contains 1, which is sufficiently manifest by itself. Chap. Vi. On forming squares and finding their roots. The product of a number multiplied into itself is called its square, and the number by the multiplication of which into itself the square is produced is called the square root or side, and the operation by which we search for the root of the given square is called the extraction of the square root, for understanding which it will be necessary to consider the manner in which the square is produced, the parts of which it is composed, their order, and relative position. And since it is best in acquiring a knowledge of anything to proceed from the simplest and easiest, let us commence with the consideration of the production of a square, resulting from a binomial root. We should, in the first place, closely consider what takes place when a number, consisting of two figures, is multiplied into itself. And first it is plain that the first figure on the right of the root is multiplied into the one placed above it, that is, into itself, and thence results the square of the lesser number. Then, by multiplying the same figure into the next part of the multiplicand, a rectangle results contained by both members of the root. Having then finished the multiplication of the whole multiplicand by the first figure of the root, we come to the second, which, being multiplied into the first figure of the multiplicand, there results again a rectangle, contained under the two figures of the binomial root. Then the second figure of the multiplicand multiplied into itself, gives the square of the second member of the binomial root. We ascertain from this that any square produced from a binomial root consists, in the first place, of the square of the lesser member, in the second, of double the rectangle contained under the members, in the third, of the square of the greater member. Let it be required to square a binomial root, for instance, 23, according to what has been laid down in Chap IV. 23 I first multiply 3 into 3, which gives 9, as the square of the first member. I secondly multiply 3 into 2, the 69 other figure of the root, and obtain 6, the rectangle contained by both. Thirdly, from 2 multiplied into 3 arises a second time, the rectangle contained under the members. In the fourth place, 2 multiplied into 2 produces 4 the square of the greater member. Let us now proceed to the production of a square, from a root of 3 members. In this operation, the first figure of the root multiplied into the whole root, produces, in the first place, the square of the first member, in the second place, the rectangle contained under the first and second member, in the third place, the rectangle contained under the first and third member. Now for the second figure, this multiplied into the root gives first the rectangle contained under the first and second member, secondly, the square of the second member, thirdly, the rectangle contained under the second and third members. Lastly, from the third figure of the root, multiplied into the root, results first, the rectangle contained under the first and third members, secondly, the rectangle contained under the second and third members, and thirdly, the square of the third member. From this we ascertain that a square, produced from a trinomial root comprises, first, the square of the first figure of the root, secondly, double the rectangle contained under the first figure and the two others. In the third place, the square of the two others, that is, the square of each, and also double the rectangle contained under both, which we have before shown, constitute the square of the two figures. In the same way, it can be shown that the square of 4, 5, or any number of figures, contains, first, the square of the figure of lowest value, secondly, double the rectangle resulting from the multiplication of the figure of lowest value into all the others, thirdly, the square of all the other figures, which itself, as is plain from what has been stated, contains the square of the figure next from the right, double the rectangle of that same figure multiplied into all the others, the square of all the other figures, which in the same way contains the square of the third figure, two rectangles of it, and the others, and the square of these, and so on, until we come to the square of the highest figure of the root. The parts of which the square is composed being ascertained, we should next consider, concerning their arrangement and place. If therefore, beginning from the right, we divide the square into periods of twos, from the mode of production which we have explained above, it is plain that the first member from the left will be occupied by the square of the first or highest figure, and at the same time, of that portion of double the rectangle resulting from the multiplication together of the first and second figures, which is redundant above the first place of the following period of 2, that the first place of the second period contains double the rectangle mentioned, and besides whatever of the square of the second figure is over, that the second contains the square of the second figure, and whatever is over of double the rectangle of the two first figures, multiplied into the third as far as the lowest figure at the first place of the third 2, and so on. For instance, in the annexed example, the first member 10 contains 9, the square of the first figure 3, besides one by which 12, double the rectangle of the figure 3 multiplied into the following 2, exceeds the first place of the second member. The first place of the second 2 contains 2, the remainder of the double rectangle of the figures 3 and 2, and also that which is over the next following place, and so on, and c. Having thus considered the formation of the square, let us proceed to its analysis. Let any number, for instance 103041, be proposed, the square root of which is required. This should be pointed off by twos, beginning from the right in case the number be even, as if otherwise the last member will consist of but one figure. I then inquire, what is the greatest square contained in 10, the first member towards the left, and 3, the root of this, is the first figure of the root required, the square of which, 9, I subtract from 10, the member. From the remainder, 1, with 3, the first figure of the following member added, is formed a dividend, 13, which I divide by the found figure doubled, 6, the quotient, 2, will be the second figure of the root, which being multiplied first into the divisor, and then into itself, and the sum of the product, taken so, however, that the latter be removed one place to the right, 124, I take away this from the dividend, 13, increased by o, the remaining figure of the second member. To the remainder 6, I add 4, the first figure of the third 2, and so a new dividend, 64, is produced, which being divided by 64, twice the root already found, gives 1, the third of the required root, this being then multiplied into itself and the products added up, I subtract the sum, 641, from the dividend, increased by the addition of the other figure of the third member, and in this way we must proceed to whatever length the operation may be carried. If after the last subtraction there be a remainder, it shows that the given number was not a square, however by adding to it decimal ciphers, the operation can be continued to any extent thought desirable. If there be any decimal places in the number, for the root of which we are searching, their number divided by 2, will show how many should be in the root. The reason of this appears from chap IV. The reason of the mode of proceeding is quite clear from what has been stated. For as a divisor I employed 6, the double of the found figure, because, from the formation of the square as it has been explained, I knew that double the rectangle of that figure, multiplied into the following one, comprised the dividend. Consequently, if this were divided by the double of one factor, 3, that the other factor, 2, that is, the next figure of the root, could be obtained. So likewise I have formed a subtrahend from double the rectangle of the quotient and the divisor, and the square of the quotient added together, because I found that those two rectangles and the square were contained in that order in the remainder and the following member from which the subtraction was made, and so the evolution of the power is easily effected from its involution or formation. Chap. 7. Concerning the involution and evolution of the cube. The root multiplied into the square produces the cube. To prepare the way for the analysis we should, as has been done in the former chapter, begin with the composition of the power. In the production then of the cube from a binomial root, the first member of the root, in the first place, meets with its own square, whence results the cube of the first figure. Secondly, double the rectangle of the members, whence double the solid of the square of the first figure multiplied into the other. Thirdly, the square of the other member, whence the solid produced from the first figure and the square of the second. In the same way, when the multiplication takes place by the second member, there arises the solid of the second figure and of the square of the first. In the second place double the solid of the first figure and of the square of the second. In the third place the cube of the second member. Therefore the cube produced from the binomial root contains the cubes of the two members and 6 solids, that is to say, 3 made from the square of each member, multiplied into the other. The reasoning being continued according to the analogy of the preceding chapter, it will follow, that if, as the square should be divided into 2s, the cube resulting from any root be distributed into 3s, that the 3, or member first from the left, contains the cube of the figure first on the left, and also the excess, if there be any, of 3 solids of the square of the same, multiplied into the second, that the first place of the second contains the said solids and the excess of the 3 solids of the square of the second figure, multiplied into the first, that the second place contains the same 3 solids and the excess of the cube of the second figure, and that the third is occupied by the said cube and the excess of the 3 solids produced from the square of the preceding figures, multiplied into the third, and that the solids just mentioned fill the first place of the third member, and so on. From this we shall easily derive the following manner of extracting the cube root. Beginning from the right, I divide, by means of points, the resolvent 8062J568 into 3s, except the last member, which can be less. I then take the greatest cube, 64, contained in the first member towards the left, and having written down its root, 4, for the first figure of the sought root, I annex to the remainder, 16, the next figure, 6, of the resolvent, whence results a dividend, 166, which I divide by 48, thrice the square of the figure which has been found. The quotient, 3, is the second figure of the root. I multiply this first into the divisor, secondly its square into 3 times the first figure, and thirdly itself into itself twice. The products then being collected in this way, that the second be set down one place to the right of the first, the opening curly bracket, 108. 27. Third one place to the right of the second. I subtract it from the dividend increased by the addition of the 2 remaining figures of the second member. In this way, however prolonged the operation, a dividend will always result from the remainder, with the addition of the first figure of the following member, and a divisor from 3 times the square of the figures of the root already found, and a subjacent from the figure last found, the square of the same multiplied into 3 times the preceding figures, lastly its cube, and these collected in the manner set forth. If the resolvent be not a cube, by adding decimals to the remainder you can carry its exhaustion to infinity. The root should have a third part of the decimal places of the resolvent. N.B. Synthetical operations can be examined by means of analytical, and analytical by means of synthetical. So if either number, being subtracted from the sums of 2 numbers, the other remains, the addition has been rightly performed, and vice versa, subtraction is proved to be right when the sum of the subtrahend and remainder is equal to the greater number. So if the quotient multiplied into the divisor produce the dividend, or the root multiplied into itself produce the resolvent, it is a proof that the division or evolution has been correct. Part 2. Chap. I. On fractions. It has been before mentioned that division is signified by setting down the dividend with the divisor under it, and separated from it by a line drawn between them. Quotients of this kind are called broken numbers, or fractions, because the upper number, called also the numerator, is divided or broken into parts, the denomination of which is fixed by the lower, which is therefore called the denominator. For instance, in the fraction 2/4, 2 is the dividend or numerator, 4 the divisor or denominator, and the fraction indicates the quotient which arises from 2 divided by 4, that is the fourth of any two things whatever, or 2/4 of one, for they mean the same. N.B. It is clear that numbers which denote decimal parts, and which are commonly called decimal fractions, can be expressed as vulgar fractions, if the denominator be written beneath. For instance, 25 is equivalent to 25 1/100ths, 0.004 is equivalent to 4 1,000ths and c, which we must either do, or understand to be done, as often as those are to be reduced to vulgar fractions, or conversely these are to be reduced into those, or any other operation is to take place equally affecting both fractions, decimal and vulgar. Chap. 2. Of addition and subtraction of fractions. 1. If fractions, whose sum or difference is sought, have the same denominator, the sum or difference of the numerators should be taken, and the common denominator written under, and this will be the answer. 2. If they be not of the same denomination, let them be reduced to the same denomination. The denominators multiplied into each other will give a new denominator, but the numerator of each fraction multiplied into the denominators of the others will give a numerator of a new fraction of equal value. Then the new fractions should be treated as above. 3. If an integer is to be added to a fraction or subtracted from it, or vice versa, it should be reduced to a fraction of the same denomination as the given one, that is, it is to be multiplied into the given denominator, and the denominator to be placed under it. In the first place, it should be explained why fractions should be reduced to the same denomination before we treat them, and it is on this account that numbers enumerating heterogeneous things cannot be added together, or subtracted from each other. For instance, if I wish to add 3 pence to 2 shillings, the sum will not be 5 shillings, or 5 pence, nor can it be ascertained before that the things mentioned be brought to the same sort, by using 24 pence instead of 2 shillings, to which if I add 3 pence, there results a sum of 27 pence. For the same reason, if I have to add 2/3 and 3/4, I do not write down 5 parts either thirds or fourths, but, instead of them I employ 8/12 and 9/12, the sum of which is 17/12. Secondly, I wish to show that fractions after such reduction are of the same value as before, for instance, 2/3 and 8/12, since both numerator and denominator are multiplied by the same number, 4, but every fraction represents the ratio of the numerator or dividend to the denominator, or divisor, and consequently as long as that remains the same, the fraction retains the same value, but each term of the ratio being multiplied by the same number, it is certain that the ratio is not changed. For instance, if the half of one thing be double the half of another, that whole will be double this whole, which is so plain that it does not require proof. Thirdly, an integer reduced to a fraction is not altered in value, for if the rectangle of two numbers be divided by one of them, the other will be quotient, but, in the reduction of an integer to a fraction, it is multiplied into the given denominator, and also divided by it, therefore the fraction has the same value as the given integer. N.B. It will sometimes be useful to reduce a fraction to a given denominator. For instance, 2/8 to another whose denominator is 9, which is done by means of the rule of 3, laid down subsequently, by finding a number to which the given denominator will be as the denominator of the given fraction to its numerator. That will be the numerator of the fraction of which the name has been given, and the value will be the same as of the former, for, in each instance the ratio between the terms of the fraction is the same. Chap. 3. Of the multiplication of fractions. 1. If a fraction is to be multiplied into a fraction, the numerators of the given fractions multiplied into each other will give the numerator of the product, and the denominators in the same way will give the denominators. 2. If a fraction is to be multiplied into an integer, the given integer should be multiplied into the numerator of the fraction, the denominator remaining the same. 3. If in either factor, or in both, integers occur, or heterogeneous fractions, they, for the sake of clearness, should be collected together. 1. It is plain that the quotient is increased in the same proportion as is the dividend. For instance, if 2 be contained 3 times in 6, it will be contained twice 3 times in twice 6. It is plain also that it is diminished in the same proportion as the divisor increases. For instance, if the number 3 be contained 4 times in 12, twice 3 will be contained only twice in 12. Therefore when I multiply 2/3 by 5/8, the fraction f is to be increased in a 5-fold ratio, since it is to be multiplied by 5, and to be diminished in an 8-fold ratio, since it is multiplied, not actually by 5, but only by its 8th part. Consequently I multiply the dividend 2 by 5, and the divisor 3 by 8. 2. As to the second rule, it is plain that twice 4 of any things are equal to 8 things of the same denomination, whatever it may be. Chap. IV. On division of fractions. 1. A fraction is divided by an integer, by multiplying the given integer into the denominator of the given fraction. 2. If a fraction is to be divided by a fraction, the numerator of the divisor multiplied into the denominator of the dividend will give the denominator of the quotient, and its denominator multiplied into the numerator of the dividend will give the numerator of the quotient. 3. Whenever integers or fractions of different denominations are mixed, the easiest way of proceeding will be to collect the members of each, as well dividend as divisor, into 2 sums. 1. As to the first rule, it is clear from the preceding chapter that a fraction is lessened or divided in the same proportion as the denominator is multiplied. 2. Since to divide one fraction by another, for instance, 4/9 by 2/5, I have multiplied the denominator 9 into 2, the fraction 4/18 only expresses how often 2 is contained in the dividend, but the fifth of it will indicate how often the 5th part of the number 2 is contained in it. Wherefore I multiply the first quotient a by 5, whence results 20/18. N.B. If the given fractions be homogeneous, the shorter and more elegant way is to divide the numerator of the dividend by the numerator of the divisor as often as it measures it. Thus, 6/8 being divided by 3/8, the quotient will be 2, for whatever things are enumerated by 6 contain 3 twice. 2. If a root is to be extracted from a given fraction, the root of the denominator, placed under the root of the numerator, will form a fraction, which is the root sought. For instance, 2/3 is the square root of the fraction f, and the cube root of the fraction 8/27. For, from what we have said about multiplication, it is clear that f multiplied into f produces 4/9, and that 2/3 multiplied into 4/9 produces 8/27. Chap. V. Of the reduction of fractions to their lowest terms. 1. Since the value of fractions is most easily ascertained when they are at their lowest terms, it is of advantage when feasible to divide fractions by a common measure. The greater that common divisor may be, so much less will be the quotients or terms of the fraction equal to the given one. It is necessary, therefore, when 2 numbers are given, to have a method of finding the greatest common measure, that is to say, the greatest divisor which will divide the given divisor without a remainder. Such is the following. 2. Divide the greater of the given numbers by the less, and that divisor by the remainder of the division, and, if still there be a remainder, you should by it divide the former divisor, that is, the last remainder, and so on until you come to a divisor which exhausts or measures its dividend, that is, the greatest common measure of the 2. For instance, let 9 and 15 be the given numbers. I divide 15 by 9, and 6 remains. I divide 9 by 6, and 3 remains. I divide 6 by 3, and nothing remains. Therefore 3 is the greatest common measure of the 2 numbers 9 and 15, which I show thus. 3 measures 6, but b 6 measures 9, if 3 be taken away. Therefore 3 measures 9, if 3 be taken away, but 3 measures itself, therefore it measures the whole 9. But, see, 9 measures 15, 6 being taken away, therefore 3 measures 15, 6 being taken away, but it measures 6, therefore it measures the whole number 15. Hence it is clear that 3 is the common measure of the given numbers, 9 and 15. It remains for me to show that it is the greatest common measure. If not, let there be some other common measure, say 5. Now since b. 5 measures 9, e. but 9 measures 15, 6 being taken away, it is plain that 5 measures 15, 6 being taken away, but it measures the whole 15, by hypothesis, therefore it measures 6. But 6 measures 9, 3 being taken from it, therefore 5 measures 9, 3 being taken from it. Therefore since 5 measures both the whole of 9, and 9, 3 being taken from it, it will also measure 3 itself, that is, f, the lesser number, which is absurd. The greatest common measure being found, it is plain that the fraction 9/15 can be lowered to this fraction 3/5, which I thus show to be equal to the former. Every fraction denotes the quotient of the numerator divided by the denominator. A, by construction, b, by construction, c, by construction, d, by hype, e, by construction, f, by hype. But in division the quotient expresses the ratio of the dividend to the divisor. Whilst the ratio therefore remains the same, the quotient or fraction will be the same. Moreover, it is very clear that the ratio is not changed, its terms being equally divided. For instance, if anything be double of another, or triple, the half of that will be double or triple of the half of the other. Those who can divide and multiply fractions by integers will find no difficulty in reducing fractions of fractions to integers. For instance, this fraction of a fraction 3/4 of 2/5, what else is it than 3 times the 4th part of the fraction or multiplied into the integer 3. In like manner, the numerators and denominators being mutually multiplied into the fraction of a fraction of a fraction, is reduced to an integer. Since these things are so clear and manifest, it is amazing by what circuitous processes, what a tedious apparatus of theorems, quotations, and species they are demonstrated, or rather obscured. Part 3. Chap. I. Of the rule of proportion. The rule of proportion is that by which, 3 numbers being given, a fourth, proportional to them, is found. Its use is frequent and very great, and hence it is called the golden rule. It is also called the rule of 3, on account of the 3 given terms. We directly find the fourth proportional by multiplying the second term by the third, and dividing the product by the first. For instance, if as 2 is to 6, so should 4 be to the number required, multiply 4 into 6, and divide the product 24 by 2, the quotient 12 will be the fourth proportional required, which I demonstrate as follows. In 4 proportionals the product of the extremes is equal to the product of the intermediate terms. 4. Since the numbers are proportional, that is, have the same ratio between themselves, but ratio is estimated by division, if the second term be divided by the first, and the fourth by the third, the quotient will be the same, which, according to the nature of division, multiplied into the first term will produce the second, and into the third will produce the fourth. If therefore we multiply the first term into the fourth, or which is the same thing, into the third and common quotient, and the third term into the second, or which is the same thing, into the first and common quotient, it is clear that the products will be equal, as the factors are in each case the same. But from the nature of multiplication and division, it is clear that the product being divided by one of the factors, the other is the quotient. Therefore if I divide the product of the 2 intermediate terms, 6 and 4, by the first, 2, the quotient, 12, will be the fourth proportional sort. Question 1. A traveler in 3 hours goes 15 miles. How many will he go in 9 hours? Answer 45. For it is clear from the question, that as 3 is to 15, so is 9 to the number required, that is, 3 15, 9, therefore 135, the product of 9 into 15, divided by 3, will give the number required, that is 45. Question 2. If 2 workmen in 4 days earn 2s, how much will 5 earn in 7 days? That is, as 2 multiplied by 4 are to 2, so are 5 multiplied by 7 to the number sort, or as 8, 2, 35 to the number sort, and thus the higher sort is found to be 8s. 9d. Question 3. 3 merchants forming a partnership gain £100. The first spent £5, the second £8, the third £10. It is sought how much each gained. The sum of the expenditure is £23. Say therefore, as 23 is to 5, so is £100 to the sum sought. The resulting number will indicate how much is due to the first from the common gain, for it is fair that, as the expense of each is to the sum of the expenses, so should be his gain to the sum of the gains. Further, in the same way by saying 23, 8, 100 and c, and 23 10, 100, and c, the gains of the others will appear. The inverse rule of proportion is easily resolved into simple. For instance, 2 men expend £5 in 6 days. In how many days will 8 men expend £30? Say first 2, 5, 8, and c, and the answer will be 20. Say therefore, then as 20, 6, 30, and c, and you will find the number required. It is superfluous to explain why the sort term immediately is found by means of this rather intricate rule. Question 4. 4 pipes fill a cistern in 12 hours. In how many hours will it be filled by 8 of the same size? We should say, as 8, 4, 12, and c, then 4, multiplied into 12, that is, 48 divided by 8, give the answer, that is 6. Nor in this case, when the proportion is inverted, is there any new difficulty. For the terms being properly arranged, we shall have 2 equal rectangles of one, of which both sides are known, but the other is produced from the known term, multiplied into the unknown, and by dividing that first product by the known side or factor, the unknown term will come out. But it will appear from the question itself, in what order the terms are to be arranged. Chap. 2. On alligation. The rule called simple alligation is that by which, 2 things being given, of different price or weight, and c, there is found some third sort, so compounded of the given, that its price, weight, and c, be equal to a given price, weight, and c, intermediate between the given. For instance, a cubic inch of gold weighs 18 ounces, a cubic inch of silver weighs 12 ounces. It is required to have a cubic inch of metal compounded of both, and weighing 16 ounces, in which problem, the intermediate weight 16, exceeds the weight of silver by 4, and is exceeded by the weight of gold, by 2. Now if we take 2/6 of a cube inch of silver and 4/6 of a cube of gold, it is clear that these, if combined, will make up a cube inch, as they are equal to unity. But it is also plain that the weight of this mixed metal is equal to the intermediate 16, for we took 2 parts of silver, which is lighter by 4, therefore the defect is 2 in 4, but of gold, which is heavier by 2, we took 4 parts, so the excess is 4 in 2, that is, equal to the defect, so that they counterbalance each other. Hence results a rule for the alligation of 2 things. The quantity of the greater, which is to be taken, is indicated by a fraction, the denominator of which is the sum of the differences, and the numerator, the difference between the middle and less, and in the next place, that which has the same denominator, and for numerator the difference between the greater and middle, shows the less quantity which is to be taken. Question. There are 2 kinds of silver. The ounce of finer is worth 7, that of inferior quality is worth 4. We want to find 3 ounces of silver which are each worth 5. Answer. It is clear that if I take 2/3 of the inferior, and 1/3 of the finer, there will be 1 ounce of the mixed compound, and 3 times this will be the quantity required. If the things to be alligated are more than 2, the rule is called compound alligation. For instance, there are 5 kinds of wine. The strength of Massic is 1, of Chian 3, of Falanian 5, of Kyakuban 7, of Corcyraean 9, I require a mixture, the strength of which is 4. The strength of a mixture of equal parts of massic and chian will be 2, being half of the sum of that of the given quantities 1 and 3, as is plain. So the strength of a mixture of equal parts of falamian, chiacuban, and corsirian will be 7. That is 1/3 of the number 21, or of the sum of the strengths of the components of the mixture. I alligate 2 and 7 with the given intermediate strength 4, and the defect is 2, the excess 3, the sum of the difference is 5. Consequently there should be taken 3/5 of the first mixture, 2/5 of the latter, then 2/5 being divided by 2. The quotient shows how much of each, chian and massic, should be taken. In the same way 2/5 divided by 3 will indicate how much of falanian and C should be in the required mixture. So 3/10 massic, 3/10 chian, 2/15 falanian, 2/15 chiacuban, 2/15 corsirian will give the answer. Hence we perceive how compound alligation may be reduced to simple. The prices, magnitudes, weights, or whatever else should be alligated, ought to be collected into 2 sums, which are to be divided each by the number of terms which constitute it. The quotients should be alligated with the intermediate term. The resulting fractions, divided each by the number of things entering into the sum to which they refer, will express the quantity of each to be taken. The demonstration is plain, from what has been said. N.B. In alligation of several things, each question admits of innumerable solutions, and this for 2 reasons. First, the deficient terms can be combined with the exceeding ones in several ways, whence will result various quotients to be alligated with the given intermediate term. Care should be taken, however, lest the quotients be together greater, or together less, than the mean, for if this happen, it is plain that the question is impossible. Secondly, it is allowable frequently to repeat the same term, whence its share or portion will be increased, but those of the others diminished. I am glad here, for the gratification of the studious, to give a solution of that famous problem given to Archimedes by Hiero. Question. A crown is made of an alloy of gold and silver. It is asked how much gold, how much silver, is in it, and the king does not allow the crown to be broken up. Ans. 2 masses should be taken, one of gold, another of silver, each of equal weight with the crown, which being done, it is manifest that the problem could be proposed in another form, as follows: a pound of gold and a pound of silver being given to find a pound of an alloy made up of both, which shall be of the given intermediate mass. Now, as the solid contents of the crown cannot be ascertained geometrically, there is need of contrivance. Each of the masses should be separately immersed in a vessel full of water, and the quantity of water which flows out on each immersion should be measured, it being obvious that it must be equal in bulk to the immersed mass. Suppose the gold being immersed, let the bulk of displaced water be 5, of the silver 9, of the crown 6. The question, therefore, comes to this: there being given a pound of gold of the magnitude of 5, and a pound of silver of the magnitude of 9, it is required how much of each we should take to have a pound of an alloy of the magnitude of 6. Then if 9 and 5 be alligated with the intermediate magnitude 6, the quantity of gold will be ascertained, that is, 3/4 of the quantity of gold, and 1/4 of the quantity of silver, combined in the crown. Hence it appears how little difficulty there is in the problem on the solution of which Archimedes of old exclaimed, Eureka! Chap. 3. Of Arithmetical and Geometrical Progression. Arithmetical progression is a name given to a series of numbers increasing or diminishing by a common difference. For instance, in this series 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22, 25, 3 is the common excess by which the second term exceeds the first, the third the second, the fourth the third, and so on, and in this other series of decreasing numbers 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, 5, 3, 1, is the common quantity by which each number falls short of the preceding. Now, from considering this series and the definition which we have laid down, it is manifest that each term contains the lesser extreme, and the common difference multiplied by the number of places by which it is removed from that lesser extreme. For instance, In the first series the number 13 consists of the lesser extreme 1, and the common difference 3 multiplied into 4, the number of places by which it is removed from the lesser extreme. Hence the lesser extreme and the common difference being given, any term, for example the 11th from the lesser exclusive, can be easily found, by multiplying the difference 3 into 11, and adding the product 33 to the lesser extreme 1. If the greater extreme, the common difference, and the number of places intervening between the term sought and the greater extreme be given, the term sought may be found by multiplying the difference into the number of places, and taking the product from the greater extreme. It is clear also how the first term is assigned, if any term, its index, and common difference be given, and how the common difference may be obtained if any term, its index, and the lesser extreme be given, and also how the index of any term may be obtained if the term, the difference, and lesser extreme, be given. It is also clear that the half of the sum of two terms is equal to the arithmetical mean proportional. For instance, 7 and 13 make 20, whose half, rho, is a mean between the given terms. Anyone can easily deduce these and many other problems and theorems, and their solutions, from the nature of arithmetical progression, especially if he use skillful symbolical computation. I therefore leave them to beginners for points of practice. Geometrical progression is the name given to a series of numbers increasing or decreasing by the same continued ratio. For instance, 3, 6, 12, 24, 48, 96 are in a geometrical progression, the common ratio of which is twice, as each term is twice the preceding one. In like manner the numbers of this decreasing series 81, 27, 9, 3, 1, proceed in a subtriple ratio, that is, each term is in a subtriple ratio to the preceding, or 1/3, where it should be observed that each term is composed of the power of the common ratio, bearing the same name with it, multiplied into the first term. For instance, 48, the fourth term, exclusively, is produced from 16, the fourth power of the number 2, that is, that which produced from 2 multiplied 3 times into itself, since the root itself is called the first power, multiplied by the first term 3. Wherefore what has been laid down concerning arithmetical progression holds good here, if, instead of addition and subtraction, we use multiplication and division, and instead of multiplication and division, involution and evolution, or the extraction of roots. N.B. A careful reader can investigate how the roots of any powers may be extracted by means of the method which we followed when treating of the cube, the square, and their roots. For instance, as in arithmetical progression the sum of the extremes divided into 2 equal parts gives the arithmetical mean, so in geometrical progression the mean proportional is the root of the product of the extremes. Therefore, as regards theorems and problems, we shall not longer dwell upon deducing them, since they easily result from the mere consideration of the series. But there is one theorem of geometrical progression from which the knowledge of logarithms was originally derived, and on which they still rest, and which therefore it is fit to explain here. In a geometrical progression, the commencement of which is unity, the rectangle of any two terms is equal to the term of the same progression, which has for index the sum of the index of the factors. For instance, if in the following series, the second term 2 be multiplied into the fourth 8, the product, 16, is the fifth term, the index of which, 4, is the sum of the indexes of the second and fourth. The reason is manifest, for each power, multiplied into any other power of the same root, produces a third, in which there are as many dimensions as there were in both of the generating powers. But in a geometrical progression, of which the first term is unity, it is clear that all the other subsequent ones are powers produced from the common ratio, and that each have as many dimensions as their places are distant from unity. Therefore, if to an infinite geometrical progression there were annexed also an infinite series of indices, to obtain the rectangle of two terms it would not be necessary to multiply one by the other, but, merely adding the indices to find an index equal to the sum, and this would show the sought rectangle annexed to it. In like manner, if one term is to be divided by another, the difference of the indices, if the square or cube root is to be extracted, 1/2 or 1/3 as an index, would show the required quotient or root. Hence it is plain that the more difficult operations in arithmetic could be singularly abridged, if tables were formed in which the numbers placed in natural order should have each a corresponding index annexed, for then multiplication can be effected by addition alone, division by subtraction, the extraction of roots by halving or trisecting the indices, but to accommodate those indices or logarithms to numbers, this is the task, this the labor, in effecting which numbers of mathematicians have toiled. The first who formed tables generally proceeded in this way. To the numbers 1, 10, 100, 1000, and c, in decouple progression, they assigned the logarithms 0.000000, 1.000000, 2.000000, 3.000000, and c. Then to find the logarithm of any number, for instance, 4, between 1 and 10, 7 ciphers being added to each, they sought a mean proportional between 1.000000 and 10.000000, and if it were less than 4, the mean proportional was to be sought between it and 10.000000, but if greater, between it and 1.000000, and then they finally sought a mean proportional between this, if it were less than 4, and the next greatest, but if greater, and the next less, and so on until they came to a number differing by a very small part, for instance, 1/100,000th from the proposed 4. Then the logarithm of this was had by finding an arithmetic mean between the logarithms of the numbers 1 and 10, and another between it and the logarithm of 10, and c. Now if the logarithm of the number 4 be halved, the logarithm of 2 is found. The same when doubled gives the logarithm of the number 16, and if to the logarithm of 4 be added the logarithm of 2, the sum will be the logarithm of 8. In the same way, from one logarithm of the number 4, others innumerable can be obtained. In this manner, when logarithms were adapted to other numbers between 10 and unity, they supplied very many others to their sum and difference. But of this enough, for we have not undertaken to give all things which bear on logarithms. It was merely proposed to a certain extent to explain their nature, use, and invention. Miscellanea Mathematica, 1707. Translated by G. N. Wright, 1843. Contents. Mathematical Miscellanies. To that excellent youth, B. Samuel Molyneux. Absurd Roots. On the Atmospheric Tide. On the Algebraic Game. Appendix. Mathematical Miscellanies. Some Thoughts. Concerning absurd roots, the atmospheric tide, an equilateral cone and cylinder circumscribed about the same sphere, on the algebraic game, and some persuasives too. The Study of Mathematics, especially Algebra. By Bachelor of Arts, Trinity College, Dublin. 1707. To that excellent youth, B. Samuel Molyneux, fellow commoner in Dublin College, son of the eminent William Molyneux, cut off a few years ago, by a fate lamentable both for his country and the interests of literature. Excellent youth, such was the esteem in which your father when living was held by the learned, that I consider I would do them a grateful service, if I should show that he has left a son, who inherits his penetration and sagacity. It must indeed be allowed, that your uncle, a man of a remarkably enlarged and well-informed mind, had previously done something of the kind. For that eminent man had perceived your disposition as you approached maturity, that it was probable you would follow in the footprints of your father. The authority of such a man influenced me so far, that I from that thenceforth conceived great hopes of you. But now when becoming acquainted with the nature of your studies, I perceive you devoting yourself to sound philosophy and mathematics, when I perceive that the thorns which seem to beset mathematics, and usually deter others from its study, on the contrary, spur you on to a more speedy progress, when I also see, that high intellectual powers accompany that industry and desire of knowledge, I cannot restrain my joy from manifesting itself to the learned world, and expressing my undoubting anticipation that, if God grant you life and health, you will be one of the chief ornaments of the rising age. Wherefore, presenting to you the following pieces, whatever may be their merit, I wish to seize the opportunity of communicating publicly with as well that I might gratify my affection towards you, as well as, that expectation being raised respecting you, you might by some tie, and that no ungrateful one, be attached to the study of such excellent objects. Of surd roots. It formerly occurred to me to think that algebraical operations would be rendered more easy, if, discarding the radical signs, some other method could be contrived of computing the roots of imperfect powers which would be less at variance with the forms used in other processes. 4. As in arithmetic, fractions are rendered much more manageable by being reduced from vulgar to decimal, for then, the place of each figure serving as a denominator, they are abridged in one part and expressed as integers, and form the same sort of series as they do, and are regulated by the same rules. So if from symbolical computations we removed that radical sign, square root, which, as the denominator marks the difference between integers and fractions, points out a difference in treating radicals and surds, unquestionably the mode of treating them would be simplified. Wherefore should we not, therefore, designate surd roots like rational, merely by letters, and substitute c or d for square root b? For if they were expressed in this way there will be no distinction between them and the roots of perfect powers, and addition, subtraction, multiplication, and c, will be managed in the same manner in each case. But there is a ready objection, that quantities multiplied in this way confuse calculations more than radical signs do. To this I answer, a remedy can be applied if we use the letters of the Greek alphabet for expressing roots, by writing b for square root b, y for square root d, and c, in which way not so much the letters themselves as the characters will be varied, and each substituted figure will so far correspond to the primitive that there will be no room for scruple. The root of a quantity produced from the multiplication or division of others, will be marked by their roots simply multiplied and divided, for instance, square root bc equals bk, and square root bdm, e equals bo, e. But if a multinomial quantity, or one consisting of many members, in which there is no unknown quantity connected by the signs plus or, be proposed, their aggregate might be expressed, as is often the case, by some one letter. For instance, let a plus b, c equals g, the root of which is y. You will perhaps ask, what is to be done where unknown and known quantities are connected? For instance, if the imperfect power be f plus x, for if we use p and she as the roots of the parts, the root of the whole cannot be determined from them. Why, then, could we not render the given imperfect power equal to some perfect one, as for instance, but it has been omitted how we are to ascertain of what sort is the root, whether quadratic, cube, or biquadratic, and whether, Greek characters being left to quadratics, others should be used for the rest. Or rather, the characters remaining the same, we should by means of one point placed above, denote a square root, by 2 a cube root, by 3 a biquadratic root, and c, in the same way as first, second, third, and c, fluxions are expressed. Or, finally, should consider it sufficient that the denominator of the root might appear by retrogression, since in the course of the operation it is of no import of what kind the root may be, since all expressed without a radical sign are subject to the same laws, and treated in the same manner. These things are, indeed, crude and imperfect, and I am aware of how little value is that which I am proposing. But you, illustrious youth, who have both leisure and abilities, can perhaps extract some good from this refuse. However, I am not certain whether the thing which we have been discussing may not be of some use to beginners, for I know others will little regard them, and whether by their aid the thread of analytic investigation may not be disentangled when the radical sign being laid aside, the heterogeneous operations which accompany it may also disappear. However this may be, I am convinced that these being partially set forth, I could more briefly and clearly explain the common theory of surds than I am aware that it has been done by anyone. I now proceed to do it. On the atmospheric tide. Some time since I met with a book bearing the title, On the Influence of the Sun and Moon on the Human Body, by an eminent doctor of medicine and FRS. I am well aware how celebrated he is and how insignificant I am. But that I may freely declare my opinion, I thoroughly receive the opinion concerning the atmospheric tide as he there explains it, and how it is based on the principle of the celebrated Newton. I am not, however, convinced that the ingenious author has rightly ascertained the causes of some phenomena connected with it. How far my doubts may be well founded, you, with whose acuteness I am well acquainted, will best judge. That eminent man considers that there is a swelling out of the spheroidal figure of the earth about the equinoctial line. He attributes to the same cause the difference between the swelling of the air caused in the oblique sphere by the meridional, and, if I may use the expression, antimeridional moon. But I do not think that the explanation of either of those phenomena should be sought in the oblate spheroid. On this account, because though the opinion that the aereo-terrestrial mass is of that figure is supported both by mathematical and physical grounds, and also agrees well with some phenomena, still it is not so fully received by all, but that some, and those of note too, hold the opposite opinion. And indeed I remember that Dr. Chardelu, who is profoundly skilled in astronomy, informed me that he had ascertained that the axis of the Earth is longer than the diameter of the equator, and consequently, that the Earth is a spheroid, but such as Burnet describes it, rising at the poles and lower at the equator. But as for me, I would rather call in question the observations of that eminent man, than reject the arguments for the Earth being oblate. Still, since that opinion does not equally please all, I should be reluctant to adopt it as a principle for explaining any phenomenon, unless the thing could not otherwise be explained. But in the next place, so far from the explanation of the above-mentioned effects requiring necessarily a spheroidal figure of the Earth, that it gains not a particle of light from it, and I will try to show this, by adding what that eminent man writes on the subject. The air rises above its usual level about the two equinoxes, because when the equinoctial line corresponds with that circle of the terrestrial globe which has the greatest diameter, each of the heavenly bodies, while in it, is nearer to the earth. On the influence of the sun and moon, p. 9. However, it may be well doubted, whether that nearer position of the luminaries be adequate to raise the air above the usual level. For so slight is the difference between the transverse and conjugate axis of the ellipse, by the revolution of which the terrestrial spheroid is generated, that it approaches very near to a sphere. But that we may consider the question more accurately, let ACBD denote a section of the aereo-terrestrial mass through the poles DC being the axis, AB the diameter of the equator. Now by calculation I have ascertained that the attractive power of the moon is not 1/4000th part stronger at A or B than it would be at C or D if it directly were above either pole, and, therefore, that so small a difference would be altogether unequal to producing any sensible effect. It should also be considered that the moon is never distant from the equator a third part of the arc BD, and that consequently the aforesaid difference must be still very much restricted. But what we have said of the moon must be still further the case as to the sun, since it is many times further distant. It is true indeed that Dr. Mead has adduced, besides other causes of the tide being higher near the equinoxes, to wit, the greater agitation of a fluid spheroid revolving in a greater circle, besides the centrifugal force having a much greater influence there. As to the first, although at first it appears of some import, I must confess that I do not altogether perceive how anything bearing on the distinct explanation of the subject can be concluded from that. As to the second, it is plain that the centrifugal force is far the greatest near the equator, and on that account that the aereo-terrestrial mass has the figure of an oblate spheroid, but I do not see what consequence results from this. But although we should allow that the air, for the causes mentioned by this eminent man, should about the equinoxes swell out near the equator, it does not, however, appear thence, how with us, who live so far from the equator, it then should be higher than usual, but rather the contrary seems to follow. Mead writes thus in the following page. To conclude, in the same parallels where the declination of the moon is towards that pole of the heavens which rises highest, the attraction is the strongest, when it comes to the meridian of the place, but least, when it comes to the meridian of the opposite place, the contrary of which happens in the opposite parallels. The cause is in the spheroid figure of the earth and atmosphere. But I do not think that the cause is in the figure of the earth and ambient atmosphere, because if we assume the earth to be perfectly spherical, or even oblong, the same thing will certainly happen, as will be shown below. It remains for me to attempt the explanation of these things, especially on this account, because a reason drawn from the spheroidal figure of the earth was regarded by me with suspicion, for without taking it at all into account, the affair could be most clearly and easily explained. Newton, in his physico-mathematical work, Book E, Prop. 24, where he explains the phenomena of the tides of the sea, has this passage: "The influence of each luminary also depends on its declination, or distance from the equator. For if the luminary were placed at the pole, it would constantly attract every particle of water without increase or diminution of its action, and so would cause no reciprocation of motion. Therefore the luminaries, in proceeding towards the pole from the equator, will gradually lose their effects, and on that account will cause less tides in the solstitial than in the equinoctial syzygies. But no other cause need be sought for any phenomenon of the atmospheric tide, than is sufficient for producing a similar effect in the tide of the sea. But that I may explain more fully that which has been rather briefly, and therefore obscurely by the most eminent man in the world, in the former figure let a dBc be the meridian, and a be the axis of the aereo-terrestrial mass, and let the sun and moon be conceived to be placed at the poles. It is clear that each part of the aerial mass, d for instance, during the diurnal revolution retains an equal distance from the luminary, and so is equally attracted towards their bodies, so that the air is not at one time elevated, at another depressed, but through the whole day remains at the same altitude. But secondly, let a CBD represent the equator, or some parallel, and let the luminaries be in the equinoctial plane. At that time it is plain that the equator itself, as well as each parallel, assumes an elliptical figure. It is manifest also that the air which now is at A, the summit of the transverse axis, and is the highest 6 hours afterwards, will be at C, the extreme of the conjugate axis and lowest, and that the greatest reciprocation of motion results. To finish the whole work at once, let us suppose the swellings of the tidal spheroid to have a threefold position, either in the poles, or in the equator, or in the intermediate parts. In the first case the plane of diurnal rotation would be perpendicular to the axis of the spheroid, and therefore a circle, whence there would be no tide. In the second, it would be parallel to the same, and consequently an ellipse, between the axes of which would be the greatest difference, consequently the tides be greatest. In the third, in proportion as it approached nearer to the perpendicular position, it would be more nearly a circle, and consequently the tides would be less. It remains that I should demonstrate that the difference which exists in an oblique sphere between any tide and the following one, when the moon is away from the equator, will result indifferently, the earth being assumed either oblate, or exactly spherical, or oblong. Let AB be the axis of the world, GD the equator, K any place, FK the parallel of the place, HL the axis of the tidal spheroid, swelling on both sides principally by the influence of the moon. Let the moon's place be near. It is to be demonstrated that CK, the height of the air when the moon is near the meridian, is greater than CF, the height of the air when the moon has passed the meridian of the opposite place. Let PS be drawn, a parallel corresponding to the former on the opposite side, and let CKCF be produced to P and S. By construction the arc PH is equal to the arc K, therefore the arc FH is greater than the arc KL. Therefore on account of the ellipse the right line FS is less than the right line KP, and FC less than KC. Q, E, D, of the equilateral cone and cylinder described round the same sphere. Lemma. The side of an equilateral triangle is to the diameter of the inscribed circle as square root 3/2, and the perpendicular, let fall from any angle to the opposite side, is to the same as 3/2. These things are plain to anyone at all acquainted with algebra and geometry. Theorem. Between an equilateral cone and cylinder circumscribed about the same sphere, there is the same sesquilterate ratio as to the whole surfaces, the solids, altitudes, and bases. 2 years ago I discovered that theorem to my no small surprise. I did not wonder at my own talents or peculiar sagacity, as the thing is so easy, but merely that Take, a celebrated professor of mathematics, prided himself so much in a discovery, to which a beginner is competent. His discovery, which is but a part of that stated above, is, that an equilateral cone is sesquiterate in solid contents and entire surface, of a cylinder circumscribed about the same sphere, and that consequently, there is a continued ratio, between an equilateral cone, cylinder, and sphere. This is that proposition, to which reference is made by the figure, which is with an inscription placed on the title page of that author's work on the select theorems of Archimedes. The reader may still further consult what the Jesuit states in his preface, in the Scholium to Prop. 32, and at the end of the 44th proposition of the same work, where he puts forward his theorem as a wonderful invention, and rivaling those of Archimedes. And not only Take, but the celebrated Wallace also, brings it out in the additions and emendations to the 81st chapter of his Algebra, as having been demonstrated by Caswell by means of the arithmetic of infinites, which is also done, as to one part, by Decales, in the 20th proposition of his book about indivisibles. However, the method of indivisibles and the arithmetic of infinites founded on it, are by some scarcely allowed to be geometrical. But the whole theorem has been demonstrated before by no one that I know. However, if it be true, as Take thinks, that amongst the other various and celebrated discoveries of Archimedes, he was most pleased with that in which he shows that the cylinder is sesquiterate of the inscribed sphere in solid contents and surface, because there is one connected proportion of the bodies and of the surfaces containing them. If this was the reason that he wished the cylinder circumscribed about the sphere to be sculptured on his tomb, what would the old Sicilian have done had he discovered that the one connected proportion held in a fivefold respect as to the two bodies? But we have just noticed how easily that follows from his inventions. In much the same way as we have done that, it will not be difficult to discover and demonstrate all the theorems which Take annexes to the Archimedean, and 100 more of the same sort, if necessary. On the algebraic game. I invented the algebraic game about the same time that I did that theory. For when I saw some of my acquaintance, perhaps for half a day, intent on chess, wondering at the close pursuit of trifling, I asked what it was on which they were so closely occupied, and was answered, a delightful exercise of the mind. Turning this over in my thoughts, I wondered why so few applied their minds to mathematics, a pursuit at once so pleasing and so useful. Is it on account of difficulty? But many have great abilities, and decline no toil in trifles. Or is it because it is not a pleasing exercise of the mind? But what discipline or occupation whatsoever, I would ask, could better exercise skill, penetration, sagacity, every faculty of the mind? Are mathematics a game? They are no less agreeable. However, if they were to present themselves in that guise, perhaps those nice fellows, who spend their time in games, might devote themselves to this study. To this was added, the advice of that profound thinker, John Locke, on a similar occasion. I then contrived the following game as an exercise in algebra, with no great reach of mind, I allow, but such as will, I hope, easily be excused in a youth, especially one engaged in other studies. Algebraical problems consist of given equations, which in determinate questions bring out sort quantities equal to a number. But each equation consists of two members, connected by a sign of equality, in each of which are for consideration, first, the sorts, whether they denote given or sort quantities, then, the signs by which they are connected. It is our object, then, to contrive that all these come out, to produce questions from chance, and a game, as well from the formation of the questions as from their solution. On a small board, such as is commonly used for the game of draughts, or of chess, let there be marked out a circle, inscribed in a square, and everything set down as in the adjoining plan, except that in place of black spots there should be holes. We then shall have the table for the game. There should also be provided a slender peg of wood, which could fit in any of the holes. We now shall proceed to explain the use of these. It may be observed that the symbols of calculation are set down at the sides and angles of the squares. Moreover, the sides give signs to the first, the angles to the latter members of equations. The inscribed circle is divided by 16 points into as many equal parts, so that 3 points are directed to each side and angle, but some directly, some obliquely. Those which are directed obliquely to any side or angle are common to the side and angle, but those which directly point to any side belong to no angle, but are referred equally to each adjacent one, and vice versa. Those which are directly pointed towards any angle belong to no side, but are to be considered referable equally to each of the adjacent ones. In forming, then, the question, our attention should be first directed to the point which the peg marks, and the side and angle to which it belongs. These signs should be noted as those which, as we have said, connect the sorts of each member of the equation, then the peg being placed at the letter written at the said point number 1, and that being transferred to the opposite side by means of the direction of right line, as the astrologers do, assigning the reason of names by which feasts are designated, number 2. Then proceeding to the other extremity of the line, as if it were continued through the intermediate ring number 3, and so on, until the letter adjacent to the first point recurs, and so on. Hence descending by the right line to the point terminated in the convexity of the interior circle, fix the peg in either adjacent hole. The number last enumerated will show how many sought quantities, or, which is the same, how many given equations there are in the question. The former members of these are constituted by the unknown quantities taken alternately, and connected with the lateral sign, the latter, by the unknown or known quantities, as may be determined by the letter written at the internal point, connected with the sort by the angular. Moreover, D shows that various sorts of known quantities are to be used, R that only one, F the numeral figures 2, 3, 4, and C, X that the sort quantities are to be repeated. But it is to be observed, in the latter member of each equation no other unknown quantities are set down than those which are found in the first member of the following equation. What has been said will be illustrated by examples. Let us say now, that the peg occupies the hole marked by a star, and the point to which it refers will belong to the side, the sign of which is plus, and to the angle, the sign of which is x, which signs I set down on paper, the lateral on the left, or first, then the angular. Moreover, E is written at the point at which I reckon 1. Thence, but it is allowable of 2 lines to follow the direction of either, proceeding towards the left, I come on A, at which I reckon 2, thence, turning to Z, I reckon 3. Then proceeding across, I meet with E, the letter placed at the first point, at which, reckoning 4, I proceed directly to the interior point marked by the letter D. There will, therefore, be 4 sort quantities in the question, which, connected alternately by the lateral sign plus, will constitute the first members of the given equation. But the latter will be constituted of various known and unknown quantities, on account of D, connected by X, the angular sign, in this way. Wherefore, if we say that the peg is in the preceding hole, so that it will directly be directed to the lateral plus, and we follow the direction of the left line, there will result 3 quantities to be investigated, and the interior point will have the letter F. Whence the number of the given equations, and the signs of the former members of the same, and the species of the latter are determined. But since in this case the point is circumstanced indifferently with respect to the 2 adjacent angles, therefore their signs are to be employed alternately, from which conditions results a question of this kind. But if we say that the peg is to be fixed in the following hole, the peg point should be directed towards plus angular, and will equally have reference to the lateral signs plus and. Then, if you be inclined to take the right path, according to the rules laid down above, the following question will result. But it should first be observed, that the rules laid down admit some variety in the combinations of signs and sorts, whence it is that the point and direction being determined, various questions arise. Secondly, that although we have already said, that a stop should be made at the recurrence of the first letter, that rule, however, can be changed at the will of each, so that we may proceed until A, E, Z, X, successively turn up, or some of them twice, or until we reach some other limit. But we hasten to the game. First, then, let some of the players form a question for himself, according to the method just laid down. The other must do the same, then, by the same rules. So the question of each being made out, each should set himself about the solution of that which chance has given him. Then let each set down a fraction, the numerator of which is to be the number of quantities sought in his problem, and the denominator the number of degrees or equations which, whilst the question was solving, he set down on paper. He is to be the winner whose fraction is the largest. Then, if fugitive quantities elude the eager algebraist, he must be considered to have lost all hope of victory. Nor altogether unreasonably, since it must happen rather by the fault of the selector than by mischance, that the question is undeterminate. As often as in the sport we come to an equation adfected beyond quadratic, there will be no need of a tedious process, or construction by parabola. It is sufficient if an unknown root, its kind being changed, be regarded as known. The solution of all the questions being finished, each should examine the work of the other, for which purpose parchment margins are convenient. As to pledges and fines, each may settle that as he pleases, for I leave these to others. As regards the problems, they are not difficult, for otherwise they would be ill-suited for amusement, but they are of that kind the solution of which will redound to the great advantage of the players whilst they strive to reach the proper path, whilst they, in their minds, run over long trains of consequences, and try to comprehend the whole series of analysis in a very brief glance. Permit me now, excellent youth, briefly to address others, for you, whom the difficulty itself attracts, have no need of an exhorter. I address you, college youths, who have energy of mind, sagacity, and penetration, but are averse from sad seclusion in the study and the lives of those generally called pumps, thinking better to show your talents among your fellow idlers in play and games. You see what a mere game is algebra, and that both chance and science find place in it. Why should you not, then, come to this gaming table? For you need not here dread that which happens in cards, chess, draughts, that whilst some play others stand idly by, for whoever wish to play, can at once play and study, and some, too, make a little money. But I think I hear some one exclaiming in these words, do you think that we can be deceived? We are not to be lured by presenting the appearance of a game, into learning a very difficult science, which must be mastered with great pains. I answer, that algebra is so far difficult as is required for a game, for if you take away all difficulty, you also take away all recreation and amusement. For all plays are so many arts and sciences, nor is there any distinction between this and the others, but that they only regard present gratification, but from this, besides most delightful occupation, other abundant fruits are obtained. But, so far is this from having a pernicious tendency, that he is in every respect praiseworthy, according to the expression of the poet, and has gained every point, who has combined the useful with the agreeable. But what are those fruits which you extol? To enumerate them, mathematics in all their extent, the arts and sciences, advancing civil and military affairs, should be reviewed. For through all these is diffused the wonderful power of algebra. It is styled by all, the great, the wonderful art, the highest pinnacle of human knowledge, the kernel and key of all mathematics, and, by some, the foundation of all sciences. And, indeed, how difficult would it be to assign the limits of algebra, when it has latterly extended to natural philosophy and medicine, and daily sets about the most valuable arguments. That I may pass over other things, in the Philosophical Transactions, number 257, there are algebraic theorems on the certainty of human evidences and traditions, and it may be laid down for certain that wherever greater and less are brought forward, wherever any ratio or proportion can be admitted, their algebra finds a place. But perhaps some one may say, that he cares neither for mathematics, nor for anything treated mathematically. Be it so, let us so far indulge the desire, the ignorance of persons, for I venture to maintain that this contempt proceeds from ignorance of the most exalted pursuits, and, which distinguish us from barbarians. See an essay in English, on the Gardens of Epicurus, by Sir William Temple, Bart. But is there anyone who thinks slightingly of a capacious intellect, a sagacious genius, a sound judgment? If there be anyone so devoid of reason, let him then disregard mathematics, the great importance of which, for forming all the best habits of the mind, is allowed by all. Bacon somewhere, in what he has written concerning the advancement of knowledge, has observed a sort of analogy between the play of handball and mathematics. To wit, as by means of that, besides the pleasure primarily aimed at, we attain other more valuable objects, agility and strength of body, quick-sightedness, so mathematical studies, besides their proper aims and uses, have that collateral one, that they abstract the mind from the senses, sharpen and confirm the talents. The ancients formerly, the wiser of the moderns now, allow this. The efficacy of algebra in rearing the intellectual powers is shown, amongst others, by Descartes, and more at length by Malebranche's Inquiry into Truth, Book Vi, Part I, Chap 5, and Part E, Chap 8, and many other places. And those excellent rules which, in Book Vi, Part E, Chap 1, he lays down to be observed in the solution of questions, and which are so admirable, that an ingenious author considers that an angel could not give better. These angelic rules, I say, seem taken from algebra. Why need I mention others, when John Locke, who, if any one did, knew well all the defects of the human intellect and their remedies, recommends, as infinitely useful, the study of mathematics in general, and of algebra especially, to all raised above the populace. See his posthumous works, pp. 30, 31, 32, and c. Treatise on the Conduct of the Understanding, a small and imperfect work indeed, but which may well be preferred to the vast and elaborate volumes of others. But an author of great name thinks that mathematical pursuits require too severe meditation, and which is less suitable for a man of rank and devoted to pleasure. I answer, as Locke exhorts, that the judgment of the dissentient, Street Evremont, is set against it to no purpose. For he must be regarded an incompetent judge who, as is most probable from his life and writings, had scarcely entered the threshold. But if the bark seem hard and dry, what wonder is it? But that I may state the affair as it is, the best way is that each, making trial of the matter, follow their own judgment. Nor is there reason for raising up great difficulties because the word algebra has I know not what harsh and fearful sound. For anyone can, in the short space of a month, learn the art as far as may be requisite for the game. Having now explained our game and views, I request the mathematical reader to receive candidly these scanty first fruits of my studies, as I will probably produce others better hereafter. For the present other studies engage, which, dry and jejune enough, have taken the place of delightful mathematics. In the meantime do you, excellent youth, accept this rhapsody of trifles as a sort of emblem of regard for yourself. Adieu. Appendix. That anyone may fully comprehend my purpose, I have thought it advisable to place before the view, in the following pages, all the variations of combinations and sorts in the questions which the above stated conditions of playing admit of. But it should be observed, in the first place, that the following formulae, according to the modes of combination and sorts of quantities, but not all according to the number of the given equations, belong to the respective points, for often more than 3 quantities are to be investigated. Secondly, that as all formulae of questions may be had, various limits are to be laid down, otherwise only 2 of the 4 classes can belong to any one point. I call the first point that which is directed to the lateral plus, the second that next to it on the right, and so on. To the reader, I have sometimes regretted too late to have given forth these efforts of my youth, struggling for some knowledge of mathematics only occasionally, and from my own resources. And I would still regret it, but that hence has arisen an occasion of emulation for a noble pair of geniuses, growing up as the hope of the rising generation. Nor do I boast any other claim on the Republic of Letters. Let these things be considered a deprecation of envy, of censure, on account of my rashness, if, indeed, I have given occasion of any. N.B. There is also another variety in the first member of the equations, where the analytic sign is found, that is, if we transpose the sorts. For instance, if in the fourth point we lest anyone should perchance suppose that in our game all possible questions are exhibited by our tables, it should be observed that they are, in fact, enumerable. For these stops can be varied without end, whence arise innumerable questions, in each of which, however, No other methods are to be followed in determining signs, combinations, and sorts, than those which are set forth in the questions alone of each odd number except unit of the quantities sought, and these are accordingly exhibited in the tables which we have given. Commonplace Book, 1709. O.R. Philosophical Commentaries. Oxford Clarendon Press 1901 Text. Contents. Editor's Preface to the Commonplace Book. Commonplace Book. Editor's Preface to the Commonplace Book. Berkeley's Juvenile Commonplace Book is a small quarto volume, in his handwriting, found among the Berkeley manuscripts in possession of the late Archdeacon Rose. It was first published in 1871, in my edition of Berkeley's works. It consists of occasional thoughts, mathematical, physical, ethical, and metaphysical, set down in miscellaneous fashion, for private use, as they arose in the course of his studies at Trinity College, Dublin. They are full of the fervid enthusiasm that was natural to him, and of sanguine expectations of the issue of the prospective authorship for which they record preparations. On the title page is written, G. B. Trin. Dub. Alum, with the date 1705, when he was 20 years of age. The entries are the gradual accumulation of the next 3 years, in one of which the Arithmetica and the Miscellanea Mathematica made their appearance. The new theory of vision, given to the world in 1709, was evidently much in his mind, as well as the sublime conception of the material world in its necessary subordination to the spiritual world, of which he delivered himself in his Book of Principles, in 1710. This disclosure of Berkeley's thoughts about things, in the years preceding the publication of his first essays, is indeed a precious record of the initial struggles of ardent philosophical genius. It places the reader in intimate companionship with him when he was beginning to awake into intellectual and spiritual life. We hear him soliloquizing. We see him trying to translate into reasonableness our crude inherited beliefs about the material world and the natural order of the universe, self-conscious personality, and the universal power or providence, all under the sway of a new determining principle which was taking profound possession of his soul. He finds that he has only to look at the concrete things of sense in the light of this great discovery to see the artificially induced perplexities of the old philosophers disappear, along with their imposing abstractions, which turn out empty words. The thinking is throughout fresh and sincere, sometimes impetuous and one-sided, the outcome of a mind indisposed to take things upon trust, resolved to inquire freely, a rebel against the tyranny of language, morally burdened with the consciousness of a new world-transforming conception, which duty to mankind obliged him to reveal, although his message was sure to offend. Men like to regard things as they have been wont. This new conception of the surrounding world, the impotence of matter, and its subordinate office in the supreme economy must, he foresees, disturb those accustomed to treat outward things as the only realities, and who do not care to ask what constitutes reality. Notwithstanding the ridicule and ill will that his transformed material world was sure to meet with, amongst the many who accept empty words instead of genuine insight, he was resolved to deliver himself of his thoughts through the press, but with the politic conciliation of a persuasive Irish pleader. The Commonplace Book steadily recognizes the adverse influence of one insidious foe. Its world-transforming principle has been obscured by the mist and veil of words. The abstractions of metaphysicians, which poison human language, had to be driven out of the author's mind before he could see the light, and must be driven out of the minds of others before they could be got to see it along with him. The concrete world as realizable only in percipient mind is with difficulty introduced into the vacant place. The chief thing I pretend to is only to remove the mist and veil of words. He exults in the transformed mental scene that then spontaneously rises before him. My speculations have had the same effect upon me as visiting foreign countries. In the end I return where I was before, get my heart at ease, and enjoy myself with more satisfaction. The philosophers lose their abstract matter. The materialists lose their abstract extension. The profane lose their extended deity. Pray, what do the rest of mankind lose? This beneficent revolution seemed to be the issue of a simple recognition of the fact that the true way of regarding the world we see and touch is to regard it as consisting of ideas or phenomena that are presented to human senses, somehow regularly ordered, and the occasions of pleasure or pain to us as we conform to or rebel against the natural order. This is the surrounding universe, at least in its relations to us, and that is all in it that we have to do with. I know not, he says, what is meant by things considered in themselves, i.e., in abstraction. This is nonsense. Thing and idea are words of much about the same extent and meaning. Existence is not conceivable without perception and volition. I only declare the meaning of the word existence, as far as I can comprehend it. In the commonplace book we see the youth at Trinity College forging the weapons which he was soon to direct against the materialism and skepticism of the generation into which he was born. Here are rough drafts, crude hints of intended arguments, probing of unphilosophical mathematicians, even Newton and Descartes, memoranda of facts, more or less relevant, on their way into the essay on vision and the treatise on principles, seeds of the philosophy that was to be gradually unfolded in his life and in his books. We watch the intrepid thinker, notwithstanding the inexperience of youth, more disposed to give battle to mathematicians and metaphysicians than to submit even provisionally to any human authority. It does not seem that his scholarship or philosophical learning was extensive. Descartes, Malebranche, and Locke were his intimates. Hobbes and Spinoza were not unknown to him. Newton and some lesser lights among the mathematicians are often confronted. He is more rarely in company with the ancients or the medievalists. No deep study of Aristotle appears, and there is even a disposition to disparage Plato. He seeks for his home in the new philosophy of experience, without anticipations of Kant, as the critic of what is presupposed in the scientific reliability of any experience, against whom his almost blind zeal against abstractions would have set him at this early stage. Pure intellect I understand not at all, is one of his entries. He asks himself, what becomes of the aeternae veritates? And his reply is, they vanish. When he tells himself that, we must with the mob place certainty in the senses, the words are apt to suggest that the senses are our only source of knowledge, but I suppose his meaning is that the senses must be trustworthy, as the mob assume. Yet occasionally he uses language which looks like an anticipation of David Hume, as when he calls mind a congeries of perceptions. Take away perceptions, he adds, and you take away mind. Put the perceptions and you put the mind. The understanding seemeth not to differ from its perceptions and ideas. He seems unconscious of the total skepticism which such expressions, when strictly interpreted, are found to involve. But after all, the reader must not apply rigorous rules of interpretation to random entries or provisional memoranda, meant only for private use, by an enthusiastic student who was preparing to produce books. I have followed the manuscript of the commonplace book, omitting a few repetitions of thought in the same words. Here and there Berkeley's writing is almost obliterated and difficult to decipher, apparently through accident by water in the course of his travels, when, as he mentions long after in one of his letters, several of his manuscripts were lost and others were injured. The letters of the alphabet which are interpreted on the first page, and prefixed on the margin to some of the entries, may so far help to bring the apparent chaos of entries under a few articulate heads. I have added some annotations here and there as they happen to occur, and these might have been multiplied indefinitely had space permitted. Commonplace Book. I equals Introduction. M equals Matter. P equals Primary and Secondary Qualities. E equals Existence. T equals Time. S equals Soul, Spirit. G equals God. Mo equals Moral Philosophy. N equals Natural Philosophy. Q, if there be not two kinds of visible extension, one perceived by a composite view, the other by a distinct successive direction of the optic axis to each point. I, no general ideas. The contrary a cause of mistake or confusion in mathematics, and c. This to be intimated in ye introduction. The principle may be applied to the difficulties of conservation, cooperation, and c. N. Trifling for the natural philosophers to inquire the cause of magnetical attractions, and c. They only search after coexisting ideas. M. P. Quocunque in scriptura militant adversis Copernicum, militant pro me. M. P. All things in the scripture wch side with the vulgar against the learned, side with me also. I side in all things with the mob. M. I know there is a mighty sect of men will oppose me, but yet I may expect to be supported by those whose minds are not so far overgrown wth madness. These are far the greatest part of mankind, especially moralists, divines, politicians, in a word, all but mathematicians and natural philosophers. I mean only the hypothetical gentlemen. Experimental philosophers have nothing whereat to be offended in me. Newton begs his principles. I demonstrate mine. I must be very particular in explaining what is meant by things existing in houses, chambers, fields, caves, and c. Wn not perceived as well as Wn perceived, and show how the vulgar notion agrees with mine, when we narrowly inspect into the meaning and definition of the word existence. Wh is no simple idea, distinct from perceiving and being perceived. The Schulmen have noble subjects, but handle them ill. The mathematicians have trifling subjects, but reason admirably about them. Certainly their method and arguing are excellent. God knows how far our knowledge of intellectual beings may be enlarged from the principles. M. The reverse of the principle I take to have been the chief source of all that skepticism and folly, all those contradictions and inextricable puzzling absurdities, that have in all ages been a reproach to human reason, as well as of that idolatry, whether of images or of gold, that blinds the greatest part of the world, and that shameful immorality that turns us into beasts. Vixit and Foot. Ousia, the name for substance, used by Aristotle, the Fathers, and c. If at the same time we shall make the mathematiques much more easy and much more accurate, Wt can be objected to us. We need not force our imagination to conceive such very small lines for infinitesimals. They may every whit as well be imagined big as little, since that the integer must be infinite. Evident that Wch has an infinite number of parts must be infinite. We cannot imagine a line or space infinitely great, therefore absurd to talk or make propositions about it. We cannot imagine a line, space, and c. Quavis lato majus. Since yt what we imagine must be datum liquid, a thing can't be greater than itself. If you call infinite that Wch is greater than any assignable by another, then I say, in that sense there may be an infinite square, sphere, or any other figure, Wch is absurd. Q. If extension be resoluble into points it does not consist of. No reasoning about things whereof we have no ideas, therefore no reasoning about infinitesimals. No word to be used without an idea. S. If uneasiness be necessary to set the will at work, Q. How shall we will in heaven? Bales, Malbranches, and c. Arguments do not seem to prove against space, but only against bodies. M. P. I agree in nothing wth the Cartesians as to ye existence of bodies and qualities. Aristotle as good a man as Euclid, but he was allowed to have been mistaken. Lines not proper for demonstration. M. We see the house itself, the church itself, it being an idea and nothing more. The house itself, the church itself, is an idea, i.e. an object, immediate object, of thought. Instead of injuring, our doctrine much benefits geometry. Existence is percipi, or percipere, or vel, i.e. a gear. The horse is in the stable, the books are in the study as before. N. In physiques I have a vast view of things soluble hereby, but have not leisure. N. Hypes and such like unaccountable things confirm my doctrine. Angle not well defined. See Pardy's Geometry, by Harris, and c. This one ground of trifling. N. One idea not the cause of another, one power not the cause of another. The cause of all natural things is onely God. Hence trifling to inquire after second causes. This doctrine gives a most suitable idea of the divinity. N. Absurd to study astronomy and other the like doctrines as speculative sciences. N. The absurd account of memory by the brain, and C. Makes for me. How was light created before man? Even so were bodies created before man. E. Impossible anything besides that WCH thinks and is thought on should exist. That WCH is visible cannot be made up of invisible things. MS is that wherein there are not contained distinguishable sensible parts. Now how can that WCH hath not sensible parts be divided into sensible parts? If you say it may be divided into insensible parts, I say these are nothings. Extension abstract from sensible qualities is no sensation, I grant, but then there is no such idea, as any one may try. There is only a considering the number of points without the sort of them, and this makes more for me, since it must be in a considering thing. Mem. Before I have shown the distinction between visible and tangible extension, I must not mention them as distinct. I must not mention M, T, and M, V, but in general M, S, and C, Q, whether M, V be of any color, or M, T, of any tangible quality. If visible extension be the object of geometry, 'tis that which is surveyed by the optic axis. P. I may say the pain is in my finger, and C. according to my doctrine. Mem. Nicely to discuss WT is meant when we say a line consists of a certain number of inches or points, and C. a circle of a certain number of square inches, points, and C. Certainly we may think of a circle, or have its idea in our mind, without thinking of points or square inches, and C, whereas it should seem the idea of a circle is not made up of the ideas of points, square inches, and C. Q. Is any more than this meant by the foregoing expressions, viz., that squares or points may be perceived in or made out of a circle, and C, or that squares, points, and C, are actually in it, i.e. are perceivable in it. A line in abstract, or distance, is the number of points between two points. There is also distance between a slave and an emperor, between a peasant and philosopher, between a dram and a pound, a farthing and a crown, and C, in all which distance signifies the number of intermediate ideas. Halley's doctrine about the proportion between infinitely great quantities vanishes. When men speak of infinite quantities, either they mean finite quantities, or else talk of that whereof they have no idea, both which are absurd. If the disputations of the Schulman are blamed for intricacy, triflingness, and confusion, yet it must be acknowledged that in the main they treated of great and important subjects. If we admire the method and acuteness of the mathematicians, the length, the subtlety, the exactness of the demonstrations, we must nevertheless be forced to grant that they are for the most part about trifling subjects, and perhaps mean nothing at all. Motion on 2D thoughts seems to be a simple idea. P. Motion distinct from ye thing moved is not conceivable. N. Mem. To take notice of Newton for defining it, motion, also of Locke's wisdom in leaving it undefined. Ut ordo partium temporis est immutabilis, sin etiam ordo partium spati. Moventa he de loci sui, a movebuncher, ut ita dicum, de sipsis. Truly number is immensurable, that we will allow with Newton. P. Ask a Cartesian whether he is wont to imagine his globules without color. Pellucidness is a color. The color of ordinary light of the sun is white. Newton in the right in assigning colors to the rays of light. A man born blind would not imagine space as we do. We give it always some dilute, or duskish, or dark color. In short, we imagine it as visible, or intromitted by the eye. WCH he would not do. N. Pro in vim inferunt sacris literis qui vocis has, version tempus, spatium, motus, de quantitatibus mensuratis ibi interpretantia. Newton. N. I differ from Newton, in that I think the recession ab ax motus is not the effect, or index, or measure of motion, but of the vis impressa. It sheweth not WT is truly moved, but WT has the force impressed on it, or rather that WCH hath an impressed force. d and p are not proportional in all circles. dd is to 1/4 dp as d to p, 4. But d and p, 4 are not in the same proportion in all circles. Hence, 'tis nonsense to seek the terms of one general proportion whereby to rectify all peripheries, or of another whereby to square all circles. b. If the circle be squared arithmetically, 'tis squared geometrically, arithmetic or numbers being nothing but lines and proportions of lines when applied to geometry. Mem. To remark Cheney and his doctrine of infinites. Extension, motion, time, do each of them include the idea of succession, and so far forth they seem to be of mathematical consideration. Number consisting in succession and distinct perception, WCH also consists in succession, for things at once perceived are jumbled and mixed together in the mind. Time and motion cannot be conceived without succession, and extension, qua mathemat, cannot be conceived but as consisting of parts. WCH may be distinctly and successively perceived. Extension perceived at once and in confuso does not belong to math. The simple idea called power seems obscure, or rather none at all, but only the relation, twixt cause and effect. When I ask whether A can move B, if A be an intelligent thing, I mean no more than whether the volition of A that B move be attended with the motion of B. If A be senseless, whether the impulse of A against B be followed by ye motion of B. Barrow's arguing against indivisibles, lect. I, is a petitio principi, for the demonstration of Archimedes supposeth the circumference to consist of more than 24 points. Moreover, it may perhaps be necessary to suppose the divisibility ad infinitum, in order to demonstrate that the radius is equal to the side of the hexagon. Show me an argument against indivisibles that does not go on some false supposition. A great number of insensibles, or thus, two invisibles, say you, put together become visible, therefore that V contains or is made up of invisibles. I answer, the V does not comprise, is not composed of, invisibles. All the matter amounts to this, viz. Whereas I had no idea a while ago, I have an idea now. It remains for you to prove that I came by the present idea because there were two invisibles added together. I say the invisibles are nothings, cannot exist, include a contradiction. I am young, I am an upstart, I am a pretender, I am vain. Very well, I shall endeavor patiently to bear up under the most lessening, vilifying appellations the pride and rage of man can devise. But one thing I know I am not guilty of. I do not pin my faith on the sleeve of any great man. I act not out of prejudice or prepossession. I do not adhere to any opinion because it is an old one, a revived one, a fashionable one, or one that I have spent much time in the study and cultivation of. Sense rather than reason or demonstration ought to be employed about lines and figures, these being things sensible, for as for those you call insensible, we have proved them to be nonsense, nothing. If in some things I differ from a philosopher I profess to admire, 'tis for that very thing on account whereof I admire him, namely, the love of truth. This and see, whenever my reader finds me talk very positively, I desire he'd not take it ill. I see no reason why certainty should be confined to the mathematicians. I say there are no incommensurables, no surds. I say the side of any square may be assigned in numbers. Say you assign unto me the side of the square 10. I ask WT 10 to 10 feet, inches, and C, or 10 points. If the later, I deny there is any such square, 'tis impossible 10 points should compose a square. If the former, resolve ye 10 square inches, feet, and C, into points, and the number of points must necessarily be a square number whose side is easily assignable. A mean proportional cannot be found betwixt any two given lines. It can only be found betwixt those the numbers of whose points multiplied together produce a square number. Thus betwixt a line of 2 inches and a line of 5 inches a mean geometrical cannot be found, except the number of points contained in 2 inches multiplied by ye number of points contained in 5 inches make a square number. If the wit and industry of the Nihilarians were employed about the useful and practical mathematics, what advantage had it brought to mankind? M.E. You ask me whether the books are in the study now, when no one is there to see them. I answer, yes. You ask me, are we not in the wrong for imagining things to exist when they are not actually perceived by the senses? I answer, number. The existence of our ideas consists in being perceived, imagined, thought on. Whenever they are imagined or thought on, they do exist. Whenever they are mentioned or discoursed of, they are imagined and thought on. Therefore you can at no time ask me whether they exist or no, but by reason of YT very question they must necessarily exist. But, say you, then a chimera does exist. I answer, it doth in one sense, i.e. it is imagined. But it must be well noted that existence is vulgarly restrained to actual perception, and that I use the word existence in a larger sense than ordinary. N.B. According to my doctrine all things are entier rationis, i.e. solem habent esse in intellectum. According to my doctrine all are not entier rationis. The distinction between ens rationis and ens real is kept up by it as well as any other doctrine. You ask me whether there can be an infinite idea. I answer, in one sense there may. Thus the visual sphere, though ever so small, is infinite, i.e. has no end. But if by infinite you mean an extension consisting of innumerable points, then I ask ye pardon. Points, though never so many, may be numbered. The multitude of points, or feet, inches, and hinders not their numberableness, i.e. hinders not their being numerable, in the least. Many or most innumerable, as well as few or least. Also, if by infinite idea you mean an idea too great to be comprehended or perceived all at once, you must excuse me. I think such an infinite is no less than a contradiction. The silliness of the current doctrine makes much for me. They commonly suppose a material world, figures, motions, bulks of various sizes, and according to their own confession to no purpose. All our sensations may be, and sometimes actually are, without them, nor can men so much as conceive it possible they should concur in any wise to the production of them. Ask a man, I mean a philosopher, why he supposes this vast structure, this compages of bodies. He shall be at a stand. He'll not have one word to say. WCH sufficiently shows the folly of the hypothesis. Or rather why he supposes all least matter. For bodies and their qualities I do allow to exist independently of our mind. How is the soul distinguished from its ideas? Certainly if there were no sensible ideas there could be no soul, no perception, remembrance, love, fear, and no faculty could be exerted. The soul is the will, properly speaking, and as it is distinct from ideas. The grand puzzling question, whether I sleep or wake, easily solved. Whether minima or mere minima may not be compared by their sooner or later evanescence, as well as by more or less points, so that one sensible may be greater than another, though it exceeds it not by 1 point. Circles on several radiuses are not similar figures, they having neither all nor any an infinite number of sides. Hence in vain to inquire after 2 terms of one and ye same proportion that should constantly express the reason of the d to the p in all circles. To remark Wallace's harangue, that the aforesaid proportion can neither be expressed by rational numbers nor surds. We can no more have an idea of length without breadth or visibility, than of a general figure. One idea may be like another idea, though they contain no common simple idea. Thus the simple idea red is in some sense like the simple idea blue, 'tis liquor it than sweet or shrill. But then those ideas WCH are so said to be alike, agree both in their connection with another simple idea, viz., extension, and in their being received by one and the same sense. But, after all, nothing can be like an idea but an idea. No sharing betwixt God and nature or second causes in my doctrine. Materialists must allow the earth to be actually moved by the attractive power of every stone that falls from the air, with many other the like absurdities. Inquire concerning the pendulum clock, and whether those inventions of Huygens, and c. be attained to by my doctrine. The and c. of time are to be cast away and neglected, as so many naughts or nothings. Mem. To make experiments concerning minimums and their colors, whether they have any or no, and whether they can be of that green WCH seems to be compounded of yellow and blue. S. Chew. Whether it were not better not to call the operations of the mind ideas, confining this term to things sensible. E. Mem. Diligently to set forth how that many of the ancient philosophers run into so great absurdities as even to deny the existence of motion, and of those other things they perceived actually by their senses. This sprung from their not knowing what existence was, and wherein it consisted. This the source of all their folly. 'Tis on the discovering of the nature and meaning and import of existence that I chiefly insist. This puts a wide difference betwixt the skeptics and me. This I think wholly new. I am sure this is new to me. We have learned from Mr. Locke that there may be, and that there are, several glib, coherent, methodical discourses, which nevertheless amount to just nothing. This by him intended with relation to the showman. We may apply it to the mathematicians. Chew. How can all words be said to stand for ideas? The word blue stands for a color without any extension, or abstract from extension. But we have not an idea of color without extension. We cannot imagine color without extension. Locke seems wrongly to assign a double use of words, one for communicating and the other for recording our thoughts. 'Tis absurd to use words for recording our thoughts to ourselves, or in our private meditations. No one abstract simple idea like another. Two simple ideas may be connected with one and the same 3D simple idea, or be intromitted by one and the same sense. But coincided in themselves they can have nothing common, and consequently no likeness. Chew. How can there be any abstract ideas of colors? It seems not so easily as of tastes or sounds. But then all ideas whatsoever are particular. I can by no means conceive an abstract general idea. 'Tis one thing to abstract one concrete idea from another of a different kind, and another thing to abstract an idea from all particulars of the same kind. Mem. Much to recommend and approve of experimental philosophy. S. What means cause as distinguished from occasion? Nothing but a being WCH wills, when the effect follows the volition. Those things that happen from without we are not the cause of. Therefore there is some other cause of them, i.e. there is a being that wills these perceptions in us. S. It should be said, nothing but a will, a being which wills being unintelligible. One square cannot be double of another. Hence the Pythagorean theorem is false. Some writers of catoptrics absurd enough to place the apparent place of the object in the Barrovian case behind the eye. Blue and yellow checkers still diminishing terminate in green. This may help to prove the composition of green. There is in green two foundations of two relations of likeness to blue and yellow. Therefore green is compounded. A mixed cause will produce a mixed effect. Therefore colors are all compounded that we see. Mem. To consider Newton's two sorts of green. N.B. My abstract and general doctrines ought not to be condemned by the Royal Society. 'Tis W.T. their meeting did ultimately intend. V. Spratt's History S. R. Mem. To premise a definition of idea. I. Mo. The two great principles of morality, the being of a God and the freedom of man. Those to be handled in the beginning of the second book. Subvertitur geometria ut non practica sed speculativa. Archimedes' proposition about squaring the circle has nothing to do with circumferences containing less than 96 points, and if the circumference contain 96 points it may be applied, but nothing will follow against indivisibles. V. Barrow. Those curved lines that you can rectify geometrically. Compare them with their equal right lines and by a microscope you shall discover an inequality. Hence my squaring of the circle as good and exact as the best. Chew. Whether the substance of body or anything else be any more than the collection of concrete ideas included in that thing. Thus the substance of any particular body is extension, solidity, figure. Of general abstract body we can have no idea. Mem. Most carefully to inculcate and set forth that the endeavoring to express abstract philosophic thoughts by words unavoidably runs a man into difficulties. This to be done in the introduction. Mem. To endeavor most accurately to understand what is meant by this axiom, quae sibi mutuo congruent equalia sunt. Q. What the geometers mean by equality of lines, and whether, according to their definition of equality, a curved line can possibly be equal to a right line. If WTH me you call those lines equal WCH contain an equal number of points, then there will be no difficulty. That curve is equal to a right line WCH contains the same points as the right one doth. M. I take not away substances. I ought not to be accused of discarding substance out of the reasonable world. I only reject the philosophic sense, WCH in effect is no sense, of the word substance. Ask a man not tainted with their jargon WT he means by corporeal substance, or the substance of body. He shall answer, bulk, solidity, and such like sensible qualities. These I retain. The philosophic nec quid, nec quantum, nec quale, whereof I have no idea, I discard, if a man may be said to discard that which never had any being, was never so much as imagined or conceived. M. In short, be not angry. You lose nothing, whether real or chimerical. WT ever you can in any wise conceive or imagine, be it never so wild, so extravagant, and absurd, much good may it do you. You may enjoy it for me. I'll never deprive you of it. N. B. I am more for reality than any other philosophers. They make 1,000 doubts, and know not certainly but we may be deceived. I assert the direct contrary. A line in the sense of mathematicians is not mere distance. This evident in that there are curved lines. Curves perfectly incomprehensible, inexplicable, absurd, except we allow points. If men look for a thing where it's not to be found, be they never so sagacious, it is lost labor. If a simple clumsy man knows where the game lies, he though a fool shall catch it sooner than the most fleet and dexterous that seek it elsewhere. Men choose to hunt for truth and knowledge anywhere rather than in their own understanding, where 'tis to be found. M. All knowledge only about ideas. Locke. B. 4. C. 1. S. It seems improper, and liable to difficulties, to make the word person stand for an idea, or to make ourselves ideas, or thinking things ideas. Abstract ideas cause of much trifling and mistake. Mathematicians seem not to speak clearly and coherently of equality. They nowhere define WT they mean by that word when applied to lines. Locke says the modes of simple ideas, besides extension and number, are counted by degrees. I deny there are any modes or degrees of simple ideas. What he terms such are complex ideas, as I have proved. WT do the mathematicians mean by considering curves as polygons. Either they are polygons or they are not. If they are, why do they give them the name of curves? Why do not they constantly call them polygons, and treat them as such? If they are not polygons, I think it absurd to use polygons in their stead. WT is this but to pervert language, to adapt an idea to a name that belongs not to it but to a different idea. The mathematicians should look to their axiom, quae congruent sunt equalia. I know not what they mean by bidding me put one triangle on another. The under triangle is no triangle, nothing at all, it not being perceived. I ask, must sight be judge of this congruentia or not? If it must, then all lines seen under the same angle are equal, WCH they will not acknowledge. Must the touch be judge? But we cannot touch or feel lines and surfaces, such as triangles, and see, according to the mathematicians themselves. Much less can we touch a line or triangle that's covered by another line or triangle. Do you mean by saying one triangle is equal to another, that they both take up equal spaces? But then the question recurs, what mean you by equal spaces? If you mean spatia congruentia, answer the above difficulty truly. I can mean, for my part, nothing else by equal triangles than triangles containing equal numbers of points. I can mean nothing by equal lines but lines WCH. 'Tis indifferent whether of them I take. Lines in WCH I observe by my senses no difference, and WCH therefore have the same name. Must the imagination be judge in the aforementioned cases? But then imagination cannot go beyond the touch and sight. Say you, pure intellect must be judge. I reply that lines and triangles are not operations of the mind. If I speak positively and with the air of a mathematician in things of which I am certain, 'tis to avoid disputes, to make men careful to think before they answer, to discuss my arguments before they go to refute them. I would by no means injure truth and certainty by an affected modesty and submission to better judgments. I lay before you are undoubted theorems, not plausible conjectures of my own, nor learned opinions of other men. I pretend not to prove them by figures, analogy, or authority. Let them stand or fall by their own evidence. When you speak of the corpuscularian essences of bodies, to reflect on sect 11 and 12, b. 4, c. 3, Locke, motion supposes not solidity. A mere colored extension may give us the idea of motion. p. Any subject can have of each sort of primary qualities but one particular at once. Lib. 4. c. 3. s. 15. Locke, m. Well, say you, according to this new doctrine, all is but mere idea. There is nothing. WCH is not an ens rationis. I answer, things are as real, and exist in rerum natura, as much as ever. The difference between entia realia and entia rationis may be made as properly now as ever. Do but think before you speak. Endeavor rightly to comprehend my meaning, and you'll agree with me in this. Fruitless the distinction, twixt real and nominal essences. We are not acquainted with the meaning of our words. Real, extension, existence, power, matter, lines, infinite, point, and many more are frequently in our mouths, when little, clear, and determined answers them in our understandings. This must be well inculcated. Vain is the distinction, twixt intellectual and material world. V. Locke, Lib. 4. c. 3. s. 27, where he says that is far more beautiful than this. Foolish in men to despise the senses. If it were not for them the mind could have no knowledge, no thought at all. Of introversion, meditation, contemplation, and spiritual acts, as if these could be exerted before we had ideas from without by the senses, are manifestly absurd. This may be of great use in that it makes the happiness of the life to come more conceivable and agreeable to our present nature. The showmen and refiners in philosophy gave the greatest part of mankind no more tempting idea of heaven or the joys of the blessed. The vast, widespread, universal cause of our mistakes is, that we do not consider our own notions. I mean consider them in themselves, fix, settle, and determine them, we regarding them with relation to each other only. In short, we are much out in studying the relations of things before we study them absolutely and in themselves. Thus we study to find out the relations of figures to one another, the relations also of number, without endeavoring rightly to understand the nature of extension and number in themselves. This we think is of no concern, of no difficulty, but if I mistake not, 'tis of the last importance. I allow not of the distinction there is made, twixt profit and pleasure. I'd never blame a man for acting upon interest. He's a fool that acts on any other principles. The not considering these things has been of ill consequence in morality. My positive assertions are no less modest than those that are introduced with, it seems to me, I suppose, and see, since I declare, once for all, that all I write or think is entirely about things as they appear to me. It concerns no man else any further than his thoughts agree with mine. This in the preface. Two things are apt to confound men in their reasonings one with another. First, words signifying the operations of the mind are taken from sensible ideas. 2 ndly. Words as used by the vulgar are taken in some latitude, their signification is confused. Hence if a man use words in a determined, settled signification, he is at a hazard either of not being understood, or of speaking improperly. All this remedied by studying the understanding. Unity no simple idea. I have no idea merely answering the word one. All number consists in relations. Entia realia a entia rationis, a foolish distinction of the Schulman. M.P. We have an intuitive knowledge of the existence of other things besides ourselves and order, Praestanius. To the knowledge of our own existence, in that we must have ideas or else we cannot think. S. We move our legs ourselves. 'Tis we that will their movement. Herein I differ from Malebranche. Mo. Mem. Nicely to discuss lib. 4. C. 4. Locke. M. Mem. Again and again to mention and illustrate the doctrine of the reality of things, rerum natura, and c. M. Wt. I say is demonstration, perfect demonstration. Wherever men have fixed and determined ideas annexed to their words they can hardly be mistaken. Stick but to my definition of likeness, and 'tis a demonstration yt colors are not simple ideas, all reds being like, and c. So also in other things. This to be heartily insisted on. E. The abstract idea of being or existence is never thought of by the vulgar. They never use those words standing for abstract ideas. M. I must not say the words thing, substance, and c. have been the cause of mistakes, but the not reflecting on their meaning. I will be still for retaining the words. I only desire that men would think before they speak, and settle the meaning of their words. Mo. I approve not of that which Locke says, viz. Truth consists in the joining and separating of signs. Locke cannot explain general truth or knowledge without treating of words and propositions. This makes for me against abstract general ideas. Vide Locke, lib. 4. Ch. 6. Men have been very industrious in traveling forward. They have gone a great way. But none have gone backward beyond the principles. On that side there lies much terra incognita to be travelled over and discovered by me. A vast field for invention. 12 inches not the same idea with a foot. Because a man may perfectly conceive a foot who never thought of an inch. A foot is equal to or the same with 12 inches in this respect, viz. They contain both the same number of points. For as much as, to be used. Mem. To mention somewhat WCH may encourage the study of politics, and testify of me yt I am well disposed toward them. If men did not use words for ideas they would never have thought of abstract ideas. Certainly genera and species are not abstract general ideas. Abstract ideas include a contradiction in their nature. Vide Locke, lib. 4. C. 7. S. 9. A various or mixed cause must necessarily produce a various or mixed effect. This demonstrable from the definition of a cause, which way of demonstrating must be frequently made use of in my treatise, and to that end definitions often premised. Hence, 'tis evident that, according to Newton's doctrine, colors cannot be simple ideas. I am the farthest from skepticism of any man. I know with an intuitive knowledge the existence of other things as well as my own soul. This is W.T. Locke nor scarce any other thinking philosopher will pretend to. Doctrine of abstraction of very evil consequence in all the sciences. Mem. Barrow's remark. Entirely owing to language. Locke greatly out in reckoning the recording our ideas by words amongst the uses and not the abuses of language. Of great use and ye last importance to contemplate a man put into the world alone, with admirable abilities, and see how after long experience he would know out words. Such a one would never think of genera and species or abstract general ideas. Wonderful in Locke that he could, when advanced in years, see it all through, a mist, it had been so long a gathering, and was consequently thick. This more to be admired than yt he did not see farther. Identity of ideas may be taken in a double sense, either as including or excluding identity of circumstances, such as time, place, and sea. Mo. I am glad the people I converse with are not all richer, wiser, and see, than I. This is agreeable to reason, is no sin. 'Tis certain that if the happiness of my acquaintance increases, and mine not proportionably, mine must decrease. The not understanding this and the doctrine about relative good, discussed with French, Madden, and C. to be noticed as two causes of mistake in judging of moral matters. Mem. To observe, when you talk of the division of ideas into simple and complex, that there may be another cause of the undefinableness of certain ideas besides that which Locke gives, viz. the want of names. Mem. To begin the first book not with mention of sensation and reflection, but instead of sensation to use perception or thought in general. I defy any man to imagine or conceive perception without an idea, or an idea without perception. Locke's very supposition that matter and motion should exist before thought is absurd, includes a manifest contradiction. Locke's harangue about coherent, methodical discourses amounting to nothing, applied to the mathematicians. They talk of determining all the points of a curve by an equation. What mean they by this? What would they signify by the word points? Do they stick to the definition of Euclid? We think we know not the soul, because we have no imaginable or sensible idea annexed to that sound. This the effect of prejudice. Certainly we do not know it. This will be plain if we examine what we mean by the word knowledge. Neither doth this argue any defect in our knowledge, no more than our not knowing a contradiction. The very existence of ideas constitutes the soul. Consciousness, perception, existence of ideas, seem to be all one. Consult, ransack your understanding. Find you there besides several perceptions or thoughts. Mean you by the word mind. You must mean something that you perceive, or you do not perceive. A thing not perceived is a contradiction. To mean, also, a thing you do not perceive is a contradiction. We are in all this matter strangely abused by words. Mind is a congeries of perceptions. Take away perceptions and you take away the mind. Put the perceptions and you put the mind. Say you, the mind is not the perception, not that thing which perceives. I answer, you are abused by the words, that a thing. These are vague and empty words with us. The having ideas is not the same thing with perception. A man may have ideas when he only imagines. But then this imagination presupposeth perception. That extremely strengthens us in prejudice is we think we see an empty space, which I shall demonstrate to be false in the third book. There may be demonstrations used even in divinity. I mean in revealed theology, as contradistinguished from natural, for though the principles may be founded in faith, yet this hinders not but that legitimate demonstrations might be built thereon, provided still that we define the words we use, and never go beyond our ideas. Hence, 'twere no very hard matter for those who hold episcopacy or monarchy to be established jure divino to demonstrate the doctrines if they are true. But to pretend to demonstrate or reason anything about the Trinity is absurd. Here an implicit faith becomes us. True. If there be any real difference betwixt certain ideas of reflection and others of sensation, e.g. betwixt perception and white, black, sweet, and sea. Wherein, I pray you, does the perception of white differ from white men? I shall demonstrate all my doctrines. The nature of demonstration to be set forth and insisted on in the introduction. In that I must needs differ from Locke, forasmuch as he makes all demonstration to be about abstract ideas, I say we have not nor can have. The understanding seemeth not to differ from its perceptions or ideas. What must one think of the will and passions? A good proof that existence is nothing without or distinct from perception, may be drawn from considering a man put into the world without company. There was a smell, i.e. there was a smell perceived. Thus we see that common speech confirms my doctrine. No broken intervals of death or annihilation. Those intervals are nothing, each person's time being measured to him by his own ideas. We are frequently puzzled and at a loss in obtaining clear and determined meanings of words commonly in use, and that because we imagine words stand for abstract general ideas which are altogether inconceivable. A stone is a stone. This a nonsensical proposition, and such as the solitary man would never think on. Nor do I believe he would ever think on this, the whole is equal to its parts, and let it not be said that I take away existence. I only declare the meaning of the word, so far as I can comprehend it. If you take away abstraction, how do men differ from beasts? I answer, by shape, by language. Rather by degrees of more and less. Wt means Locke by inferences in words, consequences of words, as something different from consequences of ideas. I conceive no such thing. Much complaint about the imperfection of language. But perhaps some man may say, an inert thoughtless substance may exist, though not extended, moved, and but with other properties whereof we have no idea. But even this I shall demonstrate to be impossible, when I come to treat more particularly of existence. Will not rightly distinguish it from desire by Locke, it seeming to superadd nothing to the idea of an action, but the uneasiness for its absence or non-existence. To inquire diligently into that strange mystery, viz. How it is that I can cast about, think of this or that man, place, action, nothing appears to introduce them into my thoughts, they have no perceivable connection with the ideas suggested by my senses at the present. 'Tis not to be imagined a marvelous emptiness and scarcity of ideas that man shall descry who will lay aside all use of words in his meditations. Incongruous in Locke to fancy we want a sense proper to see substances with. Locke owns that abstract ideas were made in order to naming. The common error of the opticians, that we judge of distance by angles, strengthens men in their prejudice that they see things without and distant from their mind. I am persuaded, would men but examine what they mean by the word existence, they would agree with me. C. 20. S. 8. B. 4. Of Locke makes for me against the mathematicians. The supposition that things are distinct from ideas takes away all real truth, and consequently brings in a universal skepticism, since all our knowledge and contemplation is confined barely to our own ideas. Whether the solitary man would not find it necessary to make use of words to record his ideas, if not in memory or meditation, yet at least in writing, without which he could scarce retain his knowledge. We read in history there was a time when fears and jealousies, privileges of parliament, malignant party, and such like expressions of too unlimited and doubtful a meaning, were words of much sway. Also the words church, Whig, Tory, and contribute very much to faction and dispute. The distinguishing betwixt an idea and perception of the idea has been one great cause of imagining material substances. That God and blessed spirits have will is a manifest argument against Locke's proofs that the will cannot be conceived, put into action, without a previous uneasiness. The act of the will, or volition, is not uneasiness, for that uneasiness may be without volition. Volition is distinct from the object or idea for the same reason. Also from uneasiness and idea together. The understanding not distinct from particular perceptions or ideas. The will not distinct from particular volitions. It is not so very evident that an idea, or at least uneasiness, may be without all volition or act. The understanding taken for a faculty is not really distinct from ye will. This allowed hereafter. To ask whether a man can will either side is an absurd question, for the word can presupposes volition. Anima mundi, substantial form, omniscient radical heat, plastic virtue, hylacic principle, all these vanish. Newton proves that gravity is proportional to gravity. I think that's all. Whether it be the vis inertiae that makes it difficult to move a stone, or the vis attractivae, or both, or neither. Mem. To express the doctrines as fully and copiously and clearly as may be. Also to be full and particular in answering objections. S. To say ye will is a power, therefore, volition is an act. This is idem per idem. WT makes men despise extension, motion, and see, and separate them from the essence of the soul, is that they imagine them to be distinct from thought, and to exist in unthinking substance. An extended may have passive modes of thinking good actions. There might be idea, there might be uneasiness, there might be the greatest uneasiness without any volition, therefore the matter once allowed, I defy any man to prove that God is not matter. Man is free. There is no difficulty in this proposition, if we but settle the signification of the word free, if we had an idea annexed to the word free, and would but contemplate that idea. We are imposed on by the words will, determine, agent, free, can, and see. Uneasiness precedes not every volition. This evident by experience. Trace an infant in the womb. Mark the train and succession of its ideas. Observe how volition comes into the mind. This may perhaps acquaint you with its nature. Complacency seems rather to determine, or precede, or coincide WTH and constitute the essence of volition, than uneasiness. You tell me, according to my doctrine a man is not free. I answer, tell me WT you mean by the word free, and I shall resolve you. Chew. WT do men mean when they talk of one body's touching another? I say you never saw one body touch, or, rather, I say, I never saw one body that I could say touched this or that other, for that if my optics were improved, I should see intervals and other bodies behind those WHCH now seem to touch. Mem. Upon all occasions to use the utmost modesty, to confute the mathematicians WTH the utmost civility and respect, not to style them Nihilarians, and c. N.B. To reign in ye satirical nature. Blame me not if I use my words sometimes in some latitude. 'Tis WT cannot be helped. 'Tis the fault of language that you cannot always apprehend the clear and determinate meaning of my words. Say you, there might be a thinking substance, something unknown, WCH perceives, and supports, and ties together the ideas. Say I, make it appear there is any need of it and you shall have it for me. I care not to take away anything I can see the least reason to think should exist. I affirm, 'tis manifestly absurd, no excuse in the world can be given why a man should use a word without an idea. Certainly we shall find that whatever word we make use of in matter of pure reasoning has, or ought to have, a complete idea, annexed to it, i.e. its meaning, or the sense we take it in, must be completely known. 'Tis demonstrable a man can never be brought to imagine anything should exist whereof he has no idea. Whoever says he does, banters himself with words. We imagine a great difference and distance in respect of knowledge, power, and see, betwixt a man and a worm. The like difference betwixt man and God may be imagined, or infinitely greater difference. We find in our own minds a great number of different ideas. We may imagine in God a greater number, i.e. that ours in number, or the number of ours, is inconsiderable in respect thereof. The words difference and number, old and known, we apply to that WCH is unknown. But I am embrangled in words. 'Tis scarce possible it should be otherwise. The chief thing I do or pretend to do is only to remove the mist or veil of words. This has occasioned ignorance and confusion. This has ruined the shulmen and mathematicians, lawyers and divines. The grand cause of perplexity and darkness in treating of the will, is that we imagine it to be an object of thought. To speak with the vulgar, we think we may perceive, contemplate, and view it like any of our ideas, whereas in truth, 'tis no idea, nor is there any idea of it. 'Tis toto kilo different from the understanding, i.e. from all our ideas. If you say the will, or rather volition, is something, I answer, there is an homonymy in the word thing, WN applied to ideas and volition and understanding and will. All ideas are passive. S. Thing and idea are much what words of the same extent and meaning. Why, therefore, do I not use the word thing? Ans. Because thing is of greater latitude than idea. Thing comprehends also volitions or actions. Now these are no ideas. S. There can be perception without volition. Q. Whether there can be volition without perception. E. Existence not conceivable without perception or volition, not distinguished therefrom. T. N. B. Several distinct ideas can be perceived by sight and touch at once. Not so by the other senses. 'Tis this diversity of sensations in other senses chiefly, but sometimes in touch and sight, as also diversity of volitions, whereof there cannot be more than one at once, or rather, it seems there cannot, for of that I doubt, gives us the idea of time. Or is time itself? WT. Would the solitary man think of number? S. There are innate ideas, i.e. ideas created with us. S. Locke seems to be mistaken. WN. He says thought is not essential to the mind. S. Certainly the mind always and constantly thinks, and we know this too. In sleep and trances the mind exists not. There is no time, no succession of ideas. S. To say the mind exists without thinking is a contradiction, nonsense, nothing. S. Folly to inquire. WT determines the will. Uneasiness, and C. Are ideas, therefore unactive, therefore can do nothing, therefore cannot determine the will. S. Again, WT mean you by determine. N. T. For want of rightly understanding time, motion, existence, and C. Men are forked into such absurd contradictions as this, viz. Light moves 16 diameters of earth in a second of time. S. 'Twas the opinion that ideas could exist unperceived, or before perception, that made men think perception was somewhat different from the idea perceived, i.e. it was an idea of reflection, whereas the thing perceived was an idea of sensation. I say, 'twas this made, think the understanding took it in, received it from without, WCH could never be did not they think it existed without. Properly speaking, idea is the picture of the imagination's making. This is ye likeness of, and referred to the real idea, or, if you will, thing. S. To ask, have we an idea of will or volition, is nonsense. An idea can resemble nothing but an idea. S. If you ask WT thing it is that wills, I answer, if you mean idea by the word thing, or anything like any idea, then I say, 'tis no thing at all that wills. This how extravagant soever it may seem, yet is a certain truth. We are cheated by these general terms, thing, is, and see. S. Again, if by is you mean is perceived, or does perceive, I say nothing. WCH is perceived or does perceive wills. S. The referring ideas to things WCH are not ideas, the using the term, idea of, is one great cause of mistake, as in other matters, so also in this. S. Some words there are WCH do not stand for ideas, viz. Particles, will, and see. Particles stand for volitions and the concomitant ideas. S. There seem to be but two colors. WCH are simple ideas, viz. Those exhibited by the most and least refrangible rays, the others, being the intermediate ones, may be formed by composition. S. I have no idea of a volition or act of the mind, neither has any other intelligence, for that were a contradiction. N. B. Simple ideas, viz. Colors, are not devoid of all sort of composition, though, it must be granted they are not made up of distinguishable ideas. Yet there is another sort of composition. Men are wont to call those things compounded in which we do not actually discover the component ingredients. Bodies are said to be compounded of chemical principles, which, nevertheless, come not into view till after the dissolution of the bodies, WCH were not, could not, be discerned in the bodies whilst remaining entire. All our knowledge is about particular ideas, according to Locke. All our sensations are particular ideas, as is evident. WTUs then do we make of abstract general ideas, since we neither know nor perceive them? 'Tis allowed that particles stand not for ideas, and yet they are not said to be empty useless sounds. The truth really is, they stand for operations of the mind, i.e. volitions. Locke says all our knowledge is about particulars. If so, pray WT is the following ratiocination but a jumble of words. Omnis homo est animal, omne animal vivat, ergo omnis homo vivat. It amounts, if you annex particular ideas to the words, animal, and, vivat, to no more than this, omnis homo est homo, omnis homo est homo, ergo, omnis homo est homo. A mere sport and trifling with sounds. We have no ideas of virtues and vices, no ideas of moral actions. Wherefore it may be questioned whether we are capable of arriving at demonstration about them, the morality consisting in the volition chiefly. Strange it is that men should be at a loss to find their idea of existence, since that, if such there be distinct from perception, it is brought into the mind by all the ways of sensation and reflection. Methinks it should be most familiar to us, and we best acquainted with it. This I am sure, I have no idea of existence, or annexed to the word existence. And if others have, that's nothing to me. They can never make me sensible of it, simple ideas being incommunicable by language. Say you, the unknown substratum of volitions and ideas is something whereof I have no idea. I ask, is there any other being which has or can have an idea of it? If there be, then it must be itself an idea, which you will think absurd. There is somewhat active in most perceptions, i.e. such as ensue upon our volitions, such as we can prevent and stop, e.g. I turn my eyes toward the sun, I open them. All this is active. Things are twofold, active or inactive. The existence of active things is to act, of inactive to be perceived. Distinct from or without perception there is no volition, therefore neither is there existence without perception. God may comprehend all ideas, even the ideas which are painful and unpleasant, without being in any degree pained thereby. Thus we ourselves can imagine the pain of a burn, and see, without any misery or uneasiness at all. Truth, three sorts thereof, natural, mathematical, and moral. Agreement of relation only where numbers do obtain, of coexistence, in nature, of signification, by including, in morality. Gyant who shakes the mountain that's on him must be acknowledged. Or rather thus, I am no more to be reckoned stronger than Locke than a pygmy should be reckoned stronger than a Gyant, because he could throw off the molehill which lay upon him, and the Gyant could only shake or shove the mountain that oppressed him. This in the preface. I promise to extend our knowledge and clear it of those shameful contradictions which embarrass it. Something like this to begin the introduction in a modest way. Whoever shall pretend to censure any part, I desire he would read out the whole, else he may perhaps not understand me. In the preface or introduction. Doctrine of identity best explained by taking the will for volitions, the understanding for ideas. The difficulty of consciousness of WT are never acted surely solved thereby. I must acknowledge myself beholding to the philosophers who have gone before me. They have given good rules, though certainly they do not always observe them. Similitude of adventurers, who, though they attained not the desired port, they by their wrecks have made known the rocks and sands, whereby the passage of aftercomers is made more secure and easy. Preface or introduction. The opinion that men had ideas of moral actions has rendered the demonstrating ethics very difficult to them. An idea being itself unactive cannot be the resemblance or image of an active thing. Excuse to be made in the introduction for using the word idea, viz., because it has obtained. But a caution must be added. Scripture and possibility are the only proofs with Malebranche. Add to these what he calls a great propension to think so. This perhaps may be questioned. Perhaps men, if they think before they speak, will not be found so thoroughly persuaded of the existence of matter. On second thoughts I am on t'other extreme. I am certain of that W.C.H. Malebranche seems to doubt of, viz. the existence of bodies. I. And c. To bring the killing blow at the last, e.g. in the matter of abstraction to bring Locke's general triangle in the last. They give good rules, though, perhaps they themselves do not always observe them. They speak much of clear and distinct ideas, though at the same time they talk of general abstract ideas, and c. I'll instance, in Locke's opinion of abstraction, he being as clear a writer as I have met with. Such was the candor of this great man that I persuade myself, were he alive, he would not be offended that I differ from him, seeing that even in so doing I follow his advice, viz. to use my own judgment, see with my own eyes, and not with another's. Introduction. The word thing, as comprising or standing for idea and volition, useful, as standing for idea and archetype without the mind, mischievous and useless. To demonstrate morality it seems one need only make a dictionary of words, and see which included which. At least, this is the greatest part and bulk of the work. Locke's instances of demonstration in morality are, according to his own rule, trifling propositions. P.S. How comes it that some ideas are confessedly allowed by all to be onely in the mind, and others as generally taken to be without the mind, if, according to you, all are equally and only in the mind? Ans. Because that in proportion to pleasure or pain ideas are attended with desire, exertion, and other actions which include volition. Now volition is by all granted to be in spirit. If men would lay aside words in thinking, 'tis impossible they should ever mistake, save only in matters of fact. I mean it seems impossible they should be positive and secure that anything was true. W.C.H. in truth is not so. Certainly I cannot err in matter of simple perception. So far as we can in reasoning go without the help of signs, there we have certain knowledge. Indeed, in long deductions made by signs there may be slips of memory. From my doctrine there follows a cure for pride. We are only to be praised for those things which are our own, or of our own doing. Natural abilities are not consequences of our volitions. Candidly to take notice that Locke holds some dangerous opinions, such as the infinity and eternity of space and the possibility of matter's thinking. Once more I desire my reader may be upon his guard against the fallacy of words. Let him beware that I do not impose on him by plausible empty talk, that common dangerous way of cheating men into absurdities. Let him not regard my words any otherwise than as occasions of bringing into his mind determined significations. So far as they fail of this they are gibberish, jargon, and deserve not the name of language. I desire and warn him not to expect to find truth in my book, or anywhere but in his own mind. Whatever I see myself, 'tis impossible I can paint it out in words. N.B. To consider well Wt is meant by that W.C.H. Locke saith concerning algebra, that it supplies intermediate ideas. Also to think of a method affording the same use in morals and c. that this doth in mathematiques. Homo is not proved to be vivens by means of any intermediate idea. I don't fully agree Wth Locke in Wt he says concerning sagacity in finding out intermediate ideas in matter capable of demonstration and the use thereof, as if that were the only means of improving and enlarging demonstrative knowledge. There is a difference betwixt power and volition. There may be volition without power, but there can be no power without volition. Power implieth volition, and at the same time a connotation of the effects following the volition. We have assuredly an idea of substance. 'Twas absurd of Locke to think we had a name without a meaning. This might prove acceptable to the Stillingfleetians. The substance of body we know. The substance of spirit we do not know, it not being knowable, it being a purus actus. Words have ruined and overrun all the sciences, law, physique, chemistry, astrology, and c. I. Abstract ideas only to be had amongst the learned. The vulgar never think they have any such, nor truly do they find any want of them. Genera and species and abstract ideas are terms unknown to them. Locke's out. The case is different. We can have an idea of body without motion, but not of soul without thought. God ought to be worshipped. This easily demonstrated when once we ascertain the signification of the words God, worship, ought. No perception, according to Locke, is active. Therefore no perception, i.e. no idea, can be the image of, or like unto, that which is altogether active and not at all passive, i.e. the will. I can will the calling to mind something that is past, though, at the same time that I call to mind was not in my thoughts before that volition of mine, and consequently I could have had no uneasiness for the want of it. The will and the understanding may very well be thought two distinct beings. Sed quia voluntas raro agit nisi jucent desiderio. V. Locke, Epistles, ad Limburgum. You cannot say the M.T. minimum tangibile is like or one with the M. versus minimum visibile, because they be both minima, just perceived, and next door to nothing. You may as well say the M.T. is the same with or like unto a sound, so small that it is scarce perceived. Extension seems to be a mode of some tangible or sensible quality according as it is seen or felt. The spirit, the active thing, that is soul, and God, is the will alone. The ideas are effects, impotent things. The concrete of the will and understanding I might call mind, not person, lest offense be given. Mem. Carefully to omit defining of person, or making much mention of it. You ask, do these volitions make one will? What you ask is merely about a word, unity being no more. N.B. To use utmost caution not to give the least handle of offense to the church or churchman. I. Even to speak somewhat favorably of the shulman, and show that they who blame them for jargon are not free of it themselves. Introd. Locke's great oversight seems to be that he did not begin with his third book, at least that he had not some thought of it at first. Certainly the 2D and 4th books don't agree. He says in ye 3D. If matter is once allowed to exist, clippings of weeds and parings of nails may think, for aught that Locke can tell, though, he seems positive of the contrary. Since I say men cannot mistake in short reasoning about things demonstrable, if they lay aside words, it will be expected this treatise will contain nothing but is certain and evident demonstration, and in truth I hope you will find nothing in it but what is such. Certainly I take it all for such. Introd. When I say I will reject all propositions wherein I know not fully and adequately and clearly, so far as knowable, the thing meant thereby, this is not to be extended to propositions in the Scripture. I speak of matters of reason and philosophy, not revelation. In this I think and humble, implicit faith becomes us, when we cannot comprehend or understand the proposition, such as a popish peasant gives to propositions he hears at Mass in Latin. This proud men may call blind, popish, implicit, irrational. For my part one think it is more irrational to pretend to dispute it, cavil, and ridicule holy mysteries, i.e. propositions about things that are altogether above our knowledge, out of our reach. When I shall come to plenary knowledge of the meaning of any fact, then I shall yield an explicit belief. Introd. Complexation of ideas twofold. East refers to colors being complex ideas. Considering length without breadth is considering any length, be the breadth it will. I may say earth, plants, and sea, were created before man, there being other intelligences to perceive them, before man was created. There is a philosopher who says we can get an idea of substance by no way of sensation or reflection, and seems to imagine that we want a sense proper for it. Truly if we had a new sense it could only give us a new idea. Now I suppose he will not say substance, according to him, is an idea. For my part, I own I have no idea can stand for substance in his and the Schulman's sense of that word. But take it in the common vulgar sense, and then we see and feel substance. E.N.B. That not common usage, but the Schulman coined the word existence, supposed to stand for an abstract general idea. Writers of optics mistaken in their principles both in judging of magnitudes and distances. 'Tis evident why TWN the solitary man should be taught to speak, the words would give him no other new ideas, save only the sounds, and complex ideas which, though unknown before, may be signified by language, beside WT he had before. If he had not, could not have, an abstract idea before, he cannot have it after he is taught to speak. Homo est homo, and C, comes at last to Petrus est Petrus, and C. Now, if these identical propositions are sought after in the mind, they will not be found. There are no identical mental propositions. 'Tis all about sounds and terms. Hence we see the doctrine of certainty by ideas, and proving by intermediate ideas, comes to nothing. We may have certainty and knowledge without ideas, i.e. without other ideas than the words, and their standing for one idea, i.e. their being to be used indifferently. It seems to me that we have no certainty about ideas, but only about words. 'Tis improper to say, I am certain I see, I feel, and see. There are no mental propositions formed answering to these words, and in simple perception, 'tis allowed by all there is no affirmation or negation, and consequently no certainty. The reason why we can demonstrate so well about signs is, that they are perfectly arbitrary and in our power, made at pleasure. The obscure ambiguous term relation, which is said to be the largest field of knowledge, confounds us, deceives us. Let any man show me a demonstration, not verbal, that does not depend on some false principle, or at best on some principle of nature, which is ye effect of God's will, and we know not how soon it may be changed. What becomes of the Aeternae Veritates? Ans, they vanish. But, say you, I find it difficult to look beneath the words and uncover my ideas. Say I, yous will make it easy. In the sequel of my book the cause of this difficulty shall be more clearly made out. To view the deformity of error we need only undress it. Cogito ergo sum. Tautology. No mental proposition answering thereto. Knowledge, or certainty, or perception of agreement of ideas, as to identity and diversity, and real existence, vanisheth, of relation, becometh merely nominal, of coexistence, remaineth. Locke thought in this latter our knowledge was little or nothing, whereas in this only real knowledge seemeth to be found. We must wth the mob place certainty in the senses. 'Tis a man's duty, 'tis the fruit of friendship, to speak well of his friend. Wonder not therefore that I do I do. A man of slow parts may overtake truth, and see. Introd. Even my short-sightedness might perhaps be aiding to me in this matter. 'Twill make me bring the object nearer to my thoughts. A purblind person, and see. Introd. Locke to Limborch, and see. Talk of judicium intellectus preceding the volition. I think judicium includes volition. I can by no means distinguish these, judicium, intellectus, indifferentia, uneasiness to many things accompanying or preceding every volition, as e.g. the motion of my hand. Wt mean you by my perceptions, my volitions. Both all the perceptions I perceive or conceive, and see, are mine, all the volitions I am conscious to are mine. Homo est agens liberum. What mean they by homo and agens in this place? Will any man say that brutes have ideas of unity and existence? I believe not, yet if they are suggested by all the ways of sensation, 'tis strange they should want them. It is a strange thing and deserves our attention, that the more time and pains men have consumed in the study of philosophy, by so much the more they look upon themselves to be ignorant and weak creatures. They discover flaws and imperfections in their faculties which other men never spy out. They find themselves under a necessity of admitting many inconsistent, irreconcilable opinions for true. There is nothing they touch with their hand, or behold with their eyes, but has its dark sides much larger and more numerous than is perceived, and at length turn sceptics, at least in most things. I imagine all this proceeds from, and c. Exid. Intrad. I. These men with a supercilious pride disdain the common single information of sense. They grasp at knowledge by sheafs and bundles. Opening parenthesis. 'Tis well if, catching at too much at once, they hold nothing but emptiness and air. They in the depth of their understanding contemplate abstract ideas. It seems not improbable that the most comprehensive and sublime intellects see more these at once, i.e. that the visual systems are the largest. Words, by them meaning all sorts of signs, are so necessary that, instead of being unduly used or in their own nature, prejudicial to the advancement of knowledge, or an hindrance to knowledge, without them there could in mathematics themselves be no demonstration. Mem. To be eternally banishing metaphysics, and c. and recalling men to common sense. S. We cannot conceive other minds besides our own but as so many selves. We suppose ourselves affected such and such thoughts and such sensations. S. Chew. Whether composition of ideas be not that faculty which chiefly serves to discriminate us from brutes. I question whether a brute does or can imagine a blue horse or chimera. Naturalists do not distinguish betwixt cause and occasion. Useful to inquire after coexisting ideas or occasions. Morality may be demonstrated as mixed mathematics. S. Perception is passive, but this not distinct from idea. Therefore there can be no idea of volition. Algebraic species or letters are denominations of denominations. Therefore arithmetic to be treated of before algebra. 2 crowns are called 10 shillings. Hence may appear the value of numbers. Complex ideas are the creatures of the mind. Hence may appear the nature of numbers. This to be deeply discussed. I am better informed and shall know more by telling me there are 10,000 men, than by showing me them all drawn up. I shall better be able to judge of the bargain you'd have me make when you tell me how much, i.e. the name of money lies on the table, than by offering and showing it without naming. I regard not the idea, the looks, but the names. Hence may appear the nature of numbers. Children are unacquainted with numbers till they have made some progress in language. This could not be if they were ideas suggested by all the senses. Numbers are nothing but names, never words. Mem. Imaginary roots. To unravel that mystery. Ideas of utility are annexed to numbers. In arithmetical problems men seek not any idea of number. They only seek a denomination. This is all can be of use to them. Take away the signs from arithmetic and algebra, and pray remains. These are sciences purely verbal, and entirely useless but for practice in societies of men. No speculative knowledge, no comparing of ideas in them. Chew. Whether geometry may not properly be reckoned amongst the mixed mathematics, arithmetic and algebra being the only abstracted pure, i.e. entirely nominal, geometry being an application of these to points. Locke of trifling propositions. B. 4. C. 8. Mem. Well to observe and con over that chapter. E. Existence, extension, and c. are abstract, i.e. no ideas. They are words, unknown and useless to the vulgar. Sensual pleasure is the summum bonum. This the great principle of morality. This once rightly understood, all the doctrines, even the severest of the Gospels, may clearly be demonstrated. Sensual pleasure, qua pleasure, is good and desirable by a wise man. But if it be contemptible, 'tis not qua pleasure but qua pain, or cause of pain, or, which is the same thing, of loss of greater pleasure. I consider, the more objects we see at once the more distant they are, and that eye which beholds a great many things can see none of them near. By idea I mean any sensible or imaginable thing. M.S. To be sure or certain of what we do not actually perceive, I say perceive, not imagine, we must not be altogether passive, there must be a disposition to act, there must be assent, WCH is active. Nay, what do I talk? There must be actual volition. What do we demonstrate in geometry but that lines are equal or unequal? I.e. may not be called by the same name. I approve of this axiom of the Schulman, nihil est in intellectu quod non prius fut in sensu. I wish they had stuck to it. It had never taught them the doctrine of abstract ideas. G. Nihil dat quod non habet, or, the effect is contained in the cause, is an axiom I do not understand or believe to be true. Whoever shall cast his eyes on the writings of old or new philosophers, and see the noises made about formal and objective being, will, and see. G. Absurd to argue the existence of God from his idea. We have no idea of God. 'Tis impossible. Cause of much error and confusion that men knew not what was meant by reality. Descartes, in Med. 2, says the notion of this particular wax is less clear than that of wax in general, and in the same Med, a little before, he forbears to consider bodies in general, because, says he, these general conceptions are usually confused. Descartes, in Med. 3, calls himself a thinking substance, and a stone an extended substance, and adds that they both agree in this, that they are substances. And in the next paragraph he calls extension a mode of substance. 'Tis commonly said by the philosophers, that if the soul of man were self-existent it would have given itself all possible perfection. This I do not understand. To excite men to the pleasures of the eye and the ear, which surfeit not, nor bring those evils after them, as others. We see no variety or difference betwixt volitions, only between their effects. 'Tis one will, one act, distinguished by the effects. This will, this act, is the spirit, i.e. operative principle, soul, and see. No mention of fears and jealousies, nothing like a party. Locke in his 4th book, and Descartes in Med. 6, use the same argument for the existence of objects, viz., that sometimes we see, feel, and see, against our will. While I exist or have any idea, I am eternally, constantly willing, my acquiescing in the present state is willing. The existence of anything imaginable is nothing different from imagination or perception. Volition or will, WCH is not imaginable, regard must not be had to its existence. First book, Mo. There are 4 sorts of propositions. Gold is a metal, gold is yellow, gold is fixed, gold is not a stone, of which the first, second, and third are only nominal, and have no mental propositions answering them. In vindication of the senses effectually to confute what Descartes saith in the last part of the last Med, viz., that the senses oftener inform him falsely than truly, that sense of pain tells me not my foot is bruised or broken, but I, having frequently observed these 2 ideas, viz., of that peculiar pain and bruised foot go together, do erroneously take them to be inseparable by a necessity of nature, as if nature were anything but the ordinance of the free will of God. Descartes owns we know not a substance immediately by itself, but by this alone, that it is the subject of several acts. Ans. To 2D objection of Hobbes. Hobbes in some degree falls in with Locke, saying thought is to the mind or himself as dancing to the dancer. Object. Hobbes in his Object. 3, ridicules those expressions of the scholastics, the will wills, and see. So does Locke. I am of another mind. Descartes, in answer to Object. 3, of Hobbes, owns he is distinct from thought as a thing from its modus or manner. Opinion that existence was distinct from perception of horrible consequence. It is the foundation of Hobbes's doctrine, and c. Malebranche in his illustration differs widely from me. He doubts of the existence of bodies. I doubt not in the least of this. I I differ from Cartesians in that I make extension, color, and see, to exist really in bodies independent of our mind. All ye carefully and lucidly to be set forth. M.P. Not to mention the combinations of powers, but to say the things, the effects themselves, do really exist, even Wn not actually perceived, but still with relation to perception. The great use of the Indian figures above the Roman shows arithmetic to be about signs, not ideas, or at least not ideas different from the characters themselves. M.N. Reasoning there may be about things or ideas, or about actions, but demonstration can be only verbal. I question, no matter and see. G. Quoth Descartes, the idea of God is not made by me, for I can neither add to nor subtract from it. No more can he add to or take from any other idea, even of his own making. S. The not distinguishing, twixt will and ideas is a grand mistake with Hobbes. He takes those things for nothing which are not ideas. M. Say you, at this rate all's nothing but idea, mere phantasm. I answer, everything as real as ever. I hope to call a thing idea makes it not the less real. Truly I should perhaps have stuck to the word thing, and not mentioned the word idea, were it not for a reason, and I think a good one too, which I shall give in the second book. I.S. Idea is the object of thought. Yt I think on, whatever it be, I call idea. Thought itself, or thinking, is no idea. 'Tis an act, i.e. volition, i.e. as contradistinguished to effects, the will. Mo. Locke, in B. 4. Circa 5, assigns not the right cause why mental propositions are so difficult. It is not because of complex but because of abstract ideas. Ye idea of a horse is as complex as that of fortitude. Yet in saying the horse is white, I form a mental proposition with ease. But when I say, fortitude is a virtue, I shall find a mental proposition hard, or not at all to be come at. S. Pure intellect I understand not. Locke is in ye right in those things wherein he differs from ye Cartesians, and they cannot but allow of his opinions, if they stick to their own principles or causes of existence and other abstract ideas. G. S. The properties of all things are in God, i.e. there is in the deity understanding as well as will. He is no blind agent, and in truth a blind agent is a contradiction. G. I am certain there is a God, though I do not perceive him, have no intuition of him. This not difficult if we rightly understand Wt is meant by certainty. S. It seems that the soul, taken for the will, is immortal, incorruptible. S. Chew. Whether perception must of necessity precede volition. S. Mo. Error is not in the understanding, but in the will. What I understand or perceive, that I understand. There can be no error in this. Mo. N. Mem. To take notice of Locke's woman afraid of a wetting, in the introd, to show there may be reasoning about ideas or things. M. Say Descartes and Malebranche, God hath given us strong inclinations to think our ideas proceed from bodies, or that bodies do exist. Pray Wt mean they by this? Would they have it that the ideas of imagination are images of, and proceed from, the ideas of sense? This is true, but cannot be their meaning, for they speak of ideas of sense as themselves proceeding from, being like unto, I know not Wt. M. S. Cartesius per idem vult omne id quod habet esse objectivum in intellectu. V. Tract. De methodo. S. Chew. May there not be an understanding without a will? S. Understanding is in some sort an action. S. Silly of Hobbes, and C. To speak of the will as if it were motion, with which it has no likeness. M. Ideas of sense are the real things or archetypes. Ideas of imagination, dreams, and C. are copies, images, of these. M. My doctrines rightly understood, all that philosophy of Epicurus, Hobbes, Spinoza, and C., which has been a declared enemy of religion, comes to the ground. G. Hobbes and Spinoza make God extended. Locke also seems to do the same. I. E. Ends, Res. A liquid dicuntur termini transcendentales. Spinoza, Pro. Ed. Part 2, gives an odd account of their original. Also of the original of all universals. Homo, Canis, and c. G. Spinoza, vid. Pref. Opera posthem. Will have God to be, omnium rerum causa eminens, and to countenance this produces that of Saint Paul. In him we live, and see. Now this of Saint Paul may be explained by my doctrine as well as Spinoza's, or Locke's, or Hobbes's, or Raphson's, and c. S. The will is purus actus, or rather pure spirit, not imaginable, not sensible, not intelligible, in no wise the object of the understanding, no wise perceivable. S. Substance of a spirit is that it acts, causes, wills, operates, or if you please, to avoid the quibble yt may be made of the word, it, to act, cause, will, operate. Its substance is not knowable, not being an idea. G. Why may we not conceive it possible for God to create things out of nothing? Certainly we ourselves create in some wise whenever we imagine. E. N. Ex nihilo nihil fit. This, saith Spinoza, opera post, and the like are called veritates aeternae, because nullum fidem habent extra mentem. To make this axiom have a positive signification, one should express it thus: every idea has a cause, i.e. is produced by a will. P. The philosophers talk much of a distinction, twixt absolute and relative things, or, twixt things considered in their own nature and the same things considered with respect to us. I know not what they mean by, things considered in themselves. This is nonsense, jargon. S. It seems there can be no perception, no idea, without will, seeing there are no ideas so indifferent, but one had rather have them than annihilation, or annihilation than them. Or if there be such an equal balance, there must be an equal mixture of pleasure and pain to cause it, there being no ideas perfectly void of all pain and uneasiness, but what are preferable to annihilation. Recipe in animum tuum, per cogitationem vehementem, rerum ipsarum, non literarum aut sonorum imagines. Hobbes against Wallace. 'Tis a perfection we may imagine in superior spirits, that they can see a great deal at once with the utmost clearness and distinction, whereas we can only see a point. Mem. Wn I treat of mathematiques to inquire into the controversy, twixt Hobbes and Wallace. G. Every sensation of mine, which happens in consequence of the general known laws of nature, and is from without, i.e. independent of my will, demonstrates the being of a God, i.e. of an unextended, incorporeal spirit, which is omnipresent, omnipotent, and c. M. I say not with J.S. John Sargent, that we see solids. I reject his solid philosophy, solidity being only perceived by touch. S. It seems to me that will and understanding, volitions and ideas, cannot be separated, that either cannot be possibly without the other. E. S. Some ideas or other I must have, so long as I exist or will. But no one idea or sort of ideas being essential. M. The distinction between idea and ideatum I cannot otherwise conceive than by making one the effect or consequence of dream, reverie, imagination, the other of sense and the constant laws of nature. P. Dico quod extensio non concepitur in se per se, contra quam dicit Spinoza in Epist. 2a ad Oldenburgium. G. My definition of the word God I think much clearer than those of Descartes and Spinoza, viz. Ens sum perfectum and absolute infinitum, or ens constans infinities attributus, quorum unumquodque est infinitum. 'Tis chiefly the connection betwixt tangible and visible ideas that deceives, and not the visible ideas themselves. S. But the grand mistake is that we know not what we mean by we, or selves, or mind, and see. 'Tis most sure and certain that our ideas are distinct from the mind, i.e. the will, the spirit. S. I must not mention the understanding as a faculty or part of the mind. I must include understanding and will in the word spirit, by which I mean all that is active. I must not say that the understanding diners not from the particular ideas, or the will from particular volitions. S. The spirit, the mind, is neither a volition nor an idea. N. S. I say there are no causes, properly speaking, but spiritual, nothing active but spirit. Say you, this is only verbal. 'Tis only annexing a new sort of signification to the word cause, and why may not others as well retain the old one, and call one idea the cause of another which always follows it? I answer, if you do so I shall drive you into many absurdities. You cannot avoid running into opinions you'll be glad to disown, if you stick firmly to that signification of the word cause. Mo. In valuing good we reckon too much on the present and our own. Mo. There be two sorts of pleasure. The one is ordained as a spur or incitement to somewhat else, and has a visible relation and subordination thereto, the other is not. Thus the pleasure of eating is of the former sort, of music of the later sort. These may be used for recreation, those not but in order to their end. Mo. N. Three sorts of useful knowledge, that of coexistence, to be treated of in our principles of natural philosophy, that of relation, in mathematics, that of definition, or inclusion, or words, which perhaps differs not from that of relation, in morality. S. Will, understanding, desire, hatred, and C, so far forth as their acts or active, differ not. All their difference consists in their objects, circumstances, and C. N. We must carefully distinguish betwixt two sorts of causes, physical and spiritual. N. The physical may more properly be called occasions. Yet, to comply, we may call them causes, but then we must mean causes yt do nothing. S. According to Locke, we must be in an eternal uneasiness so long as we live, bating the time of sleep or trance, and C. For he will have even the continuance of an action to be in his sense an action, and so requires a volition, and this an uneasiness. I must not pretend to promise much of demonstration. I must cancel all passages that look like that sort of pride, that raising of expectation in my friend. If this be the case, surely a man had better not philosophize at all, no more than a deformed person ought to cavil to behold himself by the reflex light of a mirror. Or thus, like deformed persons who, having beheld themselves by the reflex light of a mirror, are displeased with the diseases. M. What can an idea be like but another idea? We can compare it with nothing else. A sound like a sound, a color like a color. M. Is it not nonsense to say a smell is like a thing which cannot be smelt, a color is like a thing which cannot be seen? M. S. Bodies exist without the mind, i.e. are not the mind, but distinct from it. This I allow, the mind being altogether different therefrom. P. Certainly we should not see motion if there was no diversity of colors. P. Motion is an abstract idea, i.e. there is no such idea that can be conceived by itself. Contradictions cannot be both true. Men are obliged to answer objections drawn from consequences. Introd. S. The will and volition are words not used by the vulgar. The learned are bantered by their meaning abstract ideas. Speculative math, as if a man was all day making hard knots on purpose to untee them again. Though it might have been otherwise, yet it is convenient the same thing WCH is MV should be also MT, or very near it. S. I must not give the soul or mind the scholastic name, pure act, but rather pure spirit, or active being. S. I must not say the will or understanding are all one, but that they are both abstract ideas, i.e. none at all, they not being even ration different from the spirit, qua faculties, or active. S. Dangerous to make idea and thing terms convertible. That were the way to prove spirits are nothing. Mo. Chew. Whether veritas stands not for an abstract idea. M. 'Tis plain the moderns must by their own principles own there are no bodies, i.e. no sort of bodies without the mind, i.e. unperceived. S. G. Chew. Whether the will can be the object of prescience or any knowledge. P. If there were only one ball in the world, it could not be moved. There could be no variety of appearance. According to the doctrine of infinite divisibility, There must be some smell of a rose, version G, at an infinite distance from it. M. Extension, though it exists only in the mind, yet is no property of the mind. The mind can exist without it, though it cannot without the mind. But in Book 2, I shall at large show the difference there is betwixt the soul and body or extended being. S. 'Tis an absurd question W.C.H. Locke puts, whether man be free to will. Mem. To inquire into the reason of the rule for determining questions in algebra. It has already been observed by others that names are nowhere of more necessary use than in numbering. M. P. I will grant you that extension, color, and C, may be said to be without the mind in a double respect, i.e. as independent of our will, and as distinct from the mind. Mo. N. Certainly it is not impossible but a man may arrive at the knowledge of all real truth as well without as with signs, had he a memory and imagination most strong and capacious. Therefore reasoning and science doth not altogether depend upon words or names. N. I think not that things fall out of necessity. The connection of no two ideas is necessary. 'Tis all the result of freedom, i.e., 'tis all voluntary. M. S. If a man with his eyes shut imagines to himself the sun and firmament, you will not say he or his mind is the sun, or is extended, though neither sun or firmament be without mind. S. 'Tis strange to find philosophers doubting and disputing whether they have ideas of spiritual things or no. Surely 'tis easy to know. Vid. De Vries, De Idis Initus. S. De Vries will have it that we know the mind agrees with things not by idea but sense or conscientia. So will Malebranche. This a vain distinction. August 28, 1708. The Adventure of the Shirt. It were to be wished that persons of the greatest birth, honor, and fortune, would take that care of themselves, by education, industry, literature, and a love of virtue, to surpass all other men in knowledge and all other qualifications necessary for great actions, as far as they do in quality and titles, that princes out of them might always choose men fit for all employments and high trusts. Clov. B. 7. One eternity greater than another of the same kind. In what sense eternity may be limited. G. T. Whether succession of ideas in the divine intellect. T. Time is the train of ideas succeeding each other. Duration not distinguished from existence. Succession explained by before, between, after, and numbering. Why time in pain longer than time in pleasure. Duration infinitely divisible, time not so. T. The same to nin not common to all intelligences. Time thought infinitely divisible on account of its measure. Extension not infinitely divisible in one sense. Revolutions immediately measure train of ideas, mediately duration. T. Time a sensation, therefore onely in ye mind. Eternity is only a train of innumerable ideas. Hence the immortality of ye soul easily conceived, or rather the immortality of the person, that of ye soul not being necessary for aught we can see. Swiftness of ideas compared with yt of motions shows the wisdom of God. Wt if succession of ideas were swifter, Wt if slower. M. Fall of Adam, use of idolatry, use of Epicurism and Hobbism, dispute about divisibility of matter, and C. Expounded by material substances. Extension a sensation, therefore not without the mind. M. In the immaterial hypothesis, the wall is white, fire hot, and C. Primary ideas proved not to exist in matter. After the same manner yt secondary ones are proved not to exist therein. Demonstrations of the infinite divisibility of extensions suppose length without breadth, or invisible length, WCH is absurd. M. World without thought is nec quid, nec quantum, nec quale, and C. M. 'Tis wondrous to contemplate ye world emptied of all intelligences. Nothing properly but persons, i.e. conscious things, do exist. All other things are not so much existences as manners of ye existence of persons. Chew. About the soul, or rather person, whether it be not completely known. Infinite divisibility of extension does suppose the external existence of extension, but the later is false, ergo ye former also. Chew. Blind man made to see, would he know motion at first sight? Motion, figure, and extension perceivable by sight are different from those ideas perceived by touch wch go by the same name. Diagonal incommensurable wth ye side. Queer how this can be in my doctrine. N. Chew. How to reconcile Newton's two sorts of motion with my doctrine. Terminations of surfaces and lines not imaginable per se. Molyneux's blind man would not know the sphere or cube to be bodies are extended at first sight. Extension so far from being incompatible wth, yt, 'tis impossible it should exist without thought. M.S. Extension itself or anything extended cannot think, these being mere ideas or sensations, whose essence we thoroughly know. No extension but surface perceivable by sight. Wn we imagine two bowls versus G, moving in vacuo, 'tis only conceiving a person affected with these sensations. Extension to exist in a thoughtless thing, or rather in a thing void of perception, thought seeming to imply action, is a contradiction. Chew. If visible motion be proportional to tangible motion. T. In some dreams succession of ideas swifter than at other times. If a piece of matter have extension, that must be determined to a particular bigness and figure, but and c. Nothing without corresponds to our primary ideas but powers. Hence a direct and brief demonstration of an active powerful being, distinct from us, on whom we depend. The name of colors actually given to tangible qualities, by the relation of ye story of the German Count. Chew. How came visible and tangible qualities by the same name in all languages? Chew. Whether being might not be the substance of the soul, or, otherwise thus, whether being, added to ye faculties, complete the real essence and adequate definition of the soul. N. Chew. Whether, on the supposition of external bodies, it be possible for us to know that any body is absolutely at rest, since that supposing ideas much slower than at present, bodies now apparently moving wd then be apparently at rest. Chew. What can be like a sensation but a sensation? Chew. Did ever any man see any other things besides his own ideas, that he should compare them to these, and make these like unto them? T. The age of a fly, for aught that we know, may be as long as yt of a man. Visible distance heterogeneous from tangible distance demonstrated three several ways. First, if a tangible inch be equal or in any other reason to a visible inch, thence it will follow yt unequals or equals, wch is absurd, for at what distance would the visible inch be placed to make it equal to the tangible inch? 2d. One made to see that had not yet seen his own limbs, or anything he touched, upon sight of a foot length would know it to be a foot length, if tangible foot and visible foot were the same idea, said Falsamid, ergo a hoc. 3dly. From Molyneux's problem, wch otherwise is falsely solved by Locke and him. Nothing but ideas perceivable. A man cannot compare two things together without perceiving them each. Ergo, he cannot say anything wch is not an idea is like or unlike an idea. Bodies and c. There exist even wn not perceived, they being powers in the active being. Succession a simple idea, succession is an abstract, i.e. an inconceivable idea, Locke says. Visible extension is, proportional to tangible extension, also is, increted and diminished by parts. Hence taken for the same. If extension be without the mind in bodies. Chew. Whether tangible or visible, or both. Mathematical propositions about extension and motion true in a double sense. Extension thought peculiarly inert, because not accompanied wth pleasure and pain, hence thought to exist in matter, as also for that it was conceived common to two senses, as also the constant perception of m. Blind at first sight could not tell how near what he saw was to him, nor even whether it be without him or in his eye. Chew. Would he not think the later? Blind at first sight could not know why twt he saw was extended, until he had seen and touched some one self same thing, not knowing how minimum tangibile would look in vision. Mem. That homogeneous particles be brought in to answer the objection of God's creating sun, plants, and sea, before animals. In every body two infinite series of extension, the one of tangible, the other of visible. All things to a blind man, at first seen in a point. Ignorance of glasses made men think extension to be in bodies. Homogeneous portions of matter, useful to contemplate them. Extension if in matter changes its relation W minimum visibile, WCH seems to be fixed. Q. Whether version be fixed. Each particle of matter if extended must be infinitely extended, or have an infinite series of extension. If the world be granted to consist of matter, 'tis the mind gives it beauty and proportion. What I have said only proves there is no proportion at all times and in all men between a visible and tangible inch. Tangible and visible extension heterogeneous, because they have no common measure, also because their simplest constituent parts or elements are specifically different, viz. Punctum visibile and tangibile. N.B. The former seems to be no good reason. N. By immateriality is solved the cohesion of bodies, or rather the dispute ceases. Our idea we call extension neither way capable of infinity, i.e. neither infinitely small or great. Greatest possible extension seen under an angle WCH will be less than 180 degrees. The legs of WCH angle proceed from the ends of the extension. N. Allowing there be extended, solid, and C. Substances without the mind, 'tis impossible the mind should know or perceive them, the mind, even according to the materialists, perceiving only the impressions made upon its brain, or rather the ideas attending these impressions. Unity in abstracto not at all divisible, it being as it were a point, or with baro nothing at all, in concreto not divisible ad infinitum, there being no one idea demonstrable ad infinitum. Any subject can have of each sort of primary qualities but one particular at once. Locke. B. 4. C. 3. S. 15. Q. Whether we have clear ideas of large numbers themselves, or only of their relations. Of solidity CLB. 2. C. 4. S. 1. 5. 6. If any one ask WT solidity is, let him put a flint between his hands and he will know. Extension of body is continuity of solid, and C. Extension of space is continuity of unsolid, and C. Why may not I say visible extension is a continuity of visible points, tangible extension is a continuity of tangible points? Mem. That I take notice that I do not fall in WTH skeptics, Fadler, and C. In that I make bodies to exist certainly, WCH they doubt of. I am more certain of ye existence and reality of bodies than Mr. Locke. Since he pretends only to WT he calls sensitive knowledge, whereas I think I have demonstrative knowledge of their existence, by the meaning combinations of powers in an unknown substratum. Our ideas we call figure and extension, not images of the figure and extension of matter, these, if such there be, being infinitely divisible, those not so. 'Tis impossible a material cube should exist, because the edges of a cube will appear broad to an acute sense. Men die, or are in a state of annihilation, oft in a day. S. Powers. Q. Whether more or one only. Lengths abstract from breadths are the work of the mind. Such do intersect in a point at all angles. After the same way color is abstract from extension. Every position alters the line. Q. Whether ideas of extension are made up of other ideas, version G. Idea of a foot made up of general ideas of an inch. The idea of an inch length not one determined idea. Hence inquire the reason why we are out in judging of extension by the sight, for which purpose, 'tis meet also to consider the frequent and sudden changes of extension by position. No stated ideas of length without a minimum. Material substance banted by Locke. B. 2. C. 13. S. 19. In my doctrine all absurdities from infinite space and C. cease. Q. Whether if, speaking grossly, the things we see were all of them at all times too small to be felt, we should have confounded tangible and visible extension and figure. T. Q. Whether if succession of ideas in the eternal mind, a day does not seem to God a 1,000 years, rather than a 1,000 years a day. But one only color and its degrees. Inquiry about a grand mistake in writers of dioptrics in assigning the cause of microscopes magnifying objects. Q. Whether a born blind man, made to see, would at first give the name of distance to any idea intromitted by sight, since he would take distance yt that he had perceived by touch to be something existing without his mind, but he would certainly think that nothing seen was without his mind. S. Space without any bodies existing in rerum natura would not be extended, as not having parts, in that parts are assigned to it wth respect to body, from whence also the notion of distance is taken. Now without either parts or distance or mind, how can there be space, or anything beside one uniform nothing? Two demonstrations that blind made to see would not take all things he saw to be without his mind, or not in a point, the one from microscopic eyes, the other from not perceiving distance, i.e. radius of the visual sphere. M. The trees are in the park, i.e. whether I will or no, whether I imagine anything about them or no. Let me but go thither and open my eyes by day, and I shall not avoid seeing them. By extension blind man would mean either the perception caused in his touch by something he calls extended, or else the power of raising that perception, wch power is without, in the thing termed extended. Now he could not know either of these to be in things visible till he had triad. Geometry seems to have for its object tangible extension, figures, and motion, and not visible. A man will say a body will seem as big as before, though the visible idea it yields be less than wt it was, therefore the bigness or tangible extension of the body is different from the visible extension. Extension or space no simple idea, length, breadth, and solidity being three several ideas. Depth or solidity now perceived by sight. Strange impotence of men. Man without God wretcheder than a stone or tree, he having only the power to be miserable by his unperformed wills, these having no power at all. Length perceivable by hearing, length and breadth by sight, length, breadth, and depth by touch. G. Wt affects us must be a thinking thing, for Wt thinks not cannot subsist. Number not in bodies, it being the creature of the mind, depending entirely on its consideration, and being more or less as the mind pleases. Mem. Quaere whether extension be equally a sensation with color. The mob use not the word extension. 'Tis an abstract term of the schools. P. Round figure a perception or sensation in the mind, but in the body is a power. L. Oc. B. 2. C. 8. S. 8. Mem. Mark well the later part of the last cited section. Solids, or any other tangible things, are no otherwise seen than colors felt by the German count. M. Of, and, thing, causes of mistake. The visible point of he who has microscopical eyes will not be greater or less than mine. Q. Whether the propositions and even axioms of geometry do not divers of them suppose the existence of lines and c, without the mind. T. Whether motion be the measure of duration. Locke. B. 2. C. 14. S. 19. Lines and points conceived as terminations different ideas from those conceived absolutely. Every position alters a line. S. Blind man at first would not take colors to be without his mind, but colors would seem to be in the same place with the colored extension, therefore extension wd not seem to be without the mind. All visible concentric circles whereof the eye is the center are absolutely equal. Infinite number. Why absurd, not rightly solved by Locke. Q. How, 'tis possible we should see flats or right lines. Q. Why the moon appears greatest in the horizon. Q. Why we see things erect when painted inverted. T. Question put by Mr. Deering touching the thief and paradise. M. Matter though, allowed to exist may be no greater than a pin's head. Motion is proportionable to space described in given time. Velocity not proportionable to space described in given time. No active power but the will. Therefore matter, if it exists, affects us not. Magnitude when barely taken for the ratio partium extra partes, or rather for coexistence and succession, without considering the parts coexisting and succeeding, is infinitely, or rather indefinitely, or not at all perhaps, divisible, because it is itself infinite or indefinite. But definite, determined magnitudes, i.e. lines or surfaces consisting of points whereby, together wth distance and position, they are determined, are resoluble into those points. Again, magnitude taken for coexistence and succession is not all divisible, but is one simple idea. Simple ideas include no parts nor relations, hardly separated and considered in themselves, nor yet rightly singled by any author. Instance in power, read, extension, and c.m. Space not imaginable by any idea received from sight, not imaginable without body moving. Not even then necessarily existing, I speak of infinite space, for wt the body has passed may be conceived annihilated. What can we see beside colors? What can we feel beside hard, soft, cold, warm, pleasure, pain? Why not taste and smell extension? Why not tangible and visible extensions thought heterogeneous extensions, so well as gustable and olfactable perceptions thought heterogeneous perceptions? Or at least why not as heterogeneous as blue and red? Moon wn horizontal does not appear bigger as to visible extension than at other times, hence difficulties and disputes about things seen under equal angles and cease. All potentiae alike indifferent. B. Wt does he mean by his potentia? Is it the will, desire, person, or all or neither, or sometimes one, sometimes t'other? No agent can be conceived indifferent as to pain or pleasure. We do not, properly speaking, in a strict philosophical sense, make objects more or less pleasant, but the laws of nature do that. A finite intelligence might have foreseen 4,000 years ago the place and circumstances, even the most minute and trivial, of my present existence. This true on supposition that uneasiness determines the will. Doctrines of liberty, prescience, and explained by billiard balls. Wt judgment would he make of uppermost and lowermost who had always seen through an inverting glass? All lines subtending the same optic angle congruent, as is evident by an easy experiment, therefore they are equal. We have not pure simple ideas of blue, red, or any other color, except perhaps black, because all bodies reflect heterogeneal light. Whether this be true as to sounds, and other sensations, there being, perhaps, rays of air wch will only exhibit one particular sound, as rays of light one particular color. Colors not definable, not because they're pure unmixed thoughts, but because we cannot easily distinguish and separate the thoughts they include, or because we want names for the component ideas. By soul is meant only a complex idea, made up of existence, willing, and perception in a large sense. Therefore it is known and it may be defined. We cannot possibly conceive any active power but the will. In moral matters men think, 'tis true, that they are free, but this freedom is only the freedom of doing as they please. Wch freedom is consecutive to the will, respecting only the operative faculties. Men impute their actions to themselves because they willed them, and that not out of ignorance, but whereas they have the consequences of them, whether good or bad. This does not prove men to be indifferent in respect of desiring. If anything is meant by the potentia of B, it must be desire, but I appeal to any man if his desire be indifferent, or, to speak more to the purpose, whether he himself be indifferent in respect of Wt he desires till after he has desired it, for as for desire itself, or the faculty of desiring, that is indifferent, as all other faculties are. Actions leading to heaven are in my power if I will them, therefore I will them. Concerning the procession of wills in infinitum. Herein mathematics have the advantage over metaphysics and morality. The definitions, being of words not yet known to ye learner, are not disputed, but words in metaphysics and morality, being mostly known to all, the definitions of them may chance to be controverted. The short jejune way in mathematics will not do in metaphysics and ethics. For yt about mathematical propositions men have no prejudices, no anticipated opinions to be encountered, they not having yet thought on such matters. 'Tis not so in the other two mentioned sciences. A man must, there, not only demonstrate the truth, he must also vindicate it against scruples and established opinions which contradict it. In short, the dry, strigose, rigid way will not suffice. He must be more ample and copious, else his demonstration, though never so exact, will not go down with most. Extension seems to consist in variety of homogeneal thoughts coexisting without mixture. Or rather visible extension seems to be the coexistence of color in the mind. Inquiring and judging are actions which depend on the operative faculties. WCH depend on the will, WCH is determined by some uneasiness. Ergo and C. Suppose an agent WCH is finite perfectly indifferent, and as to desiring not determined by any prospect or consideration of good, I say, this agent cannot do an action morally good. Hence, 'tis evident the suppositions of A, B, are insignificant. Extension, motion, time, number are no simple ideas, but include succession to them, which seems to be a simple idea. To inquire into the angle of contact, and into fluxions, and see. The sphere of vision is equal whether I look only in my hand or on the open firmament, for first, in both cases the retina is full, 2D, the radiuses of both spheres are equal or rather nothing at all to the sight, 3D ly, equal numbers of points in one and t'other. In the Barrovian case purblind would judge aright. Why the horizontal moon greater? Why objects seen erect? N. To what purpose certain figure and texture connected WTH other perceptions? Men estimate magnitudes both by angles and distance. Blind at first could not know distance, or by pure sight, abstracting from experience of connection of sight and tangible ideas, we can't perceive distance. Therefore by pure sight we cannot perceive or judge of extension. Whether it be possible to enlarge our sight or make us see at once more, or more points, than we do, by diminishing the punctum visibile below 30 minutes. Speech metaphorical more than we imagine. Insensible things, and their modes, circumstances, and C, being expressed for the most part by words borrowed from things sensible. Hence manifold mistakes. The grand mistake is that we think we have ideas of the operations of our minds. Certainly this metaphorical dress is an argument we have not. How can our idea of God be complex and compounded, when his essence is simple and uncompounded? V. Locke. B. 2. C. 23. S. 35. G. The impossibility of defining or discoursing clearly of such things proceeds from the fault and scantiness of language, as much perhaps as from obscurity and confusion of thought. Hence I may clearly and fully understand my own soul, extension, and C, and not be able to define them. The substance would a collection of simple ideas. See Locke. B. 2. C. 26. S. 1. Mem. Concerning straight lines seen to look at them through an orbicular lattice. Whether possible that those visible ideas WCH are now connected with greater tangible extensions could have been connected with lesser tangible extensions, there seeming to be no necessary connection between those thoughts. Speculums seem to diminish or enlarge objects not by altering the optic angle, but by altering the apparent distance. Hence if blind would think things diminished by convexes, or enlarged by concaves. Motion not one idea, it cannot be perceived at once. To allow existence to colors in the dark, persons not thinking, and see, but not an actual existence. 'Tis prudent to correct men's mistakes without altering their language. This makes truth glide into their souls insensibly. M.P. Colors in ye dark do exist really, i.e. with their light, or as soon as light comes, we shall see them, provided we open our eyes, and that whether we will or no. How the retina is filled by a looking glass. Convex speculums have the same effect WTH concave glasses. Q. Whether concave speculums have the same effect WTH convex glasses. The reason why convex speculums diminish and concave magnify not yet fully assigned by any writer I know. Q. Why not objects seen convexed when that they seem inverted through a convex lens. Q. How to make a glass or speculum which shall magnify or diminish by altering the distance without altering the angle. No identity, other than perfect likeness, in any individuals besides persons. N. As well make tastes, smells, fear, shame, wit, virtue, vice, and all thoughts move WTH local motion as immaterial spirit. On account of my doctrine, the identity of finite substances must consist in something else than continued existence, or relation to determined time and place of beginning to exist, the existence of our thoughts, which being combined make all substances, being frequently interrupted, and they having divers beginnings and endings. S. Q. Whether identity of person consists not in the will. No necessary connection between great or little optic angles and great or little extension. Distance is not perceived. Optic angles are not perceived. How then is extension perceived by sight? Apparent magnitude of a line is not simply as the optic angle, but directly as the optic angle, and reciprocally as the confusion, and see, i.e. the other sensations, or want of sensation, that attend near vision. Hence great mistakes in assigning the magnifying power of glasses. Vid. Moli, no. Glasses or speculums may perhaps magnify or lessen without altering the optic angle, but to no purpose. Q. Whether purblind would think objects so much diminished by a convex speculum as another. Q. Wherein consists identity of person. Not in actual consciousness. For then I'm not the same person I was this day 12 months but while I think of WT. I then did. Not in potential. For then all persons may be the same, for aught we know. Mem. Story of Mr. Deering's aunt. Two sorts of potential consciousness, natural and preternatural. In the last section but one, I mean the latter. If by magnitude be meant the proportion anything bears to a determined tangible extension, as inch, foot, and sea, this, 'tis plain, cannot be properly and per se perceived by sight, and as for determined visible inches, feet, and sea, there can be no such thing obtained by the mere act of seeing, abstracted from experience, and see. The greatness per se perceivable by the sight is only the proportion any visible appearance bears to the others seen at the same time, or, which is the same thing, the proportion of any particular part of the visual orb to the whole. But mark that we perceive not it is an orb, any more than a plane, but by reasoning. This is all the greatness the pictures have per se. Hereby mere seeing cannot at all judge of the extension of any object, it not availing to know the object makes such a part of a spherical surface except we also know the greatness of the spherical surface, for a point may subtend the same angle WTH a mile, and so create as great an image in the retina, i.e. take up as much of the orb. Men judge of magnitude by faintness and vigorousness, by distinctness and confusion, with some other circumstances, by great and little angles. Hence, 'tis plain the ideas of sight which are now connected with greatness might have been connected WTH smallness, and vice versa, there being no necessary reason why great angles, faintness, and distinctness without straining, should stand for great extension, any more than a great angle, vigorousness, and confusion. My end is not to deliver metaphysics altogether in a general scholastic way, but in some measure to accommodate them to the sciences, and show how they may be useful in optics, geometry, and c. Q. Whether per se proportion of visible magnitudes be perceivable by sight. This is put on account of distinctness and confusedness, the act of perception seeming to be as great in viewing any point of the visual orb distinctly, as in viewing the whole confusedly. Mem. To correct my language and make it as philosophically nice as possible, to avoid giving handle. If men could without straining alter the convexity of their crystallines, they might magnify or diminish the apparent diameters of objects, the same optic angle remaining. The bigness in one sense of the pictures in the fund is not determined, for the nearer a man views them, the images of them, as well as other objects, will take up the greater room in the fund of his eye. Mem. Introduction to contain the design of the whole, the nature and manner of demonstrating, and c. Two sorts of bigness accurately to be distinguished, they being perfectly and toto kilo different. The one the proportion that any one appearance has to the sum of appearances perceived at the same time WTH it, WCH is proportional to angles, or, if a surface, to segments of spherical surfaces. The other is tangible bigness. Q. WT would happen if the sphere of the retina were enlarged or diminished. We think by the mere act of vision we perceive distance from us, yet we do not, also that we perceive solids, yet we do not, also the inequality of things seen under the same angle, yet we do not. Why may I not add, we think we see extension by mere vision. Yet we do not. Extension seems to be perceived by the eye, as thought by the ear. As long as the same angle determines the minimum visibile to two persons, no different conformation of the eye can make a different appearance of magnitude in the same thing. But, it being possible to try the angle, we may certainly know whether the same thing appears differently big to two persons on account of their eyes. If a man could see, objects would appear larger to him than to another. Hence there is another sort of purely visible magnitude beside the proportion any appearance bears to the visual sphere, viz., its proportion to the m.v. Were there but one and the same language in the world, and did children speak it naturally as soon as born, and were it not in the power of men to conceal their thoughts or deceive others, but that there were an inseparable connection between words and thoughts, so opposito uno, ponitur alterum by the laws of nature, Q. Would not men think they heard thoughts as much as that they see extension? All our ideas are adequate. Our knowledge of the laws of nature is not perfect and adequate. M.P. Men are in the right in judging their simple ideas to be in the things themselves. Certainly heat and color is as much without the mind as figure, motion, time, and c. We know many things WCH we want words to express. Great things discoverable upon this principle. For want of considering WCH divers men have run into sundry mistakes, endeavoring to set forth the knowledge by sounds, WCH foundering them, they thought the defect was in their knowledge, while in truth it was in their language. Q. Whether the sensations of sight arising from a man's head be liquor the sensations of touch proceeding from thence or from his legs? Or, is it only the constant and long association of ideas entirely different that makes me judge them the same? WTIC is only variety of colors and light. WTI feel is hard or soft, hot or cold, rough or smooth, and c. WT resemblance have these thoughts with those. A picture painted WTH great variety of colors affects the touch in one uniform manner. I cannot therefore conclude that because I see two, I shall feel two, because I see angles or inequalities, I shall feel angles or inequalities. How therefore can I, before experience teaches me, know that the visible legs are, because two, connected WTH the tangible ones, or the visible head, because one, connected WTH the tangible head? M. All things by us conceivable are. First, thoughts. 2 NDLY, powers to receive thoughts. 3 RDLY, powers to cause thoughts. Neither of all WCH can possibly exist in an inert, senseless thing. An object without a glass may be seen under as great an angle as WTH a glass. A glass therefore does not magnify the appearance by the angle. S. Absurd that men should know the soul by idea, ideas being inert, thoughtless. Hence Malebranche confuted. I saw gladness in his looks. I saw shame in his face. So I see figure or distance. Q. Why things seen confusedly through, a convex glass are not magnified. Though we should judge the horizontal moon to be more distant, why should we therefore judge her to be greater? What connection betwixt the same angle, further distant, and greaterness? N. My doctrine affects the essences of the corpuscularians. Perfect circles, and c. exist not without, for none can so exist, whether perfect or no, but in the mind. Lines thought divisible ad infinitum, because they are supposed to exist without. Also because they are thought the same when viewed by the naked eye, and when viewed through magnifying glasses. They who knew not glasses had not so fair a pretence for the divisibility ad infinitum. No idea of circle, and c. in abstract. Metaphysics as capable of certainty as ethics, but not so capable to be demonstrated in a geometrical way, because men see clearer and have not so many prejudices in ethics. Visible ideas come into the mind very distinct. So do tangible ideas. Hence extension seen and felt. Sounds, tastes, and see, are more blended. Chew. Why not extension intromitted by the taste in conjunction with the smell? Seeing tastes and smells are very distinct ideas. Blue and yellow particles mixed, while they exhibit an uniform green, their extension is not perceived, but as soon as they exhibit distinct sensations of blue and yellow, then their extension is perceived. Distinct perception of visible ideas not so perfect as of tangible ideas being many at once equally vivid. Hence heterogeneous extension. Object. Why a mist increases not the apparent magnitude of an object, in proportion to the faintness. Mem. To inquire touching the squaring of the circle, and see. That WCH seems smooth and round to the touch may to sight seem quite otherwise. Hence no necessary connection betwixt visible ideas and tangible ones. In geometry it is not proved that an inch is divisible ad infinitum. Geometry not conversant about our complete determined ideas of figures, for these are not divisible ad infinitum. Particular circles may be squared, for the circumference being given a diameter may be found betwixt WCH and the true there is not any perceivable difference. Therefore there is no difference. Extension being a perception, and a perception not perceived is contradiction, nonsense, nothing. In vain to allege the difference may be seen by magnifying glasses, for in YT case there is, 'tis true, a difference perceived, but not between the same ideas, but others much greater, entirely different therefrom. Any visible circle possibly perceivable of any man may be squared, by the common way, most accurately, or even perceivable by any other being, see he never so acute, i.e. never so small an arch of a circle. This being WT makes the distinction between acute and dull sight, and not the M.V., as men are perhaps apt to think. The same is true of any tangible circle. Therefore further inquiry of accuracy in squaring or other curves is perfectly needless, and time thrown away. Mem. To press WT last proceeds more homely, and so think on't again. A mere line or distance is not made up of points, does not exist, cannot be imagined, or have an idea framed thereof, no more than mere color without extension. Mem. A great difference between considering length without breadth, and having an idea of, or imagining, length without breadth. Mal branch out touching the crystallines diminishing, L. 1. C. 6. 'Tis possible, and perhaps not very improbable, that is sometimes so, we may have the greatest pictures from the least objects. Therefore no necessary connection betwixt visible and tangible ideas. These ideas, viz. Great relation to sphaera visualis, or to the M. versus WCH is all that I would have meant by having a greater picture, and faintness, might possibly have stood for or signified small tangible extensions. Certainly the greater relation to S. versus and M. versus does frequently, in that men view little objects near the eye. Mal branch out in asserting we cannot possibly know whether there are two men in the world that see a thing of the same bigness. V. L. 1. C. 6. Diagonal of particular square commensurable WTH its side, they both containing a certain number of M. V. I do not think that surfaces consist of lines, i.e. mere distances. Hence perhaps may be solid that sophism WCH would prove the oblique line equal to the perpendicular between two parallels. Suppose an inch represent a mile. 1/1000th of an inch is nothing, but 1/1000th of ye mile represented is something, therefore 1/1000th an inch, though nothing, is not to be neglected, because it represents something, i.e. 1/1000th of a mile. Particular determined lines are not divisible ad infinitum, but lines as used by geometers are so, they not being determined to any particular finite number of points. Yet a geometer, he knows not why, will very readily say he can demonstrate an inch line is divisible ad infinitum. A body moving in the optic axis not perceived to move by sight merely, and without experience. There is, 'tis true, a successive change of ideas, it seems less and less. But, besides this, there is no visible change of place. Mem. To inquire most diligently concerning the incommensurability of diagonal and side, whether it does not go on the supposition of units being divisible ad infinitum, i.e. of the extended thing spoken of being divisible ad infinitum, unit being nothing, also v. Barrow, lect. Geom. And so the infinite indivisibility deduced therefrom is a petitio principi. The diagonal is commensurable with the side. M. P. From Malebranche, Locke, and my first arguings it can't be proved that extension is not in matter. From Locke's arguings it can't be proved that colors are not in bodies. Mem. That I was distrustful at 8 years old, and consequently by nature disposed for these new doctrines. Chew. How can a line consisting of an unequal number of points be divisible, ad infinitum, in two equals? Mem. To discuss copiously how and why we do not see the pictures. M. P. Allowing extensions to exist in matter, we cannot know even their proportions, contrary to Malebranche. M. I wonder how men cannot see a truth so obvious, as that extension cannot exist without a thinking substance. M. Species of all sensible things made by the mind. This proved either by turning men's eyes into magnifiers or diminishers. Year M. Versus is, suppose, less than mine. Let a third person have perfect ideas of both our M. Versus. His idea of my M. Versus contains his idea of yours, and somewhat more. Therefore, 'tis made up of parts, therefore his idea of my M. Versus is not perfect or just, which diverts the hypothesis. Chew. Whether AM. Versus or T. be extended. Mem. The strange errors men run into about the pictures. We think them small because should a man be supposed to see them their pictures would take up but little room in the fund of his eye. It seems all lines can't be bisected in two equal parts. Mem. To examine how the geometers prove the contrary. 'Tis impossible there should be AM. Versus less than mine. If there be, mine may become equal to it, because they are homogeneous, by detraction of some part or parts. But it consists not of parts, ergo and c. Suppose inverting perspectives bound to ye eyes of a child, and continued to the years of manhood, when he looks up, or turns up his head, he shall behold WT we call under. Chew. What would he think of up and down? M. I wonder not at my sagacity in discovering the obvious though amazing truth. I rather wonder at my stupid inadvertency in not finding it out before. 'Tis no witchcraft to see. M. Our simple ideas are so many simple thoughts or perceptions. A perception cannot exist without a thing to perceive it, or any longer than it is perceived. A thought cannot be in an unthinking thing. One uniform simple thought can be like to nothing but another uniform simple thought. Complex thoughts or ideas are only an assemblage of simple ideas, and can be the image of nothing, or like unto nothing, but another assemblage of simple ideas, and c. M. The Cartesian opinion of light and colors and c. is orthodox enough even in their eyes who think the scripture expression may favor the common opinion. Why may not mine also? But there is nothing in scripture that can possibly be wrested to make against me, but, perhaps, many things for me. M. Bodies and c. there exist whether we think of M or no, they being taken in a twofold sense. 1. Collections of thoughts. 2. Collections of powers to cause those thoughts. These later exist, though, perhaps a party ray it may be one simple perfect power. Q. Whether the extension of a plane, looked at straight and slantingly, surveyed minutely and distinctly, or in the bulk and confusedly at once, be the same. N. B. The plane is supposed to keep the same distance. The ideas we have by a successive, curious inspection of ye minute parts of a plane do not seem to make up the extension of that plane viewed and considered altogether. Ignorance in some sort requisite in ye person that should discern the principle. Thoughts do most properly signify, or are mostly taken for the interior operations of the mind, wherein the mind is active. Those yt obey not the acts of volition, and in wch the mind is passive, are more properly called sensations or perceptions. But yt is all a case of words. Extension being the collection or distinct coexistence of minimums, i.e. of perceptions intromitted by sight or touch, it cannot be conceived without a perceiving substance. P. Malebranche does not prove that the figures and extensions exist not when they are not perceived. Consequently he does not prove, nor can it be proved on his principles, that the sorts are the work of the mind, and only in the mind. M. P. The great argument to prove that extension cannot be in an unthinking substance is, that it cannot be conceived distinct from or without all tangible or visible quality. M. Though matter be extended wth an indefinite extension, yet the mind makes the sorts. They were not before the mind perceiving them, and even now they are not without the mind. Houses, trees, and sea, though indefinitely extended matter do exist, are not without the mind. M. The great danger of making extension exist without the mind is, that if it does it must be acknowledged infinite, immutable, eternal, and c. Wch will be to make either God extended, wch I think dangerous, or an eternal, immutable, infinite, incrate being beside God. I. Finiteness of our minds no excuse for the geometers. M. The principle easily proved by plenty of arguments ad absurdum. The twofold signification of bodies, viz. 1. Combinations of thoughts. 2. Combinations of powers to raise thoughts. These, I say, in conjunction with homogeneous particles, may solve much better the objections from the creation than the supposition that matter does exist. Upon wch supposition I think they cannot be solved. Bodies taken for powers do exist wn not perceived, but this existence is not actual. Wn I say a power exists, no more is meant than that if in the light I open my eyes, and look that way, I shall see it, i.e. the body, and see. Q. Whether blind before sight may not have an idea of light and colors and visible extension, after the same manner as we perceive them wth eyes shut, or in the dark, not imagining, but seeing after a sort. Visible extension cannot be conceived added to tangible extension. Visible and tangible points can't make one sum. Therefore these extensions are heterogeneous. A probable method proposed whereby one may judge whether in near vision there is a greater distance between the crystalline and fund than usual, or whether the crystalline be only rendered more convex. If the former, then the versus S is enlarged, and the M versus corresponds to less than 30 minutes, or whatever it used to correspond to. Stated measures, inches, feet, and c, are tangible not visible extensions. M. Locke, Moore, Raphson, and c. seem to make God extended. 'Tis nevertheless of great use to religion to take extension out of our idea of God, and put a power in its place. It seems dangerous to suppose extension, wch is manifestly inert, in God. M. But, say you, the thought or perception I call extension is not itself in an unthinking thing or matter, but it is like something wch is in matter. Well, say I, do you apprehend or conceive what you say extension is like unto, or do you not? If the later, how know you they are alike? How can you compare any things besides your own ideas? If the former, it must be an idea, i.e. perception, thought, or sensation. WCH to be in an unperceiving thing is a contradiction. I abstain from all flourish and powers of words and figures, using a great plainness and simplicity of simile, having oft found it difficult to understand those that use the lofty and platonic, or subtile and scholastic strain. Whatsoever has any of our ideas in it must perceive, it being that very having, that passive recognition of ideas, that denominates the mind perceiving, that being the very essence of perception, or that wherein perception consists. The faintness WCH alters the appearance of the horizontal moon, rather proceeds from the quantity or grossness of the intermediate atmosphere, than from any change of distance. WCH is perhaps not considerable enough to be a total cause, but may be a partial of the phenomenon. The visual angle is less in cause the horizon. We judge of the distance of bodies, as by other things, so also by the situation of their pictures in the eye, or WCH is the same thing, according as they appear higher or lower. Those WCH seem higher or farther off. Why we see objects greater in ye dark. Whether this can be solved by any but my principles. The reverse of ye principle introduced skepticism. On my principles there is a reality. There are things, there is a rerum natura. The surds, doubling the cube, and c. We think that if just made to see we should judge of the distance and magnitude of things as we do now, but this is false. So also we think so positively of the situation of objects. Hayes's, Keel's, and c. method of proving the infinitesimals of the 3D order absurd, and perfectly contradictions. Angles of contact, and verily all angles comprehended by a right line and a curve, cannot be measured, the arches intercepted not being similar. The danger of expounding the Trinity by extension. Why should the magnitude seen at a near distance be deemed the true one rather than that seen at a farther distance? Why should the sun be thought many 1,000 miles rather than 1 foot in diameter, both being equally apparent diameters? Certainly men judged of the sun not in himself, but WTH relation to themselves. 4 principles whereby to answer objections, viz. 1. Bodies do really exist, though not perceived by us. 2. There is a law or course of nature. 3. Language and knowledge are all about ideas. Words stand for nothing else. 4. Nothing can be a proof against one side of a contradiction that bears equally hard upon the other. What shall I say? Dare I pronounce the admired Acribia Mathematica, that darling of the age, a trifle? Most certainly no finite extension divisible ad infinitum. Difficulties about concentric circles. To examine and accurately discuss the scholium of the 8th definition of Mr. Newton's Principia. Ridiculous in the mathematicians to despise sense. Is it not impossible there should be abstract general ideas? All ideas come from without. They are all particular. The mind, 'tis true, can consider one thing WTH out another, but then, considered asunder, they make not 2 ideas. Both together can make but one, as for instance color and visible extension. The end of a mathematical line is nothing. Locke's argument that the end of his pen is black or white concludes nothing here. Take care how you pretend to define extension, for fear of the geometers. Why difficult to imagine a minimum? Because we are not used to take notice of singly, they not being able singly to pleasure or hurt us, thereby to deserve our regard. To prove against Keel yt the infinite divisibility of matter makes the half have an equal number of equal parts with the whole. To examine how far the not comprehending infinites may be admitted as a plea. Why may not the mathematicians reject all the extensions below the m as well as the dd, and c, wch are allowed to be something, and consequently may be magnified by glasses into inches, feet, and c, as well as the quantities next below the m. Big, little, and number are the works of the mind. How therefore can ye extension you suppose in matter be big or little? How can it consist of any number of points? P. Mem. Strictly to remark L, Oc. B. 2. C. 8. S. 8. Schulman compared with the mathematicians. Extension is blended WTH tangible or visible ideas, and by the mind prescinded therefrom. Mathematiques made easy. The scale does almost all. The scale can tell us the subtangent in ye parabola is double the abscissa. WT need of the utmost accuracy WN the mathematicians own in rerum natura they cannot find anything corresponding WTH the nice ideas. One should endeavor to find a progression by trying WTH the scale. Newton's fluxions needless. Anything below an m might serve for Leibniz's differential calculus. How can they hang together so well, since there are in them, I mean the mathematiques, so many contradictorii argutii? V. Barrow, Lect. A man may read a book of conics with ease, knowing how to try if they're right. He may take M on the credit of the author. Where's the need of certainty in such trifles? The thing that makes it so much esteemed in 'em is that we are thought not capable of getting it elsewhere. But we may in ethics and metaphysics. The not leading men into mistakes no argument for the truth of the infinitesimals. They being nothings may perhaps do neither good nor harm, except when they're taken for something, and then the contradiction begets a contradiction. A plus 500 nothings equals A plus 50 nothings, an innocent silly truth. M. My doctrine excellently corresponds WTH the creation. I suppose no matter, no stars, sun, and sea, to have existed before. It seems all circles are not similar figures, there not being the same proportion betwixt all circumferences and the diameters. When a small line upon paper represents a mile, the mathematicians do not calculate the 1/10,000th of the paper line, they calculate the 1/10,000th of the mile. 'Tis to this they have regard, 'tis of this they think, if they think or have any idea at all. The inch perhaps might represent to their imaginations the mile, but ye 1/10,000th of the inch cannot be made to represent anything, it not being imaginable. But the 1/10,000th of a mile being somewhat, they think the 1/10,000th inch is somewhat, when they think of YT they imagine they think on this. Three faults occur in the arguments of the mathematicians for divisibility ad infinitum. 1. They suppose extension to exist without the mind, or not perceived. 2. They suppose that we have an idea of length without breadth, or that length without breadth does exist. 3. That unity is divisible ad infinitum. To suppose are m.s. divisible is to say there are distinguishable ideas where there are no distinguishable ideas. The m.s. is not near so inconceivable as the signum in magnitudine individuum. Mem. To examine the math, about their point, what it is, something or nothing, and how it differs from the m.s. All might be demonstrated by a new method of indivisibles, easier perhaps and juster than that of Cavallarius. M. Unperceivable perception a contradiction. P. G. Proprietates reals rerum omnium in Dio, tam corporum quum spirituum continentia. Clerici, log. Ca. Let my adversaries answer any one of mine, I'll yield. If I don't answer every one of theirs, I'll yield. The loss of the excuse may hurt transubstantiation, but not the Trinity. We need not strain our imaginations to conceive such little things. Bigger may do as well for infinitesimals, since the integer must be an infinite. Evident YTWCH has an infinite number of parts must be infinite. Q. Whether extension be resoluble into points it does not consist of, nor can it be objected that we reason about numbers. WCH are only words and not ideas, for these infinitesimals are words of no use, if not supposed to stand for ideas. Axiom. No reasoning about things whereof we have no idea. Therefore no reasoning about infinitesimals. Much less infinitesimals of infinitesimals, and c. Axiom. No word to be used without an idea. M.P. Our eyes and senses inform us not of the existence of matter or ideas existing without the mind. They are not to be blamed for the mistake. I defy any man to assign a right line equal to a paraboloid, but when looked at through a microscope they may appear unequal. M. Newton's harangue amounts to no more than that gravity is proportional to gravity. One can't imagine an extended thing without color. V. Barrow, L. G. P. Men allow colors, sounds, and C. not to exist without the mind, though they have no demonstration they do not. Why may they not allow my principle with a demonstration? M. P. Chew. Whether I had not better allow colors to exist without the mind, taking the mind for the active thing which I call, I, myself, YT seems to be distinct from the understanding. P. The taking extension to be distinct from all other tangible and visible qualities, and to make an idea by itself, has made men take it to be without the mind. I see no wit in any of them but Newton. The rest are mere triflers, mere nihilarians. The folly of the mathematicians in not judging of sensations by their senses. Reason was given us for nobler uses. M. Keels filling the world with a might. This follows from the divisibility of extension ad infinitum. Extension, or length without breadth, seems to be nothing save the number of points that lie betwixt any 2 points. It seems to consist in mere proportion, mere reference of the mind. To what purpose is it to determine the forms of glasses geometrically? Sir Isaac owns his book could have been demonstrated on the supposition of indivisibles. M. Innumerable vessels of matter. V. Cheney. I'll not admire the mathematicians. 'Tis what any one of common sense might attain to by repeated acts. I prove it by experience. I am but one of human sense, and I and see. Mathematicians have some of them good parts, the more is the pity. Had they not been mathematicians they had been good for nothing. They were such fools they knew not how to employ their parts. The mathematicians could not so much as tell wherein truth and certainty consisted, till Locke told M. I see the best of M talk of light and colors as if without the mind. By thing I either mean ideas or that WCH has ideas. Nullum praeclarum ingenium unquam fut magnus mathematicus. Scaliger. A great genius cannot stoop to such trifles and minutenesses as they consider. 1. All significant words stand for ideas. 2. All knowledge about our ideas. 3. All ideas come from without or from within. 4. If from without it must be by the senses, and they are called sensations. 5. If from within they are the operations of the mind, and are called thoughts. 6. No sensation can be in a senseless thing. 7. No thought can be in a thoughtless thing. 8. All our ideas are either sensations or thoughts, by 3, 4, 5. 9. None of our ideas can be in a thing which is both thoughtless and senseless, by 6, 7, 8. 10. The bare passive recognition or having of ideas is called perception. 11. Whatever has in it an idea, though it be never so passive, though it exert no manner of act about it, yet it must perceive. 10. 12. All ideas either are simple ideas, or made up of simple ideas. 13. That thing which is like unto another thing must agree wth it in one or more simple ideas. 14. Whatever is like a simple idea must either be another simple idea of the same sort, or contain a simple idea of the same sort. 13. 15. Nothing like an idea can be in an unperceiving thing. 11. 14. Another demonstration of the same thing. 16. Two things cannot be said to be alike or unlike till they have been compared. 17. Comparing is the viewing two ideas together, and marking WT they agree in and WT they disagree in. 18. The mind can compare nothing but its own ideas. 17. 19. Nothing like an idea can be in an unperceiving thing. 11, 16, 18. N. B. Other arguments innumerable, both a priori and a posteriori, drawn from all the sciences, from the clearest, plainest, most obvious truths, whereby to demonstrate the principle, i.e. that neither our ideas, nor anything like our ideas, can possibly be in an unperceiving thing. N.B. Not one argument of any kind whatsoever, certain or probable, a priori or a posteriori, from any art or science, from either sense or reason, against it. Mathematicians have no right idea of angles. Hence angles of contact wrongly applied to prove extension divisible ad infinitum. We have got the algebra of pure intelligences. We can prove Newton's propositions more accurately, more easily, and upon truer principles than himself. Barrow owns the downfall of geometry. However, I'll endeavor to rescue it, so far as it is useful, or real, or imaginable, or intelligible. But for the nothings, I'll leave them to their admirers. I'll teach any one the whole course of mathematics in 1/100th part the time that another will. Much banter got from the prefaces of the mathematicians. P. Newton says color is in the subtile matter. Hence Malebranche proves nothing, or is mistaken, in asserting there is only figure and motion. I can square the circle, and see, they cannot. WCH goes on the best principles. The Billies use a finite visible line for an 1 per meter. T. Marsilius Ficinus. His appearing the moment he died solved by my idea of time. M. The philosophers lose their abstract or unperceived matter. The mathematicians lose their insensible sensations. The profane lose their extended deity. Pray WT do the rest of mankind lose. As for bodies, and see, we have them still. N.B. The future nat, philosoph, and mathem, get vastly by the bargain. P. There are men who say there are insensible extensions. There are others who say the wall is not white, the fire is not hot, and see. We Irishmen cannot attain to these truths. The mathematicians think there are insensible lines. About these they harangue. These cut in a point at all angles. These are divisible ad infinitum. We Irishmen can conceive no such lines. The mathematicians talk of WT they call a point. This, they say, is not altogether nothing, nor is it downright something. Now we Irishmen are apt to think something and nothing are next neighbors. Engagements to P on account of ye. Treatise that grew up under his eye, on account also of his approving my harangue. Glorious for P to be the protector of useful though newly discovered truths. How could I venture thoughts into the world before I knew they would be of use to the world? And how could I know that till I had tried how they suited other men's ideas? I publish not this so much for anything else as to know whether other men have the same ideas as we Irishmen. This is my end, and not to be informed as to my own particular. My speculations have the same effect as visiting foreign countries. In the end I return where I was before, but my heart at ease, and enjoying life with new satisfaction. Passing through all the sciences, though false for the most part, yet it gives us the better insight and greater knowledge of the truth. He that would bring another over to his opinion, must seem to harmonize with him at first, and humor him in his own way of talking. From my childhood I had an unaccountable turn of thought that way. It doth not argue a dwarf to have greater strength than a giant, because he can throw off the molehill which is upon him, while the other struggles beneath the mountain. The whole directed to practice and morality, as appears first, from making manifest the nearness and omnipresence of God, to dly, from cutting off the useless labor of sciences, and so forth. An Essay Towards a New Theory of Vision, 1709. Oxford Clarendon Press 1901 text. In 1709, Berkeley published his first major work, An Essay Towards a New Theory of Vision, in which he discusses the limitations of human vision and advances the theory that the proper objects of sight are not material objects, but light and color. This treatise would foreshadow his chief philosophical work, a treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, which would appear the following year. The question concerning the visibility of space was central to the Renaissance perspective tradition and its reliance on classical optics in the development of pictorial representations of spatial depth. In the treatise Berkeley frequently criticizes the views of the optic writers, including William Molyneux, Wallace, Malebranche and Descartes. At first Berkeley argues against the classical scholars of optics, suggesting that spatial depth, as the distance that separates the perceiver from the perceived object, is itself invisible. He argues that we do not see space directly or deduce its form logically using the laws of optics. Space for Berkeley is no more than a contingent expectation that visual and tactile sensations will follow one another in regular sequences, which we come to expect through habit. Berkeley goes on to suggest that visual cues, such as the perceived extension or confusion of an object, can only be used to indirectly judge distance, since the viewer learns to associate visual cues with tactile sensations. He gives the following analogy regarding indirect distance perception. One perceives distance indirectly just as one perceives a person's embarrassment indirectly. When we are looking at someone that is feeling embarrassed, we infer indirectly that the person is embarrassed by observing the red color on their face. We know through experience that a red face signals embarrassment, as we have learned to associate the two. William Molyneux, 1656–1698, was an Irish writer on science, politics and natural philosophy. He is noted as a close friend of fellow philosopher John Locke, and for proposing Molyneux's problem, a thought experiment widely discussed. Contents. Editor's preface to the essay Towards a New Theory of Vision. Dedication. An essay towards a new theory of vision. An appendix to the essay on vision. Editor's preface to the essay Towards a New Theory of Vision. Berkeley's essay Towards a New Theory of Vision was meant to prepare the way for the exposition and defense of the new theory of the material world, its natural order, and its relation to spirit, that is contained in his Book of Principles and in the relative dialogues, which speedily followed. The essay was the firstfruits of his early philosophical studies at Dublin. It was also the first attempt to show that our apparently immediate vision of space and of bodies extended in three-dimensioned space is either tacit or conscious inference, occasioned by constant association of the phenomena of which alone we are visually percipient with assumed realities of our tactual and locomotive experience. The first edition of the essay appeared early in 1709, when its author was about 24 years of age. A second edition, with a few verbal changes and an appendix, followed before the end of that year. Both were issued in Dublin, printed by Aaron Rames, at the back of Dick's Coffee House, for Jeremy Pepyar, bookseller in Skinner Row. In March 1732, a third edition, without the appendix, was annexed to Alciphron, on account of its relation to the fourth dialogue in that book. This was the author's last revision. In the present edition the text of this last edition is adopted, after collation with those preceding. The appendix has been restored, and also the dedication to Sir John Percival, which appeared only in the first edition. A due appreciation of Berkeley's theory of seeing, and his conception of the visible world, involves a study, not merely of this tentative juvenile essay, but also of its fuller development and application in his more matured works. This has been commonly forgotten by his critics. Various circumstances contribute to perplex and even repel the reader of the essay, making it less fit to be an easy avenue of approach to Berkeley's principles. Its occasion and design, and its connection with his spiritual conception of the material world, are suggested in sections 43 and 44 of the Principles. Those sections are a key to the essay. They inform us that in the essay the author intentionally uses language which seems to attribute a reality independent of all percipient spirit to the ideas or phenomena presented in touch, it being beside his purpose, he says, to examine and refute that vulgar error in a work on vision. This studied reticence of a verbally paradoxical conception of matter, in reasonings about vision which are fully intelligible only under that conception, is one cause of a want of philosophical lucidity in the essay. Another circumstance adds to the embarrassment of those who approach the Principles and the three dialogues through the essay on vision. The essay offers no exception to the lax employment of equivocal words familiar in the early literature of English philosophy, but which is particularly inconvenient in the subtle discussions to which we are here introduced. At the present day we are perhaps accustomed to more precision and uniformity in the philosophical use of language. At any rate we connect other meanings than those here intended with some of the leading words. It is enough to refer to such terms as idea, notion, sensation, perception, touch, externality, distance, and their conjugates. It is difficult for the modern reader to revive and remember the meanings which Berkeley intends by idea and notion, so significant in his vocabulary, and touch with him connotes muscular and locomotive experience as well as the pure sense of contact. Interchange of the terms outward, outness, externality, without the mind, and without the eye is confusing, if we forget that Berkeley implies that percipient mind is virtually coextensive with our bodily organism, so that being without, or at a distance from, our bodies is being at a distance from the percipient mind. I have tried in the annotations to relieve some of these ambiguities, of which Berkeley himself warns us, cf. Sect. 120. The essay moreover abounds in repetitions, and interpolations of antiquated optics and physiology, so that its logical structure and even its supreme generalization are not easily apprehended. I will try to disentangle them. The reader must remember that this essay on vision is professedly an introspective appeal to human consciousness. It is an analysis of what human beings are conscious of when they see, the results being here and there applied, partly by way of verification, to solve some famous optical or physiological puzzle. The aim is to present the facts, the whole facts, and nothing but the facts of our internal visual experience, as distinguished from supposed facts and empty abstractions, which an irregular exercise of imagination, or abuse of words, had put in their place. The investigation, moreover, is not concerned with space in its metaphysical infinity, but with finite sections of space and their relations, which concern the sciences, physical and mathematical, and with real or tangible distance, magnitude, and place, in their relation to seeing. From the second section onwards the essay naturally falls into 6 parts, devoted successively to the proof of the 6 following theses regarding the relation of sight to finite spaces and to things extended. I. Sect. 2-51. Distance, or outness from the eye in the line of vision, is not seen, it is only suggested to the mind by visible phenomena and by sensations felt in the eye, all which are somehow its arbitrarily constituted and non-resembling signs. 2. Sect. 52-87. Magnitude, or the amount of space that objects of sense occupy, is really invisible, we only see a greater or less quantity of color, and color depends upon percipient mind. Our supposed visual perceptions of real magnitude are only our own interpretations of the tactual meaning of the colors we see, and of sensations felt in the eye, which are its signs. 3. Sect. 88-120. Situation of objects of sense, or their real relation to one another in ambient space, is invisible. What we see is variety in the relations of colors to one another. Our supposed vision of real tangible locality is only our interpretation of its visual non-resembling signs. IV. Sect. 121-46. There is no object that is presented in common to sight and touch, space or extension, which has the best claim to be their common object, is specifically as well as numerically different in sight and in touch. V. Sect. 147-48. The explanation of the tactual significance of the visible and visual signs, upon which human experience proceeds, is offered in the theory that all visible phenomena are arbitrary signs in what is virtually the language of nature, addressed by God to the senses and intelligence of man. Vi. Sect. 149-60. The true object studied in geometry is the kind of extension given in touch, not that given in sight. Real extension in all its phases is tangible, not visible. Color is the only immediate object of sight, and color being mind-dependent sensation, cannot be realized without percipient mind. These concluding sections are supplementary to the main argument. The fact that distance or outness is invisible is sometimes regarded as Berkeley's contribution to the theory of seeing. It is rather the assumption on which the essay proceeds. Sect. 2. The essay does not prove this invisibility, but seeks to show how, notwithstanding, we learn to find outness through seeing. That the relation between the visual signs of outness, on the one hand, and the real distance which they signify, on the other, is in all cases arbitrary, and discovered through experience, is the burden of sect. 2 to 40. The previously recognized signs of considerably remote distances are mentioned, sect. 3. But near distance was supposed to be inferred by a visual geometry, and to be suggested, not signified by arbitrary signs. The determination of the visual signs which suggest outness, near and remote, is Berkeley's professed discovery regarding vision. An induction of the visual signs which suggest distance is followed, sect. 43, by an assertion of the wholly sensuous reality of color, which is acknowledged to be the only immediate object of sight. Hence visible extension, consisting in color, must be dependent for its realization upon sentient or percipient mind. It is then argued, sect. 44, that this mind-dependent visible outness has no resemblance to the tangible reality, sect. 45. This is the first passage in the essay in which touch and its data are formally brought into view. Tactual or locomotive experience, it is implied, is needed to infuse true reality into our conceptions of distance or outness. This cannot be got from seeing any more than from hearing, or tasting, or smelling. It is as impossible to see and touch the same object as it is to hear and touch the same object. Visible objects and ocular sensations can only be ideal signs of real things. The sections in which touch is thus introduced are among the most important in the essay. They represent the outness given in hearing as wholly sensuous, ideal, or mind-dependent. They recognize as more truly real that got by contact and locomotion. But if this is all that man can see, it follows that his visible world, at any rate, becomes real only in and through percipient mind. The problem of an essay on vision is thus, to explain how the visible world of extended color can inform us of tangible realities, which it does not in the least resemble, and with which it has no necessary connection. That visible phenomena, or else certain organic sensations involved in seeing, sect. 3, 16, 21, 27, gradually suggest the real or tangible outness with which they are connected in the divinely constituted system of nature, is the explanation which now begins to dawn upon us. Here an ambiguity in the essay appears. It concludes that the visible world cannot be real without percipient realizing mind, i.e. not otherwise than ideally. Yet the argument seems to take for granted that we are percipient of a tangible world that is independent of percipient realizing mind. The reader is apt to say that the tangible world must be as dependent on percipient mind for its reality as the visible world is concluded to be, and for the same reason. This difficulty was soon afterwards encountered in the Book of Principles, where the worlds of sight and touch are put on the same level, and the possibility of unperceived reality in both cases is denied, on the ground that a material world cannot be realized in the total absence of spirit, human and divine. The term, external, may still be applied to tactual and locomotive phenomena alone, if men choose, but this not because of the ideal character of what is seen, and the unideal reality of what is touched, but only because tactual perceptions are found to be more firm and steady than visual. Berkeley preferred in this way to insinuate his new conception of the material world by degrees, at the risk of exposing this juvenile and tentative essay on vision to a charge of incoherence. The way in which visual ideas or phenomena suggest the outness or distance of things from the organ of sight having been thus explained, in what I call the first part of the essay, the second and third parts, sect. 52 to 120, argue for the invisibility of real extension in two other relations, viz. Magnitude and locality or situation. An induction of the visual signs of tangible size and situation is given in those sections. The result is applied to solve two problems then notable in optics, viz. 1. The reason for the greater visible size of the horizontal moon than of the moon in its meridian, sect. 67 to 87, and 2. The fact that objects are placed erect in vision only on condition that their images on the retina are inverted, sect. 88 to 120. Here the antithesis between the ideal world of colored extension and the real world of resistant extension is pressed with vigor. The high and low of the visible world is not the high and, lo, of the tangible world, sect. 91 to 106. There is no resemblance and no necessary relation between those two so-called extensions, not even when the number of visible objects happen to coincide with the number of tangible objects of which they are the visual signs, e.g. the visible and tangible fingers on the hand, for the born blind, on first receiving sight, could not parcel out the visible phenomena in correspondence with the tangible. The next part of the essay, sect. 121 to 45, argues for a specific as well as a numerical difference between the original data of sight and the data of touch and locomotion. Sight and touch perceive nothing in common. Extension in its various relations differs in sight from extension in touch. Colored extension, which alone is visible, is found to be different in kind from resistant extension, which alone is tangible. And if actually perceived or concrete extensions differ thus, the question is determined. For all extension with which man can be concerned must be concrete, sect. 23. Extension in the abstract is meaningless, sect. 124 to 25. What remains is to marshal the scattered evidence, and to guard the foregoing conclusions against objections. This is attempted in sections 128 to 46. The enunciation of the summary generalization, which forms the new theory of vision, sect. 147 to 8, may be taken as the fifth and culminating part of the essay. The closing sections, 149 to 60, as I have said, are supplementary, and profess to determine the sort of extension, visible or tangible, with which geometry is concerned. In concluding that it is tangible, he tries to picture the mental state of Idomenians, or unbodied spirits, endowed with visual perceptions only, and asks what their conception of outness and solid extension must be. Here further refinements in the interpretation of visual perception, and its organic conditions, which have not escaped the attention of latter psychologists and biologists, are hinted at. Whether the data of sight consist of non-resembling arbitrary signs of the tactual distances, sizes, and situations of things, is a question which some might prefer to deal with experimentally, by trial of the experience of persons in circumstances fitted to supply an answer. Of this sort would be the experience of the born blind, immediately after their sight has been restored, the conception of extension and its relations found in persons who continue from birth unable to see, the experience, if it could be got, of persons always destitute of all tactual and locomotive perceptions, but familiar with vision, and the facts of seeing observed in infants of the human species, and in the lower animals. Berkeley did not try to verify his conclusions in this way. Here and there, sect. 41, 42, 79, 92 to 99, 103, 106, 110, 128, 132 to 37, he conjectures what the first visual experience of those rescued from born blindness is likely to be. He also speculates, as we have seen, about the experience of unbodied spirits supposed to be able to see, but unable to touch or move, sect. 153 to 59, and in the appendix he refers, in confirmation of his new theory, to a reported case of one born blind who had obtained sight. But he forms his theory independently of those delicate and difficult investigations. His testing facts were sought introspectively. Indeed, those physiologists and mental philosophers who have since tried to determine what vision in its purity is, by cases either of communicated sight or of continued born blindness, have illustrated the truth of Diderot's remark, prepara a interroga un evugel ne ingut point a t un occupation inden des talents reunus de Newton, Descartes, Locke, a Leibniz. Berkeley's new theory has been quoted as a signal example of discovery in metaphysics. The subtle analysis which distinguishes seeing strictly so-called, from judgments about extended things, suggested by what we see, appears to have been imperfectly known to the ancient philosophers. Aristotle, indeed, speaks of color as the only proper object of sight, but, in passages of the De Anima where he names properties peculiar to particular senses, he enumerates others, such as motion, figure, and magnitude, which belong to all the senses in common. His distinction of proper and common sensibles appears at first to contradict Berkeley's doctrine of the heterogeneity of the ideal visible and the real tangible worlds. Aristotle, however, seems to question the immediate perceptibility of common sensibles, and to regard them as realized through the activity of intelligence. Some writers in optics, in medieval times, and in early modern philosophy, advanced beyond Aristotle, in explaining the relation of our matured notion of distance to what we originally perceive in seeing, and in the 15th century it was discovered by Moralico that the rays of light from the object converge to a focus in the eye, but I have not been able to trace even the germ of the new theory in these speculations. Accepting some hints by Descartes, Malebranche was among the first dimly to anticipate Berkeley, in resolving our supposed power of seeing outness into an interpretation of visual signs which we learn by experience to understand. The most important part of Malebranche's account of seeing is contained in the Recherche de la Vérité, Liv. I. ch. 9, in one of those chapters in which he discusses the frequent fallaciousness of the senses, and in particular of our visual perceptions of extension. He accounts for their inevitable uncertainty by assigning them not to sense but to misinterpretation of what is seen. He also enumerates various visual signs of distance. That the Recherche of Malebranche, published more than 30 years before the essay, was familiar to Berkeley before the publication of his new theory, is proved by internal evidence, and by his juvenile commonplace book. I am not able to discover signs of a similar connection between the new theory and the chapter on the mystery of sensation in Glanville's Sepsis Scientifica, ch. 5, published some years before the Recherche of Malebranche, where Glanville refers to a secret deduction, through which, from motions, and c, of which we are immediately percipient, we spell out figures, distances, magnitudes, and colors, which have no resemblance to them. An approach to the new theory is found in a passage which first appeared in the second edition of Locke's essay, published in 1694, to which Berkeley refers in his own essay, Sect. 132-35, and which, on account of its relative importance, I shall here transcribe at length. We are further to consider concerning perception that the ideas we receive by sensation are often, in grown people, altered by the judgment, without our taking notice of it. When we set before our eyes a round globe of any uniform color, e.g. gold, alabaster, or jet, it is certain that the idea thereby imprinted in our mind is of a flat circle, variously shadowed, with several degrees of light and brightness coming to our eyes. But, we having by use been accustomed to perceive what kind of appearance convex bodies are wont to make in us, what alterations are made in the reflection of light by the difference in the sensible figures of bodies, the judgment presently, by an habitual custom, alters the appearances into their causes, so that, from that which is truly variety of shadow or color, collecting the figure, it makes it pass for a mark of figure, and frames to itself the perception of a convex figure and an uniform color, when the idea we receive from them is only a plane variously colored, as is evident in painting. To which purpose I shall here insert a problem of that very ingenious and studious promoter of real knowledge, the learned and worthy Mr. Molyneux, which he was pleased to send me in a letter some months since, and it is this: suppose a man born blind, and now adult, and taught by his touch to distinguish between a cube and a sphere of the same metal, and nighly of the same bigness, so as to tell, when he felt the one and the other, which is the cube and which the sphere. Suppose then the cube and the sphere placed on a table, and the blind man be made to see, clear, whether, by his sight, before he touched them, he could not distinguish and tell, which is the globe and which the cube. To which the acute and judicious proposer answers, not. For, though he has obtained the experience of how a globe, how a cube affects his touch, yet he has not obtained the experience that what affects his touch so and so, must affect his sight so and so that a protuberant angle in the cube, that pressed his hand unequally, shall appear to his eye as it does in the cube. I agree with this thinking gentleman, whom I am proud to call my friend, in his answer to this his problem, and am of opinion that the blind man, at first sight, would not be able to say with certainty which was the globe and which the cube, whilst he only saw them, though he would unerringly name them by his touch, and certainly distinguish them by the difference in their figures felt. This I have set down, and leave with my reader, as an occasion for him to consider how much he may be beholden to experience, improvement, and acquired notions, where he thinks he had not the least use of, or help from 'em, and the rather because this observing gentleman further adds that, having, upon the occasion of my book, proposed this problem to divers very ingenious men, he hardly ever met with one that at first gave the answer to it which he thinks true, till by hearing his reasons they were convinced. But this is not, I think, usual in any of our ideas but those received by sight, because sight, the most comprehensive of the senses, conveying to our minds the ideas of light and colors, which are peculiar only to that sense, and also the far different ideas of space, figure, and motion, the several varieties of which change the appearance of its proper object, i.e. light and colors, we bring ourselves by use to judge of the one by the other. This, in many cases, by a settled habit, in things whereof we have frequent experience, is performed so constantly and so quick, that we take that for the perception of our sensation, which is an idea formed by our judgment, so that one, i.e. that of sensation, serves only to excite the other, and is scarce taken notice of itself, as a man who reads or hears with attention and understanding takes little notice of the character or sounds, but of the ideas that are excited in him by them. Nor need we wonder that this is done with so little notice, if we consider how very quick the actions of the mind are performed, for, as itself is thought to take up no space, to have no extension, so its actions seem to require no time, but many of them seem to be crowded into an instant. I speak this in comparison of the actions of the body. Secondly, we shall not be much surprised that this is done with us in so little notice, if we consider how the facility we get of doing things, by a custom of doing, makes them often pass in us without notice. Habits, especially such as are begun very early, come at last to produce actions in us which often escape our observation. And therefore it is not so strange that our mind should often change the idea of its sensation into that of its judgment, and make the one serve only to excite the other, without our taking notice of it. Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 2, ch. 9, Section 8. This remarkable passage anticipates by implication the view of an interpretation of materials originally given in the visual sense, which, under the name of suggestion, is the ruling factor in the new theory of vision. The following sentences relative to the invisibility of distances, contained in the Treatise of Dioptrics, published in 1690, of Locke's friend and correspondent William Molyneux, whose son was Berkeley's pupil, illustrate Locke's statements, and may be compared with the opening sections of the Essay on Vision. In plain vision, the estimate we make of the distance of objects, especially when so far removed that the interval between our two eyes bears no sensible proportion thereto, or when looked upon with one eye only, is rather the act of our judgment than of sense, and acquired by exercise, and a faculty of comparing, rather than natural. For distance of itself is not to be perceived, for 'tis a line, or a length, presented to our eye with its end toward us, which must therefore be only a point, and that is invisible. Wherefore distance is chiefly perceived by means of interjacent bodies, as by the earth, mountains, hills, fields, trees, houses, and sea. Or by the estimate we make of the comparative magnitude of bodies, or of their faint colors, and sea. These, I say, are the chief means of apprehending the distance of objects that are considerably remote. But as to nigh objects, to whose distance the interval of the eyes bears a sensible proportion, the distance is perceived by the turn of the eyes, or by the angle of the optic axes. Gregory Opt. Promot. Pro. This was the opinion of the ancients. Alhazen, Vitalio, and c. And though the ingenious Jesuit Take, Opt. Lib. I. Pro. disapprove thereof, and objects against it a new notion of Gassendy's, of a man's seeing only with one eye at a time one and the same object, yet this notion of Gassendy's being absolutely false, as I could demonstrate were it not beside my present purpose, it makes nothing against this opinion. Wherefore, distance being only a line and not of itself perceivable, if an object were conveyed to the eye by one single ray only, there were no other means of judging of its distance but by some of those hinted before. Therefore when we estimate the distance of nigh objects, either we take the help of both eyes, or else we consider the pupil of one eye as having breadth, and receiving a parcel of rays from each radiating point. And, according to the various inclinations of the rays from one point on the various parts of the pupil, we make our estimate of the distance of the object. And therefore, as is said before, by one single eye we can only judge of the distance of such objects to whose distance the breadth of the pupil has a sensible proportion. For it is observed before, pro. Sec. 2, see also Gregory Opt. Promot. Pro. that for viewing objects remote and nigh, there are requisite various conformations of the eye, the rays from nigh objects that fall on the eye diverging more than those from more remote objects. Treatise of Dioptrics, Part 1 Pro. All this helps to show the state of science regarding vision about the time Berkeley's essay appeared, especially among those with whose works he was familiar. I shall next refer to illustrations of the change which the essay produced. The new theory has occasioned some interesting criticism since its appearance in 1709. At first it drew little attention. For 20 years after its publication the allusions to it were few. The account of Cheselden's experiment upon one born blind, published in 1728, in the Philosophical Transactions, which seemed to bring the theory to the test of scientific experiment, recalled attention to Berkeley's reasonings. The state of religious thought about the same time confirmed the tendency to discuss a doctrine which represented human vision as interpretation of a natural yet divine language, thus suggesting omnipresent mind. Occasional discussions of the new theory may be found in the Gentleman's Magazine, from 1732 till Berkeley's death in 1753. Some criticisms may also be found in Smith's Optics, published in 1738. Essential parts of Berkeley's analysis are explained by Voltaire, in his Éléments de la philosophie de Newton. The following from that work is here given on its own account, and also as a prominent recognition of the new doctrine in France, within 30 years from its first promulgation. Il faut absolument conclure de tout ceci, que les distances, les grandeurs, les situations, ne sont pas, à proprement parler, des choses visibles, c'est-à-dire, ne sont pas les objets propres et immédiats de la vue. L'objet propre et immédiat de la vue n'est autre chose que la lumière colorée. Tout le reste, nous n'est la sentence quoi la longue et par expérience. Nous apprenons à voir précisément comme nous apprenons à parler et à lire. La différence est, que l'art de voir est plus facile, et que la nature est également à tous notre maître. Les jugements soudains, presque uniformes, que tous nos aims, are uncertain age, portent des distances, des grandeurs, des situations, nous font penser quellinger quoi ouvrir les yeux pour voir la manière dont nous voyons. On se trompe, il y faut le secours des autres sens. Si les hommes ignorent que le sens de la vue, ils ignorent aucun moyen pour connaître l'étendue en longueur, largeur et profondeur, et un peu esprit ne le connaîtrait pas peut-être, à moins que Dieu ne le lui révèle. Il est très difficile d'espérer dans notre entendement l'extension d'un objet avec les couleurs de cet objet. Nous ne voyons jamais rien que d'étendue, et de là nous sommes tous portés à croire que nous voyons en effet l'étendue. Éléments de la philosophie de Newton, second party, ch. 7. Condillac, in his Essays sur l'origine des connaissances humaines, Part 1 Sect. 6, published in 1746, combats Berkeley's new theory, and maintains that an extension exterior to the eye is immediately discernible by sight, the eye being naturally capable of judging at once of figures, magnitudes, situations, and distances. His reasonings in support of this prejudice, as he afterwards allowed it to be, may be found in the section entitled De quelques jugements qu'on attribués à l'âme sans fondament, ou solution d'un problème de métaphysique. Here Locke, Molyneux, Berkeley, and Voltaire are criticized, and Cheselden's experiment is referred to. Condillic's subsequent recantation is contained in his Traité des Sensations, published in 1754, and in his L'Art de Penser. In the Traité des Sensations, Troisième partie, ch. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and c, the whole question is discussed at length, and Condillac vindicates what he allows must appear a marvelous paradox to the uninitiated, that we only gradually learn to see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. He argues in particular that the eye cannot originally perceive an extension that is beyond itself, and that perception of trinal space is due to what we experience in touch. Voltaire and Condillac gave currency to the new theory in France, and it soon became a commonplace with D'Alembert, Diderot, Buffon, and other French philosophers. In Germany we have allusions to it in the Berlin Memoirs and elsewhere, but, although known by name, if not in its distinctive principle and latent idealism, it has not obtained the consideration which its author's developed theory of the material as well as the visible world has received. The Kantian a priori criticism of our cognition of space, and of our mathematical notions, subsequently indisposed the German mind to the a posteriori reasoning of Berkeley's essay. Its influence is apparent in British philosophy. The following passages in Hartley's Observations on Man, published in 1749, illustrate the extent to which some of the distinctive parts of the new doctrine were at that time received by an eminent English psychologist. Distance is judged of by the quantity of motion, and figure by the relative quantity of distance. And, as the sense of sight is much more extensive and expedite than feeling, we judge of tangible qualities chiefly by sight, which therefore may be considered, agreeably to Bishop Berkeley's remark, as a philosophical language for the ideas of feeling, being, for the most part, an adequate representative of them, and a language common to all mankind, and in which they all agree very nearly, after a moderate degree of experience. However, if the informations from touch and sight disagree at any time, we are always to depend upon touch, as that which, according to the usual ways of speaking upon these subjects, is the true representation of the essential properties, i.e. as the earnest and presage of what other tangible impressions the body under consideration will make upon our feeling in other circumstances, also what changes it will produce in other bodies, of which again we are to determine by our feeling, if the visual language should not happen to correspond to it exactly. And it is from this difference that we call the touch the reality, light the representative, also that a person born blind may foretell with certainty, from his present tangible impressions, what others would follow upon varying the circumstances, whereas, if we could suppose a person to be born without feeling, and to arrive at man's estate, he could not, from his present visible impressions, judge what others would follow upon varying the circumstances. Thus the picture of a knife, drawn so well as to deceive his eye, would not, when applied to another body, produce the same change of visible impressions as a real knife does, when it separates the parts of the body through which it passes. But the touch is not liable to these deceptions. As it is therefore the fundamental source of information in respect of the essential properties of matter, it may be considered as our first and principal key to the knowledge of the external world. Pro. In other parts of Hartley's book, e.g. Pro. The relation of our visual judgments of magnitude, figure, motion, distance, and position to the laws of association is explained, and the associating circumstances by which these judgments are formed are enumerated in detail. Dr. Porterfield of Edinburgh, in his treatise on the eye, or the manner and phenomena of vision, Edinburgh, 1759, is an exception to the consent which the doctrine had then widely secured. He maintains, in opposition to Berkeley, that the judgments we form of the situation and distance of visible objects depend not on custom and experience, but on original instinct, to which mind is subject in our embodied state. Berkeley's theory of vision, in so far as it resolves our visual perceptions of distance into interpretation of arbitrary signs, received the qualified approbation of Reid, in his Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense, 1764. He criticizes it in the Inquiry, where the doctrine of visual signs, of which Berkeley's whole philosophy is a development, is accepted, and to some extent applied. With Reid it is divorced, however, from the Berkeleyan conception of the material world, although the theory of vision was the seminal principle of Berkeley's theory of matter. This theory of matter was imperfectly conceived and then rejected by Reid and his followers, while the new theory of vision obtained the general consent of the Scottish metaphysicians. Adam Smith refers to it in his essays, published in 1795, as one of the finest examples of philosophical analysis that is to be found either in our own or in any other language. Dugald Stewart characterizes it in his Elements as one of the most beautiful, and at the same time one of the most important theories of modern philosophy. The solid additions, he afterwards remarks in his dissertation, made by Berkeley to the stock of human knowledge, were important and brilliant. Among these the first place is unquestionably due to his new theory of vision, a work abounding with ideas so different from those commonly received, and at the same time so profound and refined, that it was regarded by all but a few accustomed to deep metaphysical reflection, rather in the light of a philosophical romance than of a sober inquiry after truth. Such, however, has since been the progress and diffusion of this sort of knowledge, that the leading and most abstracted doctrines contained in it form now an essential part of every elementary treatise on optics, and are adopted by the most superficial smatterers in science as fundamental articles of their faith. The new theory is accepted by Thomas Brown, who proposes, Lectures 29, to extend the scope of its reasonings. With regard to perceptions of sight, Young, in his Lectures on Intellectual Philosophy, says that it has been universally admitted, at least since the days of Berkeley, that many of those which appear to us at present to be instantaneous and primitive, can yet be shown to be acquired, that most of the adult perceptions of sight are founded on the previous information of touch, that color can give us no conception originally of those qualities of bodies which produce it in us, and that primary vision gives us no notion of distance, and, as I believe, no notion of magnitude. Sir James Mackintosh, in his dissertation, characterizes the new theory of vision as a great discovery in mental philosophy. Nothing in the compass of inductive reasoning, remarks Sir William Hamilton, Reid's works, note, appears more satisfactory than Berkeley's demonstration of the necessity and manner of our learning, by a slow process of observation and comparison alone, the connection between the perceptions of vision and touch, and, in general, all that relates to the distance and magnitude of external things. The new theory of vision has in short been generally accepted, so far as it was understood, alike by the followers of Hartley and by the associates and successors of Reid. Among British psychologists, it has recommended itself to rationalists and sensationalists, to the advocates of innate principles, and to those who would explain by accidental association what their opponents attribute to reason originally latent in man. But this wide conscious assent is, I think, chiefly confined to the proposition that distance is invisible, and hardly reaches the deeper implicates of the theory, on its extension to all the senses, leading to a perception of the final unity of the natural and the supernatural, and the ultimate spirituality of the universe. Dedication to the R.T. Hon. Sir John Percival, Bart. One of Her Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council, in the Kingdom of Ireland. Sir, I could not, without doing violence to myself, forbear upon this occasion to give some public testimony of the great and well-grounded esteem I have conceived for you, ever since I had the honour and happiness of your acquaintance. The outward advantages of fortune, and the early honours with which you are adorned, together with the reputation you are known to have amongst the best and most considerable men, may well imprint veneration and esteem on the minds of those who behold you from a distance. But these are not the chief motives that inspire me with the respect I bear you. A nearer approach has given me the view of something in your person infinitely beyond the external ornaments of honor and estate. I mean, an intrinsic stock of virtue and good sense, a true concern for religion, and disinterested love of your country. Add to these an uncommon proficiency in the best and most useful parts of knowledge, together with what in my mind is a perfection of the first rank, a surpassing goodness of nature. All which I have collected, not from the uncertain reports of fame, but from my own experience. Within these few months that I have the honor to be known unto you, the many delightful hours I have passed in your agreeable and improving conversation have afforded me the opportunity of discovering in you many excellent qualities, which at once fill me with admiration and esteem. That one at those years, and in those circumstances of wealth and greatness, should continue proof against the charms of luxury and those criminal pleasures so fashionable and predominant in the age we live in, that he should preserve a sweet and modest behavior, free from that insolent and assuming air so familiar to those who are placed above the ordinary rank of men, that he should manage a great fortune with that prudence and inspection, and at the same time expend it with that generosity and nobleness of mind, as to show himself equally remote from a sordid parsimony and a lavish inconsiderate profusion of the good things he is entrusted with, this, surely, were admirable and praiseworthy. But, that he should, moreover, by an impartial exercise of his reason, and constant perusal of the sacred scriptures, endeavor to attain a right notion of the principles of natural and revealed religion, that he should with the concern of a true patriot have the interest of the public at heart, and omit no means of informing himself what may be prejudicial or advantageous to his country, in order to prevent the one and promote the other. In fine, that, by a constant application to the most severe and useful studies, by a strict observation of the rules of honor and virtue, by frequent and serious reflections on the mistaken measures of the world, and the true end and happiness of mankind, he should in all respects qualify himself bravely to run the race that is set before him, to deserve the character of great and good in this life, and be ever happy hereafter. This were amazing and almost incredible. Yet all this, and more than this, sir, might I justly say of you, did either your modesty permit, or your character stand in need of it. I know it might deservedly be thought a vanity in me to imagine that anything coming from so obscure a hand as mine could add a luster to your reputation. But, I am withal sensible how far I advance the interest of my own, by laying hold on this opportunity to make it known that I am admitted into some degree of intimacy with a person of your exquisite judgment. And, with that view, I have ventured to make you an address of this nature, which the goodness I have ever experienced in you inclines me to hope will meet with a favorable reception at your hands. Though I must own I have your pardon to ask, for touching on what may possibly be offensive to a virtue you are possessed of in a very distinguishing degree. Excuse me, sir, if it was out of my power to mention the name of Sir John Percival without paying some tribute to that extraordinary and surprising merit whereof I have so clear and affecting an idea, and which, I am sure, cannot be exposed in too full a light for the imitation of others. Of late I have been agreeably employed in considering the most noble, pleasant, and comprehensive of all the senses. The fruit of that labor shall I call it, or diversion is what I now present you with, in hopes it may give some entertainment to one who, in the midst of business and vulgar enjoyments, preserves a relish for the more refined pleasures of thought and reflection. My thoughts concerning vision have led me into some notions so far out of the common road that it had been improper to address them to one of a narrow and contracted genius. But, you, sir, being master of a large and free understanding, raised above the power of those prejudices that enslave the far greater part of mankind, may deservedly be thought a proper patron for an attempt of this kind. Add to this, that you are no less disposed to forgive than qualified to discern whatever faults may occur in it. Nor do I think you defective in any one point necessary to form an exact judgment on the most abstract and difficult things, so much as in a just confidence of your own abilities. And, in this one instance, give me leave to say, you show a manifest weakness of judgment. With relation to the following essay, I shall only add that I beg your pardon for laying a trifle of that nature in your way, at a time when you are engaged in the important affairs of the nation, and desire you to think that I am, with all sincerity and respect, Sir, your most faithful and most humble servant, George Berkeley. An essay towards a new theory of vision. 1. My design is to show the manner wherein we perceive by sight the distance, magnitude, and situation of objects, also to consider the difference there is betwixt the ideas of sight and touch, and whether there be any idea common to both senses. 2. It is, I think, agreed by all that distance, of itself and immediately, cannot be seen. 4. Distance being a line directed endwise to the eye, it projects only one point in the fund of the eye, which point remains invariably the same, whether the distance be longer or shorter. 3. I find it also acknowledged that the estimate we make of the distance of objects considerably remote is rather an act of judgment grounded on experience than of sense. For example, when I perceive a great number of intermediate objects, such as houses, fields, rivers, and the like, which I have experienced to take up a considerable space, I thence form a judgment or conclusion, that the object I see beyond them is at a great distance. Again, when an object appears faint and small which at a near distance I have experienced to make a vigorous and large appearance, I instantly conclude it to be far off. And this, it is evident, is the result of experience, without which, from the faintness and littleness, I should not have inferred anything concerning the distance of objects. 4. But, when an object is placed at so near a distance as that the interval between the eyes bears any sensible proportion to it, the opinion of speculative men is, that the two optic axes, the fancy that we see only with one eye at once being exploded, concurring at the object, do there make an angle, by means of which, according as it is greater or lesser, the object is perceived to be nearer or farther off. 5. Betwixt which and the foregoing manner of estimating distance there is this remarkable difference, that, whereas there was no apparent necessary connection between small distance and a large and strong appearance, or between great distance and a little and faint appearance, there appears a very necessary connection between an obtuse angle and near distance, and an acute angle and farther distance. It does not in the least depend upon experience, but may be evidently known by any one before he had experienced it, that the nearer the concurrence of the optic axis the greater the angle, and the remoter their concurrence is, the lesser will be the angle comprehended by them. 6. There is another way, mentioned by optic writers, whereby they will have us judge of those distances in respect of which the breadth of the pupil hath any sensible bigness. And that is the greater or lesser divergency of the rays which, issuing from the visible point, do fall on the pupil, that point being judged nearest which is seen by most diverging rays, and the remoter which is seen by less diverging rays, and so on, the apparent distance still increasing, as the divergency of the rays decreases, till at length it becomes infinite, when the rays that fall on the pupil are to sense parallel. And after this manner it is said we perceive distance when we look only with one eye. 7. In this case also it is plain we are not beholden to experience, it being a certain necessary truth that, the nearer the direct rays falling on the eye approach to a parallelism, the farther off is the point of their intersection, or the visible point from whence they flow. 8. Now, though the accounts here given of perceiving near distance by sight are received for true, and accordingly made use of in determining the apparent places of objects, they do nevertheless seem to me very unsatisfactory, and that for these following reasons. 9. First, it is evident that, when the mind perceives any idea not immediately and of itself, it must be by the means of some other idea. Thus, for instance, the passions which are in the mind of another are of themselves to me invisible. I may nevertheless perceive them by sight, though not immediately, yet by means of the colors they produce in the countenance. We often see shame or fear in the looks of a man, by perceiving the changes of his countenance to red or pale. 10. Moreover, it is evident that no idea which is not itself perceived can be to me the means of perceiving any other idea. If I do not perceive the redness or paleness of a man's face themselves, it is impossible I should perceive by them the passions which are in his mind. 11. Now, from sect E, it is plain that distance is in its own nature imperceptible, and yet it is perceived by sight. It remains, therefore, that it be brought into view by means of some other idea, that is itself immediately perceived in the act of vision. 12. But those lines and angles, by means whereof some men pretend to explain the perception of distance, are themselves not at all perceived, nor are they in truth ever thought of by those unskilful in optics. I appeal to any one's experience, whether, upon sight of an object, he computes its distance by the bigness of the angle made by the meeting of the two optic axes, or whether he ever thinks of the greater or lesser divergency of the rays which arrive from any point to his pupil. Nay, whether it be not perfectly impossible for him to perceive by sense the various angles wherewith the rays, according to the greater or lesser divergence, do fall on the eye. Every one is himself the best judge of what he perceives, and what not. In vain shall any man tell me, that I perceive certain lines and angles, which introduce into my mind the various ideas of distance, so long as I myself am conscious of no such thing. 13. Since therefore those angles and lines are not themselves perceived by sight, it follows, from sect X, that the mind does not by them judge of the distance of objects. 14. Secondly, the truth of this assertion will be yet farther evident to any one that considers those lines and angles have no real existence in nature, being only an hypothesis framed by the mathematicians, and by them introduced into optics, that they might treat of that science in a geometrical way. 15. The third and last reason I shall give for rejecting that doctrine is, that though we should grant the real existence of those optic angles, and see, and that it was possible for the mind to perceive them, yet these principles would not be found sufficient to explain the phenomena of distance, as shall be shown hereafter. 16. Now it being already shown that distance is suggested to the mind, by the mediation of some other idea which is itself perceived in the act of seeing, it remains that we inquire, what ideas or sensations there be that attend vision, unto which we may suppose the ideas of distance are connected, and by which they are introduced into the mind. And, first, it is certain by experience, that when we look at a near object with both eyes, according as it approaches or recedes from us, we alter the disposition of our eyes, by lessening or widening the interval between the pupils. This disposition or turn of the eyes is attended with a sensation, which seems to me to be that which in this case brings the idea of greater or lesser distance into the mind. 17. Not that there is any natural or necessary connection between the sensation we perceive by the turn of the eyes and greater or lesser distance. But, because the mind has, by constant experience, found the different sensations corresponding to the different dispositions of the eyes to be attended each with a different degree of distance in the object, there has grown an habitual or customary connection between those two sorts of ideas, so that the mind no sooner perceives the sensation arising from the different turn it gives the eyes, in order to bring the pupils nearer or farther asunder, but it withal perceives the different idea of distance which was wont to be connected with that sensation. Just as, upon hearing a certain sound, the idea is immediately suggested to the understanding which custom had united with it. 18. Nor do I see how I can easily be mistaken in this matter. I know evidently that distance is not perceived of itself, that, by consequence, it must be perceived by means of some other idea, which is immediately perceived, and varies with the different degrees of distance. I know also that the sensation arising from the turn of the eyes is of itself immediately perceived, and various degrees thereof are connected with different distances, which never fail to accompany them into my mind, when I view an object distinctly with both eyes whose distance is so small that in respect of it the interval between the eyes has any considerable magnitude. 19. I know it is a received opinion that, by altering the disposition of the eyes, the mind perceives whether the angle of the optic axis, or the lateral angles comprehended between the interval of the eyes or the optic axis, are made greater or lesser, and that, accordingly, by a kind of natural geometry, it judges the point of their intersection to be nearer or farther off. But that this is not true I am convinced by my own experience, since I am not conscious that I make any such use of the perception I have by the turn of my eyes. And for me to make those judgments, and draw those conclusions from it, without knowing that I do so, seems altogether incomprehensible. 20. From all which it follows, that the judgment we make of the distance of an object viewed with both eyes is entirely the result of experience. If we had not constantly found certain sensations, arising from the various disposition of the eyes, attended with certain degrees of distance, we should never make those sudden judgments from them concerning the distance of objects, no more than we would pretend to judge of a man's thoughts by his pronouncing words we had never heard before. 21. Secondly, an object placed at a certain distance from the eye, to which the breadth of the pupil bears a considerable proportion, being made to approach, is seen more confusedly. And the nearer it is brought, the more confused appearance it makes. And this being found constantly to be so, there arises in the mind an habitual connection between the several degrees of confusion and distance, the greater confusion still implying the lesser distance, and the lesser confusion the greater distance of the object. 22. This confused appearance of the object doth therefore seem to be the medium whereby the mind judges of distance, in those cases wherein the most approved writers of optics will have it judged by the different divergency with which the rays flowing from the radiating point fall on the pupil. No man, I believe, will pretend to see or feel those imaginary angles that the rays are supposed to form, according to their various inclinations on his eye. But he cannot choose seeing whether the object appear more or less confused. It is therefore a manifest consequence from what has been demonstrated that, instead of the greater or lesser divergency of the rays, the mind makes use of the greater or lesser confusedness of the appearance, thereby to determine the apparent place of an object. 23. Nor doth it avail to say there is not any necessary connection between confused vision and distance great or small. For I ask any man what necessary connection he sees between the redness of a blush and shame. And yet no sooner shall he behold that colour to arise in the face of another, but it brings into his mind the idea of that passion which hath been observed to accompany it. 24. What seems to have misled the writers of optics in this matter is, that they imagine men judge of distance as they do of a conclusion in mathematics, betwixt which and the premises it is indeed absolutely requisite there be an apparent necessary connection. But it is far otherwise in the sudden judgments men make of distance. We are not to think that brutes and children, or even grown reasonable men, whenever they perceive an object to approach or depart from them, do it by virtue of geometry and demonstration. 25. That one idea may suggest another to the mind, it will suffice that they have been observed to go together, without any demonstration of the necessity of their coexistence, or without so much as knowing what it is that makes them so to coexist. Of this there are innumerable instances, of which no one can be ignorant. 26. Thus, greater confusion having been constantly attended with nearer distance, no sooner is the former idea perceived but it suggests the latter to our thoughts. And, if it had been the ordinary course of nature that the farther off an object were placed the more confused it should appear, it is certain the very same perception that now makes us think an object approaches would then have made us to imagine it went farther off, that perception, abstracting from custom and experience, being equally fitted to produce the idea of great distance, or small distance, or no distance at all. 27. Thirdly, an object being placed at the distance above specified, and brought nearer to the eye, we may nevertheless prevent, at least for some time, the appearances growing more confused, by straining the eye. In which case that sensation supplies the place of confused vision, in aiding the mind to judge of the distance of the object, it being esteemed so much the nearer by how much the effort or straining of the eye in order to distinct vision is greater. 28. I have here set down those sensations or ideas that seem to be the constant and general occasions of introducing into the mind the different ideas of near distance. It is true, in most cases, that divers other circumstances contribute to frame our idea of distance, viz., the particular number, size, kind, and of the things seen. Concerning which, as well as all other the forementioned occasions which suggest distance, I shall only observe, they have none of them, in their own nature, any relation or connection with it, nor is it possible they should ever signify the various degrees thereof, otherwise than as by experience they have been found to be connected with them. 29. I shall proceed upon these principles to account for a phenomenon which has hitherto strangely puzzled the writers of optics, and is so far from being accounted for by any of their theories of vision, that it is, by their own confession, plainly repugnant to them, and of consequence, if nothing else could be objected, were alone sufficient to bring their credit in question. The whole difficulty I shall lay before you in the words of the learned Dr. Barrow, with which he concludes his optic lectures. Haec sunt, quae circa partum opticae praecipiu mathematicum dicenda mihi suggesit meditatio. Circa reliquis, quae physicoterais sunt, ad eoc saepiuscule pro certis principis plausibiles conjecturas venditae necessum habent, nihil fear quicquam ad modum verisimile succurret, a pervulgatis, ab iis, inquam, quae Keplerus, Scheinerus, Cartesius, a post illos alii tradidirunt, alienum aut divisum. Atque tacer malo, quam totis oblatum cramben reponere. Pro ind receptui carno. Ne ita tamen ut prosis decidum, antiquam improbum quondam difficultatum, pro sinceritate quam a vobis a veritati debeo minime dissimulandum, in medium protolero, quae doctrinae nostrae, hactinus inculcatae, she obgicit adversum, ab ea saltum nullum admittit solutionum. Illa, breviter, talus est. Lenti vel speculo cavo ebf exponatur punctum visibile a, eta distans, ut radii ex emanens ex inflection versus axum ab cogenter. Sitque radiationis limes, su punctia imago, qualum supra passum statuamus, punctum z. Inter hoc autem a inflectantis verticem buspium positus concepietur oculis. Quaere jam potest, ubi loci debit punctum or apparere. Retrosum ad punctum z videri non ferd natura, cum omnis impressio sensum a faciens proveniat a partibus ac experientia reclamat. Nostras autem e placitis consequi viditur, ipsum ad partes anticas apparens, ab intervallo longisime dicito, quod a maximum sensibile quodvis intervallum quodamodo exuperat, apparere. Cum enim quo radiis minus divergentibus attingatur objectum, o, seclusis utique praenotionibus a prejudices, longius abis sensitur, a quod parallelos ad oculum radios progicit, remotusime positum estimatur, exiger ratio viditur, ut quod convergentibus radiis apprehenditur, aduc magus, si fieri possit, quod apparentium elongatur. Quin circa cassum hunc generatum inquiry possit, quidnum omnino sit, quod apparentem punctia locum determinet, facitque quod constanti ration nunc propius, nunc remotius apparit. Quia tidem dubio nihil quicquam ex hactinus dictorum analogia respondere possi viditur, nisi debia punctum a perpetu longisime semotum videri. Verum experientia secis et stature, illid pro diversa oculi inter puncta b, z, position vari distans, nunquam fear, si unquam, longinquius ipso a libere spectato, subind vero multo propinquius adpair, quinamo, quo oculum appellants radii magus convergent, o specium objecti propius accidia. Nemp, si puncto b ad movatur oculus, suo, ad lentum, fear nativo in loco conspicator punctum a, vel ec distans, ad speculum, ad o reductis oculis adjust specium appropinquantum cernit, ad p aduc vicinius ipsum existimat, ac eta sensum, denec alicubi tandem, velit ad q, constituto oculo, objectum sum propinquam apparens in merum confusionum incipiat evanescer. Quae seing cuncta rationibus atque decretus nostras repugnere videntia, aut cum iis saltum param amis conspirant. Nec nostrum tantum sententium pulsat hoc experimentum, at ex equo caeteris quaes norim omnes, vetrum imprimus ac vulgatum, nostrae pre reliquis affinum, eta convella viditur, ut ejus vi coactus doctissimus a. Tacitus isti principio, qui pene soli totum anidificaverit catoptricum suum, cae in fido ac inconstanti renunciaret, ad eoc suum ips doctrinam labefacterit. Id tamen, opinor, minime facturus, si rem totum inspexusit penitius, atque difficultatis fundum atigissit. Apud me vero non ita poiet hec, neciusque praepolabit ulla difficultas, ut ab iis quae manifest rationi constantia video, decidum, praecertum quum, ut his accidit, adjustmodi difficultas in singularis cujuspium cassis disparitate fundatur. Nimerum in praesent cassu peculae quidem, naturae subtilitati involutum, delatessit, agre fortasis, nisi perfectius explorito videndi modo, detagendum. Circa quod nil, fator, hactinus excogiter potui, quod ad blandarita animo meo, nedum plane satisfacerit. Vobis it ignodum hunc, utinum felicior conato, resolvendum committo. In English as follows. I have here delivered what my thoughts have suggested to me concerning that part of optics which is more properly mathematical. As for the other parts of that science, which, being rather physical, do consequently abound with plausible conjectures instead of certain principles, there has in 'em scarce anything occurred to my observation different from what has been already said by Kepler, Scheinerus, Descartes, and C. And methinks I had better say nothing at all than repeat that which has been so often said by others. I think it therefore high time to take my leave of this subject. But, before I quit it for good and all, the fair and ingenuous dealing that I owe both to you and to truth obliges me to acquaint you with a certain untoward difficulty, which seems directly opposite to the doctrine I have been hitherto inculcating, at least admits of no solution from it. In short, it is this. Before the double convex glass or concave speculum EBF, let the pointer be placed at such a distance that the rays proceeding from A, after refraction or reflection, be brought to unite somewhere in the axis AB. And suppose the point of union, i.e. the image of the point A, as hath been already set forth, to be Z, between which and B, the vertex of the glass or speculum, conceive the eye to be anywhere placed. The question now is, where the pointer ought to appear. Experience shows that it doth not appear behind at the point Z, and it were contrary to nature that it should, since all the impression which affects the sense comes from towards A. But, from our tenets it should seem to follow that it would appear before the eye at a vast distance off, so great as should in some sort surpass all sensible distance. For since, if we exclude all anticipations and prejudices, every object appears by so much the farther off by how much the rays it sends to the eye are less diverging, and that object is thought to be most remote from which parallel rays proceed unto the eye, reason would make one think that object should appear at yet a greater distance which is seen by converging rays. Moreover, it may in general be asked concerning this case, what it is that determines the apparent place of the point A, and maketh it to appear after a constant manner, sometimes nearer, at other times farther off. To which doubt I see nothing that can be answered agreeable to the principles we have laid down, except only that the pointer ought always to appear extremely remote. But, on the contrary, we are assured by experience, that the point A appears variously distant, according to the different situations of the eye between the points B and Z. And that it doth almost never, if at all, seem farther off than it would if it were beheld by the naked eye, but, on the contrary, it doth sometimes appear much nearer. Nay, it is even certain that by how much the rays falling on the eye do more converge, by so much the nearer does the object seem to approach. For, the eye being placed close to the point B, the object A appears nearly in its own natural place, if the point B is taken in the glass, or at the same distance, if in the speculum. The eye being brought back to O, the object seems to draw near, and, being come to P, it beholds it still nearer, and so on by little and little, till at length the eye being placed somewhere, suppose at Q, the object appearing extremely near begins to vanish into mere confusion. All which doth seem repugnant to our principles, at least, not rightly to agree with them. Nor is our tenet alone struck at by this experiment, but likewise all others that ever came to my knowledge are every whit as much endangered by it. The ancient one especially, which is most commonly received, and comes nearest to mine, seems to be so effectually overthrown thereby that the most learned Take has been forced to reject that principle, as false and uncertain, on which alone he had built almost his whole catoptrics, and consequently, by taking away the foundation, hath himself pulled down the superstructure he had raised on it. Which, nevertheless, I do not believe he would have done, had he but considered the whole matter more thoroughly, and examined the difficulty to the bottom. But as for me, neither this nor any other difficulty shall have so great an influence on me, as to make me renounce that which I know to be manifestly agreeable to reason. Especially when, as it here falls out, the difficulty is founded in the peculiar nature of a certain odd and particular case. For, in the present case something peculiar lies hid, which, being involved in the subtlety of nature, will perhaps hardly be discovered till such time as the manner of vision is more perfectly made known. Concerning which, I must own I have hitherto been able to find out nothing that has the least show of probability, not to mention certainty. I shall therefore leave this knot to be untied by you, wishing you may have better success in it than I have had. 30. The ancient and received principle, which Dr. Barrow here mentions as the main foundation of Takei's catoptrics, is, that every visible point seen by reflection from a speculum shall appear placed at the intersection of the reflected ray and the perpendicular of incidence. Which intersection in the present case happening to be behind the eye, it greatly shakes the authority of that principle whereon the aforementioned author proceeds throughout his whole catoptrics, in determining the apparent place of objects seen by reflection from any kind of speculum. 31. Let us now see how this phenomenon agrees with our tenets. The eye, the nearer it is placed to the point B in the above figures, the more distinct is the appearance of the object, but, as it recedes to O, the appearance grows more confused, and at P it sees the object yet more confused, and so on, till the eye, being brought back to Z, sees the object in the greatest confusion of all. Wherefore, bisect. 21, the object should seem to approach the eye gradually, as it recedes from the point B, that is, at O it should, in consequence of the principle I have laid down in the aforesaid section, seem nearer than it did at B, and at P nearer than at O, and at Q nearer than at P, and so on, till it quite vanishes at Z. Which is the very matter of fact, as any one that pleases may easily satisfy himself by experiment. 32. This case is much the same as if we should suppose an Englishman to meet a foreigner who used the same words with the English, but in a direct contrary signification. The Englishman would not fail to make a wrong judgment of the ideas annexed to those sounds, in the mind of him that used them. Just so in the present case, the object speaks, if I may so say, with words that the eye is well acquainted with, that is, confusions of appearance, but, whereas heretofore the greatest confusions were always wont to signify nearer distances, they have in this case a direct contrary signification, being connected with the greater distances. Whence it follows that the eye must unavoidably be mistaken, since it will take the confusions in the sense it has been used to, which is directly opposed to the true. 33. This phenomenon, as it entirely subverts the opinion of those who will have us judge of distance by lines and angles, on which supposition it is altogether inexplicable, so it seems to me no small confirmation of the truth of that principle whereby it is explained. But, in order to a more full explication of this point, and to show how far the hypothesis of the mind's judging by the various divergency of rays may be of use in determining the apparent place of an object, it will be necessary to premise some few things, which are already well known to those who have any skill in dioptrics. 34. First, any radiating point is then distinctly seen when the rays proceeding from it are, by the refractive power of the crystalline, accurately reunited in the retina or fund of the eye. But if they are reunited either before they arrive at the retina, or after they have passed it, then there is confused vision. Figure 1. Figure 2. Figure 3. 35. Secondly, suppose, in the adjacent figures, NP represent an eye duly framed, and retaining its natural figure. In Fig. 1, the rays falling nearly parallel on the eye, are, by the crystalline AB, refracted, so as their focus, or point of union F, falls exactly on the retina. But, if the rays fall sensibly diverging on the eye, as in Fig. 2, then their focus falls beyond the retina, or, if the rays are made to converge by the lens QS, before they come at the eye, as in Fig. 3, their focus F will fall before the retina. In which two last cases it is evident, from the foregoing section, that the appearance of the point Z is confused. And, by how much the greater is the convergency or divergency of the rays falling on the pupil, by so much the farther will the point of their reunion be from the retina, either before or behind it, and consequently the point Z will appear by so much the more confused. And this, by the by, may show us the difference between confused and faint vision. Confused vision is, when the rays proceeding from each distinct point of the object are not accurately re-collected in one corresponding point on the retina, but take up some space thereon, so that rays from different points become mixed and confused together. This is opposed to a distinct vision, and attends near objects. Faint vision is when, by reason of the distance of the object, or grossness of the interjacent medium, few rays arrive from the object to the eye. This is opposed to vigorous or clear vision, and attends remote objects. But to return. 36. The eye, or, to speak truly, the mind, perceiving only the confusion itself, without ever considering the cause from which it proceeds, doth constantly annex the same degree of distance to the same degree of confusion. Whether that confusion be occasioned by converging or by diverging rays it matters not. Whence it follows that the eye, viewing the object Z through the glass QS, which by refraction causeth the rays ZQ, ZS, and C, to converge, should judge it to be at such a nearness, at which, if it were placed, it would radiate on the eye, with rays diverging to that degree as would produce the same confusion which is now produced by converging rays, i.e. would cover a portion of the retina equal to dc. Vid. Fig. 3, sup. But then this must be understood, to use Drive. Barrow's phrase, seclusis praenotionibus a praejudices, in case we abstract from all other circumstances of vision, such as the figure, size, faintness, and see, of the visible objects, all which do ordinarily concur to form our idea of distance, the mind having, by frequent experience, observed their several sorts or degrees to be connected with various distances. 37. It plainly follows from what has been said, that a person perfectly purblind, i.e. that could not see an object distinctly but when placed close to his eye, would not make the same wrong judgment that others do in the forementioned case. For, to him, greater confusions constantly suggesting greater distances, he must, as he recedes from the glass, and the object grows more confused, judge it to be at a farther distance, contrary to what they do who have had the perception of the objects growing more confused connected with the idea of approach. 38. Hence also it doth appear, there may be good use of computation, by lines and angles, in optics, not that the mind judges of distance immediately by them, but because it judges by somewhat which is connected with them, and to the determination whereof they may be subservient. Thus, the mind judging of the distance of an object by the confusedness of its appearance, and this confusedness being greater or lesser to the naked eye, according as the object is seen by rays more or less diverging, it follows that a man may make use of the divergency of the rays, in computing the apparent distance, though not for its own sake, yet on account of the confusion with which it is connected. But so it is, the confusion itself is entirely neglected by mathematicians, as having no necessary relation with distance, such as the greater or lesser angles of divergency are conceived to have. And these, especially for that they fall under mathematical computation, are alone regarded, in determining the apparent places of objects, as though they were the sole and immediate cause of the judgments the mind makes of distance. Whereas, in truth, they should not at all be regarded in themselves, or any otherwise than as they are supposed to be the cause of confused vision. 39. The not considering of this has been a fundamental and perplexing oversight. For proof whereof, we need go no farther than the case before us. It having been observed that the most diverging rays brought into the mind the idea of nearest distance, and that still as the divergency decreased the distance increased, and it being thought the connection between the various degrees of divergency and distance was immediate, this naturally leads one to conclude, from an ill-grounded analogy, that converging rays shall make an object appear at an immense distance, and that, as the convergency increases, the distance, if it were possible, should do so likewise. That this was the cause of Dr. Barrow's mistake is evident from his own words which we have quoted. Whereas had the learned doctor observed that diverging and converging rays, how opposite soever they may seem, do nevertheless agree in producing the same effect, to wit, confusedness of vision, greater degrees whereof are produced indifferently, either as the divergency or convergency of the rays increaseth, and that it is by this effect, which is the same in both, that either the divergency or convergency is perceived by the eye, I say, had he but considered this, it is certain he would have made a quite contrary judgment, and rightly concluded that those rays which fall on the eye with greater degrees of convergency should make the object from whence they proceed appear by so much the nearer. But it is plain it was impossible for any man to attain to a right notion of this matter so long as he had regard only to lines and angles, and did not apprehend the true nature of vision, and how far it was of mathematical consideration. 40. Before we dismiss this subject, it is fit we take notice of a query relating thereto, proposed by the ingenious Mr. Molyneux, in his treatise of Dioptrics, par. I. Pro. Sect. 9, where, speaking of the difficulty we have been explaining, he has these words, and so he, i.e. Dr. Barrow, leaves this difficulty to the solution of others, which I, after so great an example, shall do likewise, but with the resolution of the same admirable author, of not quitting the evident doctrine which we have before laid down, for determining the locus objecti, on account of being pressed by one difficulty, which seems inexplicable till a more intimate knowledge of the visive faculty be obtained by mortals. In the meantime I propose it to the consideration of the ingenious, whether the locus apparens of an object placed as in this 9th section be not as much before the eye as the distinct base is behind the eye. To which query we may venture to answer in the negative. For, in the present case, the rule for determining the distance of the distinct base, or respective focus from the glass is this, as the difference between the distance of the object and focus is to the focus or focal length, so the distance of the object from the glass is to the distance of the respective focus or distinct base from the glass. Molyneux, Geoptr. Par. I. Pro. Let us now suppose the object to be placed at the distance of the focal length, and 1/2 of the focal length from the glass, and the eye close to the glass. Hence it will follow, by the rule, that the distance of the distinct base behind the eye is double the true distance of the object before the eye. If, therefore, Mr. Molyneux's conjecture held good, it would follow that the eye should see the object twice as far off as it really is, and in other cases at 3 or 4 times its due distance, or more. But this manifestly contradicts experience, the object never appearing, at farthest, beyond its due distance. Whatever, therefore, is built on this supposition, vid. Coral. I. Pro. Ibid. comes to the ground along with it. 41. From what hath been premised, it is a manifest consequence, that a man born blind, being made to see, would at first have no idea of distance by sight. The sun and stars, the remotest objects as well as the nearer, would all seem to be in his eye, or rather in his mind. The objects intromitted by sight would seem to him, as in truth they are, no other than a new set of thoughts or sensations, each whereof is as near to him as the perceptions of pain or pleasure, or the most inward passions of his soul. 4. Our judging objects perceived by sight to be at any distance, or without the mind, is, vid. Sect. XXV. entirely the effect of experience, which one in those circumstances could not yet have attained to. 42. It is indeed otherwise upon the common supposition, that men judge of distance by the angle of the optic axis, just as one in the dark, or a blind man by the angle comprehended by 2 sticks, one whereof he held in each hand. 4. If this were true, it would follow that one blind from his birth, being made to see, should stand in need of no new experience, in order to perceive distance by sight. But that this is false has, I think, been sufficiently demonstrated. 43. And perhaps, upon a strict inquiry, we shall not find that even those who from their birth have grown up in a continued habit of seeing are irrecoverably prejudiced on the other side, to wit, in thinking what they see to be at a distance from them. 4. At this time it seems agreed on all hands, by those who have had any thoughts of that matter, that colors, which are the proper and immediate object of sight, are not without the mind. But then, it will be said, by sight we have also the ideas of extension, and figure, and motion, all which may well be thought without and at some distance from the mind, though color should not. In answer to this, I appeal to any man's experience, whether the visible extension of any object do not appear as near to him as the color of that object, nay, whether they do not both seem to be in the very same place. Is not the extension we see colored, and is it possible for us, so much as in thought, to separate and abstract color from extension? Now, where the extension is, there surely is the figure, and there the motion too. I speak of those which are perceived by sight. 44. But for a fuller explication of this point, and to show that the immediate objects of sight are not so much as the ideas or resemblances of things placed at a distance, it is requisite that we look nearer into the matter, and carefully observe what is meant in common discourse when one says, that which he sees is at a distance from him. Suppose, for example, that looking at the moon I should say it were 50 or 60 semidiameters of the earth distant from me. Let us see what moon this is spoken of. It is plain it cannot be the visible moon, or anything like the visible moon, or that which I see, which is only a round luminous plane, of about 30 visible points in diameter. For, in case I am carried from the place where I stand directly towards the moon, it is manifest the object varies still as I go on, and, by the time that I am advanced 50 or 60 semidiameters of the earth, I shall be so far from being near a small, round, luminous flat that I shall perceive nothing like it, this object having long since disappeared, and, if I would recover it, it must be by going back to the earth from whence I set out. Again, suppose I perceive by sight the faint and obscure idea of something, which I doubt whether it be a man, or a tree, or a tower, but judge it to be at the distance of about a mile. It is plain I cannot mean that what I see is a mile off, or that it is the image or likeness of anything which is a mile off, since that every step I take towards it the appearance alters, and from being obscure, small, and faint, grows clear, large, and vigorous. And when I come to the mile's end, that which I saw first is quite lost, neither do I find anything in the likeness of it. 45. In these and the like instances, the truth of the matter, I find, stands thus: having of a long time experienced certain ideas perceivable by touch, as distance, tangible figure, and solidity, to have been connected with certain ideas of sight, I do, upon perceiving these ideas of sight, forthwith conclude what tangible ideas are, by the wonted ordinary course of nature, like to follow. Looking at an object, I perceive a certain visible figure and color, with some degree of faintness and other circumstances, which, from what I have formerly observed, determine me to think that if I advance forward so many paces, miles, and see, I shall be affected with such and such ideas of touch. So that, in truth and strictness of speech, I neither see distance itself, nor anything that I take to be at a distance. I say, neither distance nor things placed at a distance are themselves, or their ideas, truly perceived by sight. This I am persuaded of, as to what concerns myself. And I believe whoever will look narrowly into his own thoughts, and examine what he means by saying he sees this or that thing at a distance, will agree with me, that what he sees only suggests to his understanding that, after having passed a certain distance, to be measured by the motion of his body, which is perceivable by touch, he shall come to perceive such and such tangible ideas, which have been usually connected with such and such visible ideas. But, that one might be deceived by these suggestions of sense, and that there is no necessary connection between visible and tangible ideas suggested by them, we need go no farther than the next looking glass or picture to be convinced. Note that, when I speak of tangible ideas, I take the word idea for any the immediate object of sense, or understanding, in which large signification it is commonly used by the moderns. 46. From what we have shown, it is a manifest consequence that the ideas of space, outness, and things placed at a distance are not, strictly speaking, the object of sight. They are not otherwise perceived by the eye than by the ear. Sitting in my study I hear a coach drive along the street. I look through the casement and see it. I walk out and enter into it. Thus, common speech would incline one to think I heard, saw, and touched the same thing, to wit, the coach. It is nevertheless certain the ideas intromitted by each sense are widely different, and distinct from each other, but, having been observed constantly to go together, they are spoken of as one and the same thing. By the variation of the noise, I perceive the different distances of the coach, and know that it approaches before I look out. Thus, by the ear I perceive distance just after the same manner as I do by the eye. 47. I do not nevertheless say I hear distance, in like manner as I say that I see it, the ideas perceived by hearing not being so apt to be confounded with the ideas of touch as those of sight are. So likewise a man is easily convinced that bodies and external things are not properly the object of hearing, but only sounds, by the mediation whereof the idea of this or that body, or distance, is suggested to his thoughts. But then one is with more difficulty brought to discern the difference there is betwixt the ideas of sight and touch, though it be certain, a man no more sees and feels the same thing, than he hears and feels the same thing. 48. One reason of which seems to be this. It is thought a great absurdity to imagine that one and the same thing should have any more than one extension and one figure. But, the extension and figure of a body being let into the mind two ways, and that indifferently, either by sight or touch, it seems to follow that we see the same extension and the same figure which we feel. 49. But, if we take a close and accurate view of the matter, it must be acknowledged that we never see and feel one and the same object. That which is seen is one thing, and that which is felt is another. If the visible figure and extension be not the same with the tangible figure and extension, we are not to infer that one and the same thing has divers extensions. The true consequence is that the objects of sight and touch are two distinct things. It may perhaps require some thought rightly to conceive this distinction, and the difficulty seems not a little increased, because the combination of visible ideas hath constantly the same name as the combination of tangible ideas wherewith it is connected, which doth of necessity arise from the use and end of language. 50. In order, therefore, to treat accurately and unconfusedly of vision, we must bear in mind that there are two sorts of objects apprehended by the eye, the one primarily and immediately, the other secondarily and by intervention of the former. Those of the first sort neither are nor appear to be without the mind, or at any distance off. They may, indeed, grow greater or smaller, more confused, or more clear, or more faint. But they do not, cannot approach, or even seem to approach, or recede from us. Whenever we say an object is at a distance, whenever we say it draws near, or goes farther off, we must always mean it of the latter sort, which properly belong to the touch, and are not so truly perceived as suggested by the eye, in like manner as thoughts by the ear. 51. No sooner do we hear the words of a familiar language pronounced in our ears but the ideas corresponding thereto present themselves to our minds. In the very same instant the sound and the meaning enter the understanding. So closely are they united that it is not in our power to keep out the one except we exclude the other also. We even act in all respects as if we heard the very thoughts themselves. So likewise the secondary objects, or those which are only suggested by sight, do often more strongly affect us, and are more regarded, than the proper objects of that sense, along with which they enter into the mind, and with which they have a far more strict connection than ideas have with words. Hence it is we find it so difficult to discriminate between the immediate and mediate objects of sight, and are so prone to attribute to the former what belongs only to the latter. They are, as it were, most closely twisted, blended, and incorporated together. And the prejudice is confirmed and riveted in our thoughts by a long tract of time, by the use of language, and want of reflection. However, I doubt not but anyone that shall attentively consider what we have already said, and shall say upon this subject before we have done, especially if he pursue it in his own thoughts, may be able to deliver himself from that prejudice. Sure I am, it is worth some attention to whoever would understand the true nature of vision. 52. I have now done with distance, and proceed to show how it is that we perceive by sight the magnitude of objects. It is the opinion of some that we do it by angles, or by angles in conjunction with distance. But, neither angles nor distance being perceivable by sight, and the things we see being in truth at no distance from us, it follows that, as we have shown lines and angles not to be the medium the mind makes use of in apprehending the apparent place, so neither are they the medium whereby it apprehends the apparent magnitude of objects. 53. It is well known that the same extension at a near distance shall subtend a greater angle, and at a farther distance a lesser angle. And by this principle, we are told, the mind estimates the magnitude of an object, comparing the angle under which it is seen with its distance, and thence inferring the magnitude thereof. What inclines men to this mistake, beside the humor of making one see by geometry, is, that the same perceptions or ideas which suggest distance do also suggest magnitude. But, if we examine it, we shall find they suggest the latter as immediately as the former. I say, they do not first suggest distance and then leave it to the judgment to use that as a medium whereby to collect the magnitude, but they have as close and immediate a connection with the magnitude as with the distance, and suggest magnitude as independently of distance, as they do distance independently of magnitude. All which will be evident to whoever considers what has been already said and what follows. 54. It has been shown there are two sorts of objects apprehended by sight, each whereof has its distinct magnitude, or extension, the one, properly tangible, i.e. to be perceived and measured by touch, and not immediately falling under the sense of seeing, the other, properly and immediately visible, by mediation of which the former is brought in view. Each of these magnitudes are greater or lesser, according as they contain in a more or fewer points, they being made up of points or minimums. 4. Whatever may be said of extension in abstract, it is certain sensible extension is not infinitely divisible. There is a minimum tangibile, and a minimum visibile, beyond which sense cannot perceive. This every one's experience will inform him. 55. The magnitude of the object which exists without the mind, and is at a distance, continues always invariably the same, but, the visible object still changing as you approach to or recede from the tangible object, it hath no fixed and determinate greatness. Whenever therefore we speak of the magnitude of any thing, for instance a tree or a house, we must mean the tangible magnitude, otherwise there can be nothing steady and free from ambiguity spoken of it. Now, though the tangible and visible magnitude do in truth belong to two distinct objects, I shall nevertheless, especially since those objects are called by the same name, and are observed to coexist, to avoid tediousness and singularity of speech, sometimes speak of them as belonging to one and the same thing. 56. Now, in order to discover by what means the magnitude of tangible objects is perceived by sight, I need only reflect on what passes in my own mind, and observe what those things be which introduce the ideas of greater or lesser into my thoughts when I look on any object. And these I find to be, first, the magnitude or extension of the visible object, which, being immediately perceived by sight, is connected with that other which is tangible and placed at a distance, secondly, the confusion or distinctness, and thirdly, the vigorousness or faintness of the aforesaid visible appearance. Caeteris paribus, by how much the greater or lesser the visible object is, by so much the greater or lesser do I conclude the tangible object to be. But, be the idea immediately perceived by sight never so large, yet, if it be withal confused, I judge the magnitude of the thing to be but small. If it be distinct and clear, I judge it greater. And, if it be faint, I apprehend it to be yet greater. What is here meant by confusion and faintness has been explained in sect. 35. 57. Moreover, the judgments we make of greatness do, in like manner as those of distance, depend on the disposition of the eye, also on the figure, number, and situation of intermediate objects, and other circumstances that have been observed to attend great or small tangible magnitudes. Thus, for instance, the very same quantity of visible extension which in the figure of a tower doth suggest the idea of great magnitude shall in the figure of a man suggest the idea of much smaller magnitude. That this is owing to the experience we have had of the usual bigness of a tower and a man, no one, I suppose, need be told. 58. It is also evident that confusion or faintness have no more a necessary connection with little or great magnitude than they have with little or great distance. As they suggest the latter, so they suggest the former to our minds. And, by consequence, if it were not for experience, we should no more judge a faint or confused appearance to be connected with great or little magnitude than we should that it was connected with great or little distance. 59. Nor will it be found that great or small visible magnitude hath any necessary relation to great or small tangible magnitude, so that the one may certainly and infallibly be inferred from the other. But, before we come to the proof of this, it is fit we consider the difference there is betwixt the extension and figure which is the proper object of touch, and that other which is termed visible, and how the former is principally, though not immediately, taken notice of when we look at any object. This has been before mentioned, but we shall here inquire into the cause thereof. We regard the objects that environ us in proportion as they are adapted to benefit or injure our own bodies, and thereby produce in our minds the sensations of pleasure or pain. Now, bodies operating on our organs by an immediate application, and the hurt and advantage arising therefrom depending altogether on the tangible, and not at all on the visible, qualities of any object, this is a plain reason why those should be regarded by us much more than these. And for this end, chiefly, the visive sense seems to have been bestowed on animals, to wit, that, by the perception of visible ideas, which in themselves are not capable of affecting or anywise altering the frame of their bodies, they may be able to foresee, from the experience they have had, what tangible ideas are connected with such and such visible ideas, the damage or benefit which is like to ensue upon the application of their own bodies to this or that body which is at a distance. Which foresight, how necessary it is to the preservation of an animal, every one's experience can inform him. Hence it is that, when we look at an object, the tangible figure and extension thereof are principally attended to, whilst there is small heed taken of the visible figure and magnitude, which, though more immediately perceived, do less sensibly affect us, and are not fitted to produce any alteration in our bodies. 60. That the matter of fact is true will be evident to any one who considers that a man placed at 10-foot distance is thought as great as if he were placed at the distance only of 5 foot, which is true, not with relation to the visible, but tangible greatness of the object, the visible magnitude being far greater at one station than it is at the other. 61. Inches, feet, and c. are settled, stated lengths, whereby we measure objects and estimate their magnitude. We say, for example, an object appears to be 6 inches, or 6 foot long. Now, that this cannot be meant of visible inches, and c. is evident, because a visible inch is itself no constant determinate magnitude, and cannot therefore serve to mark out and determine the magnitude of any other thing. Take an inch marked upon a ruler, view it successively, at the distance of half a foot, a foot and a half, and see, from the eye, at each of which, and at all the intermediate distances, the inch shall have a different visible extension, i.e. there shall be more or fewer points discerned in it. Now, I ask which of all these various extensions is that stated determinate one that is agreed on for a common measure of other magnitudes. No reason can be assigned why we should pitch on one more than another. And, except there be some invariable determinate extension fixed on to be marked by the word inch, it is plain it can be used to little purpose, and to say a thing contains this or that number of inches shall imply no more than that it is extended, without bringing any particular idea of that extension into the mind. Farther, an inch and a foot, from different distances, shall both exhibit the same visible magnitude, and yet at the same time you shall say that one seems several times greater than the other. From all which it is manifest, that the judgments we make of the magnitude of objects by sight are altogether in reference to their tangible extension. Whenever we say an object is great or small, of this or that determinate measure, I say, it must be meant of the tangible and not the visible extension, which, though immediately perceived, is nevertheless little taken notice of. 62. Now, that there is no necessary connection between these two distinct extensions is evident from hence, because our eyes might have been framed in such a manner as to be able to see nothing but what were less than the minimum tangibile. In which case it is not impossible we might have perceived all the immediate objects of sight the very same that we do now, but unto those visible appearances there would not be connected those different tangible magnitudes that are now. which shows the judgments we make of the magnitude of things placed at a distance, from the various greatness of the immediate objects of sight, do not arise from any essential or necessary, but only a customary tie which has been observed betwixt them. 63. Moreover, it is not only certain that any idea of sight might not have been connected with this or that idea of touch we now observe to accompany it, but also that the greater visible magnitudes might have been connected with and introduced into our minds lesser tangible magnitudes, and the lesser visible magnitudes greater tangible magnitudes. Nay, that it actually is so, we have daily experience, that object which makes a strong and large appearance not seeming near so great as another, the visible magnitude whereof is much less, but more faint, and the appearance upper, or which is the same thing, painted lower on the retina, which faintness and situation suggest both greater magnitude and greater distance. 64. From which, and from sect. 57 and 58, it is manifest that, as we do not perceive the magnitude of objects immediately by sight, so neither do we perceive them by the mediation of anything which has a necessary connection with them. Those ideas that now suggest unto us the various magnitudes of external objects before we touch them might possibly have suggested no such thing, or they might have signified them in a direct contrary manner, so that the very same ideas on the perception whereof we judge an object to be small might as well have served to make us conclude it great, those ideas being in their own nature equally fitted to bring into our minds the idea of small or great, or no size at all, of outward objects, just as the words of any language are in their own nature indifferent to signify this or that thing, or nothing at all. 65. As we see distance so we see magnitude. And we see both in the same way that we see shame or anger in the looks of a man. Those passions are themselves invisible. They are nevertheless let in by the eye along with colors and alterations of countenance which are the immediate object of vision, and which signify them for no other reason than barely because they have been observed to accompany them. Without which experience we should no more have taken blushing for a sign of shame than of gladness. 66. We are nevertheless exceedingly prone to imagine those things which are perceived only by the mediation of others to be themselves the immediate objects of sight, or at least to have in their own nature a fitness to be suggested by them before ever they had been experienced to coexist with them. From which prejudice every one perhaps will not find it easy to emancipate himself, by any the clearest convictions of reason. And there are some grounds to think that, if there was one only invariable and universal language in the world, and that men were born with the faculty of speaking it, it would be the opinion of some, that the ideas in other men's minds were properly perceived by the ear, or had at least a necessary and inseparable tie with the sounds that were affixed to them. All which seems to arise from want of a due application of our discerning faculty, thereby to discriminate between the ideas that are in our understandings, and consider them apart from each other, which would preserve us from confounding those that are different, and make us see what ideas do, and what do not, include or imply this or that other idea. 67. There is a celebrated phenomenon the solution whereof I shall attempt to give, by the principles that have been laid down, in reference to the manner wherein we apprehend by sight the magnitude of objects. The apparent magnitude of the moon, when placed in the horizon, is much greater than when it is in the meridian, though the angle under which the diameter of the moon is seen be not observed greater in the former case than in the latter, and the horizontal moon doth not constantly appear of the same bigness, but at some times seemeth far greater than at others. 68. Now, in order to explain the reason of the moon's appearing greater than ordinary in the horizon, it must be observed that the particles which compose our atmosphere do intercept the rays of light proceeding from any object to the eye, and, by how much the greater is the portion of atmosphere interjacent between the object and the eye, by so much the more are the rays intercepted, and, by consequence, the appearance of the object rendered more faint, every object appearing more vigorous or more faint in proportion as it sendeth more or fewer rays into the eye. Now, between the eye and the moon when situated in the horizon there lies a far greater quantity of atmosphere than there does when the moon is in the meridian. Whence it comes to pass, that the appearance of the horizontal moon is fainter, and therefore, by sect. 56, it should be thought bigger in that situation than in the meridian, or in any other elevation above the horizon. 69. Farther, the air being variously impregnated, sometimes more and sometimes less, with vapors and exhalations fitted to rotund and intercept the rays of light, it follows that the appearance of the horizontal moon hath not always an equal faintness, and, by consequence, that luminary, though in the very same situation, is at one time judged greater than at another. 70. That we have here given the true account of the phenomena of the horizontal moon, will, I suppose, be farther evident to any one from the following considerations. First, it is plain, that which in this case suggests the idea of greater magnitude, must be something which is itself perceived, for that which is unperceived cannot suggest to our perception any other thing. Secondly, it must be something that does not constantly remain the same, but is subject to some change or variation, since the appearance of the horizontal moon varies, being at one time greater than at another. Thirdly, it must not lie in the circumjacent or intermediate objects, such as mountains, houses, fields, and sea, because that when all those objects are excluded from sight the appearance is as great as ever. And yet, thirdly, it cannot be the visible figure or magnitude, since that remains the same, or is rather lesser, by how much the moon is nearer to the horizon. It remains therefore, that the true cause is that affection or alteration of the visible appearance, which proceeds from the greater paucity of rays arriving at the eye, and which I term faintness, since this answers all the forementioned conditions, and I am not conscious of any other perception that does. 71. Add to this that in misty weather it is a common observation, that the appearance of the horizontal moon is far larger than usual, which greatly conspires with and strengthens our opinion. Neither would it prove in the least irreconcilable with what we have said, if the horizontal moon should chance sometimes to seem enlarged beyond its usual extent, even in more serene weather. 4. We must not only have regard to the mist which happens to be in the place where we stand, we ought also to take into our thoughts the whole sum of vapors and exhalations which lie betwixt the eye and the moon, all which co-operating to render the appearance of the moon more faint, and thereby increase its magnitude, it may chance to appear greater than it usually does even in the horizontal position, at a time when, though there be no extraordinary fog or haziness just in the place where we stand, yet the air between the eye and the moon, taken altogether, may be loaded with a greater quantity of interspersed vapors and exhalations than at other times. 72. It may be objected that, in consequence of our principles, the interposition of a body in some degree opaque, which may intercept a great part of the rays of light, should render the appearance of the moon in the meridian as large as when it is viewed in the horizon. To which I answer, it is not faintness anyhow applied that suggests greater magnitude, there being no necessary, but only an experimental, connection between those two things. It follows that the faintness which enlarges the appearance must be applied in such sort, and with such circumstances, as have been observed to attend the vision of great magnitudes. When from a distance we behold great objects, the particles of the intermediate air and vapors, which are themselves unperceivable, do interrupt the rays of light, and thereby render the appearance less strong and vivid. Now, faintness of appearance, caused in this sort, hath been experienced to coexist with great magnitude. But when it is caused by the interposition of an opaque sensible body, this circumstance alters the case, so that a faint appearance this way caused does not suggest greater magnitude, because it hath not been experienced to coexist with it. 73. Faintness, as well as all other ideas or perceptions which suggest magnitude or distance, does it in the same way that words suggest the notions to which they are annexed. Now, it is known a word pronounced with certain circumstances, or in a certain context with other words, hath not always the same import and signification that it hath when pronounced in some other circumstances, or different context of words. The very same visible appearance, as to faintness and all other respects, if placed on high, shall not suggest the same magnitude that it would if it were seen at an equal distance on a level with the eye. The reason whereof is, that we are rarely accustomed to view objects at a great height. Our concerns lie among things situated rather before than above us, and accordingly our eyes are not placed on the top of our heads, but in such a position as is most convenient for us to see distant objects standing in our way. And, this situation of them being a circumstance which usually attends the vision of distant objects, we may from hence account for what is commonly observed, an object's appearing of different magnitude, even with respect to its horizontal extension, on the top of a steeple, e.g. 100 feet high, to one standing below, from what it would if placed at 100 feet distance, on a level with his eye. For it hath been shown that the judgment we make on the magnitude of a thing depends not on the visible appearance only, but also on divers other circumstances, any one of which being omitted or varied may suffice to make some alteration in our judgment. Hence, the circumstance of viewing a distant object in such a situation as is usual and suits with the ordinary posture of the head and eyes, being omitted, and instead thereof a different situation of the object, which requires a different posture of the head, taking place, it is not to be wondered at if the magnitude be judged different. But it will be demanded, why a high object should constantly appear less than an equidistant low object of the same dimensions, for so it is observed to be. It may indeed be granted that the variation of some circumstances may vary the judgment made on the magnitude of high objects, which we are less used to look at, but it does not hence appear why they should be judged less rather than greater. I answer, that in case the magnitude of distant objects was suggested by the extent of the visible appearance alone, and thought proportional thereto, it is certain they would then be judged much less than now they seem to be. Vid. Sect. 79. But, several circumstances concurring to form the judgment we make on the magnitude of distant objects, by means of which they appear far larger than others whose visible appearance hath an equal or even greater extension, it follows that upon the change or omission of any of those circumstances which are wont to attend the vision of distant objects, and succumb to influence the judgments made on their magnitude, they shall proportionally appear less than otherwise they would. 4. Any of those things that caused an object to be thought greater than in proportion to its visible extension being either omitted, or applied without the usual circumstances, the judgment depends more entirely on the visible extension, and consequently the object must be judged less. Thus, in the present case the situation of the thing seen being different from what it usually is in those objects we have occasion to view, and whose magnitude we observe, it follows that the very same object being 100 feet high, should seem less than if it was 100 feet off, on, or nearly on, a level with the eye. What has been here set forth seems to me to have no small share in contributing to magnify the appearance of the horizontal moon, and deserves not to be passed over in the explication of it. 74. If we attentively consider the phenomenon before us, we shall find the not discerning between the mediate and immediate objects of sight to be the chief cause of the difficulty that occurs in the explication of it. The magnitude of the visible moon, or that which is the proper and immediate object of vision, is no greater when the moon is in the horizon than when it is in the meridian. How comes it, therefore, to seem greater in one situation than the other? What is it can put this cheat on the understanding? It has no other perception of the moon than what it gets by sight. And that which is seen is of the same extent. I say, the visible appearance hath the very same, or rather a less, magnitude, when the moon is viewed in the horizontal than when in the meridional position. And yet it is esteemed greater in the former than in the latter. Herein consists the difficulty, which doth vanish and admit of the most easy solution, if we consider that as the visible moon is not greater in the horizon than in the meridian, so neither is it thought to be so. It hath been already shown that, in any act of vision, the visible object absolutely, or in itself, is little taken notice of, the mind still carrying its view from that to some tangible ideas, which have been observed to be connected with it, and by that means come to be suggested by it. So that when a thing is said to appear great or small, or whatever estimate be made of the magnitude of any thing, this is meant not of the visible but of the tangible object. This duly considered, it will be no hard matter to reconcile the seeming contradiction there is, that the moon should appear of a different bigness, the visible magnitude thereof remaining still the same. 4. Bisect. 56. The very same visible extension, with a different faintness, shall suggest a different tangible extension. When therefore the horizontal moon is said to appear greater than the meridional moon, this must be understood, not of a greater visible extension, but of a greater tangible extension, which, by reason of the more than ordinary faintness of the visible appearance, is suggested to the mind along with it. 75. Many attempts have been made by learned men to account for this appearance. Gassendi, Descartes, Hobbes, and several others have employed the thoughts on that subject, but how fruitless and unsatisfactory their endeavors have been is sufficiently shown in the Philosophical Transactions, Num. 187, where you may see their several opinions at large set forth and confuted, not without some surprise at the gross blunders that ingenious men have been forced into by endeavoring to reconcile this appearance with the ordinary principles of optics. Since the writing of which there hath been published in the Transactions, Num. 187, another paper relating to the same affair, by the celebrated Drive. Wallace, wherein he attempts to account for that phenomenon, which, though it seems not to contain anything new, or different from what had been said before by others, I shall nevertheless consider in this place. 76. His opinion, in short, is this: we judge not of the magnitude of an object by the optic angle alone, but by the optic angle in conjunction with the distance. Hence, though the angle remain the same, or even become less, yet, if with all the distance seem to have been increased, the object shall appear greater. Now, one way whereby we estimate the distance of anything is by the number and extent of the intermediate objects. When therefore the moon is seen in the horizon, the variety of fields, houses, and sea, together with the large prospect of the wide extended land or sea that lies between the eye and the utmost limb of the horizon, suggest unto the mind the idea of greater distance, and consequently magnify the appearance. And this, according to Dr. Wallace, is the true account of the extraordinary largeness attributed by the mind to the horizontal moon, at a time when the angle subtended by its diameter is not one jot greater than it used to be. 77. With reference to this opinion, not to repeat what has been already said concerning distance, I shall only observe, first, that if the prospect of interjacent objects be that which suggests the idea of farther distance, and this idea of farther distance be the cause that brings into the mind the idea of greater magnitude, it should hence follow that if one looked at the horizontal moon from behind a wall, it would appear no bigger than ordinary. For, in that case, the wall interposing cuts off all that prospect of sea and land, and sea, which might otherwise increase the apparent distance, and thereby the apparent magnitude of the moon. Nor will it suffice to say, the memory doth even then suggest all that extent of land, and sea, which lies within the horizon, which suggestion occasions a sudden judgment of sense, that the moon is farther off and larger than usual. 4. Ask any man who from such a station beholding the horizontal moon shall think her greater than usual, whether he hath at that time in his mind any idea of the intermediate objects, or long tract of land that lies between his eye and the extreme edge of the horizon, and whether it be that idea which is the cause of his making the aforementioned judgment. He will, without doubt, reply in the negative, and declare the horizontal moon shall appear greater than the meridional, though he never thinks of all or any of those things that lie between him and it. And as for the absurdity of any ideas introducing into the mind another, whilst itself is not perceived, this has already fallen under our observation, and is too evident to need any farther enlargement on it. Secondly, it seems impossible, by this hypothesis, to account for the moon's appearing, in the very same situation, at one time greater than at another, which, nevertheless, has been shown to be very agreeable to the principles we have laid down, and receives a most easy and natural explication from them. For the further clearing up of this point, it is to be observed, that what we immediately and properly see are only lights and colors in sundry situations and shades, and degrees of faintness and clearness, confusion and distinctness. All which visible objects are only in the mind, nor do they suggest aught external, whether distance or magnitude, otherwise than by habitual connection, as words to things. We are also to remark, that beside the straining of the eyes, and beside the vivid and faint, the distinct and confused appearances, which, bearing some proportion to lines and angles, have been substituted instead of them in the foregoing part of this treatise. There are other means which suggest both distance and magnitude, particularly the situation of visible points or objects, as upper or lower, the former suggesting a farther distance and greater magnitude, the latter a nearer distance and lesser magnitude, all which is an effect only of custom and experience, there being really nothing intermediate in the line of distance between the uppermost and the lowermost, which are both equidistant, or rather at no distance from the eye, as there is also nothing in upper or lower which by necessary connection should suggest greater or lesser magnitude. Now, as these customary experimental means of suggesting distance do likewise suggest magnitude, so they suggest the one as immediately as the other. I say, they do not, vide sect. 53, first suggest distance, and then leave the mind from thence to infer or compute magnitude, but suggest magnitude as immediately and directly as they suggest distance. 78. This phenomenon of the horizontal moon is a clear instance of the insufficiency of lines and angles for explaining the way wherein the mind perceives and estimates the magnitude of outward objects. There is, nevertheless, a use of computation by them, in order to determine the apparent magnitude of things, so far as they have a connection with and are proportional to those other ideas or perceptions which are the true and immediate occasions that suggest to the mind the apparent magnitude of things. But this in general may, I think, be observed concerning mathematical computation in optics, that it can never be very precise and exact, since the judgments we make of the magnitude of external things do often depend on several circumstances which are not proportional to or capable of being defined by lines and angles. 79. From what has been said, we may safely deduce this consequence, to wit, that a man born blind, and made to see, would, at first opening of his eyes, make a very different judgment of the magnitude of objects intromitted by them from what others do. He would not consider the ideas of sight with reference to, or as having any connection with, the ideas of touch. His view of them being entirely terminated within themselves, he can no otherwise judge them great or small than as they contain a greater or lesser number of visible points. Now, it being certain that any visible point can cover or exclude from view only one other visible point, it follows that whatever object intercepts the view of another hath an equal number of visible points with it, and, consequently, they shall both be thought by him to have the same magnitude. Hence, it is evident one in those circumstances would judge his thumb, with which he might hide a tower, or hinder its being seen, equal to that tower, or his hand, the interposition whereof might conceal the firmament from his view, equal to the firmament, how great an inequality soever there may, in our apprehensions, seem to be betwixt those two things, because of the customary and close connection that has grown up in our minds between the objects of sight and touch, whereby the very different and distinct ideas of those two senses are so blended and confounded together as to be mistaken for one and the same thing, out of which prejudice we cannot easily extricate ourselves. 80. For the better explaining the nature of vision, and setting the manner wherein we perceive magnitudes in a due light, I shall proceed to make some observations concerning matters relating thereto, whereof the want of reflection, and duly separating between tangible and visible ideas, is apt to create in us mistaken and confused notions. And, first, I shall observe, that the minimum visibile is exactly equal in all beings whatsoever that are endowed with the visive faculty. No exquisite formation of the eye, no peculiar sharpness of sight, can make it less in one creature than in another, for, it not being distinguishable into parts, nor in any wise consisting of them, it must necessarily be the same to all. For, suppose it otherwise, and that the minimum visibile of a might, for instance, be less than the minimum visibile of a man, the latter therefore may, by detraction of some part, be made equal to the former. It doth therefore consist of parts, which is inconsistent with the notion of a minimum visibile or point. 81. It will, perhaps, be objected, that the minimum visibile of a man doth really and in itself contain parts whereby it surpasses that of a might, though they are not perceivable by the man. To which I answer, the minimum visibile having, in like manner as all other the proper and immediate objects of sight, been shown not to have any existence without the mind of him who sees it, it follows there cannot be any part of it that is not actually perceived and therefore visible. Now, for any object to contain several distinct visible parts, and at the same time to be a minimum visibile, is a manifest contradiction. 82. Of these visible points we see at all times an equal number. It is every whit as great when our view is contracted and bounded by near objects as when it is extended to larger and remoter ones. 4. It being impossible that one minimum visibile should obscure or keep out of sight more than one other, it is a plain consequence that, when my view is on all sides bounded by the walls of my study, I see just as many visible points as I could in case that, by the removal of the study walls and all other obstructions, I had a full prospect of the circumjacent fields, mountains, sea, and open firmament. 4. So long as I am shut up within the walls, by their interposition every point of the external objects is covered from my view. But, each point that is seen being able to cover or exclude from sight one only other corresponding point, it follows that, whilst my sight is confined to those narrow walls, I see as many points, or minima visibilia, as I should with those walls away, by looking on all the external objects whose prospect is intercepted by them. Whenever, therefore, we are said to have a greater prospect at one time than another, this must be understood with relation, not to the proper and immediate, but the secondary and mediate objects of vision, which, as hath been shown, do properly belong to the touch. 83. The visive faculty, considered with reference to its immediate objects, may be found to labor of two defects. First, in respect of the extent or number of visible points that are at once perceivable by it, which is narrow and limited to a certain degree. It can take in at one view but a certain determinate number of minima visibilia, beyond which it cannot extend its prospect. Secondly, our sight is defective in that its view is not only narrow, but also for the most part confused. Of those things that we take in at one prospect, we can see but a few at once clearly and unconfusedly, and the more we fix our sight on any one object, by so much the darker and more indistinct shall the rest appear. 84. Corresponding to these two defects of sight, we may imagine as many perfections, to wit, first, that of comprehending in one view a greater number of visible points. 2dly, of being able to view them all equally and at once, with the utmost clearness and distinction. That those perfections are not actually in some intelligences of a different order and capacity from ours, it is impossible for us to know. 85. In neither of those two ways do microscopes contribute to the improvement of sight. 4. When we look through a microscope, we neither see more visible points, nor are the collateral points more distinct, than when we look with the naked eye at objects placed at a due distance. A microscope brings us, as it were, into a new world. It presents us with a new scene of visible objects, quite different from what we behold with the naked eye. But herein consists the most remarkable difference, to wit, that whereas the objects perceived by the eye alone have a certain connection with tangible objects, whereby we are taught to foresee what will ensue upon the approach or application of distant objects to the parts of our own body, which much conduceth to its preservation, there is not the like connection between things tangible and those visible objects that are perceived by help of a fine microscope. 86. Hence, it is evident that, were our eyes turned into the nature of microscopes, we should not be much benefited by the change. We should be deprived of the forementioned advantage we at present receive by the visive faculty, and have left us only the empty amusement of seeing, without any other benefit arising from it. But, in that case, it will perhaps be said, our sight would be endued with a far greater sharpness and penetration than it now hath. But I would fain know wherein consists that sharpness which is esteemed so great an excellency of sight. It is certain, from what we have already shown, that the minimum visibile is never greater or lesser, but in all cases constantly the same. And in the case of microscopical eyes, I see only this difference, to wit, that upon the ceasing of a certain observable connection betwixt the divers perceptions of sight and touch, which before enabled us to regulate our actions by the eye, it would now be rendered utterly unserviceable to that purpose. 87. Upon the whole, it seems that if we consider the use and end of sight, together with the present state and circumstances of our being, we shall not find any great cause to complain of any defect or imperfection in it, or easily conceive how it could be mended. With such admirable wisdom is that faculty contrived, both for the pleasure and convenience of life. 88. Having finished what I intended to say concerning the distance and magnitude of objects, I come now to treat of the manner wherein the mind perceives by sight their situation. Among the discoveries of the last age, it is reputed none of the least, that the manner of vision has been more clearly explained than ever it had been before. There is, at this day, no one ignorant that the pictures of external objects are painted on the retina or fund of the eye, that we can see nothing which is not so painted, and that, according as the picture is more distinct or confused, so also is the perception we have of the object. But then, in this explication of vision, there occurs one mighty difficulty, viz. The objects are painted in an inverted order on the bottom of the eye, the upper part of any object being painted on the lower part of the eye, and the lower part of the object on the upper part of the eye, and so also as to right and left. Since therefore the pictures are thus inverted, it is demanded, how it comes to pass that we see the objects erect and in their natural posture. Figure 4. 89. In answer to this difficulty, we are told that the mind, perceiving an impulse of a ray of light on the upper part of the eye, considers this ray as coming in a direct line from the lower part of the object, and, in like manner, tracing the ray that strikes on the lower part of the eye, it is directed to the upper part of the object. Thus, in the adjacent figure, C, the lower point of the object ABC, is projected on C, the upper part of the eye. So likewise, the highest point A is projected on the lowest part of the eye, which makes the representation CBA inverted. But the mind, considering the stroke that is made on C as coming in the straight line CC from the lower end of the object, and the stroke or impulse on A, as coming in the line R from the upper end of the object, is directed to make a right judgment of the situation of the object ABC, notwithstanding the picture of it be inverted. Moreover, this is illustrated by conceiving a blind man, who, holding in his hands two sticks that cross each other, doth with them touch the extremities of an object, placed in a perpendicular situation. It is certain this man will judge that to be the upper part of the object which he touches with the stick held in the undermost hand, and that to be the lower part of the object which he touches with the stick in his uppermost hand. This is the common explication of the erect appearance of objects, which is generally received and acquiesced in, being, as Mr. Molyneux tells us, Diopt. Part E, ch. VII, allowed by all men as satisfactory. 90. But this account to me does not seem in any degree true. Did I perceive those impulses, decussations, and directions of the rays of light, in like manner as hath been set forth, then, indeed, it would not at first view be altogether void of probability. And there might be some pretence for the comparison of the blind man and his cross sticks. But the case is far otherwise. I know very well that I perceive no such thing, and, of consequence, I cannot thereby make an estimate of the situation of objects. Moreover, I appeal to any one's experience, whether he be conscious to himself that he thinks on the intersection made by the radius pencils, or pursues the impulses they give in right lines, whenever he perceives by sight the position of any object. To me it seems evident that crossing and tracing of the rays, and C, is never thought on by children, idiots, or, in truth, by any other, save only those who have applied themselves to the study of optics. And for the mind to judge of the situation of objects by those things without perceiving them, or to perceive them without knowing it, take which you please, it is perfectly beyond my comprehension. Add to this, that the explaining the manner of vision by the example of cross sticks, and hunting for the object along the axes of the radius pencils, doth suppose the proper objects of sight to be perceived at a distance from us, contrary to what hath been demonstrated. We may therefore venture to pronounce this opinion, concerning the way wherein the mind perceives the erect appearance of objects, to be of a piece with those other tenets of writers in optics, which in the foregoing parts of this treatise we have had occasion to examine and refute. 91. It remains, therefore, that we look for some other explication of this difficulty. And I believe it not impossible to find one, provided we examine it to the bottom, and carefully distinguish between the ideas of sight and touch, which cannot be too oft inculcated in treating of vision. But, more especially throughout the consideration of this affair, we ought to carry that distinction in our thoughts, for that from want of a right understanding thereof, the difficulty of explaining erect vision seems chiefly to arise. 92. In order to disentangle our minds from whatever prejudices we may entertain with relation to the subject in hand, nothing seems more apposite than the taking into our thoughts the case of one born blind, and afterwards, when grown up, made to see. And, though perhaps it may not be a task altogether easy and familiar to us, to divest ourselves entirely of the experiences received from sight, so as to be able to put our thoughts exactly in the posture of such a one's, we must, nevertheless, as far as possible, endeavor to frame true conceptions of what might reasonably be supposed to pass in his mind. 93. It is certain that a man actually blind, and who had continued so from his birth, would, by the sense of feeling, attain to have ideas of upper and lower. By the motion of his hand, he might discern the situation of any tangible object placed within his reach. That part on which he felt himself supported, or towards which he perceived his body to gravitate, he would term lower, and the contrary to this upper, and accordingly denominate whatsoever objects he touched. 94. But then, whatever judgments he makes concerning the situation of objects are confined to those only that are perceivable by touch. All those things that are intangible, and of a spiritual nature, his thoughts and desires, his passions, and in general all the modifications of his soul, to these he would never apply the terms upper and lower, except only in a metaphorical sense. He may perhaps, by way of allusion, speak of high or low thoughts, but those terms, in their proper signification, would never be applied to anything that was not conceived to exist without the mind. 4. A man born blind, and remaining in the same state, could mean nothing else by the words higher and lower than a greater or lesser distance from the earth, which distance he would measure by the motion or application of his hand, or some other part of his body. It is, therefore, evident that all those things which, in respect of each other, would by him be thought higher or lower, must be such as were conceived to exist without his mind, in the ambient space. 95. Whence it plainly follows, that such a one, if we suppose him made to see, would not at first sight think that anything he saw was high or low, erect or inverted. 4. It hath been already demonstrated, in sect. 41, that he would not think the things he perceived by sight to be at any distance from him, or without his mind. The objects to which he had hitherto been used to apply the terms up and down, high and low, were such only as affected, or were some way perceived by his touch. But the proper objects of vision make a new set of ideas, perfectly distinct and different from the former, and which can in no sort make themselves perceived by touch. There is, therefore, nothing at all that could induce him to think those terms applicable to them. Nor would he ever think it, till such time as he had observed their connection with tangible objects, and the same prejudice began to insinuate itself into his understanding, which, from their infancy, had grown up in the understandings of other men. 96. To set this matter in a clearer light, I shall make use of an example. Suppose the above-mentioned blind person, by his touch, perceives a man to stand erect. Let us inquire into the manner of this. By the application of his hand to the several parts of a human body, he had perceived different tangible ideas, which being collected into sundry complex ones have distinct names annexed to them. Thus, one combination of a certain tangible figure, bulk, and consistency of parts is called the head, another the hand, a third the foot, and so of the rest, all which complex ideas could, in his understanding, be made up only of ideas perceivable by touch. He had also, by his touch, obtained an idea of earth or ground, towards which he perceives the parts of his body to have a natural tendency. Now, By erect nothing more being meant than that perpendicular position of a man wherein his feet are nearest to the earth. If the blind person, by moving his hand over the parts of the man who stands before him, do perceive the tangible ideas that compose the head to be farthest from, and those that compose the feet to be nearest to, that other combination of tangible ideas which he calls earth, he will denominate that man erect. But, if we suppose him on a sudden to receive his sight, and that he behold a man standing before him, it is evident, in that case, he would neither judge the man he sees to be erect nor inverted, for he, never having known those terms applied to any other save tangible things, or which existed in the space without him, and what he sees neither being tangible, nor perceived as existing without, he could not know that, in propriety of language, they were applicable to it. 97. Afterwards, when, upon turning his head or eyes up and down to the right and left, he shall observe the visible objects to change, and shall also attain to know that they are called by the same names, and connected with the objects perceived by touch, then, indeed, he will come to speak of them and their situation in the same terms that he has been used to apply to tangible things, and those that he perceives by turning up his eyes he will call upper, and those that by turning down his eyes he will call lower. 98. And this seems to me the true reason why he should think those objects uppermost that are painted on the lower part of his eye. For, by turning the eye up they shall be distinctly seen, as likewise they that are painted on the highest part of the eye shall be distinctly seen by turning the eye down, and are for that reason esteemed lowest. For we have shown that to the immediate objects of sight, considered in themselves, he would not attribute the terms high and low. It must therefore be on account of some circumstances which are observed to attend them. And these, it is plain, are the actions of turning the eye up and down, which suggest a very obvious reason why the mind should denominate the objects of sight accordingly high or low. And, without this motion of the eye, this turning it up and down in order to discern different objects, doubtless erect, inverse, and other the like terms relating to the position of tangible objects, would never have been transferred, or in any degree apprehended to belong to the ideas of sight, the mere act of seeing including nothing in it to that purpose, whereas the different situations of the eye naturally direct the mind to make a suitable judgment of the situation of objects intromitted by it. 99. Farther, when he has by experience learned the connection there is between the several ideas of sight and touch, he will be able, by the perception he has of the situation of visible things in respect of one another, to make a sudden and true estimate of the situation of outward, tangible things corresponding to them. And thus it is he shall perceive by sight the situation of external objects, which do not properly fall under that sense. 100. I know we are very prone to think that, if just made to see, we should judge of the situation of visible things as we do now. But, we are also as prone to think that, at first sight, we should in the same way apprehend the distance and magnitude of objects, as we do now, which hath been shown to be a false and groundless persuasion. And, for the like reasons, the same censure may be passed on the positive assurance that most men, before they have thought sufficiently of the matter, might have of their being able to determine by the eye, at first view, whether objects were erect or inverse. 101. It will perhaps be objected to our opinion, that a man, for instance, being thought erect when his feet are next the earth, and inverted when his head is next the earth, it doth hence follow that, by the mere act of vision, without any experience or altering the situation of the eye, we should have determined whether he were erect or inverted. For both the earth itself, and the limbs of the man who stands thereon, being equally perceived by sight, one cannot choose seeing what part of the man is nearest the earth, and what part farthest from it, i.e. whether he be erect or inverted. 102. To which I answer, the ideas which constitute the tangible earth and man are entirely different from those which constitute the visible earth and man. Nor was it possible, by virtue of the visive faculty alone, without superadding any experience of touch, or altering the position of the eye, ever to have known, or so much as suspected, there had been any relation or connection between them. Hence, a man at first view would not denominate anything he saw, earth, or head, or foot, and consequently, he could not tell, by the mere act of vision, whether the head or feet were nearest the earth. Nor, indeed, would we have thereby any thought of earth or man, erect or inverse, at all, which will be made yet more evident, if we nicely observe, and make a particular comparison between the ideas of both senses. 103. That which I see is only variety of light and colors. That which I feel is hard or soft, hot or cold, rough or smooth. What similitude, what connection, have those ideas with these? Or, how is it possible that any one should see reason to give one and the same name to combinations of ideas so very different, before he had experienced their coexistence? We do not find there is any necessary connection betwixt this or that tangible quality, and any color whatsoever. And we may sometimes perceive colors, where there is nothing to be felt. All which doth make it manifest that no man, at first receiving of his sight, would know there was any agreement between this or that particular object of his sight and any object of touch he had been already acquainted with. The colors therefore of the head would to him no more suggest the idea of head than they would the idea of feet. 104. Farther, we have at large shown, vid. Sect. 63 and 64, there is no discoverable necessary connection between any given visible magnitude and any one particular tangible magnitude, but that it is entirely the result of custom and experience, and depends on foreign and accidental circumstances, that we can, by the perception of visible extension, inform ourselves what may be the extension of any tangible object connected with it. Hence, it is certain, that neither the visible magnitude of head or foot would bring along with them into the mind, at first opening of the eyes, the respective tangible magnitudes of those parts. 105. By the foregoing section, it is plain the visible figure of any part of the body hath no necessary connection with the tangible figure thereof, so as at first sight to suggest it to the mind. For figure is the termination of magnitude. Whence it follows that no visible magnitude having in its own nature an aptness to suggest any one particular tangible magnitude, so neither can any visible figure be inseparably connected with its corresponding tangible figure, so as of itself, and in a way prior to experience, it might suggest it to the understanding. This will be farther evident, if we consider that what seems smooth and round to the touch may to sight, if viewed through a microscope, seem quite otherwise. 106. From all which, laid together and duly considered, we may clearly deduce this inference: in the first act of vision, no idea entering by the eye would have a perceivable connection with the ideas to which the names earth, man, head, foot, and sea were annexed in the understanding of a person blind from his birth, so as in any sort to introduce them into his mind, or make themselves be called by the same names, and reputed the same things with them, as afterwards they come to be. 107. There doth, nevertheless, remain one difficulty, which to some may seem to press hard on our opinion, and deserve not to be passed over. For, though it be granted that neither the color, size, nor figure of the visible feet have any necessary connection with the ideas that compose the tangible feet, so as to bring them at first sight into my mind, or make me in danger of confounding them, before I had been used to and for some time experienced their connection, yet thus much seems undeniable, namely, that the number of the visible feet being the same with that of the tangible feet, I may from hence, without any experience of sight, reasonably conclude that they represent or are connected with the feet rather than the head. I say, it seems the idea of two visible feet will sooner suggest to the mind the idea of two tangible feet than of one head, so that the blind man, upon first reception of the visive faculty, might know which were the feet or two, and which the head or one. 108. In order to get clear of this seeming difficulty, we need only observe that diversity of visible objects does not necessarily infer diversity of tangible objects corresponding to them. A picture painted with great variety of colors affects the touch in one uniform manner. It is therefore evident that I do not, by any necessary consecution, independent of experience, judge of the number of things tangible from the number of things visible. I should not therefore at first opening my eyes conclude that because I see two I shall feel two. How, therefore, can I, Before experience teaches me, know that the visible legs, because two, are connected with the tangible legs, or the visible head, because one, is connected with the tangible head. The truth is, the things I see are so very different and heterogeneous from the things I feel that the perception of the one would never have suggested the other to my thoughts, or enabled me to pass the least judgment thereon, until I had experienced their connection. 109. But, for a fuller illustration of this matter, it ought to be considered, that number, however some may reckon it amongst the primary qualities, is nothing fixed and settled, really existing in things themselves. It is entirely the creature of the mind, considering either a simple idea by itself, or any combination of simple ideas to which it gives one name, and so makes it pass for a unit. According as the mind variously combines its ideas, the unit varies, and as the unit, so the number, which is only a collection of units, doth also vary. We call a window one, a chimney one, and yet a house, in which there are many windows and many chimneys, has an equal right to be called one, and many houses go to the making of one city. In these and the like instances, it is evident the unit constantly relates to the particular drafts the mind makes of its ideas, to which it affixes names, and wherein it includes more or less, as best suits its own ends and purposes. Whatever therefore the mind considers as one, that is an unit. Every combination of ideas is considered as one thing by the mind, and in token thereof is marked by one name. Now, this naming and combining together of ideas is perfectly arbitrary, and done by the mind in such sort as experience shows it to be most convenient, without which our ideas had never been collected into such sundry distinct combinations as they now are. 110. Hence, it follows that a man born blind, and afterwards, when grown up, made to see, would not, in the first act of vision, parcel out the ideas of sight into the same distinct collections that others do who have experienced, which do regularly coexist and are proper to be bundled up together under one name. He would not, for example, make into one complex idea, and thereby esteem and unite all those particular ideas which constitute the visible head or foot. 4. There can be no reason assigned why he should do so, barely upon his seeing a man stand upright before him. There crowd into his mind the ideas which compose the visible man, in company with all the other ideas of sight perceived at the same time. But, all these ideas offered at once to his view he would not distribute into sundry distinct combinations, till such time as, by observing the motion of the parts of the man and other experiences, he comes to know which are to be separated and which to be collected together. 111. From what hath been premised, it is plain the objects of sight and touch make, if I may so say, two sets of ideas, which are widely different from each other. To objects of either kind we indifferently attribute the terms high and low, right and left, and such like, denoting the position or situation of things. But then we must well observe that the position of any object is determined with respect only to objects of the same sense. We say any object of touch is high or low, according as it is more or less distant from the tangible earth, and in like manner we denominate any object of sight high or low, in proportion as it is more or less distant from the visible earth. But, to define the situation of visible things with relation to the distance they bear from any tangible thing, or vice versa, this were absurd and perfectly unintelligible. For all visible things are equally in the mind, and take up no part of the external space, and consequently are equidistant from any tangible thing which exists without the mind. 112. Or rather, to speak truly, the proper objects of sight are at no distance, neither near nor far from any tangible thing. For, if we inquire narrowly into the matter, we shall find that those things only are compared together in respect of distance which exist after the same manner, or appertain unto the same sense. For, by the distance between any 2 points, nothing more is meant than the number of intermediate points. If the given points are visible, the distance between them is marked out by the number of the interjacent visible points. If they are tangible, the distance between them is a line consisting of tangible points. But, if they are one tangible and the other visible, the distance between them doth neither consist of points perceivable by sight nor by touch, i.e., it is utterly inconceivable. This, perhaps, will not find an easy admission into all men's understanding. However, I should gladly be informed whether it be not true, by any one who will be at the pains to reflect a little, and apply it home to his thoughts. 113. The not observing what has been delivered in the two last sections, seems to have occasioned no small part of the difficulty that occurs in the business of direct appearances. The head, which is painted nearest the earth, seems to be farthest from it, and on the other hand, the feet, which are painted farthest from the earth, are thought nearest to it. Herein lies the difficulty, which vanishes if we express the thing more clearly and free from ambiguity. Thus, how comes it that, to the eye, the visible head, which is nearest the tangible earth, seems farthest from the earth, and the visible feet, which are farthest from the tangible earth, seem nearest the earth? The question being thus proposed, who sees not the difficulty is founded on a supposition that the eye or visive faculty, or rather the soul by means thereof, should judge of the situation of visible objects with reference to their distance from the tangible earth. Whereas, it is evident the tangible earth is not perceived by sight. And it hath been shown, in the two last preceding sections, that the location of visible objects is determined only by the distance they bear from one another, and that it is nonsense to talk of distance, far or near, between a visible and tangible thing. 114. If we confine our thoughts to the proper objects of sight, the whole is plain and easy. The head is painted farthest from, and the feet nearest to, the visible earth, and so they appear to be. What is there strange or unaccountable in this? Let us suppose the pictures in the fund of the eye to be the immediate objects of sight. The consequence is that things should appear in the same posture they are painted in, and is it not so? The head which is seen seems farthest from the earth which is seen, and the feet which are seen seem nearest to the earth which is seen. And just so they are painted. 115. But, say you, the picture of the man is inverted, and yet the appearance is erect. I ask, what mean you by the picture of the man, or, which is the same thing, the visible man's being inverted? You tell me it is inverted, because the heels are uppermost and the head undermost. Explain me this. You say that by the head's being undermost, you mean that it is nearest to the earth, and, by the heels being uppermost, that they are farthest from the earth. I ask again, what earth you mean? You cannot mean the earth that is painted on the eye or the visible earth, for the picture of the head is farthest from the picture of the earth, and the picture of the feet nearest to the picture of the earth, and accordingly the visible head is farthest from the visible earth, and the visible feet nearest to it. It remains, therefore, that you mean the tangible earth, and so determine the situation of visible things with respect to tangible things, contrary to what hath been demonstrated in Sect 111 and 112. The two distinct provinces of sight and touch should be considered apart, and as though their objects had no intercourse, no manner of relation to one another, in point of distance or position. 116. Farther, what greatly contributes to make us mistake in this matter is that, when we think of the pictures in the fund of the eye, we imagine ourselves looking on the fund of another's eye, or another looking on the fund of our own eye, and beholding the pictures painted thereon. Suppose two eyes, A and B, are from some distance looking on the pictures in B, sees them inverted, and for that reason concludes they are inverted in B. But this is wrong. There are projected in little on the bottom of the images of the pictures of, suppose, man, earth, and sea, which are painted on B. And, besides these, the eye B itself, and the objects which environ it, together with another earth, are projected in a larger size on A. Now, by the eye these larger images are deemed the true objects, and the lesser only pictures in miniature. And it is with respect to those greater images that it determines the situation of the smaller images, so that, comparing the little man with the great earth, adjudges him inverted, or that the feet are farthest from and the head nearest to the great earth. Whereas, if I compare the little man with the little earth, then he will appear erect, i.e. his head shall seem farthest from and his feet nearest to the little earth. But we must consider that B does not see two earths as A does. It sees only what is represented by the little pictures in A, and consequently shall judge the man erect. For, in truth, the man in B is not inverted, for there the feet are next the earth, but it is the representation of it in A which is inverted, for there the head of the representation of the picture of the man in B is next the earth, and the feet farthest from the earth, meaning the earth which is without the representation of the pictures in B. For, if you take the little lineages of the pictures in B, and consider them by themselves, and with respect only to one another, they are all erect and in their natural posture. 117. Farther, there lies a mistake in our imagining that the pictures of external objects are painted on the bottom of the eye. It has been shown there is no resemblance between the ideas of sight and things tangible. It hath likewise been demonstrated, that the proper objects of sight do not exist without the mind. Whence it clearly follows that the pictures painted on the bottom of the eye are not the pictures of external objects. Let any one consult his own thoughts, and then tell me, what affinity, what likeness, there is between that certain variety and disposition of colors which constitute the visible man, or picture of a man, and that other combination of far different ideas, sensible by touch, which compose the tangible man. But, if this be the case, how come they to be accounted pictures or images, since that supposes them to copy or represent some originals or other? 118. To which I answer, in the forementioned instance, the eye takes the little images, included within the representation of the other IB, to be pictures or copies, whereof the archetypes are not things existing without, but the larger pictures projected on its own fund, and which by are not thought pictures, but the originals or true things themselves. Though if we suppose a third eye see, from a due distance, to behold the fund of A, then indeed the things projected thereon shall, to see, seem pictures or images, in the same sense that those projected on B do to A. 119. Rightly to conceive the business in hand, we must carefully distinguish between the ideas of sight and touch, between the visible and tangible eye, for certainly on the tangible eye nothing either is or seems to be painted. Again, the visible eye, as well as all other visible objects, hath been shown to exist only in the mind, which, perceiving its own ideas, and comparing them together, does call some pictures in respect to others. What hath been said, being rightly comprehended and laid together, does, I think, afford a full and genuine explication of the erect appearance of objects, which phenomenon, I must confess, I do not see how it can be explained by any theories of vision hitherto made public. 120. In treating of these things, the use of language is apt to occasion some obscurity and confusion, and create in us wrong ideas. For, language being accommodated to the common notions and prejudices of men, it is scarce possible to deliver the naked and precise truth, without great circumlocution, impropriety, and, to an unwary reader, seeming contradictions. I do, therefore, once for all, desire whoever shall think it worth his while to understand what I have written concerning vision, that he would not stick in this or that phrase or manner of expression, but candidly collect my meaning from the whole sum and tenor of my discourse, and, laying aside the words as much as possible, consider the bare notions themselves, and then judge whether they are agreeable to truth and his own experience or no. 121. We have shown the way wherein the mind, by mediation of visible ideas, doth perceive or apprehend the distance, magnitude, and situation of tangible objects. I come now to inquire more particularly concerning the difference between the ideas of sight and touch which are called by the same names, and see whether there be any idea common to both senses. From what we have at large set forth and demonstrated in the foregoing parts of this treatise, it is plain there is no one self-same numerical extension, perceived both by sight and touch, but that the particular figures and extensions perceived by sight, however they may be called by the same names, and reputed the same things with those perceived by touch, are nevertheless different, and have an existence very distinct and separate from them. So that the question is not now concerning the same numerical ideas, but whether there be any one and the same sort or species of ideas equally perceivable to both senses. Or, in other words, whether extension, figure, and motion perceived by sight, are not specifically distinct from extension, figure, and motion perceived by touch. 122. But, before I come more particularly to discuss this matter, I find it proper to take into my thoughts extension in abstract. For of this there is much talk, and I am apt to think that when men speak of extension as being an idea common to two senses, it is with a secret supposition that we can single out extension from all other tangible and visible qualities, and form thereof an abstract idea, which idea they will have common both to sight and touch. We are therefore to understand by extension in abstract, an idea of extension, for instance, a line or surface entirely stripped of all other sensible qualities and circumstances that might determine it to any particular existence. It is neither black, nor white, nor red, nor hath it any color at all, or any tangible quality whatsoever, and consequently it is of no finite determinate magnitude, for that which bounds or distinguishes one extension from another is some quality or circumstance wherein they disagree. 123. Now, I do not find that I can perceive, imagine, or anywise frame in my mind such an abstract idea as is here spoken of. A line or surface which is neither black, nor white, nor blue, nor yellow, and sea, nor long, nor short, nor rough, nor smooth, nor square, nor round, and sea, is perfectly incomprehensible. This I am sure of as to myself. How far the faculties of other men may reach they best can tell. 124. It is commonly said that the object of geometry is abstract extension. But geometry contemplates figures. Now, figure is the termination of magnitude, but we have shown that extension in abstract hath no finite determinate magnitude, whence it clearly follows that it can have no figure, and consequently is not the object of geometry. It is indeed a tenet, as well of the modern as the ancient philosophers, that all general truths are concerning universal abstract ideas, without which, we are told, there could be no science, no demonstration of any general proposition in geometry. But it were no hard matter, did I think it necessary to my present purpose, to show that propositions and demonstrations in geometry might be universal, though they who make them never think of abstract general ideas of triangles or circles. 125. After reiterated efforts and pangs of thought to apprehend the general idea of a triangle, I have found it altogether incomprehensible. And surely, if anyone were able to let that idea into my mind, it must be the author of the essay concerning human understanding, he, who has so far distinguished himself from the generality of writers, by the clearness and significancy of what he says. Let us therefore see how this celebrated author describes the general or, which is the same thing, the abstract idea of a triangle. It must be, says he, neither oblique nor rectangle, neither equilateral, equicrural, nor scalene, but all and none of these at once. In effect it is somewhat imperfect that cannot exist, an idea, wherein some parts of several different and inconsistent ideas are put together. Essay on Human Understanding, BIV, CEH. 7. S. 9. This is the idea which he thinks needful for the enlargement of knowledge, which is the subject of mathematical demonstration, and without which we could never come to know any general proposition concerning triangles. Sure I am, if this be the case, it is impossible for me to attain to know even the first elements of geometry, since I have not the faculty to frame in my mind such an idea as is here described. That author acknowledges it doth require some pains and skill to form this general idea of a triangle. Ibid. But, had he called to mind what he says in another place, to wit, that ideas of mixed modes wherein any inconsistent ideas are put together, cannot so much as exist in the mind, i.e. be conceived, vid. B. E. Ch. 10. S. 33. Ibid. I say, had this occurred to his thoughts, it is not improbable he would have owned it above all the pains and skill he was master of, to form the above-mentioned idea of a triangle, which is made up of manifest staring contradictions. That a man, of such a clear understanding, who thought so much and so well, and laid so great a stress on clear and determinate ideas, should nevertheless talk at this rate, seems very surprising. But the wonder will lessen, if it be considered that the source whence this opinion, of abstract figures and extension, flows is the prolific womb which has brought forth innumerable errors and difficulties, in all parts of philosophy, and in all the sciences. But this matter, taken in its full extent, were a subject too vast and comprehensive to be insisted on in this place. I shall only observe that your metaphysicians and men of speculation seem to have faculties distinct from those of ordinary men, when they talk of general or abstracted triangles and circles, and see, and so peremptorily declare them to be the subject of all the eternal, immutable, universal truths in geometry. And so much for extension in abstract. 126. Some, perhaps, may think pure space, vacuum, or trine dimension, to be equally the object of sight and touch. But, though we have a very great propension to think the ideas of outness and space to be the immediate object of sight, yet, if I mistake not, in the foregoing parts of this essay, that hath been clearly demonstrated to be a mere delusion, arising from the quick and sudden suggestion of fancy, which so closely connects the idea of distance with those of sight, that we are apt to think it is itself a proper and immediate object of that sense, till reason corrects the mistake. 127. It having been shown that there are no abstract ideas of figure, and that it is impossible for us, by any precision of thought, to frame an idea of extension separate from all other visible and tangible qualities, which shall be common both to sight and touch, the question now remaining is, whether the particular extensions, figures, and motions perceived by sight, be of the same kind with the particular extensions, figures, and motions perceived by touch. In answer to which I shall venture to lay down the following proposition. The extension, figures, and motions perceived by sight are specifically distinct from the ideas of touch, called by the same names, nor is there any such thing as one idea, or kind of idea, common to both senses. This proposition may, without much difficulty, be collected from what hath been said in several places of this essay. But, because it seems so remote from, and contrary to the received notions and settled opinion of mankind, I shall attempt to demonstrate it more particularly and at large by the following arguments. 128. First, when, upon perception of an idea, I range it under this or that sort, it is because it is perceived after the same manner, or because it has a likeness or conformity with, or affects me in the same way as the ideas of the sort I rank it under. In short, it must not be entirely new, but have something in it old and already perceived by me. It must, I say, have so much, at least, in common with the ideas I have before known and named, as to make me give it the same name with them. But, it has been, if I mistake not, clearly made out that a man born blind would not, at first reception of his sight, think the things he saw were of the same nature with the objects of touch, or had anything in common with them, but that they were a new set of ideas, perceived in a new manner, and entirely different from all he had ever perceived before. So that he would not call them by the same name, nor repute them to be of the same sort, with anything he had hitherto known. And surely the judgment of such an unprejudiced person is more to be relied on in this case than the sentiments of the generality of men, who, in this as in almost everything else, suffer themselves to be guided by custom, and the erroneous suggestions of prejudice, rather than reason and sedate reflection. 129. Secondly, light and colors are allowed by all to constitute a sort or species entirely different from the ideas of touch, nor will any man, I presume, say they can make themselves perceived by that sense. But there is no other immediate object of sight besides light and colors. It is therefore a direct consequence, that there is no idea common to both senses. 130. It is a prevailing opinion, even amongst those who have thought and writ most accurately concerning our ideas, and the ways whereby they enter into the understanding, that something more is perceived by sight than barely light and colors with their variations. The excellent Mr. Locke to Meth sight, the most comprehensive of all our senses, conveying to our minds the ideas of light and colors, which are peculiar only to that sense, and also the far different ideas of space, figure, and motion. Essay on Human Understanding, BE, CH, 9, S, 9. Space or distance, we have shown, is no otherwise the object of sight than of hearing. Vid. Sect. 46. And, as for figure and extension, I leave it to any one that shall calmly attend to his own clear and distinct ideas to decide whether he has any idea intromitted immediately and properly by sight save only light and colors, or, whether it be possible for him to frame in his mind a distinct abstract idea of visible extension, or figure, exclusive of all color, and, on the other hand, whether he can conceive color without visible extension. For my own part, I must confess, I am not able to retain so great a nicety of abstraction. I know very well that, in a strict sense, I see nothing but light and colors, with their several shades and variations. He who beside these doth also perceive by sight ideas far different and distinct from them, hath that faculty in a degree more perfect and comprehensive than I can pretend to. It must be owned, indeed, that, by the mediation of light and colors, other far different ideas are suggested to my mind. But so they are by hearing. But then, upon this score, I see no reason why the sight should be thought more comprehensive than the hearing, which, besides sounds which are peculiar to that sense, doth, by their mediation, suggest not only space, figure, and motion, but also all other ideas whatsoever that can be signified by words. 131. Thirdly, it is, I think, an axiom universally received, that quantities of the same kind may be added together and make one entire sum. Mathematicians add lines together, but they do not add a line to a solid, or conceive it as making one sum with a surface. These three kinds of quantity being thought incapable of any such mutual addition, and consequently of being compared together in the several ways of proportion, are by them for that reason esteemed entirely disparate and heterogeneous. Now let any one try in his thoughts to add a visible line or surface to a tangible line or surface, so as to conceive them making one continued sum or whole. He that can do this may think them homogeneous, but he that cannot must, by the foregoing axiom, think them heterogeneous. I acknowledge myself to be of the latter sort. A blue and a red line I can conceive added together into one sum and making one continued line, but, to make, in my thoughts, one continued line of a visible and tangible line added together, is, I find, a task far more difficult, and even insurmountable, and I leave it to the reflection and experience of every particular person to determine for himself. 132. A farther confirmation of our tenet may be drawn from the solution of Mr. Molyneux's problem, published by Mr. Locke in his essay, which I shall set down as it there lies, together with Mr. Locke's opinion of it. Suppose a man born blind, and now adult, and taught by his touch to distinguish between a cube and a sphere of the same metal, and nearly of the same bigness, so as to tell when he felt one and the other, which is the cube, and which the sphere. Suppose then the cube and sphere placed on a table, and the blind man made to see, quaere, whether by his sight, before he touched them, he could now distinguish, and tell, which is the globe, which the cube. To which the acute and judicious proposer answers, not. For, though he has obtained the experience of how a globe, how a cube affects his touch, yet he has not yet attained the experience, that what affects his touch so or so must affect his sight so or so, or that a protuberant angle in the cube, that pressed his hand unequally, shall appear to his eye as it doth in the cube. I agree with this thinking gentleman, whom I am proud to call my friend, in his answer to this his problem, and am of opinion that the blind man, at first sight, would not be able with certainty to say, which was the globe, which the cube, whilst he only saw them. Essay on Human Understanding, B.E. Ch. 9. S. 8. 133. Now, if a square surface perceived by touch be of the same sort with a square surface perceived by sight, it is certain the blind man here mentioned might know a square surface as soon as he saw it. It is no more but introducing into his mind, by a new inlet, an idea he has been already well acquainted with. Since therefore he is supposed to have known by his touch that a cube is a body terminated by square surfaces, and that a sphere is not terminated by square surfaces, upon the supposition that a visible and tangible square differ only in numero, it follows that he might know, by the unerring mark of the square surfaces, which was the cube, and which not, while he only saw them. We must therefore allow, either that visible extension and figures are specifically distinct from tangible extension and figures, or else, that the solution of this problem, given by those two very thoughtful and ingenious men, is wrong. 134. Much more might be laid together in proof of the proposition I have advanced. But, what has been said is, if I mistake not, sufficient to convince any one that shall yield a reasonable attention. And, as for those that will not be at the pains of a little thought, no multiplication of words will ever suffice to make them understand the truth, or rightly conceive my meaning. 135. I cannot let go the above-mentioned problem without some reflection on it. It hath been made evident that a man blind from his birth would not, at first sight, denominate anything he saw, by the names he had been used to appropriate to ideas of touch. Vid. Sect. 106. Cube, sphere, table are words he has known applied to things perceivable by touch, but to things perfectly intangible he never knew them applied. Those words, in their wonted application, always marked out to his mind bodies or solid things which were perceived by the resistance they gave. But there is no solidity, no resistance or protrusion, perceived by sight. In short, the ideas of sight are all new perceptions, to which there be no names annexed in his mind. He cannot therefore understand what is said to him concerning them. And, to ask of the two bodies he saw placed on the table, which was the sphere, which the cube, were to him a question downright bantering and unintelligible, nothing he sees being able to suggest to his thoughts the idea of body, distance, or, in general, of anything he had already known. 136. It is a mistake to think the same thing affects both sight and touch. If the same angle or square which is the object of touch be also the object of vision, what should hinder the blind man, at first sight, from knowing it? For, though the manner wherein it affects the sight be different from that wherein it affected his touch, yet, there being, beside this manner or circumstance, which is new and unknown, the angle or figure, which is old and known, he cannot choose but discern it. 137. Visible figure and extension having been demonstrated to be of a nature entirely different and heterogeneous from tangible figure and extension, it remains that we inquire concerning motion. Now, that visible motion is not of the same sort with tangible motion seems to need no farther proof, it being an evident corollary from what we have shown concerning the difference there is betwixt visible and tangible extension. But, for a more full and express proof hereof, we need only observe that one who had not yet experienced vision would not at first sight know motion. Whence it clearly follows that motion perceivable by sight is of a sort distinct from motion perceivable by touch. The antecedent I prove thus: by touch he could not perceive any motion but what was up or down, to the right or left, nearer or farther from him. Besides these, and their several varieties or complications, it is impossible he should have any idea of motion. He would not therefore think anything to be motion, or give the name motion to any idea, which he could not range under some or other of those particular kinds thereof. But, from sect. 95, it is plain that, by the mere act of vision, he could not know motion upwards or downwards, to the right or left, or in any other possible direction. From which I conclude, he would not know motion at all at first sight. As for the idea of motion in abstract, I shall not waste paper about it, but leave it to my reader to make the best he can of it. To me it is perfectly unintelligible. 138. The consideration of motion may furnish a new field for inquiry. But, since the manner wherein the mind apprehends by sight the motion of tangible objects, with the various degrees thereof, may be easily collected from what has been said concerning the manner wherein that sense doth suggest the various distances, magnitudes, and situations, I shall not enlarge any farther on this subject, but proceed to inquire what may be alleged, with greatest appearance of reason, against the proposition we have demonstrated to be true. For, where there is so much prejudice to be encountered, a bare and naked demonstration of the truth will scarce suffice. We must also satisfy the scruples that men may start in favor of their preconceived notions, show whence the mistake arises, how it came to spread, and carefully disclose and root out those false persuasions that an early prejudice might have implanted in the mind. 139. First, therefore, it will be demanded how visible extension and figures come to be called by the same name with tangible extension and figures, if they are not of the same kind with them. It must be something more than humor or accident that could occasion a custom so constant and universal as this, which has obtained in all ages and nations of the world, and amongst all ranks of men, the learned as well as the illiterate. 140. To which I answer, we can no more argue a visible and tangible square to be of the same species, from their being called by the same name, than we can that a tangible square, and the monosyllable consisting of 6 letters whereby it is marked, are of the same species, because they are both called by the same name. It is customary to call written words, and the things they signify, by the same name, for, words not being regarded in their own nature, or otherwise than as they are marks of things, it had been superfluous, and beside the design of language, to have given them names distinct from those of the things marked by them. The same reason holds here also. Visible figures are the marks of tangible figures, and, from sect. 59, it is plain that in themselves they are little regarded, or upon any other score than for their connection with tangible figures, which by nature they are ordained to signify. And, because this language of nature does not vary in different ages or nations, hence it is that in all times and places visible figures are called by the same names as the respective tangible figures suggested by them, and not because they are alike, or of the same sort with them. 141. But, say you, surely a tangible square is liker to a visible square than to a visible circle. It has 4 angles, and as many sides, so also has the visible square, but the visible circle has no such thing, being bounded by one uniform curve, without right lines or angles, which makes it unfit to represent the tangible square, but very fit to represent the tangible circle. Whence it clearly follows, that visible figures are patterns of, or of the same species with, the respective tangible figures represented by them, that they are like unto them, and of their own nature fitted to represent them, as being of the same sort, and that they are in no respect arbitrary signs, as words. 142. I answer, it must be acknowledged the visible square is fitter than the visible circle to represent the tangible square, but then it is not because it is liker, or more of a species with it, but, because the visible square contains in it several distinct parts, whereby to mark the several distinct corresponding parts of a tangible square, whereas the visible circle doth not. The square perceived by touch hath 4 distinct equal sides, so also hath it 4 distinct equal angles. It is therefore necessary that the visible figure which shall be most proper to mark it contain 4 distinct equal parts, corresponding to the 4 sides of the tangible square, as likewise 4 other distinct and equal parts, whereby to denote the 4 equal angles of the tangible square. And accordingly we see the visible figures contain in them distinct visible parts, answering to the distinct tangible parts of the figures signified or suggested by them. 143. But, it will not hence follow that any visible figure is like unto or of the same species with its corresponding tangible figure, unless it be also shown that not only the number, but also the kind of the parts be the same in both. To illustrate this, I observe that visible figures represent tangible figures much after the same manner that written words do sounds. Now, in this respect, words are not arbitrary, it not being indifferent what written word stands for any sound. But, it is requisite that each word contain in it as many distinct characters as there are variations in the sound it stands for. Thus, the single letter A is proper to mark one simple uniform sound, and the word adultery is accommodated to represent the sound annexed to it, in the formation whereof there being 8 different collisions or modifications of the air by the organs of speech, each of which produces a difference of sound, it was fit the word representing it should consist of as many distinct characters, thereby to mark each particular difference or part of the whole sound. And yet nobody, I presume, will say the single letter A, or the word adultery, are alike unto or of the same species with the respective sounds by them represented. It is indeed arbitrary that, in general, letters of any language represent sounds at all, but, when that is once agreed, it is not arbitrary what combination of letters shall represent this or that particular sound. I leave this with the reader to pursue, and apply it in his own thoughts. 144. It must be confessed that we are not so apt to confound other signs with the things signified, or to think them of the same species, as we are visible and tangible ideas. But, a little consideration will show us how this may well be, without our supposing them of a like nature. These signs are constant and universal. Their connection with tangible ideas has been learnt at our first entrance into the world, and ever since, almost every moment of our lives, it has been occurring to our thoughts, and fastening and striking deeper on our minds. When we observe that signs are variable, and of human institution, when we remember there was a time they were not connected in our minds with those things they now so readily suggest, but that their signification was learned by the slow steps of experience, this preserves us from confounding them. But, when we find the same signs suggest the same things all over the world, when we know they are not of human institution, and cannot remember that we ever learned their signification, but think that at first sight they would have suggested to us the same things they do now, all this persuades us they are of the same species as the things respectively represented by them, and that it is by a natural resemblance they suggest them to our minds. 145. Add to this that whenever we make a nice survey of any object, successively directing the optic axis to each point thereof, there are certain lines and figures, described by the motion of the head or eye, which, being in truth perceived by feeling, do nevertheless summix themselves, as it were, with the ideas of sight that we can scarce think but they appertain to that sense. Again, the ideas of sight enter into the mind several at once, more distinct and unmingled than is usual in the other senses beside the touch. Sounds, for example, perceived at the same instant, are apt to coalesce, if I may so say, into one sound, but we can perceive, at the same time, great variety of visible objects, very separate and distinct from each other. Now, tangible extension being made up of several distinct coexistent parts, we may hence gather another reason that may dispose us to imagine a likeness or analogy between the immediate objects of sight and touch. But nothing, certainly, does more contribute to blend and confound them together, than the strict and close connection they have with each other. We cannot open our eyes but the ideas of distance, bodies, and tangible figures are suggested by them. So swift, and sudden, and unperceived is the transit from visible to tangible ideas that we can scarce forbear thinking them equally the immediate object of vision. 146. The prejudice which is grounded on these, and whatever other causes may be assigned thereof, sticks so fast on our understandings, that it is impossible, without obstinate striving and labor of the mind, to get entirely clear of it. But then the reluctancy we find in rejecting any opinion can be no argument of its truth, to whoever considers what has been already shown with regard to the prejudices we entertain concerning the distance, magnitude, and situation of objects, prejudices so familiar to our minds, so confirmed and inveterate, as they will hardly give way to the clearest demonstration. 147. Upon the whole, I think we may fairly conclude that the proper objects of vision constitute the universal language of nature, whereby we are instructed how to regulate our actions, in order to attain those things that are necessary to the preservation and well-being of our bodies, as also to avoid whatever may be hurtful and destructive of them. It is by their information that we are principally guided in all the transactions and concerns of life. And the manner wherein they signify and mark out unto us the objects which are at a distance is the same with that of languages and signs of human appointment, which do not suggest the things signified by any likeness or identity of nature, but only by an habitual connection that experience has made us to observe between them. 148. Suppose one who had always continued blind be told by his guide that after he has advanced so many steps he shall come to the brink of a precipice, or be stopped by a wall. Must not this to him seem very admirable and surprising? he cannot conceive how it is possible for mortals to frame such predictions as these, which to him would seem as strange and unaccountable as prophesied as to others. Even they who are blessed with the visive faculty may, though familiarity make it less observed, find therein sufficient cause of admiration. The wonderful art and contrivance wherewith it is adjusted to those ends and purposes for which it was apparently designed, the vast extent, number, and variety of objects that are at once, with so much ease, and quickness, and pleasure, suggested by it, all these afford subject for much and pleasing speculation, and may, if anything, give us some glimmering analogous prenotion of things that are placed beyond the certain discovery and comprehension of our present state. 149. I do not design to trouble myself much with drawing corollaries from the doctrine I have hitherto laid down. If it bears the test, others may, so far as they shall think convenient, employ their thoughts in extending it farther, and applying it to whatever purposes it may be subservient to. Only, I cannot forbear making some inquiry concerning the object of geometry, which the subject we have been upon does naturally lead one to. We have shown there is no such idea as that of extension in abstract, and that there are two kinds of sensible extension and figures, which are entirely distinct and heterogeneous from each other. Now, it is natural to inquire which of these is the object of geometry. 150. Some things there are which, at first sight, incline one to think geometry conversant about visible extension. The constant use of the eyes, both in the practical and speculative parts of that science, doth very much induce us thereto. It would, without doubt, seem odd to a mathematician to go about to convince him the diagrams he saw upon paper were not the figures, or even the likeness of the figures, which make the subject of the demonstration, the contrary being held an unquestionable truth, not only by mathematicians, but also by those who apply themselves more particularly to the study of logic, I mean who consider the nature of science, certainty, and demonstration, it being by them assigned as one reason of the extraordinary clearness and evidence of geometry, that in that science the reasonings are free from those inconveniences which attend the use of arbitrary signs, the very ideas themselves being copied out, and exposed to view upon paper. But, by the by, how well this agrees with what they likewise assert of abstract ideas being the object of geometrical demonstration I leave to be considered. 151. To come to a resolution in this point, we need only observe what has been said in Sect. 59, 60, 61, where it is shown that visible extensions in themselves are little regarded, and have no settled determinate greatness, and that men measure altogether by the application of tangible extension to tangible extension. All which makes it evident that visible extension and figures are not the object of geometry. 152. It is therefore plain that visible figures are of the same use in geometry that words are. And the one may as well be accounted the object of that science as the other, neither of them being any otherwise concerned therein than as they represent or suggest to the mind the particular tangible figures connected with them. There is, indeed, this difference betwixt the signification of tangible figures by visible figures, and of ideas by words, that whereas the latter is variable and uncertain, depending altogether on the arbitrary appointment of men, the former is fixed, and immutably the same in all times and places. A visible square, for instance, suggests to the mind the same tangible figure in Europe that it doth in America. Hence it is, that the voice of nature, which speaks to our eyes, is not liable to that misinterpretation and ambiguity that languages of human contrivance are unavoidably subject to. From which may, in some measure, be derived the peculiar evidence and clearness of geometrical demonstrations. 153. Though what has been said may suffice to show what ought to be determined with relation to the object of geometry, I shall, nevertheless, for the fuller illustration thereof, take into my thoughts the case of an intelligence or unbodied spirit, which is supposed to see perfectly well, i.e. to have a clear perception of the proper and immediate objects of sight, but to have no sense of touch. Whether there be any such being in nature or no, is beside my purpose to inquire. It suffices, that the supposition contains no contradiction in it. Let us now examine what proficiency such a one may be able to make in geometry. Which speculation will lead us more clearly to see whether the ideas of sight can possibly be the object of that science. 154. First, then, it is certain the aforesaid intelligence could have no idea of a solid or quantity of 3 dimensions, which follows from its not having any idea of distance. We, indeed, are prone to think that we have by sight the ideas of space and solids, which arises from our imagining that we do, strictly speaking, see distance, and some parts of an object at a greater distance than others, which has been demonstrated to be the effect of the experience we have had what ideas of touch are connected with such and such ideas attending vision. But the intelligence here spoken of is supposed to have no experience of touch. He would not, therefore, judge as we do, nor have any idea of distance, outness, or profundity, nor consequently of space or body, either immediately or by suggestion. Whence it is plain he can have no notion of those parts of geometry which relate to the mensuration of solids, and their convex or concave surfaces, and contemplate the properties of lines generated by the section of a solid. The conceiving of any part whereof is beyond the reach of his faculties. 155. Farther, he cannot comprehend the manner wherein geometers describe a right line or circle, the rule and compass, with their use, being things of which it is impossible he should have any notion. Nor is it an easier matter for him to conceive the placing of one plane or angle on another, in order to prove their equality, since that supposes some idea of distance, or external space. All which makes it evident our pure intelligence could never attain to know so much as the first elements of plane geometry. And perhaps, upon a nice inquiry, it will be found he cannot even have an idea of plane figures any more than he can of solids, since some idea of distance is necessary to form the idea of a geometrical plane, as will appear to whoever shall reflect a little on it. 156. All that is properly perceived by the visive faculty amounts to no more than colors with their variations, and different proportions of light and shade, but the perpetual mutability and fleetingness of those immediate objects of sight render them incapable of being managed after the manner of geometrical figures, nor is it in any degree useful that they should. It is true there be divers of them perceived at once, and more of some, and less of others, but accurately to compute their magnitude, and assign precise determinate proportions between things so variable and inconstant, if we suppose it possible to be done, must yet be a very trifling and insignificant labor. 157. I must confess, it seems to be the opinion of some very ingenious men that flat or plane figures are immediate objects of sight, though they acknowledge solids are not. And this opinion of theirs is grounded on what is observed in painting, wherein, say they, the ideas immediately imprinted in the mind are only of planes variously colored, which, by a sudden act of the judgment, are changed into solids, but, with a little attention, we shall find the planes here mentioned as the immediate objects of sight are not visible but tangible planes. For, when we say that pictures are planes, we mean thereby that they appear to the touch smooth and uniform. But then this smoothness and uniformity, or, in other words, this plainness of the picture is not perceived immediately by vision, for it appeareth to the eye various and multiform. 158. From all which we may conclude that planes are no more the immediate object of sight than solids. What we strictly see are not solids, nor yet planes variously colored, they are only diversity of colors. And some of these suggest to the mind solids, and others plane figures, just as they have been experienced to be connected with the one or the other, so that we see planes in the same way that we see solids, both being equally suggested by the immediate objects of sight, which accordingly are themselves denominated planes and solids. But, though they are called by the same names with the things marked by them, they are, nevertheless, of a nature entirely different, as hath been demonstrated. 159. What has been said is, if I mistake not, sufficient to decide the question we propose to examine, concerning the ability of a pure spirit, such as we have described, to know geometry. It is, indeed, no easy matter for us to enter precisely into the thoughts of such an intelligence, because we cannot, without great pains, cleverly separate and disentangle in our thoughts the proper objects of sight from those of touch which are connected with them. This, indeed, in a complete degree seems scarce possible to be performed, which will not seem strange to us, if we consider how hard it is for any one to hear the words of his native language, which is familiar to him, pronounced in his ears without understanding them. Though he endeavor to disunite the meaning from the sound, it will nevertheless intrude into his thoughts, and he shall find it extreme difficult, if not impossible, to put himself exactly in the posture of a foreigner that never learnt the language, so as to be affected barely with the sounds themselves, and not perceive the signification annexed to them. 160. By this time, I suppose, it is clear that neither abstract nor visible extension makes the object of geometry, the not discerning of which may, perhaps, have created some difficulty and useless labor in mathematics. Sure I am that somewhat relating thereto has occurred to my thoughts, which, though after the most anxious and repeated examination I am forced to think it true, doth, nevertheless, seem so far out of the common road of geometry, that I know not whether it may not be thought presumption if I should make it public, in an age wherein that science hath received such mighty improvements by new methods, great part whereof, as well as of the ancient discoveries, may perhaps lose their reputation, and much of that ardor with which men study the abstruse and fine geometry be abated, if what to me, and those few to whom I have imparted it, seems evidently true, should really prove to be so. An appendix to the essay on vision. This appendix is contained only in the second edition. The censures which, I am informed, have been made on the foregoing essay inclined me to think I had not been clear and express enough in some points, and, to prevent being misunderstood for the future, I was willing to make any necessary alterations or additions in what I had written. But that was impracticable, the present edition having been almost finished before I received this information. Wherefore, I think it proper to consider in this place the principal objections that are come to my notice. In the first place, it is objected, that in the beginning of the essay I argue either against all use of lines and angles in optics, and then what I say is false, or against those writers only who will have it that we can perceive by sense the optic axes, angles, and see, and then it is insignificant, this being an absurdity which no one ever held. To which I answer that I argue only against those who are of opinion that we perceive the distance of objects by lines and angles, or, as they term it, by a kind of innate geometry. And, to show that this is not fighting with my own shadow, I shall here set down a passage from the celebrated Descartes. Distantium praeterea decimus, per mutuum quondam conspirationem oculorum, ut enim caecus noster duo bacilla tenens, AEACE, de quorum longitudine incertis, solemque intervallum manuum AAC, cum magnitudine angulorum ACE, ACAE exploratum habens, inde, ut ex geometria quadam omnibus innata, sire potest ubi sit punctum e. Sic quum nostri oculi rst ambo, vertentur ad x, magnitudo lineae ss, a angulorum xss a xss, certos nos redunt ubi sit punctum x. A idem opera alterutrius possumus indigare, loco illum movendo, UTC versus x illum semper dirigens, prime systamus in puncto s, a statum post in puncto s, hoc sufficiat ut magnitudo lineae ss, a duorum angulorum xss a xss nostrae imaginationi simul occurrent, a distantium puncti x nos adocent, idque per actionem mentis, quae licet simplex judicium esse vidicia, ratiocination tamen quondam involutum habet, similarly, quae geometrae per duas stations diverses, loca inaccessa demetientia. I might amass together citations from several authors to the same purpose, but, this being so clear in the point, and from an author of so great note, I shall not trouble the reader with any more. What I have said on this head was not for the sake of finding fault with other men, but, because I judged it necessary to demonstrate in the first place that we neither see distance immediately, nor yet perceive it by the mediation of anything that hath, as lines and angles, a necessary connection with it. For on the demonstration of this point the whole theory depends. Secondly, It is objected that the explication I give of the appearance of the horizontal moon, which may also be applied to the sun, is the same that Gassendi had given before. I answer, there is indeed mention made of the grossness of the atmosphere in both, but then the methods wherein it is applied to solve the phenomenon are widely different, as will be evident to whoever shall compare what I have said on this subject with the following words of Gassendi. Hinc dici possi viditur. Solum humulum oculo spectatum ideo apparere majorem, quam dum altius egreditur, quia dum vicinus est horizonti prolixer est series vaporum, atque adeo corpusculorum quae solus radios ita rotundunt, ut oculus minus connivit, a pupilla quasi umbrifacta longe magus amplificitur, quam dum sol multum elito rari vapors intercipiuntur, solcips ita splendisit, ut pupilla in ipsum spectans contractissimur efficitur. Nemp ex hoc esse viditur, cur visibilis species ex sol procedens, a per pupillum amplificatum intromisser in retinum, amplierem in illa sedum occupit, majoremque proind cret solus apparentium, quam dum per contractum pupillum eodum intromisser contendit. Vid. Epist. 1. Der apparent magnitudine solus humilis a sublimis. This solution of Gassendi proceeds on a false principle, to wit, that the pupils being enlarged augments the species or image on the fund of the eye. Thirdly, against what is said in sect 80, it is objected, that the same thing which is so small as scarce to be discerned by a man, may appear like a mountain to some small insect, from which it follows that the minimum visibile is not equal in respect of all creatures. I answer, if this objection be sounded to the bottom, it will be found to mean no more than that the same particle of matter which is marked to a man by one minimum visibile, exhibits to an insect a great number of minima visibilia. But this does not prove that one minimum visibile of the insect is not equal to one minimum visibile of the man. The not distinguishing between the mediate and immediate objects of sight is, I suspect, a cause of misapprehension in this matter. Some other misinterpretations and difficulties have been made, but, in the points they refer to, I have endeavored to be so very plain that I know not how to express myself more clearly. All I shall add is, that if they who are pleased to criticize on my essay would but read the whole over with some attention, they might be the better able to comprehend my meaning, and consequently to judge of my mistakes. I am informed that, soon after the first edition of this treatise, a man somewhere near London was made to see, who had been born blind, and continued so for about 20 years. Such a one may be supposed a proper judge to decide how far some tenets laid down in several places of the foregoing essay are agreeable to truth, and if any curious person hath the opportunity of making proper interrogatories to him thereon, I should gladly see my notions either amended or confirmed by experience. A Treatise Concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge, 1710. Oxford Clarendon Press 1901 text. Widely regarded as Berkeley's chief philosophical work, A Treatise Concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge largely seeks to refute the claims made by John Locke concerning the nature of human perception. Like all the empiricist philosophers, both Locke and Berkeley agreed that we perceive experiences, regardless of whether material objects exist. However, Berkeley sought to prove that the outside world, which causes the ideas one has within one's mind, is also composed solely of ideas. Berkeley suggests that ideas can only resemble ideas, the mental ideas that we possess can only resemble other ideas, not material objects, and thus the external world consists not of physical form, but rather of ideas. This world is therefore given logic and regularity by some other force, which Berkeley concludes is God. In the introduction, Berkeley declares that his intention was to make an inquiry into the first principles of human knowledge in order to discover the principles that have led to doubt, uncertainty, absurdity and contradiction in philosophy. In order to prepare the reader, he discusses two topics that lead to errors. Firstly, he claims that the mind cannot conceive abstract ideas. It is not possible to have an idea of an abstract thing that is common to many particular ideas and so has, at the same time, many different predicates and no predicates. Secondly, Berkeley declares that words, such as names, do not signify abstract ideas. With regard to ideas, he asserts that we can only think of particular things that have been perceived. Names, he argues, signify general ideas, not abstract ideas. General ideas represent any one of several particular ideas. Berkeley criticizes Locke for claiming that words signify general, but abstract, ideas. At the end of the introduction, he advises the reader to let his words engender clear, particular ideas instead of trying to associate them with non-existent abstractions. Berkeley opens the treatise by asserting that existence is the state of being perceived by a perceiver. Human minds know ideas, not objects. The three kinds of ideas are those of sensation, thought and imagination. When several ideas are associated together, they are thought to be ideas of one distinct thing, which is then signified by one name. Ideas, he claims, are known and perceived by a knowing perceiver. This active perceiver is designated by the names mind, spirit, soul or self. Therefore, ideas exist by virtue of a perceiver. The existence of an idea consists in being perceived. To say that something exists is to say that it is perceived by a perceiver. Thus, this is the main principle of human knowledge. External objects are things that are perceived through our senses. We perceive only our own sensations or ideas. To say that an object exists without being perceived is to attempt to abstract that which cannot be abstracted. We cannot separate or abstract objects and their qualities from our perception of them. If an object exists or is perceived, it must be perceived by me or some other perceiver. It is impossible to separate the being of a sensible thing from its existence as a perception of a perceiver. There can be no unthinking substance or substratum of ideas. Consequently, the perceiving mind or spirit is the only substance of ideas. Ideas inhere in or belong to a perceiver. Berkeley explains that the main design of writing this treatise is to promote the consideration of God and our duty. If we are clearly convinced of God's existence, then we shall fill our hearts with awful circumspection and holy fear. He believes that the world exists as it does, when no one is looking at it, as it consists of ideas that are perceived by the mind of God. If we think that the eyes of the Lord are everywhere, beholding the evil and the good, knowing our innermost thoughts, then we shall realize our total dependence on Him. This in effect will give us an incentive to be virtuous and to avoid vice. The first edition's title page. Contents. Editor's preface to the treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge. I. Rationale of the principles. E. Objections to the new principles answered, sect. 34-84. E. Consequences and applications of the new principles, sect. 85-156. Dedication. The Preface. Introduction. Part 1st. John Locke, 1632–1704, was an English philosopher and physician, widely regarded as one of the most influential of Enlightenment thinkers and commonly known as the father of liberalism. A treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, Part 1, wherein the chief causes of error and difficulty in the sciences, with the grounds of skepticism, atheism, and irreligion, are inquired into. First published in 1710. Editor's preface to the treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge. This book of principles contains the most systematic and reasoned exposition of Berkeley's philosophy, in its early stage, which we possess. Like the essay on vision, its tentative pioneer, it was prepared at Trinity College, Dublin. Its author had hardly completed his 25th year when it was published. The first edition of this, first part, of the projected treatise, printed by Aaron Rames, for Jeremy Peppiar, bookseller in Skinner Row, Dublin, appeared early in 1710. A second edition, with minor changes, and in which, Part 1, was withdrawn from the title page, was published in London in 1734, printed for Jacob Tonson, on the eve of Berkeley's settlement at Cloyne. It was the last in the author's lifetime. The projected, second part, of the principles was never given to the world, and we can hardly conjecture its design. In a letter in 1729 to his American friend, Samuel Johnson, Berkeley mentions that he had made considerable progress on the second part, but the manuscript, he adds, was lost about 14 years ago, during my travels in Italy, and I never had leisure since to do so disagreeable a thing as writing twice on the same subject. An edition of the Principles appeared in London in 1776, 23 years after Berkeley's death, with a running commentary of remarks by the anonymous editor, on the pages opposite the text, in which, according to the editor, Berkeley's doctrines are carefully examined, and shown to be repugnant to fact, and his principles to be incompatible with the constitution of human nature and the reason and fitness of things. In this volume the dialogues between Hylas and Philonous are appended to the Principles, and a philosophical discourse concerning the nature of human being is prefixed to the whole, being a defense of Mr. Locke's Principles, and some remarks on Dr. Beattie's essay on truth, by the author of the remarks on Berkeley's Principles. The acuteness of the remarks is not in proportion to their bulk and diffuseness. Many popular misconceptions of Berkeley are served up, without appreciation of the impotence of matter, and of natural causation as only passive sense symbolism, which is at the root of the theory of the material world against which the remarks are directed. The Kantian and post-Kantian idealism that is characteristic of the 19th century has recalled attention to Berkeley, who had produced his spiritual philosophy under the prevailing conditions of English thought in the preceding age, when idealism in any form was uncongenial. In 1869 the Book of Principles was translated into German, with annotations, by Huber Weig, professor of philosophy at Königsberg, the University of Kant. The Clarendon Press edition of the collected works of Berkeley followed in 1871. In 1874 an edition of the Principles, by Dr. Cranth, professor of philosophy in the University of Pennsylvania, appeared in America, with annotations drawn largely from the Clarendon Press edition and Huber Weig. In 1878 Drive, Collins Simon republished the Principles, with discussions based upon the text, followed by an appendix of remarks on Kant and Hume in their relation to Berkeley. The Book of Principles, as we have it, must be taken as a systematic fragment of an incompletely developed philosophy. Many years after its appearance, the author thus describes the conditions: "It was published when I was very young, and without doubt hath many defects. For though the notions should be true, as I verily think they are, yet it is difficult to express them clearly and consistently, language being framed for common use and received prejudices. I do not therefore pretend that my books can teach truth. All I hope for is that they may be an occasion to inquisitive men of discovering truth." Again, I had no inclination to trouble the world with large volumes. What I have done was rather with the view of giving hints to thinking men, who have leisure and curiosity to go to the bottom of things, and pursue them in their own minds. 2 or 3 times reading these small tracts, Essay on Vision, Principles, Dialogues, De Motu, and making what is read the occasion of thinking, would, I believe, render the whole familiar and easy to the mind, and take off that shocking appearance which hath often been observed to attend speculative truths. The incitements to further and deeper thought thus proposed have met with a more sympathetic response in this generation than in the lifetime of Berkeley. There is internal evidence in the Book of Principles that its author had been a diligent and critical student of Locke's essay. Like the essay, it is dedicated to the Earl of Pembroke. The word idea is not less characteristic of the Principles than of the essay, although Berkeley generally uses it with a narrower application than Locke, confining it to phenomena presented objectively to our senses, and their subjective reproductions in imagination. With both Berkeley and Locke, objective phenomena, under the name of ideas, are the materials supplied to man for conversion into natural science. Locke's reduction of ideas into simple and complex, as well as some of his subdivisions, reappear with modifications in the Principles. Berkeley's account of substance and power, space and time, while different from Locke's, still bears marks of the essay. Concrete substance, which in its ultimate meaning much perplexes Locke, is identified with the personal pronouns, I, and you, by Berkeley, and is thus spiritualized. Cause proper, or power, he finds only in the voluntary activity of persons. Space is presented to us in our sensuous experience of resistance to organic movements, while it is symbolized in terms of phenomena presented to sight, as already explained in the essay on vision. Time is revealed in our actual experience of change in the ideas or phenomena of which we are percipient in sense, length of time being calculated by the changes in the adopted measure of duration. Infinite space and infinite time, being necessarily incapable of finite ideation, are dismissed as abstractions that for man must always be empty of realizable meaning. Indeed, the commonplace book shows that Locke influenced Berkeley as much by antagonism as otherwise. Such was the candor of that great man that I persuade myself, were he alive, he would not be offended that I differed from him, seeing that in so doing I follow his advice to use my own judgment, see with my own eyes and not with another's. So he argues against Locke's opinions about the infinity and eternity of space, and the possibility of matter endowed with power to think, and urges his inconsistency in treating some qualities of matter as wholly material, while he insists that others, under the name of secondary, are necessarily dependent on sentient intelligence. Above all, he assails Locke's abstract ideas as germs of skepticism, interpreting Locke's meaning paradoxically. Next to Locke, Descartes and Malebranche are prominent in the Principles. Recognition of the ultimate supremacy of spirit, or the spiritual character of active power and the constant agency of God in nature, suggested by Descartes, was congenial to Berkeley, but he was opposed to the mechanical conception of the universe found in the Cartesian physical treatises. That thought is synonymous with existence is a formula with which the French philosopher might make him familiar, as well as with the assumption that ideas only are immediate objects of human perception, an assumption in which Descartes was followed by Locke, and philosophical thinkers in the 17th and 18th centuries, but under differing interpretations of the term idea. Malebranche appears less in the Principles than Locke and Descartes. In early life, at any rate, Berkeley would be less at home in the divine vision of Malebranche than among the ideas of Locke. The mysticism of the Recherche de la Vérité is unlike the transparent lucidity of Berkeley's juvenile thought. But the subordinate place and office of the material world in Malebranche's system, and his conception of power as wholly spiritual, approached the new principles of Berkeley. Plato and Aristotle hardly appear, either by name or as characteristic influence, in the Book of Principles, which in this respect contrasts with the abundant references to ancient and medieval thinkers in Cyrus, and to a less extent in the De Motu and Alciphron. The introduction to the Principles is a proclamation of war against abstract ideas, which is renewed in the body of the work, and again more than once in the writings of Berkeley's early and middle life, but is significantly withdrawn in his old age. In the ardor of youth, his prime remedy for anarchy in philosophy, and for the skeptical disposition which philosophy had been apt to generate, was suppression of abstract ideas as impossible ideas, empty names heedlessly accepted as ideas, an evil to be counteracted by steady adherence to the concrete experience found in our senses and inner consciousness. Never to lose our hold of positive facts, and always to individualize general conceptions, are regulative maxims by which Berkeley would make us govern our investigation of ultimate problems. He takes up his position in the actual universe of applied reason, not in the empty void of abstract reason, remote from particulars and succession of change, in which no real existence is found. All realizable ideas must be either concrete data of sense, or concrete data of inward consciousness. It is relations embodied in particular facts, not pretended abstract ideas, that give fruitful meaning to common terms. Abstract matter, abstract substance, abstract power, abstract space, abstract time, unindividualizable in sense or in imagination, must all be void of meaning, the issue of unlawful analysis, which pretends to find what is real without the concrete ideas that make the real, because percipient spirit is the indispensable factor of all reality. The only lawful abstraction is nominal, the application, that is to say, of a name in common to an indefinite number of things which resemble one another. This is Berkeley's nominalism. Berkeley takes Locke as the representative advocate of the abstract ideas, against which he wages war in the introduction to the Principles. Under cover of an ambiguity in the term idea, he is unconsciously fighting against a man of straw. He supposes that Locke means by idea only a concrete datum of sense, or of imagination, and he argues that we cannot without contradiction abstract from all such data, and yet retain idea. But Locke includes among his ideas intellectual relations, what Berkeley himself afterwards distinguished as notions, in contrast with ideas. This polemic against Locke is therefore one of verbal confusion. In later life he probably saw this, as he saw deeper into the whole question involved. This is suggested by the omission of the argument against abstract ideas, given in earlier editions of Alciphron, from the edition published a year before he died. In his juvenile attack on abstractions, his characteristic impetuosity seems to carry him to the extreme of rejecting rational relations that are involved in the objectivity of sensible things and natural order, thus resting experience at last only on phenomena, particular and contingent. A preparatory draft of the Introduction to the Principles, which I found in the manuscript department of the Library of Trinity College, Dublin, is printed in the appendix to this edition of Berkeley's philosophical works. The variations are of some interest, biographical and philosophical. It seems to have been written in the autumn of 1708, and it may with advantage be compared with the text of the finished introduction, as well as with numerous relative entries in the commonplace book. After this introduction, the new principles themselves are evolved, in a corresponding spirit of hostility to empty abstractions. The sections may be thus divided. I. Rationale of the Principles, Sect. 1-33. E. Supposed objections to the Principles answered, Sect. 34-84. E. Consequences and applications of the Principles, Sect. 85-156. I. Rationale of the Principles. The reader may remember that one of the entries in the commonplace book runs as follows: to begin the first book, not with mention of sensation and reflection, but, instead of sensation, to use perception, or thought in general. Berkeley seems there to be oscillating between Locke and Descartes. He now adopts Locke's account of the materials of which our concrete experience consists, Sect. 1. The data of human knowledge of existence are accordingly found in the ideas, phenomena, or appearances, a, of which we are percipient in the senses, and b, of which we are conscious when we attend to our inward passions and operations, all which make up the original contents of human experience, to be reproduced in new forms and arrangements, c, in memory, and d, imagination, and e, expectation. Those materials are called ideas because living mind or spirit is the indispensable realizing factor. They all presuppose living mind, spirit, self, or ego to realize and elaborate them, Sect. 2. This is implied in our use of personal pronouns, which signify, not ideas of any of the preceding kinds, but that which is, entirely distinct from them, wherein they exist, or, which is the same thing, by which they are perceived. In this fundamental presupposition Descartes is more apparent than Locke, and there is even an unconscious forecast of Kant and Hegel. Berkeley next faces a new question which his new principles are intended to answer. How is the concrete world that is presented to our senses related to mind or spirit? Is all or any of its reality independent of percipient experience? Is it true that the phenomena of which we are percipient in sense are ultimately independent of all percipient and conscious life, and are even the ultimate basis of all that is real? Must we recognize in the phenomena of matter the substance of what we call mind? For do we not find, when we examine body and spirit mutually related in our personality, that the latter is more dependent on the former, and on the physical cosmos of which the former is a part, than our body and its bodily surroundings are dependent on spirit? In short, is not the universe of existence, in its final form, only lifeless matter? The claim of matter to be supreme is what Berkeley produces his principles in order to reduce. Concrete reality is self-evidently unreal, he argues, in the total absence of percipient spirit, for spirit is the one realizing factor. Try to imagine the material world unperceived and you are trying to picture empty abstraction. Wholly material matter is self-evidently an inconceivable absurdity. A universe emptied of all percipient life is an impossible universe. The material world becomes real in being perceived. It depends for its reality upon the spiritual realization. As colors in a dark room become real with the introduction of light, so the material world becomes real in the life and agency of spirit. It must exist in terms of sentient life and percipient intelligence, in order to rise into any degree of reality that human beings at least can be at all concerned with, either speculatively or practically. Matter totally abstracted from percipient spirit must go the way of all abstract ideas. It is an illusion, concealed by confused thought and abuse of words, yet from obvious causes strong enough to stifle faith in this latent but self-evident principle, that the universe of sense-presented phenomena can have concrete existence only in and by sentient intelligence. It is the reverse of this principle that Berkeley takes to have been the chief source of all that skepticism and folly, all those contradictions and inexplicable puzzling absurdities, that have in all ages been a reproach to human reason. And indeed, when it is fully understood, it is seen in its own light to be the chief of those truths which are so near and obvious to the mind, that a man need only open his eyes to see them. For such I take this important one to be, that all the choir of heaven and furniture of the earth, in a word, all those bodies which compose the mighty frame of the world, have not any subsistence without a mind. Sect. 6. Living mind or spirit is the indispensable factor of all realities that are presented to our senses, including, of course, our own bodies. Yet this principle, notwithstanding its intuitive certainty, needs to be evoked by reflection from the latency in which it lies concealed, in the confused thought of the unreflecting. It is only gradually, and with the help of reasoning, that the world presented to the senses is distinctly recognized in this its deepest and truest reality. And even when we see that the phenomena immediately presented to our senses need to be realized in percipient experience, in order to be concretely real, we are ready to ask whether there may not be substances like the things so presented, which can exist, without mind, or in a wholly material way. Sect. 8. Nay, are there not some of the phenomena immediately presented to our senses which do not need living mind to make them real? It is allowed by Locke and others that all those qualities of matter which are called secondary cannot be wholly material, and that living mind is indispensable for their realization in nature, but Locke and the rest argue that this is not so with the qualities which they call primary, and which they regard as of the essence of matter. Colors, sounds, tastes, smells are all allowed to be not wholly material, but are not the size, shape, situation, solidity, and motion of bodies qualities that are real without need for the realizing agency of any mind or spirit in the universe, and which would continue to be what they are now if all spirit, divine or human, ceased to exist. The supposition that some of the phenomena of what is called matter can be real, and yet wholly material, is discussed in sections 9 to 15, in which it is argued that the things of sense cannot exist really, in any of their manifestations, unless they are brought into reality in some percipient life and experience. It is held impossible that any quality of matter can have the reality which we all attribute to it, unless it is spiritually realized. Sect. 15. But may matter not be real apart from all its so-called qualities, these being allowed to be not wholly material, because real only within percipient spirit? May not this wholly material matter be something that, as it were, exists behind the ideas, phenomena, or qualities that make their appearance to human beings? This question, Berkeley would say, is a meaningless and wholly unpractical one. Material substance that makes and can make no real appearance, unphenomenal or unideal, stripped of all its qualities, is only another name for abstract being, and the abstract idea of being appeareth to me the most incomprehensible of all other. When I consider the two parts or branches which make up the words material substance, I am convinced there is no distinct meaning annexed to them. Sect. 17. Neither sense nor reason inform us of the existence of real material substances that exist abstractly, or out of all relation to the secondary and primary qualities of which we are percipient when we exercise our senses. By our senses we cannot perceive more than ideas or phenomena, aggregated as individual things that are presented to us, we cannot perceive substances that make no appearance in sense. Then as for reason, unrealized substances, abstracted from living spirit, human or divine, being altogether meaningless, can in no way explain the concrete realizations of human experience. In short, if there are wholly unphenomenal material substances, it is impossible that we should ever discover them, or have any concern with them, speculative or practical, and if there are not, we should have the same reason to assert that there are which we have now. Sect. 20. It is impossible to put any meaning into wholly abstract reality. To me the words mean either a direct contradiction, or nothing at all. Sect. 24. The principle that the esse of matter necessarily involves percipi, and its correlative principle that there is not any other substance than spirit, which is thus the indispensable factor of all reality, both led on to the more obviously practical principle, that the material world, per se, is wholly powerless, and that all changes in nature are the immediate issue of the agency of spirit. Sect. 25-27. Concrete power, like concrete substance, is essentially spiritual. To be satisfied that the whole natural world is only the passive instrument and expression of spiritual power, we are asked to analyze the sensuous data of experience. We can find no reason for attributing inherent power to any of the phenomena and phenomenal things that are presented to our senses, or for supposing that they can be active causes, either of the changes that are continuously in progress among themselves, or of the feelings, perceptions, and volitions of which spiritual beings are conscious. We find the ideas or phenomena that pass in procession before our senses related to one another as signs to their meanings, in a cosmical order that virtually makes the material world a language and a prophecy. But this cosmical procession is not found to originate in the ideas or phenomena themselves, and there is reason for supposing it to be maintained by ever-living spirit, which thus not only substantiates the things of sense, but explains their laws of motion and their movements. Yet the universe of reality is not exclusively one spirit. Experience contradicts the supposition. I find on trial that my personal power to produce changes in the ideas or phenomena which my senses present to me is a limited power. Sect. 28-33. I can make and unmake my own fancies, but I cannot with like freedom make and unmake presentations of sense. When in daylight I open my eyes, it is not in my power to determine whether I shall see or not, nor is it in my power to determine what objects I shall see. The cosmical order of sense phenomena is independent of my will. When I employ my senses, I find myself always confronted by sensible signs of perfect reason and omnipresent will. But I also awake in the faith that I am an individual person, and the sense symbolism of which the material world consists, while it keeps me in constant and immediate relation to the universal spirit, whose language it is, keeps me likewise in intercourse with other persons, akin to myself, who are signified to me by their overt actions and articulate words, which enter into my sensuous experience. Sense-given phenomena thus, among their other instrumental offices, are the medium of communication between human beings, who by this means can find companions, and make signs to them. So while, at our highest point of view, nature is spirit, experience shows that there is room in the universe for a plurality of persons, individual, and in a measure free or morally responsible. If Berkeley does not say all this, his new principles tend thus. At any rate, in his reasoned exposition of his principles he is anxious to distinguish those phenomena that are presented to the senses of all mankind from the private ideas or fancies of individual men. Sect. 28-33. The former constitute the world which sentient beings realize in common. He calls them ideas because they are unrealizable without percipient mind, but still on the understanding that they are not to be confounded with the chimeras of imagination. They are more deeply and truly real than chimeras. The groups in which they are found to coexist are the individual things of sense, whose fixed order of succession exemplifies what we call natural law, or natural causation, the correlation of their changes to our pleasures and pains, desires and aversions, makes scientific knowledge of their laws practically important to the life of man, in his embodied state. Moreover, the real ideas presented to our senses, unlike those of imagination, Berkeley would imply, cannot be either representative or misrepresentative. Our imagination may mislead us, the original data of sense cannot, although we may, and often do, misinterpret their relations to one another, and to our pleasures and pains and higher faculties. The divine meaning with which they are charged, of which science is a partial expression, they may perhaps be said to represent. Otherwise representative sense perception is absurdity. The ideas of sense cannot be representative in the way those of imagination are, for fancies are faint representations of data of sense. The appearances that sentient intelligence realizes are the things of sense, and we cannot go deeper. If we prefer accordingly to call the material world a dream or a chimera, we must understand that it is the reasonable dream in which all sentient intelligence participates, and by which the embodied life of man must be regulated. Has Berkeley, in his juvenile ardor, and with the impetuosity natural to him, while seeking to demonstrate the impotence of matter, and the omnipresent supremacy of spirit, so spiritualized the material world as to make it unfit for the symbolical office in the universe of reality which he supposes it to discharge? Is its potential existence in God, and its percipient realization by me, and presumably by innumerable other sentient beings, an adequate account of the real material world existing in place and time? Can this universal orderly dream experienced in sense involve the objectivity implied in its being the reliable medium of social intercourse? Does such a material world provide me with a means of escape from absolute solitude? Nay, if matter cannot rise into reality without percipient spirit as realizing factor, can my individual percipient spirit realize myself without independent matter? Without intelligent life, matter is pronounced unreal. But is it not also true that without matter, and the special material organism we call our body, percipient spirit is unreal? Does not nature seem as indispensable to spirit as spirit is to nature? Must we not assume at least their unbeginning and unending coexistence, even if we recognize in spirit the deeper and truer reality? Do the new principles explain the final ground of trust and certainty about the universe of change into which I entered as a stranger when I was born? If they make all that I have believed in as outward to be in its reality inward, do they not disturb the balance that is necessary to all human certainties, and leave me without any realities at all? That Berkeley at the age of 25, and educated chiefly by Locke, had fathomed or even entertained all these questions was hardly to be looked for. How far he had gone may be gathered by a study of the sequel of his book of Principles. Objections to the new principles answered, Sect. 34-84. The supposed objections, with Berkeley's answers, may be thus interpreted. First objection. Sect. 34-40. The preceding principles banish all substantial realities, and substitute a universe of chimeras. Answer. This objection is a play upon the popular meaning of the word, idea. That name is appropriate to the phenomena presented in sense, because they become concrete realities only in the experience of living spirit, and so it is not confined to the chimeras of individual fancy, which may misrepresent the real ideas of sense that are presented in the natural system independently of our will. Second objection. Sect. 41. The preceding principles abolish the distinction between perception and imagination, between imagining one's self burnt and actually being burnt. Answer. Real fire differs from fancied fire, as real pain does from fancied pain, yet no one supposes that real pain any more than imaginary pain can exist unfelt by a sentient intelligence. Third objection. Sect. 42-44. We actually see sensible things existing at a distance from our bodies. Now, whatever is seen existing at a distance must be seen as existing external to us in our bodies, which contradicts the foregoing principles. Answer. Distance, or outness, is not visible. It is a conception which is suggested gradually, by our experience of the connection between visible colors and certain visual sensations that accompany seeing, on the one hand, and our tactual experience, on the other, as was proved in the essay on vision, in which the ideality of the visible world is demonstrated. Fourth objection. Sect. 45-48. It follows from the new principles that the material world must be undergoing continuous annihilation and recreation in the innumerable sentient experiences in which it becomes real. Answer. According to the new principles, a thing may be realized in the sense experience of other minds, during intervals of its perception by my mind, for the principles do not affirm dependence only on this or that mind, but on a living mind. If this implies a constant creation of the material world, the conception of the universe as in a state of constant creation is not new, and it signally displays divine providence. Fifth objection. Sect. 49. If extension and extended matter can exist only in mind, it follows that extension is an attribute of mind, that mind is extended. Answer. Extension and other sensible qualities exist in mind, not as modes of mind, which is unintelligible, but as ideas of which mind is percipient, and this is absolutely inconsistent with the supposition that mind is itself extended. Sixth objection. Sect. 50. Natural philosophy proceeds on the assumption that matter is independent of percipient mind, and it thus contradicts the new principles. Answer. On the contrary, matter, if it means what exists abstractly, or in independence of all percipient mind, is useless in natural philosophy, which is conversant exclusively with the ideas or phenomena that compose concrete things, not with empty abstractions. Seventh objection. Sect. 51. To refer all change to spiritual agents alone, and to regard the things of sense as wholly impotent, thus discharging natural causes as the new principles do, is at variance with human language and with good sense. Answer. While we may speak as the multitude do, we should learn to think with the few who reflect. We may still speak of natural causes, even when, as philosophers, we recognize that all true efficiency must be spiritual, and that the material world is only a system of sensible symbols, regulated by divine will and revealing omnipresent mind. Eighth objection. Sect. 54, 55. The natural belief of men seems inconsistent with the world being mind-dependent. Answer. Not so when we consider that men seldom comprehend the deep meaning of their practical assumptions, and when we recollect the prejudices, once dignified as good sense, which have successively surrendered to philosophy. Ninth objection. Sect. 56, 57. Any principle that is inconsistent with our common faith in the existence of the material world must be rejected. Answer. The fact that we are conscious of not being ourselves the cause of changes perpetually going on in our sense ideas, some of which we gradually learn by experience to foresee, sufficiently accounts for the common belief in the independence of those ideas, and is what men truly mean by this. Tenth objection. Sect. 58, 59. The foregoing principles concerning matter and spirit are inconsistent with the laws of motion, and with other truths in mathematics and natural philosophy. Answer. The laws of motion, and those other truths, may be all conceived and expressed in consistency with the absence of independent substance and causation in matter. 11th objection. Sect. 60 to 66. If, according to the foregoing principles, the material world is merely phenomena presented by a power not ourselves to our senses, the elaborate contrivances which we find in nature are useless, for we might have had all experiences that are needful without them, by the direct agency of God. Answer. Elaborate contrivances in nature are relatively necessary as signs. They express to us the occasional presence and some of the experience of other men, also the constant presence and power of the universal spirit, while the scientific interpretation of elaborately constituted nature is a beneficial moral and intellectual exercise. 12th objection. Sect. 67 to 79. Although the impossibility of active matter may be demonstrable, this does not prove the impossibility of inactive matter, neither solid nor extended, which may be the occasion of our having sense ideas. Answer. This supposition is unintelligible. The words in which it is expressed convey no meaning. 13th objection. Sect. 80, 81. Matter may be an unknowable somewhat, neither substance nor accident, cause nor effect, spirit nor idea. All the reasonings against matter, conceived as something positive, fail, when this wholly negative notion is maintained. Answer. This is to use the word matter, as people use the word nothing. Unknowable somewhat cannot be distinguished from nothing. 14th objection. Sect. 82 to 84. Although we cannot, in opposition to the new principles, infer scientifically the existence of matter, in abstraction from all realizing percipient life, or form any conception, positive or negative, of what matter is, yet Holy Scripture demands the faith of every Christian in the independent reality of the material world. Answer. The independent reality of the material world is nowhere affirmed in Scripture. Consequences and applications of the new principles, Sect. 85 to 156. In this portion of the treatise, the new principles, already guarded against objections, are applied to enlighten and invigorate final faith, often suffering from the paralysis of the skepticism produced by materialism, also to improve the sciences, including those which relate to mind, in man and in God. They are applied 1. To the refutation of skepticism as to the reality of the world, Sect. 85 to 91, and God, Sect. 92 to 96. 2. To the liberation of thought from the bondage of unmeaning abstractions, Sect. 97 to 100. 3. To the purification of natural philosophy, by making it an interpretation of ideas of sense, simply in their relations of coexistence and sequence, according to which they constitute the divine language of nature, Sect. 101 to 116. 4. To simplify mathematics, by eliminating infinites and other empty abstractions, Sect. 117 to 134. 5. To explain and sustain faith in the immortality of men, Sect. 135 to 144. 6. To explain the belief which each man has in the existence of other men, as signified to him in and through sense symbolism, Sect. 145. 7. To vindicate faith in God, who is signified in and through the sense symbolism of universal nature, Sect. 146 to 156. It was only by degrees that Berkeley's new principles attracted attention. A new mode of conceiving the world we live in, by a young and unknown author, published at a distance from the center of English intellectual life, was apt to be overlooked. In connection with the essay on vision, however, it drew enough of regard to make Berkeley an object of interest to the literary world on his first visit to London, 3 years after its publication. Dedication. To the Right Honourable Thomas, Earl of Pembroke, and C. Knight of the Most Noble Order of the Garter, and one of the Lords of Her Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council. My Lord, you will perhaps wonder that an obscure person, who has not the honour to be known to your Lordship, should presume to address you in this manner. But that a man who has written something with a design to promote useful knowledge and religion in the world should make choice of your Lordship for his patron, will not be thought strange by any one that is not altogether unacquainted with the present state of the Church and learning, and consequently ignorant how great an ornament and support you are to both. Yet, nothing could have induced me to make you this present of my poor endeavors, were I not encouraged by that candor and native goodness which is so bright a part in your Lordship's character. I might add, my Lord, that the extraordinary favor and bounty you have been pleased to show towards our society gave me hopes you would not be unwilling to countenance the studies of one of its members. These considerations determined me to lay this treatise at your Lordship's feet, and the rather because I was ambitious to have it known that I am with the truest and most profound respect, on account of that learning and virtue which the world so justly admires in your Lordship. My Lord, your Lordship's most humble, and most devoted servant, George Berkeley. The preface. What I here make public has, after a long and scrupulous inquiry, seemed to me evidently true and not unuseful to be known, particularly to those who are tainted with skepticism, or want a demonstration of the existence and immateriality of God, or the natural immortality of the soul. Whether it be so or no, I am content the reader should impartially examine, since I do not think myself any farther concerned for the success of what I have written than as it is agreeable to truth. But, to the end this may not suffer, I make it my request that the reader suspend his judgment till he has once at least read the whole through, with that degree of attention and thought which the subject matter shall seem to deserve. For, as there are some passages that, taken by themselves, are very liable, nor could it be remedied, to gross misinterpretation, and to be charged with most absurd consequences, which, nevertheless, upon an entire perusal will appear not to follow from them. So likewise, though the whole should be read over, yet, if this be done transiently, it is very probable my sense may be mistaken. But to a thinking reader, I flatter myself it will be throughout clear and obvious. As for the characters of novelty and singularity which some of the following notions may seem to bear, it is, I hope, needless to make any apology on that account. He must surely be either very weak, or very little acquainted with the sciences, who shall reject a truth that is capable of demonstration, for no other reason but because it is newly known, and contrary to the prejudices of mankind. Thus much I thought fit to premise, in order to prevent, if possible, the hasty censures of a sort of men who are too apt to condemn an opinion before they rightly comprehend it. Introduction. 1. Philosophy being nothing else but the study of wisdom and truth, it may with reason be expected that those who have spent most time and pains in it should enjoy a greater calm and serenity of mind, a greater clearness and evidence of knowledge, and be less disturbed with doubts and difficulties than other men. Yet, so it is, we see the illiterate bulk of mankind, that walk the high road of plain common sense, and are governed by the dictates of nature, for the most part easy and undisturbed. To them nothing that is familiar appears unaccountable or difficult to comprehend. They complain not of any want of evidence in their senses, and are out of all danger of becoming skeptics. But no sooner do we depart from sense and instinct to follow the light of a superior principle, to reason, meditate, and reflect on the nature of things, but 1,000 scruples spring up in our minds, concerning those things which before we seemed fully to comprehend. Prejudices and errors of sense do from all parts discover themselves to our view, and, endeavoring to correct these by reason, we are insensibly drawn into uncouth paradoxes, difficulties, and inconsistencies, which multiply and grow upon us as we advance in speculation, till at length, having wandered through many intricate mazes, we find ourselves just where we were, or, which is worse, sit down in a forlorn skepticism. 2. The cause of this is thought to be the obscurity of things, or the natural weakness and imperfection of our understandings. It is said the faculties we have are few, and those designed by nature for the support and pleasure of life, and not to penetrate into the inward essence and constitution of things. Besides, the mind of man being finite, when it treats of things which partake of infinity, it is not to be wondered at if it run into absurdities and contradictions, out of which it is impossible it should ever extricate itself, it being of the nature of infinite not to be comprehended by that which is finite. 3. But, perhaps, we may be too partial to ourselves in placing the fault originally in our faculties, and not rather in the wrong use we make of them. It is a hard thing to suppose that right deductions from true principles should ever end in consequences which cannot be maintained or made consistent. We should believe that God has dealt more bountifully with the sons of men than to give them a strong desire for that knowledge which he had placed quite out of their reach. This were not agreeable to the wonted indulgent methods of Providence, which, whatever appetites it may have implanted in the creatures, doth usually furnish them with such means as, if rightly made use of, will not fail to satisfy them. Upon the whole, I am inclined to think that the far greater part, if not all, of those difficulties which have hitherto amused philosophers, and blocked up the way to knowledge, are entirely owing to ourselves. We have first raised a dust, and then complain we cannot see. 4. My purpose therefore is, to try if I can discover what those principles are which have introduced all that doubtfulness and uncertainty, those absurdities and contradictions, into the several sects of philosophy, insomuch that the wisest men have thought our ignorance incurable, conceiving it to arise from the natural dullness and limitation of our faculties. And surely it is a work well deserving our pains to make a strict inquiry concerning the first principles of human knowledge, to sift and examine them on all sides, especially since there may be some grounds to suspect that those lets and difficulties, which stay and embarrass the mind in its search after truth, do not spring from any darkness and intricacy in the objects, or natural defect in the understanding, so much as from false principles which have been insisted on, and might have been avoided. 5. How difficult and discouraging soever this attempt may seem, when I consider what a number of very great and extraordinary men have gone before me in the like designs, yet I am not without some hopes, upon the consideration that the largest views are not always the clearest, and that he who is short-sighted will be obliged to draw the object nearer, and may, perhaps, by a close and narrow survey, discern that which had escaped far better eyes. 6. In order to prepare the mind of the reader for the easier conceiving what follows, it is proper to premise somewhat, by way of introduction, concerning the nature and abuse of language. But the unraveling this matter leads me in some measure to anticipate my design, by taking notice of what seems to have had a chief part in rendering speculation intricate and perplexed, and to have occasioned innumerable errors and difficulties in almost all parts of knowledge. And that is the opinion that the mind hath a power of framing abstract ideas or notions of things. He who is not a perfect stranger to the writings and disputes of philosophers must needs acknowledge that no small part of them are spent about abstract ideas. These are in a more especial manner thought to be the object of those sciences which go by the name of logic and metaphysics, and of all that which passes under the notion of the most abstracted and sublime learning, in all which one shall scarce find any question handled in such a manner as does not suppose their existence in the mind, and that it is well acquainted with them. 7. It is agreed on all hands that the qualities or modes of things do never really exist, each of them apart by itself, and separated from all others, but are mixed, as it were, and blended together, several in the same object. But, we are told, the mind, being able to consider each quality singly, or abstracted from those other qualities with which it is united, does by that means frame to itself abstract ideas. For example, there is conceived by sight an object extended, colored, and moved, this mixed or compound idea the mind resolving into its simple, constituent parts, and viewing each by itself, exclusive of the rest, does frame the abstract ideas of extension, color, and motion. Not that it is possible for color or motion to exist without extension, but only that the mind can frame to itself by abstraction the idea of color exclusive of extension, and of motion exclusive of both color and extension. 8. Again, the mind having observed that in the particular extensions perceived by sense there is something common and alike in all, and some other things peculiar, as this or that figure or magnitude, which distinguish them one from another, it considers apart, or singles out by itself, that which is common, making thereof a most abstract idea of extension, which is neither line, surface, nor solid, nor has any figure or magnitude, but is an idea entirely prescinded from all these. So likewise the mind, by leaving out of the particular colors perceived by sense that which distinguishes them one from another, and retaining that only which is common to all, makes an idea of color in abstract, which is neither red, nor blue, nor white, nor any other determinate color. And, in like manner, by considering motion abstractedly, not only from the body moved, but likewise from the figure it describes, and all particular directions and velocities, the abstract idea of motion is framed, which equally corresponds to all particular motions whatsoever that may be perceived by sense. 9. And as the mind frames to itself abstract ideas of qualities or modes, so does it, by the same precision, or mental separation, attain abstract ideas of the more compounded beings which include several coexistent qualities. For example, the mind having observed that Peter, James, and John resemble each other in certain common agreements of shape and other qualities, leaves out of the complex or compound idea it has of Peter, James, and any other particular man, that which is peculiar to each, retaining only what is common to all, and so makes an abstract idea, wherein all the particulars equally partake, abstracting entirely from and cutting off all those circumstances and differences which might determine it to any particular existence. And after this manner it is said we come by the abstract idea of man, or, if you please, humanity, or human nature, wherein it is true there is included color, because there is no man but has some color, but then it can be neither white, nor black, nor any particular color, because there is no one particular color wherein all men partake. So likewise there is included stature, but then it is neither tall stature, nor low stature, nor yet middle stature, but something abstracted from all these. Answer of the rest. Moreover, there being a great variety of other creatures that partake in some parts, but not all, of the complex idea of man, the mind, leaving out those parts which are peculiar to men, and retaining those only which are common to all the living creatures, frames the idea of animal, which abstracts not only from all particular men, but also all birds, beasts, fishes, and insects. The constituent parts of the abstract idea of animal are body, life, sense, and spontaneous motion. By body is meant body without any particular shape or figure, there being no one shape or figure common to all animals, without covering, either of hair, or feathers, or scales, and see, nor yet naked, hair, feathers, scales, and nakedness being the distinguishing properties of particular animals, and for that reason left out of the abstract idea. Upon the same account, the spontaneous motion must be neither walking, nor flying, nor creeping. It is nevertheless a motion, but what that motion is it is not easy to conceive. 10. Whether others have this wonderful faculty of abstracting their ideas, they best can tell. For myself, I dare be confident I have it not. I find indeed I have a faculty of imagining or representing to myself the ideas of those particular things I have perceived, and of variously compounding and dividing them. I can imagine a man with two heads, or the upper parts of a man joined to the body of a horse. I can consider the hand, the eye, the nose, each by itself abstracted or separated from the rest of the body. But then whatever hand or eye I imagine, it must have some particular shape and color. Likewise the idea of man that I frame to myself must be either of a white, or a black, or a tawny, a straight, or a crooked, a tall, or a low, or a middle-sized man. I cannot by any effort of thought conceive the abstract idea above described. And it is equally impossible for me to form the abstract idea of motion distinct from the body moving, and which is neither swift nor slow, curvilinear nor rectilinear, and the like may be said of all other abstract general ideas whatsoever. To be plain, I own myself able to abstract in one sense, as when I consider some particular parts or qualities separated from others, with which, though they are united in some object, yet it is possible they may really exist without them. But I deny that I can abstract from one another, or conceive separately, those qualities which it is impossible should exist so separated, or that I can frame a general notion, by abstracting from particulars in the manner aforesaid, which last are the two proper acceptations of abstraction. And there is ground to think most men will acknowledge themselves to be in my case. The generality of men which are simple and illiterate never pretend to abstract notions. It is said they are difficult, and not to be attained without pains and study. We may therefore reasonably conclude that, if such there be, they are confined only to the learned. 11. I proceed to examine what can be alleged in defense of the doctrine of abstraction, and try if I can discover what it is that inclines the men of speculation to embrace an opinion so remote from common sense as that seems to be. There has been a late, excellent and deservedly esteemed philosopher who, no doubt, has given it very much countenance, by seeming to think the having abstract general ideas is what puts the widest difference in point of understanding betwixt man and beast. The having of general ideas, saith he, is that which puts a perfect distinction betwixt man and brutes, and is an excellency which the faculties of brutes do by no means attain unto. For it is evident we observe no footsteps in 'em of making use of general signs for universal ideas, from which we have reason to imagine that they have not the faculty of abstracting, or making general ideas, since they have no use of words, or any other general signs. And a little after, therefore, I think, we may suppose, that it is in this that the species of brutes are discriminated from man, and it is that proper difference wherein they are wholly separated, and which at last widens to so wide a distance. For if they have any ideas at all, and are not bare machines, as some would have them, we cannot deny them to have some reason. It seems as evident to me that they do, some of them, in certain instances, reason, as that they have sense. But it is only in particular ideas, just as they receive them from their senses. They are the best of them tied up within those narrow bounds, and have not, as I think, the faculty to enlarge them by any kind of abstraction. Essay on Human Understanding, B. 2. Ch. 11. Section 10 and 11. I readily agree with this learned author, that the faculties of brutes can by no means attain to abstraction. But then if this be made the distinguishing property of that sort of animals, I fear a great many of those that pass for men must be reckoned into their number. The reason that is here assigned, why we have no grounds to think brutes have abstract general ideas, is, that we observe in 'em no use of words, or any other general signs, which is built on this supposition, to wit, that the making use of words implies having general ideas. From which it follows that men who use language are able to abstract or generalize their ideas. That this is the sense and arguing of the author will further appear by his answering the question he in another place puts, since all things that exist are only particulars, how come we by general terms? His answer is, words become general by being made the signs of general ideas. Essay on Human Understanding, B. 3. Ch. 3. Section 6. But it seems that a word becomes general by being made the sign, not of an abstract general idea, but of several particular ideas, any one of which it indifferently suggests to the mind. For example, when it is said, the change of motion is proportional to the impressed force, or that, whatever has extension is divisible, these propositions are to be understood of motion and extension in general, and nevertheless it will not follow that they suggest to my thoughts an idea of motion without a body moved, or any determinate direction and velocity, or that I must conceive an abstract general idea of extension, which is neither line, surface, nor solid, neither great nor small, black, white, nor red, nor of any other determinate color. It is only implied that whatever particular motion I consider, whether it be swift or slow, perpendicular, horizontal, or oblique, or in whatever object, the axiom concerning it holds equally true. As does the other of every particular extension. It matters not whether line, surface, or solid, whether of this or that magnitude or figure. 12. By observing how ideas become general, we may the better judge how words are made so. And here it is to be noted that I do not deny absolutely there are general ideas, but only that there are any abstract general ideas. 4. In the passages we have quoted wherein there is mention of general ideas, it is always supposed that they are formed by abstraction, after the manner set forth in sections 8 and 9. Now, if we will annex a meaning to our words, and speak only of what we can conceive, I believe we shall acknowledge that an idea, which considered in itself is particular, becomes general, by being made to represent or stand for all other particular ideas of the same sort. To make this plain by an example, suppose a geometrician is demonstrating the method of cutting a line in two equal parts. He draws, for instance, a black line of an inch in length. This, which in itself is a particular line, is nevertheless with regard to its signification general, since, as it is there used, it represents all particular lines whatsoever, so that what is demonstrated of it is demonstrated of all lines, or, in other words, of a line in general. And, as that particular line becomes general by being made a sign, so the name line, which taken absolutely is particular, by being a sign, is made general. And as the former owes its generality, not to its being the sign of an abstract or general line, but of all particular right lines that may possibly exist, so the latter must be thought to derive its generality from the same cause, namely, the various particular lines which it indifferently denotes. 13. To give the reader a yet clearer view of the nature of abstract ideas, and the uses they are thought necessary to, I shall add one more passage out of the Essay on Human Understanding, which is as follows: abstract ideas are not so obvious or easy to children, or the yet unexercised mind, as particular ones. If they seem so to grown men, it is only because by constant and familiar use they are made so. For, when we nicely reflect upon them, we shall find that general ideas are fictions and contrivances of the mind, that carry difficulty with them, and do not so easily offer themselves as we are apt to imagine. For example, does it not require some pains and skill to form the general idea of a triangle, which is yet none of the most abstract, comprehensive, and difficult, for it must be neither oblique nor rectangle, neither equilateral, equiquoral, nor scalenon, but all and none of these at once. In effect, it is something imperfect, that cannot exist, an idea wherein some parts of several different and inconsistent ideas are put together. It is true the mind, in this imperfect state, has need of such ideas, and makes all the haste to them it can, for the conveniency of communication and enlargement of knowledge, to both which it is naturally very much inclined. But yet one has reason to suspect such ideas are marks of our imperfection. At least this is enough to show that the most abstract and general ideas are not those that the mind is first and most easily acquainted with, nor such as its earliest knowledge is conversant about. Biv. Ch. 7. Section 9. If any man has the faculty of framing in his mind such an idea of a triangle as is here described, it is in vain to pretend to dispute him out of it, nor would I go about it. All I desire is that the reader would fully and certainly inform himself whether he has such an idea or no. And this, methinks, can be no hard task for any one to perform. What more easy than for any one to look a little into his own thoughts, and there try whether he has, or can attain to have, an idea that shall correspond with the description that is here given of the general idea of a triangle, which is neither oblique nor rectangle, equilateral, equiquoral nor scalenon, but all and none of these at once. 14. Much is here said of the difficulty that abstract ideas carry with them, and the pains and skill requisite to the forming them. And it is on all hands agreed that there is need of great toil and labor of the mind, to emancipate our thoughts from particular objects, and raise them to those sublime speculations that are conversant about abstract ideas. From all which the natural consequence should seem to be, that so difficult a thing as the forming abstract ideas was not necessary for communication, which is so easy and familiar to all sorts of men. But, we are told, if they seem obvious and easy to grown men, it is only because by constant and familiar use they are made so. Now, I would fain know at what time it is men are employed in surmounting that difficulty, and furnishing themselves with those necessary helps for discourse. It cannot be when they are grown up, for then it seems they are not conscious of any such painstaking. It remains therefore to be the business of their childhood, and surely the great and multiplied labor of framing abstract notions will be found a hard task for that tender age. Is it not a hard thing to imagine that a couple of children cannot prate together of their sugar plums and rattles and the rest of their little trinkets, till they have first tacked together numberless inconsistencies, and so framed in their minds abstract general ideas, and annexed them to every common name they make use of? 15. Nor do I think them a whit more needful for the enlargement of knowledge than for communication. It is, I know, a point much insisted on, that all knowledge and demonstration are about universal notions, to which I fully agree. But then it does not appear to me that those notions are formed by abstraction in the manner premised. Universality, so far as I can comprehend, not consisting in the absolute, positive nature or conception of anything, but in the relation it bears to the particulars signified or represented by it, by virtue whereof it is that things, names, or notions, being in their own nature particular, are rendered universal. Thus, when I demonstrate any proposition concerning triangles, it is supposed that I have in view the universal idea of a triangle, which ought not to be understood as if I could frame an idea of a triangle which was neither equilateral, nor scalenon, nor equiquoral, but only that the particular triangle I consider, whether of this or that sort it matters not, doth equally stand for and represent all rectilinear triangles whatsoever, and is in that sense universal. All which seems very plain and not to include any difficulty in it. 16. But here it will be demanded, how we can know any proposition to be true of all particular triangles, except we have first seen it demonstrated of the abstract idea of a triangle which equally agrees to all. For, because a property may be demonstrated to agree to some one particular triangle, it will not thence follow that it equally belongs to any other triangle which in all respects is not the same with it. For example, having demonstrated that the three angles of an isosceles rectangular triangle are equal to two right ones, I cannot therefore conclude this affection agrees to all other triangles which have neither a right angle nor two equal sides. It seems therefore that, to be certain this proposition is universally true, we must either make a particular demonstration for every particular triangle, which is impossible, or once for all demonstrate it of the abstract idea of a triangle, in which all the particulars do indifferently partake, and by which they are all equally represented. To which I answer, that, though the idea I have in view whilst I make the demonstration be, for instance, that of an isosceles rectangular triangle whose sides are of a determinate length, I may nevertheless be certain it extends to all other rectilinear triangles, of what sort or bigness soever. And that because neither the right angle, nor the equality, nor determinate length of the sides are at all concerned in the demonstration. It is true the diagram I have in view includes all these particulars, but then there is not the least mention made of them in the proof of the proposition. It is not said the three angles are equal to two right ones, because one of them is a right angle, or because the sides comprehending it are of the same length. Which sufficiently shows that the right angle might have been oblique, and the sides unequal, and for all that the demonstration have held good. And for this reason it is that I conclude that to be true of any obliquangular or scalenon which I had demonstrated of a particular right-angled equilateral triangle, and not because I demonstrated the proposition of the abstract idea of a triangle. And here it must be acknowledged that a man may consider a figure merely as triangular, without attending to the particular qualities of the angles, or relations of the sides. So far he may abstract. But this will never prove that he can frame an abstract, general, inconsistent idea of a triangle. In like manner we may consider Peter so far forth as man, or so far forth as animal, without framing the forementioned abstract idea, either of man or of animal, inasmuch as all that is perceived is not considered. 17. It were an endless as well as an useless thing to trace the Schulmen, those great masters of abstraction, through all the manifold and inextricable labyrinths of error and dispute which the doctrine of abstract natures and notions seems to have led them into. What bickerings and controversies, and what a learned dust have been raised about those matters, and what mighty advantage has been from thence derived to mankind, are things at this day too clearly known to need being insisted on. And it had been well if the ill effects of that doctrine were confined to those only who make the most avowed profession of it. When men consider the great pains, industry, and parts that have for so many ages been laid out on the cultivation and advancement of the sciences, and that notwithstanding all this the far greater part of them remain full of darkness and uncertainty, and disputes that are like never to have an end, and even those that are thought to be supported by the most clear and cogent demonstrations contain in them paradoxes which are perfectly irreconcilable to the understandings of men, and that, taking all together, a very small portion of them does supply any real benefit to mankind, otherwise than by being an innocent diversion and amusement. I say, the consideration of all this is apt to throw them into a despondency and perfect contempt of all study. But this may perhaps cease upon a view of the false principles that have obtained in the world, amongst all which there is none, methinks, hath a more wide influence over the thoughts of speculative men than this of abstract general ideas. 18. I come now to consider the source of this prevailing notion, and that seems to me to be language. And surely nothing of less extent than reason itself could have been the source of an opinion so universally received. The truth of this appears as from other reasons so also from the plain confession of the ablest patrons of abstract ideas, who acknowledge that they are made in order to naming, from which it is clear consequence that if there had been no such thing as speech or universal signs, there never had been any thought of abstraction. CBE. Ch. 6. Section 39, and elsewhere of the Essay on Human Understanding. Let us examine the manner wherein words have contributed to the origin of that mistake. First then, it is thought that every name has, or ought to have, one only precise and settled signification, which inclines men to think there are certain abstract determinate ideas that constitute the true and only immediate signification of each general name, and that it is by the mediation of these abstract ideas that a general name comes to signify any particular thing. Whereas, in truth, there is no such thing as one precise and definite signification annexed to any general name, they all signifying indifferently a great number of particular ideas. All which does evidently follow from what has been already said, and will clearly appear to any one by a little reflection. To this it will be objected that every name that has a definition is thereby restrained to one certain signification. For example, a triangle is defined to be a plane surface comprehended by 3 right lines, by which that name is limited to denote one certain idea and no other. To which I answer, that in the definition it is not said whether the surface be great or small, black or white, nor whether the sides are long or short, equal or unequal, nor with what angles they are inclined to each other, in all which there may be great variety, and consequently there is no one settled idea which limits the signification of the word triangle. It is one thing for to keep a name constantly to the same definition, and another to make it stand everywhere for the same idea. The one is necessary, the other useless and impracticable. 19. But, to give a farther account how words came to produce the doctrine of abstract ideas, it must be observed that it is a received opinion that language has no other end but the communicating ideas, and that every significant name stands for an idea. This being so, and it being withal certain that names which yet are not thought altogether insignificant do not always mark out particular conceivable ideas, it is straightway concluded that they stand for abstract notions. That there are many names in use amongst speculative men which do not always suggest to others determinate, particular ideas, or in truth anything at all, is what nobody will deny. And a little attention will discover that it is not necessary, even in the strictest reasonings, that significant names which stand for ideas should, every time they are used, excite in the understanding the ideas they are made to stand for. In reading and discoursing, names being for the most part used as letters are in algebra, in which, though a particular quantity be marked by each letter, yet to proceed right it is not requisite that in every step each letter suggest to your thoughts that particular quantity it was appointed to stand for. 20. Besides, the communicating of ideas marked by words is not the chief and only end of language, as is commonly supposed. There are other ends, as the raising of some passion, the exciting to or deterring from an action, the putting the mind in some particular disposition, to which the former is in many cases barely subservient, and sometimes entirely omitted, when these can be obtained without it, as I think doth not unfrequently happen in the familiar use of language. I entreat the reader to reflect with himself, and see if it doth not often happen, either in hearing or reading a discourse, that the passions of fear, love, hatred, admiration, and disdain, and the like, arise immediately in his mind upon the perception of certain words, without any ideas coming between. At first, indeed, the words might have occasioned ideas that were fitting to produce those emotions, but, if I mistake not, it will be found that, when language is once grown familiar, the hearing of the sounds or sight of the characters is oft immediately attended with those passions which at first were wont to be produced by the intervention of ideas that are now quite omitted. May we not, for example, be affected with the promise of a good thing, though we have not an idea of what it is? Or is not the being threatened with danger sufficient to excite a dread, though we think not of any particular evil likely to befall us, nor yet frame to ourselves an idea of danger in abstract? If any one shall join ever so little reflection of his own to what has been said, I believe that it will evidently appear to him that general names are often used in the propriety of language without the speaker's designing them for marks of ideas in his own, which he would have them raise in the mind of the hearer. Even proper names themselves do not seem always spoken with a design to bring into our view the ideas of those individuals that are supposed to be marked by them. For example, when a Schulman tells me, Aristotle hath said it, all I conceive he means by it is to dispose me to embrace his opinion with the deference and submission which custom has annexed to that name. And this effect may be so instantly produced in the minds of those who are accustomed to resign their judgment to authority of that philosopher, as it is impossible any idea either of his person, writings, or reputation should go before. So close and immediate a connection may custom establish betwixt the very word Aristotle and the motions of assent and reverence in the minds of some men. Innumerable examples of this kind may be given, but why should I insist on those things which every one's experience will, I doubt not, plentifully suggest unto him? 21. We have, I think, shown the impossibility of abstract ideas. We have considered what has been said for them by their ablest patrons, and endeavored to show they are of no use for those ends to which they are thought necessary. And lastly, we have traced them to the source from whence they flow, which appears evidently to be language. It cannot be denied that words are of excellent use, in that by their means all that stock of knowledge which has been purchased by the joint labors of inquisitive men in all ages and nations may be drawn into the view and made the possession of one single person. But, at the same time it must be owned that, most parts of knowledge have been, so, strangely perplexed and darkened by the abuse of words, and general ways of speech wherein they are delivered, that it may almost be made a question whether language has contributed more to the hindrance or advancement of the sciences. Since therefore words are so apt to impose on the understanding, I am resolved in my inquiries to make as little use of them as possibly I can. Whatever ideas I consider, I shall endeavor to take them bare and naked into my view, keeping out of my thoughts, so far as I am able, those names which long and constant use hath so strictly united with them, from which I may expect to derive the following advantages. 22. First, I shall be sure to get clear of all controversies purely verbal, the springing up of which weeds in almost all the sciences has been a main hindrance to the growth of true and sound knowledge. Secondly, this seems to be a sure way to extricate myself out of that fine and subtle net of abstract ideas, which has so miserably perplexed and entangled the minds of men, and that with this peculiar circumstance, that by how much the finer and more curious was the wit of any man, by so much the deeper was he likely to be ensnared and faster held therein. Thirdly, so long as I confine my thoughts to my own ideas, divested of words, I do not see how I can easily be mistaken. The objects I consider, I clearly and adequately know. I cannot be deceived in thinking I have an idea which I have not. It is not possible for me to imagine that any of my own ideas are alike or unlike that are not truly so. To discern the agreements or disagreements there are between my ideas, to see what ideas are included in any compound idea and what not, there is nothing more requisite than an attentive perception of what passes in my own understanding. 23. But the attainment of all these advantages does presuppose an entire deliverance from the deception of words, which I dare hardly promise myself, so difficult a thing it is to dissolve an union so early begun, and confirmed by so long a habit as that betwixt words and ideas. Which difficulty seems to have been very much increased by the doctrine of abstraction. For, so long as men thought abstract ideas were annexed to their words, it does not seem strange that they should use words for ideas, it being found an impracticable thing to lay aside the word, and retain the abstract idea in the mind, which in itself was perfectly inconceivable. This seems to me the principal cause why those who have so emphatically recommended to others the laying aside all use of words in their meditations, and contemplating their bare ideas, have yet failed to perform it themselves. Of late many have been very sensible of the absurd opinions and insignificant disputes which grow out of the abuse of words. And, in order to remedy these evils, they advise well, that we attend to the ideas signified, and draw off our attention from the words which signify them. But, how good soever this advice may be they have given others, it is plain they could not have a due regard to it themselves, so long as they thought the only immediate use of words was to signify ideas, and that the immediate signification of every general name was a determinate abstract idea. 24. But these being known to be mistakes, a man may with greater ease prevent his being imposed on by words. He that knows he has no other than particular ideas, will not puzzle himself in vain to find out and conceive the abstract idea annexed to any name. And he that knows names do not always stand for ideas will spare himself the labor of looking for ideas where there are none to be had. It were, therefore, to be wished that every one would use his utmost endeavors to obtain a clear view of the ideas he would consider, separating from them all that dress and encumbrance of words which so much contribute to blind the judgment and divide the attention. In vain do we extend our view into the heavens and pry into the entrails of the earth. In vain do we consult the writings of learned men and trace the dark footsteps of antiquity. We need only draw the curtain of words, to behold the fairest tree of knowledge, whose fruit is excellent, and within the reach of our hand. 25. Unless we take care to clear the first principles of knowledge from the embarras and delusion of words, we may make infinite reasonings upon them to no purpose. We may draw consequences from consequences, and be never the wiser. The farther we go, we shall only lose ourselves the more irrecoverably, and be the deeper entangled in difficulties and mistakes. Whoever therefore designs to read the following sheets, I entreat him that he would make my words the occasion of his own thinking, and endeavor to retain the same train of thoughts in reading that I had in writing them. By this means it will be easy for him to discover the truth or falsity of what I say. He will be out of all danger of being deceived by my words. And I do not see how he can be led into an error by considering his own naked, undisguised ideas. Part First. 1. It is evident to any one who takes a survey of the objects of human knowledge, that they are either ideas actually imprinted on the senses, or else such as are perceived by attending to the passions and operations of the mind, or lastly, ideas formed by help of memory and imagination, either compounding, dividing, or barely representing those originally perceived in the aforesaid ways. By sight I have the ideas of light and colors, with their several degrees and variations. By touch I perceive hard and soft, heat and cold, motion and resistance, and of all these more and less either as to quantity or degree. Smelling furnishes me with odors, the palate with tastes, and hearing conveys sounds to the mind in all their variety of tone and composition. And as several of these are observed to accompany each other, they come to be marked by one name, and so to be reputed as one thing. Thus, for example, a certain color, taste, smell, figure and consistence having been observed to go together, are accounted one distinct thing, signified by the name apple. Other collections of ideas constitute a stone, a tree, a book, and the like sensible things, which as they are pleasing or disagreeable excite the passions of love, hatred, joy, grief, and so forth. 2. But, besides all that endless variety of ideas or objects of knowledge, there is likewise something which knows or perceives them, and exercises divers operations, as willing, imagining, remembering, about them. This perceiving, active being is what I call mind, spirit, soul, or myself. By which words I do not denote any one of my ideas, but a thing entirely distinct from them, wherein they exist, or, which is the same thing, whereby they are perceived, for the existence of an idea consists in being perceived. 3. That neither our thoughts, nor passions, nor ideas formed by the imagination, exist without the mind is what everybody will allow. And to me it seems no less evident that the various sensations, or ideas imprinted on the sense, however blended or combined together, that is, whatever objects they compose, cannot exist otherwise than in a mind perceiving them. I think an intuitive knowledge may be obtained of this, by any one that shall attend to what is meant by the term exist when applied to sensible things. The table I write on I say exists, that is, I see and feel it, and if I were out of my study I should say it existed, meaning thereby that if I was in my study I might perceive it, or that some other spirit actually does perceive it. There was an odor, that is, it was smelt, there was a sound, that is, it was heard, a color or figure, and it was perceived by sight or touch. This is all that I can understand by these and the like expressions. For as to what is said of the absolute existence of unthinking things, without any relation to their being perceived, that is to me perfectly unintelligible. Their esse is percipi, nor is it possible they should have any existence out of the minds or thinking things which perceive them. 4. It is indeed an opinion strangely prevailing amongst men, that houses, mountains, rivers, and in a word all sensible objects, have an existence, natural or real, distinct from their being perceived by the understanding. But, with how great an assurance and acquiescence soever this principle may be entertained in the world, yet whoever shall find in his heart to call it in question may, if I mistake not, perceive it to involve a manifest contradiction. 4. What are the forementioned objects but the things we perceive by sense? And what do we perceive besides our own ideas or sensations? And is it not plainly repugnant that any one of these, or any combination of them, should exist unperceived? 5. If we thoroughly examine this tenet, it will, perhaps, be found at bottom to depend on the doctrine of abstract ideas. For can there be a nicer strain of abstraction than to distinguish the existence of sensible objects from their being perceived, so as to conceive them existing unperceived? Light and colors, heat and cold, extension and figures, in a word the things we see and feel, what are they but so many sensations, notions, ideas, or impressions on the sense? And is it possible to separate, even in thought, any of these from perception? For my part, I might as easily divide a thing from itself. I may, indeed, divide in my thoughts, or conceive apart from each other, those things which perhaps I never perceived by sense are divided. Thus, I imagine the trunk of a human body without the limbs, or conceive the smell of a rose without thinking on the rose itself. So far, I will not deny, I can abstract, if that may properly be called abstraction which extends only to the conceiving separately such objects as it is possible may really exist or be actually perceived asunder. But my conceiving or imagining power does not extend beyond the possibility of real existence or perception. Hence, as it is impossible for me to see or feel anything without an actual sensation of that thing, so is it impossible for me to conceive in my thoughts any sensible thing or object distinct from the sensation or perception of it. In truth, the object and the sensation are the same thing, and cannot therefore be abstracted from each other. 6. Some truths there are so near and obvious to the mind that a man need only open his eyes to see them. Such I take this important one to be, viz., that all the choir of heaven and furniture of the earth, in a word all those bodies which compose the mighty frame of the world, have not any subsistence without a mind, that their being is to be perceived or known, that consequently so long as they are not actually perceived by me, or do not exist in my mind, or that of any other created spirit, they must either have no existence at all, or else subsist in the mind of some eternal spirit, it being perfectly unintelligible, and involving all the absurdity of abstraction, to attribute to any single part of them an existence independent of a spirit. To be convinced of which, the reader need only reflect, and try to separate in his own thoughts the being of a sensible thing from its being perceived. 7. From what has been said it is evident there is not any other substance than spirit, or that which perceives. But, for the fuller proof of this point, let it be considered the sensible qualities are color, figure, motion, smell, taste, and such like, that is, the ideas perceived by sense. Now, for an idea to exist in an unperceiving thing is a manifest contradiction. For to have an idea is all one as to perceive, that therefore wherein color, figure, and the like qualities exist must perceive them. Hence it is clear there can be no unthinking substance or substratum of those ideas. 8. But, say you, though the ideas themselves do not exist without the mind, yet there may be things like them, whereof their copies or resemblances, which things exist without the mind, in an unthinking substance. I answer, an idea can be like nothing but an idea. A color or figure can be like nothing but another color or figure. If we look but never so little into our thoughts, we shall find it impossible for us to conceive a likeness except only between our ideas. Again, I ask whether those supposed originals, or external things, of which our ideas are the pictures or representations, be themselves perceivable or no. If they are, then they are ideas, and we have gained our point, but if you say they are not, I appeal to any one whether it be sense to assert a color is like something which is invisible, hard or soft, like something which is intangible, and so of the rest. 9. Some there are who make a distinction betwixt primary and secondary qualities. By the former they mean extension, figure, motion, rest, solidity or impenetrability, and number. By the latter they denote all other sensible qualities, as colors, sounds, tastes, and so forth. The ideas we have of these last they acknowledge not to be the resemblances of anything existing without the mind, or unperceived, but they will have our ideas of the primary qualities to be patterns or images of things which exist without the mind, in an unthinking substance which they call matter. By matter, therefore, we are to understand an inert, senseless substance, in which extension, figure, and motion do actually subsist. But it is evident, from what we have already shown, that extension, figure, and motion are only ideas existing in the mind, and that an idea can be like nothing but another idea, and that consequently neither they nor their archetypes can exist in an unperceiving substance. Hence, it is plain that the very notion of what is called matter or corporeal substance involves a contradiction in it, insomuch that I should not think it necessary to spend more time in exposing its absurdity. But, because the tenet of the existence of matter seems to have taken so deep a root in the minds of philosophers, and draws after it so many ill consequences, I choose rather to be thought prolix and tedious than omit anything that might conduce to the full discovery and extirpation of that prejudice. 10. They who assert that figure, motion, and the rest of the primary or original qualities do exist without the mind, in unthinking substances, do at the same time acknowledge that colors, sounds, heat, cold, and such like secondary qualities, do not, which they tell us are sensations, existing in the mind alone, that depend on and are occasioned by the different size, texture, and motion of the minute particles of matter. This they take for an undoubted truth, which they can demonstrate beyond all exception. Now, if it be certain that those original qualities are inseparably united with the other sensible qualities, and not, even in thought, capable of being abstracted from them, it plainly follows that they exist only in the mind. But I desire any one to reflect, and try whether he can, by any abstraction of thought, conceive the extension and motion of a body without all other sensible qualities. For my own part, I see evidently that it is not in my power to frame an idea of a body extended and moving, but I must withal give it some color or other sensible quality, which is acknowledged to exist only in the mind. In short, extension, figure and motion, abstracted from all other qualities, are inconceivable. Where therefore the other sensible qualities are, there must these be also, to wit, in the mind and nowhere else. 11. Again, great and small, swift and slow, are allowed to exist nowhere without the mind, being entirely relative, and changing as the frame or position of the organs of sense varies. The extension therefore which exists without the mind is neither great nor small, the motion neither swift nor slow, that is, they are nothing at all. But, say you, they are extension in general, and motion in general. Thus we see how much the tenet of extended movable substances existing without the mind depends on that strange doctrine of abstract ideas. And here I cannot but remark how nearly the vague and indeterminate description of matter, or corporeal substance, which the modern philosophers are run into by their own principles, resembles that antiquated and so much ridiculed notion of materia prima, to be met with in Aristotle and his followers. Without extension solidity cannot be conceived, since therefore it has been shown that extension exists not in an unthinking substance, the same must also be true of solidity. 12. That number is entirely the creature of the mind, even though the other qualities be allowed to exist without, will be evident to whoever considers that the same thing bears a different denomination of number as the mind views it with different respects. Thus, the same extension is 1, or 3, or 36, according as the mind considers it with reference to a yard, a foot, or an inch. Number is so visibly relative, and dependent on men's understanding, that it is strange to think how any one should give it an absolute existence without the mind. We say one book, one page, one line, and C, all these are equally units, though some contain several of the others. And in each instance, it is plain, the unit relates to some particular combination of ideas arbitrarily put together by the mind. 13. Unity. I know some will have to be a simple or uncompounded idea, accompanying all other ideas into the mind. That I have any such idea answering the word unity, I do not find, and if I had, methinks I could not miss finding it. On the contrary, it should be the most familiar to my understanding, since it is said to accompany all other ideas, and to be perceived by all the ways of sensation and reflection. To say no more, it is an abstract idea. 14. I shall farther add, that, after the same manner as modern philosophers prove certain sensible qualities to have no existence in matter, or without the mind, the same thing may be likewise proved of all other sensible qualities whatsoever. Thus, for instance, it is said that heat and cold are affections only of the mind, and not at all patterns of real beings, existing in the corporeal substances which excite them, for that the same body which appears cold to one hand seems warm to another. Now, why may we not as well argue that figure and extension are not patterns or resemblances of qualities existing in matter, because to the same eye at different stations, or eyes of a different texture at the same station, they appear various, and cannot therefore be the images of anything settled and determinate without the mind. Again, it is proved that sweetness is not really in the sapid thing, because the thing remaining unaltered, the sweetness is changed into bitter, as in case of a fever or otherwise vitiated palate. Is it not as reasonable to say that motion is not without the mind, since if the succession of ideas in the mind becomes swifter, the motion, it is acknowledged, shall appear slower, without any alteration in any external object. 15. In short, let any one consider those arguments which are thought manifestly to prove that colors and tastes exist only in the mind, and he shall find they may with equal force be brought to prove the same thing of extension, figure, and motion. Though it must be confessed this method of arguing does not so much prove that there is no extension or color in an outward object, as that we do not know by sense which is the true extension or color of the object. But the arguments foregoing plainly show it to be impossible that any color or extension at all, or other sensible quality whatsoever, should exist in an unthinking subject without the mind, or in truth that there should be any such thing as an outward object. 16. But let us examine a little the received opinion. It is said extension is a mode or accident of matter, and that matter is the substratum that supports it. Now I desire that you would explain to me what is meant by matter's supporting extension. Say you, I have no idea of matter, and therefore cannot explain it. I answer, though you have no positive, yet, if you have any meaning at all, you must at least have a relative idea of matter. Though you know not what it is, yet you must be supposed to know what relation it bears to accidents, and what is meant by its supporting them. It is evident support cannot here be taken in its usual or literal sense, as when we say that pillars support a building. In what sense therefore must it be taken? Opening square bracket. For my part, I am not able to discover any sense at all that can be applicable to it. 17. If we inquire into what the most accurate philosophers declare themselves to mean by material substance, we shall find them acknowledge they have no other meaning annexed to those sounds but the idea of being in general, together with the relative notion of its supporting accidents. The general idea of being appeareth to me the most abstract and incomprehensible of all other, and as for its supporting accidents, this, as we have just now observed, cannot be understood in the common sense of those words. It must therefore be taken in some other sense, but what that is they do not explain. So that when I consider the two parts or branches which make the signification of the words material substance, I am convinced there is no distinct meaning annexed to them. But why should we trouble ourselves any farther, in discussing this material substratum or support of figure and motion and other sensible qualities? Does it not suppose they have an existence without the mind? And is not this a direct repugnancy, and altogether inconceivable? 18. But, though it were possible that solid, figured, movable substances may exist without the mind, corresponding to the ideas we have of bodies, yet how is it possible for us to know this? Either we must know it by sense or by reason. As for our senses, by them we have the knowledge only of our sensations, ideas, or those things that are immediately perceived by sense, call them what you will, but they do not inform us that things exist without the mind, or unperceived, like to those which are perceived. This the materialists themselves acknowledge. It remains therefore that if we have any knowledge at all of external things, it must be by reason inferring their existence from what is immediately perceived by sense. But I do not see what reason can induce us to believe the existence of bodies without the mind, from what we perceive, since the very patrons of matter themselves do not pretend there is any necessary connection betwixt them and our ideas. I say it is granted on all hands, and what happens in dreams, frenzies, and the like, puts it beyond dispute, that it is possible we might be affected with all the ideas we have now, though no bodies existed without resembling them. Hence it is evident the supposition of external bodies is not necessary for the producing our ideas, since it is granted they are produced sometimes, and might possibly be produced always, in the same order we see them in at present, without their concurrence. 19. But, though we might possibly have all our sensations without them, yet perhaps it may be thought easier to conceive and explain the manner of their production, by supposing external bodies in their likeness rather than otherwise, and so it might be at least probable there are such things as bodies that excite their ideas in our minds. But neither can this be said. For, though we give the materialists their external bodies, they by their own confession are never the nearer knowing how our ideas are produced, since they own themselves unable to comprehend in what manner body can act upon spirit, or how it is possible it should imprint any idea in the mind. Hence it is evident the production of ideas or sensations in our minds can be no reason why we should suppose matter or corporeal substances, since that is acknowledged to remain equally inexplicable with or without this supposition. If therefore it were possible for bodies to exist without the mind, yet to hold they do so must needs be a very precarious opinion, since it is to suppose, without any reason at all, that God has created innumerable beings that are entirely useless, and serve to no manner of purpose. 20. In short, if there were external bodies, it is impossible we should ever come to know it, and if there were not, we might have the very same reasons to think there were that we have now. Suppose, what no one can deny possible, an intelligence, without the help of external bodies, to be affected with the same train of sensations or ideas that you are, imprinted in the same order and with like vividness in his mind. I ask whether that intelligence hath not all the reason to believe the existence of corporeal substances, represented by his ideas, and exciting them in his mind, that you can possibly have for believing the same thing. Of this there can be no question. Which one consideration were enough to make any reasonable person suspect the strength of whatever arguments he may think himself to have, for the existence of bodies without the mind. 21. Were it necessary to add any farther proof against the existence of matter, after what has been said, I could instance several of those errors and difficulties, not to mention impieties, which have sprung from that tenet. It has occasioned numberless controversies and disputes in philosophy, and not a few of far greater moment in religion. But I shall not enter into the detail of them in this place, as well because I think arguments a posteriori are unnecessary for confirming what has been, if I mistake not, sufficiently demonstrated a priori, as because I shall hereafter find occasion to speak somewhat of them. 22. I am afraid I have given cause to think I am needlessly prolix in handling this subject. 4. To what purpose is it to dilate on that which may be demonstrated with the utmost evidence in a line or two, to any one that is capable of the least reflection? It is but looking into your own thoughts, and so trying whether you can conceive it possible for a sound, or figure, or motion, or color to exist without the mind or unperceived. This easy trial may perhaps make you see that what you contend for is a downright contradiction. Insomuch that I am content to put the whole upon this issue, if you can but conceive it possible for one extended movable substance, or in general for any one idea, or anything like an idea, to exist otherwise than in a mind perceiving it, I shall readily give up the cause. And, as for all that compages of external bodies you contend for, I shall grant you its existence, though you cannot either give me any reason why you believe it exists, or assign any use to it when it is supposed to exist. I say, the bare possibility of your opinions being true shall pass for an argument that it is so. 23. But, say you, surely there is nothing easier than for me to imagine trees, for instance, in a park, or books existing in a closet, and nobody by to perceive them. I answer, you may so, there is no difficulty in it. But what is all this, I beseech you, more than framing in your mind certain ideas which you call books and trees, and at the same time omitting to frame the idea of any one that may perceive them? But do not you yourself perceive or think of them all the while? This therefore is nothing to the purpose, it only shows you have the power of imagining, or forming ideas in your mind, but it does not show that you can conceive it possible the objects of your thought may exist without the mind. To make out this, it is necessary that you conceive them existing unconceived or unthought of, which is a manifest repugnancy. When we do our utmost to conceive the existence of external bodies, we are all the while only contemplating our own ideas. But the mind, taking no notice of itself, is deluded to think it can and does conceive bodies existing unthought of, or without the mind, though at the same time they are apprehended by, or exist in, itself. A little attention will discover to any one the truth and evidence of what is here said, and make it unnecessary to insist on any other proofs against the existence of material substance. 24. Could men but forbear to amuse themselves with words, we should, I believe, soon come to an agreement in this point. It is very obvious, upon the least inquiry into our own thoughts, to know whether it be possible for us to understand what is meant by the absolute existence of sensible objects in themselves, or without the mind. To me it is evident those words mark out either a direct contradiction, or else nothing at all. And to convince others of this, I know no readier or fairer way than to entreat they would calmly attend to their own thoughts, and if by this attention the emptiness or repugnancy of those expressions does appear, surely nothing more is requisite for their conviction. It is on this therefore that I insist, to wit, that the absolute existence of unthinking things are words without a meaning, or which include a contradiction. This is what I repeat and inculcate, and earnestly recommend to the attentive thoughts of the reader. 25. All our ideas, sensations, notions, or the things which we perceive, by whatsoever names they may be distinguished, are visibly inactive, there is nothing of power or agency included in them. So that one idea or object of thought cannot produce or make any alteration in another. To be satisfied of the truth of this, there is nothing else requisite but a bare observation of our ideas. For, since they and every part of them exist only in the mind, it follows that there is nothing in them but what is perceived, but whoever shall attend to his ideas, whether of sense or reflection, will not perceive in them any power or activity. There is, therefore, no such thing contained in them. A little attention will discover to us that the very being of an idea implies passiveness and inertness in it, insomuch that it is impossible for an idea to do anything, or, strictly speaking, to be the cause of anything, neither can it be the resemblance or pattern of any active being, as is evident from sect. 8. Whence it plainly follows that extension, figure, and motion cannot be the cause of our sensations. To say, therefore, that these are the effects of powers resulting from the configuration, number, motion, and size of corpuscles, must certainly be false. 26. We perceive a continual succession of ideas, some are anew excited, others are changed or totally disappear. There is therefore some cause of these ideas, whereon they depend, and which produces and changes them. That this cause cannot be any quality or idea or combination of ideas, is clear from the preceding section. It must therefore be a substance, but it has been shown that there is no corporeal or material substance. It remains therefore that the cause of ideas is an incorporeal active substance or spirit. 27. A spirit is one simple, undivided active being. As it perceives ideas it is called the understanding, and as it produces or otherwise operates about them it is called the will. Hence there can be no idea formed of a soul or spirit, for all ideas whatever, being passive and inert, vid. Sect. 25, they cannot represent unto us, by way of image or likeness, that which acts. A little attention will make it plain to any one, that to have an idea which shall be like that active principle of motion and change of ideas is absolutely impossible. Such is the nature of spirit, or that which acts, that it cannot be of itself perceived, but only by the effects which it produceth. If any man shall doubt of the truth of what is here delivered, let him but reflect and try if he can frame the idea of any power or active being, and whether he has ideas of two principal powers, marked by the names will and understanding, distinct from each other, as well as from a third idea of substance or being in general, with a relative notion of its supporting or being the subject of the aforesaid powers, which is signified by the name soul or spirit. This is what some hold, but, so far as I can see, the words will, understanding, mind, soul, spirit, do not stand for different ideas, or, in truth, for any idea at all, but for something which is very different from ideas, and which, being an agent, cannot be like unto, or represented by, any idea whatsoever. Though it must be owned at the same time that we have some notion of soul, spirit, and the operations of the mind, such as willing, loving, hating, inasmuch as we know or understand the meaning of these words. 28. I find I can excite ideas in my mind at pleasure, and vary and shift the scene as oft as I think fit. It is no more than willing, and straightway this or that idea arises in my fancy, and by the same power it is obliterated and makes way for another. This making and unmaking of ideas doth very properly denominate the mind active. Thus much is certain and grounded on experience. But when we talk of unthinking agents, or of exciting ideas exclusive of volition, we only amuse ourselves with words. 29. But, whatever power I may have over my own thoughts, I find the ideas actually perceived by sense have not a like dependence on my will. When in broad daylight I open my eyes, it is not in my power to choose whether I shall see or know, or to determine what particular objects shall present themselves to my view, and so likewise as to the hearing and other senses. The ideas imprinted on them are not creatures of my will. There is therefore some other will or spirit that produces them. 30. The ideas of sense are more strong, lively, and distinct than those of the imagination. They have likewise a steadiness, order, and coherence, and are not excited at random, as those which are the effects of human wills often are, but in a regular train or series, the admirable connection whereof sufficiently testifies the wisdom and benevolence of its author. Now the set rules, or established methods, wherein the mind we depend on excites in us the ideas of sense, are called the laws of nature, and these we learn by experience, which teaches us that such and such ideas are attended with such and such other ideas, in the ordinary course of things. 31. This gives us a sort of foresight, which enables us to regulate our actions for the benefit of life. And without this we should be eternally at a loss. We could not know how to act anything that might procure us the least pleasure, or remove the least pain of sense. That food nourishes, sleep refreshes, and fire warms us, that to sow in the seed time is the way to reap in the harvest, and in general that to obtain such or such ends, such or such means are conducive, all this we know, not by discovering any necessary connection between our ideas, but only by the observation of the settled laws of nature, without which we should be all in uncertainty and confusion, and a grown man no more know how to manage himself in the affairs of life than an infant just born. 32. And yet this consistent uniform working, which so evidently displays the goodness and wisdom of that governing spirit whose will constitutes the laws of nature, is so far from leading our thoughts to him, that it rather sends them wandering after second causes. 4. When we perceive certain ideas of sense constantly followed by other ideas, and we know this is not of our own doing, we forthwith attribute power and agency to the ideas themselves, and make one the cause of another, than which nothing can be more absurd and unintelligible. Thus, for example, having observed that when we perceive by sight a certain round luminous figure, we at the same time perceive by touch the idea or sensation called heat, we do from thence conclude the sun to be the cause of heat. and in like manner perceiving the motion and collision of bodies to be attended with sound, we are inclined to think the latter the effect of the former. 33. The ideas imprinted on the senses by the author of nature are called real things, and those excited in the imagination, being less regular, vivid, and constant, are more properly termed ideas or images of things, which they copy and represent. But then our sensations, be they never so vivid and distinct, are nevertheless ideas, that is, they exist in the mind, or are perceived by it, as truly as the ideas of its own framing. The ideas of sense are allowed to have more reality in them, that is, to be more strong, orderly, and coherent than the creatures of the mind, but this is no argument that they exist without the mind. They are also less dependent on the spirit or thinking substance which perceives them, in that they are excited by the will of another and more powerful spirit, yet still they are ideas, and certainly no idea, whether faint or strong, can exist otherwise than in a mind perceiving it. 34. Before we proceed any farther, it is necessary we spend some time in answering objections which may probably be made against the principles we have hitherto laid down. In doing of which, if I seem too prolix to those of quick apprehensions, I desire I may be excused, since all men do not equally apprehend things of this nature, and I am willing to be understood by every one. First, then, it will be objected that by the foregoing principles all that is real and substantial in nature is banished out of the world, and instead thereof a chimerical scheme of ideas takes place. All things that exist only in the mind, that is, they are purely notional. What therefore becomes of the sun, moon, and stars? What must we think of houses, rivers, mountains, trees, stones, nay, even of our own bodies? Are all these but so many chimeras and illusions on the fancy? To all which, and whatever else of the same sort may be objected, I answer, that by the principles premised we are not deprived of any one thing in nature. Whatever we see, feel, hear, or anywise conceive or understand, remains as secure as ever, and is as real as ever. There is a rerum natura, and the distinction between realities and chimeras retains its full force. This is evident from sect 29, 30, and 33, where we have shown what is meant by real things, in opposition to chimeras or ideas of our own framing, but then they both equally exist in the mind, and in that sense are alike ideas. 35. I do not argue against the existence of any one thing that we can apprehend, either by sense or reflection. That the things I see with my eyes and touch with my hands do exist, really exist, I make not the least question. The only thing whose existence we deny is that which philosophers call matter or corporeal substance. And in doing of this there is no damage done to the rest of mankind, who, I dare say, will never miss it. The atheist indeed will want the color of an empty name to support his impiety, and the philosophers may possibly find they have lost a great handle for trifling and disputation. But that is all the harm that I can see done. 36. If any man thinks this detracts from the existence or reality of things, he is very far from understanding what hath been premised in the plainest terms I could think of. Take here an abstract of what has been said. There are spiritual substances, minds, or human souls, which will or excite ideas in themselves at pleasure, but these are faint, weak, and unsteady in respect of others they perceive by sense, which, being impressed upon them according to certain rules or laws of nature, speak themselves the effects of a mind more powerful and wise than human spirits. These latter are said to have more reality in them than the former, by which is meant that they are more affecting, orderly, and distinct, and that they are not fictions of the mind perceiving them. And in this sense the sun that I see by day is the real sun, and that which I imagine by night is the idea of the former. In the sense here given of reality, it is evident that every vegetable, star, mineral, and in general each part of the mundane system, is as much a real being by our principles as by any other. Whether others mean anything by the term reality different from what I do, I entreat them to look into their own thoughts and see. 37. It will be urged that thus much at least is true, to wit, that we take away all corporeal substances. To this my answer is, that if the word substance be taken in the vulgar sense, for a combination of sensible qualities, such as extension, solidity, weight, and the like, this we cannot be accused of taking away, but if it be taken in a philosophic sense, for the support of accidents or qualities without the mind, then indeed I acknowledge that we take it away, if one may be said to take away that which never had any existence, not even in the imagination. 38. But after all, say you, it sounds very harsh to say we eat and drink ideas, and are clothed with ideas. I acknowledge it does so, the word idea not being used in common discourse to signify the several combinations of sensible qualities which are called things, and it is certain that any expression which varies from the familiar use of language will seem harsh and ridiculous. But this doth not concern the truth of the proposition, which in other words is no more than to say, we are fed and clothed with those things which we perceive immediately by our senses. The hardness or softness, the color, taste, warmth, figure, and such like qualities, which combined together constitute the several sorts of victuals and apparel, have been shown to exist only in the mind that perceives them, and this is all that is meant by calling them ideas, which word, if it was as ordinarily used as thing, would sound no harsher nor more ridiculous than it. I am not for disputing about the propriety, but the truth of the expression. If therefore you agree with me that we eat and drink and are clad with the immediate objects of sense, which cannot exist unperceived or without the mind, I shall readily grant it is more proper or conformable to custom that they should be called things rather than ideas. 39. If it be demanded why I make use of the word idea, and do not rather in compliance with custom call them things, I answer, I do it for two reasons. First, because the term thing, in contradistinction to idea, is generally supposed to denote somewhat existing without the mind. Secondly, because thing hath a more comprehensive signification than idea, including spirits, or thinking things, as well as ideas. Since therefore the objects of sense exist only in the mind, and are withal thoughtless and inactive, I chose to mark them by the word idea, which implies those properties. 40. But, say what we can, someone perhaps may be apt to reply, he will still believe his senses, and never suffer any arguments, how plausible soever, to prevail over the certainty of them. Be it so, assert the evidence of sense as high as you please, we are willing to do the same. That what I see, hear, and feel doth exist, that is to say, is perceived by me, I no more doubt than I do of my own being. But I do not see how the testimony of sense can be alleged as a proof for the existence of anything which is not perceived by sense. We are not for having any man turn skeptic and disbelieve his senses. On the contrary, we give them all the stress and assurance imaginable, nor are there any principles more opposite to skepticism than those we have laid down, as shall be hereafter clearly shown. 41. Secondly, it will be objected that there is a great difference betwixt real fire, for instance, and the idea of fire, betwixt dreaming or imagining oneself burnt, and actually being so. If you suspect it to be only the idea of fire which you see, do but put your hand into it and you will be convinced with a witness. This and the like may be urged in opposition to our tenets. To all which the answer is evident from what hath been already said, and I shall only add in this place, that if real fire be very different from the idea of fire, so also is the real pain that it occasions very different from the idea of the same pain, and yet nobody will pretend that real pain either is, or can possibly be, in an unperceiving thing, or without the mind, any more than its idea. 42. Thirdly, it will be objected that we see things actually without or at a distance from us, and which consequently do not exist in the mind, it being absurd that those things which are seen at the distance of several miles should be as near to us as our own thoughts. In answer to this, I desire it may be considered that in a dream we do oft perceive things as existing at a great distance off, and yet for all that, those things are acknowledged to have their existence only in the mind. 43. But, for the fuller clearing of this point, it may be worthwhile to consider how it is that we perceive distance, and things placed at a distance, by sight. 4. That we should in truth see external space, and bodies actually existing in it, some nearer, others farther off, seems to carry with it some opposition to what hath been said of their existing nowhere without the mind. The consideration of this difficulty it was that gave birth to my essay towards a new theory of vision, which was published not long since, wherein it is shown that distance or outness is neither immediately of itself perceived by sight, nor yet apprehended or judged of by lines and angles, or anything that hath a necessary connection with it, but that it is only suggested to our thoughts by certain visible ideas, and sensations attending vision, which in their own nature have no manner of similitude or relation either with distance or things placed at a distance, but, by a connection taught us by experience, they come to signify and suggest them to us, after the same manner that words of any language suggest the ideas they are made to stand for. Insomuch that a man born blind, and afterwards made to see, would not, at first sight, think the things he saw to be without his mind, or at any distance from him. See Sect. 41 of the forementioned treatise. 44. The ideas of sight and touch make two species entirely distinct and heterogeneous. The former are marks and prognostics of the latter. That the proper objects of sight neither exist without the mind, nor are the images of external things, was shown even in that treatise. Though throughout the same the contrary be supposed true of tangible objects, not that to suppose that vulgar error was necessary for establishing the notion therein laid down, but because it was beside my purpose to examine and refute it, in a discourse concerning vision. So that in strict truth the ideas of sight, when we apprehend by them distance, and things placed at a distance, do not suggest or mark out to us things actually existing at a distance, but only admonish us what ideas of touch will be imprinted in our minds at such and such distances of time, and in consequence of such or such actions. It is, I say, evident, from what has been said in the foregoing parts of this treatise, and in Sect. 147 and elsewhere of the essay concerning vision, that visible ideas are the language whereby the governing spirit on whom we depend informs us what tangible ideas he is about to imprint upon us, in case we excite this or that motion in our own bodies. But for a fuller information in this point I refer to the essay itself. 45. Fourthly, it will be objected that from the foregoing principles it follows things are every moment annihilated and created anew. The objects of sense exist only when they are perceived. The trees therefore are in the garden, or the chairs in the parlor, no longer than while there is somebody by to perceive them. Upon shutting my eyes all the furniture in the room is reduced to nothing, and barely upon opening them it is again created. In answer to all which, I refer the reader to what has been said in Sect. 3, 4, and c, and desire he will consider whether he means anything by the actual existence of an idea distinct from its being perceived. For my part, after the nicest inquiry I could make, I am not able to discover that anything else is meant by those words, and I once more entreat the reader to sound his own thoughts, and not suffer himself to be imposed on by words. If he can conceive it possible either for his ideas or their archetypes to exist without being perceived, then I give up the cause. But if he cannot, he will acknowledge it is unreasonable for him to stand up in defense of he knows not what, and pretend to charge on me as an absurdity, the not assenting to those propositions which at bottom have no meaning in them. 46. It will not be amiss to observe how far the received principles of philosophy are themselves chargeable with those pretended absurdities. It is thought strangely absurd that upon closing my eyelids all the visible objects around me should be reduced to nothing, and yet is not this what philosophers commonly acknowledge, when they agree on all hands that light and colors, which alone are the proper and immediate objects of sight, are mere sensations that exist no longer than they are perceived. Again, it may to some perhaps seem very incredible that things should be every moment creating, yet this very notion is commonly taught in the schools. For the Schulmen, though they acknowledge the existence of matter, and that the whole mundane fabric is framed out of it, are nevertheless of opinion that it cannot subsist without the divine conservation, which by them is expounded to be a continual creation. 47. Farther, a little thought will discover to us that, though we allow the existence of matter or corporeal substance, yet it will unavoidably follow, from the principles which are now generally admitted, that the particular bodies, of what kind soever, do none of them exist whilst they are not perceived. For it is evident, from Sect 11 and the following sections, that the matter philosophers contend for is an incomprehensible somewhat, which hath none of those particular qualities whereby the bodies falling under our senses are distinguished one from another. But, to make this more plain, it must be remarked that the infinite divisibility of matter is now universally allowed, at least by the most approved and considerable philosophers, who on the received principles demonstrate it beyond all exception. Hence, it follows there is an infinite number of parts in each particle of matter which are not perceived by sense. The reason therefore that any particular body seems to be of a finite magnitude, or exhibits only a finite number of parts to sense, is, not because it contains no more, since in itself it contains an infinite number of parts, but because the sense is not acute enough to discern them. In proportion therefore as the sense is rendered more acute, it perceives a greater number of parts in the object, that is, the object appears greater, and its figure varies, those parts in its extremities which were before unperceivable appearing now to bound it in very different lines and angles from those perceived by an obtuser sense. And at length, after various changes of size and shape, when the sense becomes infinitely acute, the body shall seem infinite. During all which there is no alteration in the body, but only in the sense. Each body therefore, considered in itself, is infinitely extended, and consequently void of all shape and figure. From which it follows that, though we should grant the existence of matter to be never so certain, yet it is withal as certain, the materialists themselves are by their own principles forced to acknowledge, that neither the particular bodies perceived by sense, nor anything like them, exists without the mind. Matter, I say, and each particle thereof, is according to them infinite and shapeless, and it is the mind that frames all that variety of bodies which compose the visible world, any one whereof does not exist longer than it is perceived. 48. But, after all, if we consider it, the objection proposed in Sect 45 will not be found reasonably charged on the principles we have premised, so as in truth to make any objection at all against our notions. For, though we hold indeed the objects of sense to be nothing else but ideas which cannot exist unperceived, yet we may not hence conclude they have no existence except only while they are perceived by us, since there may be some other spirit that perceives them though we do not. Wherever bodies are said to have no existence without the mind, I would not be understood to mean this or that particular mind, but all minds whatsoever. It does not therefore follow from the foregoing principles that bodies are annihilated and created every moment, or exist not at all during the intervals between our perception of them. 49. Fifthly, it may perhaps be objected that if extension and figure exist only in the mind, it follows that the mind is extended and figured, since extension is a mode or attribute which, to speak with the schools, is predicated of the subject in which it exists. I answer, those qualities are in the mind only as they are perceived by it, that is, not by way of mode or attribute, but only by way of idea. And it no more follows the soul or mind is extended, because extension exists in it alone, than it does that it is red or blue, because those colors are on all hands acknowledged to exist in it, and nowhere else. As to what philosophers say of subject and mode, that seems very groundless and unintelligible. For instance, in this proposition, a die is hard, extended, and square, they will have it that the word die denotes a subject or substance, distinct from the hardness, extension, and figure which are predicated of it, and in which they exist. This I cannot comprehend. To me a die seems to be nothing distinct from those things which are termed its modes or accidents. And, to say a die is hard, extended, and square is not to attribute those qualities to a subject distinct from and supporting them, but only an explication of the meaning of the word die. 50. Sixthly, you will say there have been a great many things explained by matter and motion. Take away these and you destroy the whole corpuscular philosophy, and undermine those mechanical principles which have been applied with so much success to account for the phenomena. In short, whatever advances have been made, either by ancient or modern philosophers, in the study of nature do all proceed on the supposition that corporeal substance or matter doth really exist. To this I answer that there is not any one phenomenon explained on that supposition which may not as well be explained without it, as might easily be made appear by an induction of particulars. To explain the phenomena is all one as to show why, upon such and such occasions, we are affected with such and such ideas. But how matter should operate on a spirit, or produce any idea in it, is what no philosopher will pretend to explain. It is therefore evident there can be no use of matter in natural philosophy. Besides, they who attempt to account for things do it, not by corporeal substance, but by figure, motion, and other qualities, which are in truth no more than mere ideas, and therefore cannot be the cause of anything, as hath been already shown. See Sect. 25. 51. Seventhly, it will upon this be demanded whether it does not seem absurd to take away natural causes, and ascribe everything to the immediate operation of spirits. We must no longer say upon these principles that fire heats, or water cools, but that a spirit heats, and so forth. Would not a man be deservedly laughed at, who should talk after this manner? I answer, he would so. In such things we ought to think with the learned and speak with the vulgar. They who to demonstration are convinced of the truth of the Copernican system do nevertheless say, the sun rises, the sun sets, or comes to the meridian, and if they affected a contrary style in common talk it would without doubt appear very ridiculous. A little reflection on what is here said will make it manifest that the common use of language would receive no manner of alteration or disturbance from the admission of our tenets. 52. In the ordinary affairs of life, any phrases may be retained, so long as they excite in us proper sentiments, or dispositions to act in such a manner as is necessary for our well-being, how false soever they may be if taken in a strict and speculative sense. Nay, this is unavoidable, since, propriety being regulated by custom, language is suited to the received opinions, which are not always the truest. Hence it is impossible, even in the most rigid, philosophic reasonings, so far to alter the bent and genius of the tongue we speak as never to give a handle for cavillers to pretend difficulties and inconsistencies. But, a fair and ingenuous reader will collect the sense from the scope and tenor and connection of a discourse, making allowances for those inaccurate modes of speech which use has made inevitable. 53. As to the opinion that there are no corporeal causes, this has been heretofore maintained by some of the Schulmen, as it is of late by others among the modern philosophers, who though they allow matter to exist, yet will have God alone to be the immediate efficient cause of all things. These men saw that amongst all the objects of sense there was none which had any power or activity included in it, and that by consequence this was likewise true of whatever bodies they supposed to exist without the mind, like unto the immediate objects of sense. But then, that they should suppose an innumerable multitude of created beings, which they acknowledge are not capable of producing any one effect in nature, and which therefore are made to no manner of purpose, since God might have done everything as well without them, this I say, though we should allow it possible, must yet be a very unaccountable and extravagant supposition. 54. In the eighth place, the universal concurrent assent of mankind may be thought by some an invincible argument in behalf of matter, or the existence of external things. Must we suppose the whole world to be mistaken? And if so, what cause can be assigned of so widespread and predominant an error? I answer, first, that, upon a narrow inquiry, it will not perhaps be found so many as is imagined do really believe the existence of matter or things without the mind. Strictly speaking, to believe that which involves a contradiction, or has no meaning in it, is impossible, and whether the foregoing expressions are not of that sort, I refer it to the impartial examination of the reader. In one sense, indeed, men may be said to believe that matter exists, that is, they act as if the immediate cause of their sensations, which affects them every moment, and is so nearly present to them, was some senseless unthinking being. But, that they should clearly apprehend any meaning marked by those words, and form thereof a settled speculative opinion, is what I am not able to conceive. This is not the only instance wherein men impose upon themselves, by imagining they believe those propositions which they have often heard, though at bottom they have no meaning in them. 55. But secondly, Though we should grant a notion to be never so universally and steadfastly adhered to, yet this is but a weak argument of its truth to whoever considers what a vast number of prejudices and false opinions are everywhere embraced with the utmost tenaciousness, by the unreflecting, which are the far greater part of mankind. There was a time when the antipodes and motion of the earth were looked upon as monstrous absurdities even by men of learning, and if it be considered what a small proportion they bear to the rest of mankind, we shall find that at this day those notions have gained but a very inconsiderable footing in the world. 56. But it is demanded that we assign a cause of this prejudice, and account for its obtaining in the world. To this I answer, that men knowing they perceived several ideas, whereof they themselves were not the authors, as not being excited from within, nor depending on the operation of their wills, this made them maintain those ideas or objects of perception, had an existence independent of and without the mind, without ever dreaming that a contradiction was involved in those words. But, philosophers having plainly seen that the immediate objects of perception do not exist without the mind, they in some degree corrected the mistake of the vulgar, but at the same time run into another, which seems no less absurd, to wit, that there are certain objects really existing without the mind, or having a subsistence distinct from being perceived, of which our ideas are only images or resemblances, imprinted by those objects on the mind. And this notion of the philosophers owes its origin to the same cause with the former, namely, their being conscious that they were not the authors of their own sensations, which they evidently knew were imprinted from without, and which therefore must have some cause, distinct from the minds on which they are imprinted. 57. But why they should suppose the ideas of sense to be excited in us by things in their likeness, and not rather have recourse to spirit, which alone can act, may be accounted for. First, because they were not aware of the repugnancy there is, as well in supposing things like unto our ideas existing without, as in attributing to them power or activity. Secondly, because the supreme spirit which excites those ideas in our minds, is not marked out and limited to our view by any particular finite collection of sensible ideas, as human agents are by their size, complexion, limbs, and motions. And thirdly, because his operations are regular and uniform. Whenever the course of nature is interrupted by a miracle, men are ready to own the presence of a superior agent. But, when we see things go on in the ordinary course, they do not excite in us any reflection. Their order and concatenation, though it be an argument of the greatest wisdom, power, and goodness in their Creator, is yet so constant and familiar to us, that we do not think them the immediate effects of a free spirit, especially since inconsistency and mutability in acting, though it be an imperfection, is looked on as a mark of freedom. 58. Tenthly, it will be objected that the notions we advance are inconsistent with several sound truths in philosophy and mathematics. For example, the motion of the earth is now universally admitted by astronomers as a truth grounded on the clearest and most convincing reasons. But, on the foregoing principles, there can be no such thing. For, motion being only an idea, it follows that if it be not perceived it exists not, but the motion of the earth is not perceived by sense. I answer, that tenet, if rightly understood, will be found to agree with the principles we have premised, for, the question whether the earth moves or no amounts in reality to no more than this, to wit, whether we have reason to conclude, from what has been observed by astronomers, that if we were placed in such and such circumstances, and such or such a position and distance both from the earth and sun, we should perceive the former to move among the choir of the planets, and appearing in all respects like one of them, and this, by the established rules of nature, which we have no reason to mistrust, is reasonably collected from the phenomena. 59. We may, from the experience we have had of the train and succession of ideas in our minds, often make, I will not say uncertain conjectures, but sure and well-grounded predictions concerning the ideas we shall be affected with pursuant to a great train of actions, and be enabled to pass a right judgment of what would have appeared to us, in case we were placed in circumstances very different from those we are in at present. Herein consists the knowledge of nature, which may preserve its use and certainty very consistently with what hath been said. It will be easy to reply this to whatever objections of the like sort may be drawn from the magnitude of the stars, or any other discoveries in astronomy or nature. 60. In the 11th place, it will be demanded to what purpose serves that curious organization of plants, and the animal mechanism in the parts of animals. Might not vegetables grow, and shoot forth leaves and blossoms, and animals perform all their motions, as well without as with all that variety of internal parts so elegantly contrived and put together, which, being ideas, have nothing powerful or operative in them, nor have any necessary connection with the effects ascribed to them. If it be a spirit that immediately produces every effect by a fiat, or act of his will, we must think all that is fine and artificial in the works, whether of man or nature, to be made in vain. By this doctrine, though an artist hath made the spring and wheels, and every movement of a watch, and adjusted them in such a manner as he knew would produce the motions he designed, yet he must think all this done to no purpose, and that it is an intelligence which directs the index, and points to the hour of the day. If so, why may not the intelligence do it, without his being at the pains of making the movements and putting them together? Why does not an empty case serve as well as another? And how comes it to pass, that whenever there is any fault in the going of a watch, there is some corresponding disorder to be found in the movements, which being mended by a skilful hand all is right again? The like may be said of all the clockwork of nature, great part whereof is so wonderfully fine and subtle as scarce to be discerned by the best microscope. In short, it will be asked, how, upon our principles, any tolerable account can be given, or any final cause assigned of an innumerable multitude of bodies and machines, framed with the most exquisite art, which in the common philosophy have very apposite uses assigned them, and serve to explain abundance of phenomena. 61. To all which I answer, first, that though there were some difficulties relating to the administration of providence, and the uses by it assigned to the several parts of nature, which I could not solve by the foregoing principles, yet this objection could be of small weight against the truth and certainty of those things which may be proved a priori, with the utmost evidence and rigor of demonstration. Secondly, but neither are the received principles free from the like difficulties. For, it may still be demanded to what end God should take those roundabout methods of effecting things by instruments and machines, which no one can deny might have been effected by the mere command of his will, without all that apparatus. Nay, if we narrowly consider it, we shall find the objection may be retorted with greater force on those who hold the existence of those machines without the mind, for it has been made evident that solidity, bulk, figure, motion, and the like have no activity or efficacy in them, so as to be capable of producing any one effect in nature. See Sect. 25. Whoever therefore supposes them to exist, allowing the supposition possible, when they are not perceived does it manifestly to no purpose, since the only use that is assigned to them, as they exist unperceived, is that they produce those perceivable effects which in truth cannot be ascribed to anything but spirit. 62. But, to come nigher the difficulty, it must be observed that though the fabrication of all those parts and organs be not absolutely necessary to the producing any effect, yet it is necessary to the producing of things in a constant regular way, according to the laws of nature. There are certain general laws that run through the whole chain of natural effects. These are learned by the observation and study of nature, and are by men applied, as well to the framing artificial things for the use and ornament of life as to the explaining the various phenomena. Which explication consists only in showing the conformity any particular phenomenon hath to the general laws of nature, or, which is the same thing, in discovering the uniformity there is in the production of natural effects, as will be evident to whoever shall attend to the several instances wherein philosophers pretend to account for appearances. That there is a great and conspicuous use in these regular constant methods of working observed by the supreme agent hath been shown in Sect. 31. And it is no less visible that a particular size, figure, motion, and disposition of parts are necessary, though not absolutely to the producing any effect, yet to the producing it according to the standing mechanical laws of nature. Thus, for instance, it cannot be denied that God, or the intelligence that sustains and rules the ordinary course of things, might if he were minded to produce a miracle, cause all the motions on the dial plate of a watch, though nobody had ever made the movements and put them in it. But yet, if he will act agreeably to the rules of mechanism, by him for wise ends established and maintained in the creation, it is necessary that those actions of the watchmaker, whereby he makes the movements and rightly adjusts them, precede the production of the aforesaid motions, as also that any disorder in them be attended with the perception of some corresponding disorder in the movements, which being once corrected all is right again. 63. It may indeed on some occasions be necessary that the author of nature display his overruling power in producing some appearance out of the ordinary series of things. Such exceptions from the general rules of nature are proper to surprise and or men into an acknowledgment of the divine being, but then they are to be used but seldom, otherwise there is a plain reason why they should fail of that effect. Besides, God seems to choose the convincing our reason of his attributes by the works of nature, which discover so much harmony and contrivance in their make, and are such plain indications of wisdom and beneficence in their author, rather than to astonish us into a belief of his being by anomalous and surprising events. 64. To set this matter in a yet clearer light, I shall observe that what has been objected in sect 60 amounts in reality to no more than this: ideas are not anyhow and at random produced, there being a certain order and connection between them, like to that of cause and effect. There are also several combinations of them, made in a very regular and artificial manner, which seem like so many instruments in the hand of nature that, being hid as it were behind the scenes, have a secret operation in producing those appearances which are seen on the theatre of the world, being themselves discernible only to the curious eye of the philosopher. But, since one idea cannot be the cause of another, to what purpose is that connection? And since those instruments, being barely inefficacious perceptions in the mind, are not subservient to the production of natural effects, it is demanded why they are made, or, in other words, what reason can be assigned why God should make us, upon a close inspection into his works, behold so great variety of ideas, so artfully laid together, and so much according to rule, it not being credible that he would be at the expense, if one may so speak, of all that art and regularity to no purpose. 65. To all which my answer is, first, that the connection of ideas does not imply the relation of cause and effect, but only of a mark or sign with the thing signified. The fire which I see is not the cause of the pain I suffer upon my approaching it, but the mark that forewarns me of it. In like manner the noise that I hear is not the effect of this or that motion or collision of the ambient bodies, but the sign thereof. Secondly, the reason why ideas are formed into machines, that is, artificial and regular combinations, is the same with that for combining letters into words. That a few original ideas may be made to signify a great number of effects and actions, it is necessary they be variously combined together. And to the end their use be permanent and universal, these combinations must be made by rule, and with wise contrivance. By this means abundance of information is conveyed unto us, concerning what we are to expect from such and such actions, and what methods are proper to be taken for the exciting such and such ideas. Which in effect is all that I conceive to be distinctly meant when it is said that, by discerning the figure, texture, and mechanism of the inward parts of bodies, whether natural or artificial, we may attain to know the several uses and properties depending thereon, or the nature of the thing. 66. Hence, it is evident that those things which, under the notion of a cause co-operating or concurring to the production of effects, are altogether inexplicable and run us into great absurdities, may be very naturally explained, and have a proper and obvious use assigned to them, when they are considered only as marks or signs for our information. And it is the searching after and endeavoring to understand this language, if I may so call it, of the author of nature, that ought to be the employment of the natural philosopher, and not the pretending to explain things by corporeal causes, which doctrine seems to have too much estranged the minds of men from that active principle, that supreme and wise spirit, in whom we live, move, and have our being. 67. In the 12th place, it may perhaps be objected that, though it be clear from what has been said that there can be no such thing as an inert, senseless, extended, solid, figured, movable substance, existing without the mind, such as philosophers describe matter, yet, if any man shall leave out of his idea of matter the positive ideas of extension, figure, solidity and motion, and say that he means only by that word an inert, senseless substance, that exists without the mind, or unperceived, which is the occasion of our ideas, or at the presence whereof God is pleased to excite ideas in us, it doth not appear but that matter taken in this sense may possibly exist. In answer to which I say, first, that it seems no less absurd to suppose a substance without accidents, than it is to suppose accidents without a substance. But secondly, though we should grant this unknown substance may possibly exist, yet where can it be supposed to be? That it exists not in the mind is agreed, and that it exists not in place is no less certain, since all place or extension exists only in the mind, as hath been already proved. It remains therefore that it exists nowhere at all. 68. Let us examine a little the description that is here given us of matter. It neither acts, nor perceives, nor is perceived, for this is all that is meant by saying it is an inert, senseless, unknown substance, which is a definition entirely made up of negatives, accepting only the relative notion of its standing under or supporting. But then it must be observed that it supports nothing at all, and how nearly this comes to the description of a non-entity I desire may be considered. But, say you, it is the unknown occasion, at the presence of which ideas are excited in us by the will of God. Now, I would fain know how anything can be present to us, which is neither perceivable by sense nor reflection, nor capable of producing any idea in our minds, nor is at all extended, nor hath any form, nor exists in any place. The words, to be present, when thus applied, must needs be taken in some abstract and strange meaning, and which I am not able to comprehend. 69. Again, let us examine what is meant by occasion. So far as I can gather from the common use of language, that word signifies either the agent which produces any effect, or else something that is observed to accompany or go before it, in the ordinary course of things. But, when it is applied to matter, as above described, it can be taken in neither of those senses, for matter is said to be passive and inert, and so cannot be an agent or efficient cause. It is also unperceivable, as being devoid of all sensible qualities, and so cannot be the occasion of our perceptions in the latter sense, as when the burning my finger is said to be the occasion of the pain that attends it. What therefore can be meant by calling matter an occasion? This term is either used in no sense at all, or else in some very distant from its received signification. 70. You will perhaps say that matter, though it be not perceived by us, is nevertheless perceived by God, to whom it is the occasion of exciting ideas in our minds. For, say you, since we observe our sensations to be imprinted in an orderly and constant manner, it is but reasonable to suppose there are certain constant and regular occasions of their being produced. That is to say, that there are certain permanent and distinct parcels of matter, corresponding to our ideas, which, though they do not excite them in our minds, or anywise immediately affect us, as being altogether passive, and unperceivable to us, they are nevertheless to God, by whom they are perceived, as it were so many occasions to remind him when and what ideas to imprint on our minds, that so things may go on in a constant uniform manner. 71. In answer to this, I observe that, as the notion of matter is here stated, the question is no longer concerning the existence of a thing distinct from spirit and idea, from perceiving and being perceived, but whether there are not certain ideas, of I know not what sort, in the mind of God, which are so many marks or notes that direct him how to produce sensations in our minds in a constant and regular method, much after the same manner as a musician is directed by the notes of music to produce that harmonious train and composition of sound which is called a tune, though they who hear the music do not perceive the notes, and may be entirely ignorant of them. But this notion of matter, which after all is the only intelligible one that I can pick from what is said of unknown occasions, seems too extravagant to deserve a confutation. Besides, it is in effect no objection against what we have advanced, viz., that there is no senseless unperceived substance. 72. If we follow the light of reason, we shall, from the constant uniform method of our sensations, collect the goodness and wisdom of the Spirit who excites them in our minds. But this is all that I can see reasonably concluded from thence. To me, I say, it is evident that the being of a Spirit, infinitely wise, good, and powerful, is abundantly sufficient to explain all the appearances of nature. But, as for inert, senseless matter, nothing that I perceive has any the least connection with it, or leads to the thoughts of it. And I would fain see any one explain any the meanest phenomenon in nature by it, or show any manner of reason, though in the lowest rank of probability, that he can have for its existence, or even make any tolerable sense or meaning of that supposition. For, as to its being an occasion, we have, I think, evidently shown that with regard to us it is no occasion. It remains therefore that it must be, if at all, the occasion to God of exciting ideas in us, and what this amounts to we have just now seen. 73. It is worth while to reflect a little on the motives which induced men to suppose the existence of material substance, that so having observed the gradual ceasing and expiration of those motives or reasons, we may proportionably withdraw the assent that was grounded on them. First, therefore, it was thought that color, figure, motion, and the rest of the sensible qualities or accidents, did really exist without the mind, and for this reason it seemed needful to suppose some unthinking substratum or substance wherein they did exist, since they could not be conceived to exist by themselves. Afterwards, in process of time, men being convinced that colors, sounds, and the rest of the sensible, secondary qualities had no existence without the mind, they stripped this substratum or material substance of those qualities, leaving only the primary ones, figure, motion, and such like, which they still conceived to exist without the mind, and consequently to stand in need of a material support. But, it having been shown that none even of these can possibly exist otherwise than in a spirit or mind which perceives them, it follows that we have no longer any reason to suppose the being of matter, nay, that it is utterly impossible there should be any such thing, so long as that word is taken to denote an unthinking substratum of qualities or accidents, wherein they exist without the mind. 74. But, though it be allowed by the materialists themselves that matter was thought of only for the sake of supporting accidents, and, the reason entirely ceasing, one might expect the mind should naturally, and without any reluctance at all, quit the belief of what was solely grounded thereon, yet the prejudice is riveted so deeply in our thoughts that we can scarce tell how to part with it, and are therefore inclined, since the thing itself is indefensible, at least to retain the name, which we apply to I know not what abstracted and indefinite notions of being, or occasion, though without any show of reason, at least so far as I can see. For, what is there on our part, or what do we perceive, amongst all the ideas, sensations, notions which are imprinted on our minds, either by sense or reflection, from whence may be inferred the existence of an inert, thoughtless, unperceived occasion? And, on the other hand, on the part of an all-sufficient spirit, what can there be that should make us believe or even suspect he is directed by an inert occasion to excite ideas in our minds? 75. It is a very extraordinary instance of the force of prejudice, and much to be lamented, that the mind of man retains so great a fondness, against all the evidence of reason, for a stupid thoughtless somewhat, by the interposition whereof it would as it were screen itself from the providence of God, and remove it farther off from the affairs of the world. But, though we do the utmost we can to secure the belief of matter, though, when reason forsakes us, we endeavor to support our opinion on the bare possibility of the thing, and though we indulge ourselves in the full scope of an imagination not regulated by reason to make out that poor possibility, yet the upshot of all is, that there are certain unknown ideas in the mind of God, for this, if anything, is all that I conceive to be meant by occasion with regard to God. And this at the bottom is no longer contending for the thing, but for the name. 76. Whether therefore there are such ideas in the mind of God, and whether they may be called by the name matter, I shall not dispute. But, if you stick to the notion of an unthinking substance or support of extension, motion, and other sensible qualities, then to me it is most evidently impossible there should be any such thing, since it is a plain repugnancy that those qualities should exist in, or be supported by, an unperceiving substance. 77. But, say you, though it be granted that there is no thoughtless support of extension, and the other qualities are accidents which we perceive, yet there may perhaps be some inert, unperceiving substance or substratum of some other qualities, as incomprehensible to us as colors are to a man born blind, because we have not a sense adapted to them. But, if we had a new sense, we should possibly no more doubt of their existence than a blind man made to see does of the existence of light and colors. I answer, first, if what you mean by the word matter be only the unknown support of unknown qualities, it is no matter whether there is such a thing or no, since it no way concerns us. And I do not see the advantage there is in disputing about what we know not what, and we know not why. 78. But, secondly, if we had a new sense, it could only furnish us with new ideas or sensations, and then we should have the same reason against their existing in an unperceiving substance that has been already offered with relation to figure, motion, color, and the like. Qualities, as hath been shown, are nothing else but sensations or ideas, which exist only in a mind perceiving them, and this is true not only of the ideas we are acquainted with at present, but likewise of all possible ideas whatsoever. 79. But you will insist, what if I have no reason to believe the existence of matter? What if I cannot assign any use to it, or explain anything by it, or even conceive what is meant by that word? Yet still it is no contradiction to say that matter exists, and that this matter is in general a substance, or occasion of ideas, though indeed to go about to unfold the meaning, or adhere to any particular explication of those words may be attended with great difficulties. I answer, when words are used without a meaning, you may put them together as you please, without danger of running into a contradiction. You may say, for example, that twice 2 is equal to 7, so long as you declare you do not take the words of that proposition in the usual acceptation, but for marks of you know not what. And, by the same reason, you may say there is an inert thoughtless substance without accidents, which is the occasion of our ideas. And we shall understand just as much by one proposition as the other. 80. In the last place, you will say, what if we give up the cause of material substance, and stand to it that matter is an unknown somewhat, neither substance nor accident, spirit nor idea, inert, thoughtless, indivisible, immovable, unextended, existing in no place. For, say you, whatever may be urged against substance or occasion, or any other positive or relative notion of matter, hath no place at all, so long as this negative definition of matter is adhered to. I answer, you may, if so it shall seem good, use the word matter in the same sense as other men use nothing, and so make those terms convertible in your style. For, after all, this is what appears to me to be the result of that definition, the parts whereof, when I consider with attention, either collectively or separate from each other, I do not find that there is any kind of effect or impression made on my mind, different from what is excited by the term nothing. 81. You will reply, perhaps, that in the foresaid definition is included what doth sufficiently distinguish it from nothing, the positive abstract idea of quiddity, entity, or existence. I own, indeed, that those who pretend to the faculty of framing abstract general ideas do talk as if they had such an idea, which is, say they, the most abstract and general notion of all, that is to me the most incomprehensible of all others. That there are a great variety of spirits of different orders and capacities, whose faculties, both in number and extent, are far exceeding those the author of my being has bestowed on me, I see no reason to deny. And for me to pretend to determine, by my own few, stinted, narrow inlets of perception, what ideas the inexhaustible power of the Supreme Spirit may imprint upon them, was certainly the utmost folly and presumption. Since there may be, for aught that I know, innumerable sorts of ideas or sensations, as different from one another, and from all that I have perceived, as colors are from sounds. But, how ready soever I may be to acknowledge the scantiness of my comprehension, with regard to the endless variety of spirits and ideas that may possibly exist, yet for any one to pretend to a notion of entity or existence, abstracted from spirit and idea, from perceived and being perceived, is, I suspect, a downright repugnancy and trifling with words. It remains that we consider the objections which may possibly be made on the part of religion. 82. Some there are who think that, though the arguments for the real existence of bodies which are drawn from reason be allowed not to amount to demonstration, yet the Holy Scriptures are so clear in the point, as will sufficiently convince every good Christian, that bodies do really exist, and are something more than mere ideas, there being in Holy Writ innumerable facts related which evidently suppose the reality of timber and stone, mountains and rivers, and cities, and human bodies, to which I answer that no sort of writings whatever, sacred or profane, which use those and the like words in the vulgar acceptation, or so as to have a meaning in them, are in danger of having their truth called in question by our doctrine. That all those things do really exist, that there are bodies, even corporeal substances, when taken in the vulgar sense, has been shown to be agreeable to our principles, and the difference betwixt things and ideas, realities and chimeras, has been distinctly explained. See Sect. 29, 30, 33, 36, and c. And I do not think that either what philosophers call matter, or the existence of objects without the mind, is anywhere mentioned in Scripture. 83. Again, whether there be or be not external things, it is agreed on all hands that the proper use of words is the marking our conceptions, or things only as they are known and perceived by us, whence it plainly follows, that in the tenets we have laid down there is nothing inconsistent with the right use and significancy of language, and that discourse, of what kind soever, so far as it is intelligible, remains undisturbed. But all this seems so very manifest, from what has been largely set forth in the premises, that it is needless to insist any farther on it. 84. But, it will be urged that miracles do, at least, lose much of their stress and import by our principles. What must we think of Moses' rod? Was it not really turned into a serpent? Or was there only a change of ideas in the minds of the spectators? And, can it be supposed that our Saviour did no more at the marriage feast in Cana than impose on the sight, and smell, and taste of the guests, so as to create in them the appearance or idea only of wine? The same may be said of all other miracles, which, in consequence of the foregoing principles, must be looked upon only as so many cheats, or illusions of fancy. To this I reply, that the rod was changed into a real serpent, and the water into real wine. That this does not in the least contradict what I have elsewhere said will be evident from Sect. 34 and 35. But this business of real and imaginary has been already so plainly and fully explained, and so often referred to, and the difficulties about it are so easily answered from what has gone before, that it were an affront to the reader's understanding to resume the explication of it in this place. I shall only observe that if at table all who were present should see, and smell, and taste, and drink wine, and find the effects of it, with me there could be no doubt of its reality. So that at bottom the scruple concerning real miracles has no place at all on ours, but only on the received principles, and consequently makes rather for than against what has been said. 85. Having done with the objections, which I endeavored to propose in the clearest light, and gave them all the force and weight I could, we proceed in the next place to take a view of our tenets in their consequences. Some of these appear at first sight, as that several difficult and obscure questions, on which abundance of speculation has been thrown away, are entirely banished from philosophy. Whether corporeal substance can think, whether matter be infinitely divisible, and how it operates on spirit, these and the like inquiries have given infinite amusement to philosophers in all ages. But, depending on the existence of matter, they have no longer any place on our principles. Many other advantages there are, as well with regard to religion as the sciences, which it is easy for any one to deduce from what has been premised. But this will appear more plainly in the sequel. 86. From the principles we have laid down it follows human knowledge may naturally be reduced to two heads, that of ideas and that of spirits. Of each of these I shall treat in order, and first as to ideas, or unthinking things. Our knowledge of these has been very much obscured and confounded, and we have been led into very dangerous errors, by supposing a twofold existence of sense, the one intelligible or in the mind, the other real and without the mind, whereby unthinking things are thought to have a natural subsistence of their own, distinct from being perceived by spirits. This, which, if I mistake not, hath been shown to be a most groundless and absurd notion, is the very root of skepticism, for, so long as men thought that real things subsisted without the mind, and that their knowledge was only so far forth real as it was conformable to real things, it follows they could not be certain that they had any real knowledge at all. For how can it be known that the things which are perceived are conformable to those which are not perceived, or exist without the mind? 87. Color, figure, motion, extension, and the like, considered only as so many sensations in the mind, are perfectly known, there being nothing in them which is not perceived. But, if they are looked on as notes or images, referred to things or archetypes existing without the mind, then are we involved all in skepticism. We see only the appearances, and not the real qualities of things. What may be the extension, figure, or motion of anything really and absolutely, or in itself, it is impossible for us to know, but only the proportion or relation they bear to our senses. Things remaining the same, our ideas vary, and which of them, or even whether any of them at all, represent the true quality really existing in the thing, it is out of our reach to determine. So that, for aught we know, all we see, hear, and feel, may be only phantom and vain chimera, and not at all agree with the real things existing in rerum natura. All this skepticism follows from our supposing a difference between things and ideas, and that the former have a subsistence without the mind, or unperceived. It were easy to dilate on this subject, and show how the arguments urged by skeptics in all ages depend on the supposition of external objects. But this is too obvious to need being insisted on. 88. So long as we attribute a real existence to unthinking things, distinct from their being perceived, it is not only impossible for us to know with evidence the nature of any real unthinking being, but even that it exists. Hence it is that we see philosophers distrust their senses, and doubt of the existence of heaven and earth, of everything they see or feel, even of their own bodies. And after all their laboring and struggle of thought, they are forced to own we cannot attain to any self-evident or demonstrative knowledge of the existence of sensible things. But, all this doubtfulness, which so bewilders and confounds the mind and makes philosophy ridiculous in the eyes of the world, vanishes if we annex a meaning to our words, and do not amuse ourselves with the terms absolute, external, exist, and such like, signifying we know not what. I can as well doubt of my own being as of the being of those things which I actually perceive by sense, it being a manifest contradiction that any sensible object should be immediately perceived by sight or touch, and at the same time have no existence in nature, since the very existence of an unthinking being consists in being perceived. 89. Nothing seems of more importance towards erecting a firm system of sound and real knowledge, which may be proof against the assaults of skepticism, than to lay the beginning in a distinct explication of what is meant by thing, reality, existence, for in vain shall we dispute concerning the real existence of things, or pretend to any knowledge thereof, so long as we have not fixed the meaning of those words. Thing or being is the most general name of all. It comprehends under it two kinds, entirely distinct and heterogeneous, and which have nothing common but the name, viz., spirits and ideas. The former are active, indivisible, incorruptible substances, the latter are inert, fleeting, perishable passions, or dependent beings, which subsist not by themselves, but are supported by, or exist in, minds or spiritual substances. We comprehend our own existence by inward feeling or reflection, and that of other spirits by reason. We may be said to have some knowledge or notion of our own minds, of spirits and active beings, whereof in a strict sense we have not ideas. In like manner, we know and have a notion of relations between things or ideas, which relations are distinct from the ideas or things related, inasmuch as the latter may be perceived by us without our perceiving the former. To me it seems that ideas, spirits, and relations are all in their respective kinds the object of human knowledge and subject of discourse, and that the term idea would be improperly extended to signify everything we know or have any notion of. 90. Ideas imprinted on the senses are real things, or do really exist. This we do not deny, but we deny they can subsist without the minds which perceive them, or that they are resemblances of any archetypes existing without the mind, since the very being of a sensation or idea consists in being perceived, and an idea can be like nothing but an idea. Again, the things perceived by sense may be termed external, with regard to their origin, in that they are not generated from within by the mind itself, but imprinted by a spirit distinct from that which perceives them. Sensible objects may likewise be said to be, without the mind, in another sense, namely when they exist in some other mind. Thus, when I shut my eyes, the things I saw may still exist, but it must be in another mind. 91. It were a mistake to think that what is here said derogates in the least from the reality of things. It is acknowledged, on the received principles, that extension, motion, and in a word all sensible qualities, have need of a support, as not being able to subsist by themselves. But the objects perceived by sense are allowed to be nothing but combinations of those qualities, and consequently cannot subsist by themselves. Thus far it is agreed on all hands. So that in denying the things perceived by sense an existence independent of a substance or support wherein they may exist, we detract nothing from the received opinion of their reality, and are guilty of no innovation in that respect. All the difference is that, according to us, the unthinking beings perceived by sense have no existence distinct from being perceived, and cannot therefore exist in any other substance than those unextended indivisible substances, or spirits, which act, and think and perceive them. Whereas philosophers vulgarly hold that the sensible qualities do exist in an inert, extended, unperceiving substance, which they call matter, to which they attribute a natural subsistence, exterior to all thinking beings, or distinct from being perceived by any mind whatsoever, even the eternal mind of the Creator, wherein they suppose only ideas of the corporeal substances created by Him, if indeed they allow them to be at all created. 92. 4. As we have shown the doctrine of matter or corporeal substance to have been the main pillar and support of skepticism, so likewise upon the same foundation have been raised all the impious schemes of atheism and irreligion. Nay, so great a difficulty has it been thought to conceive matter produced out of nothing, that the most celebrated among the ancient philosophers, even of those who maintained the being of a God, have thought matter to be uncreated and co-eternal with Him. How great a friend material substance has been to atheists in all ages were needless to relate. All their monstrous systems have so visible and necessary a dependence on it, that when this cornerstone is once removed, the whole fabric cannot choose but fall to the ground, insomuch that it is no longer worth while to bestow a particular consideration on the absurdities of every wretched sect of atheists. 93. That impious and profane persons should readily fall in with those systems which favor their inclinations, by deriding immaterial substance, and supposing the soul to be divisible, and subject to corruption as the body, which exclude all freedom, intelligence, and design from the formation of things, and instead thereof make a self-existent, stupid, unthinking substance the root and origin of all beings, that they should hearken to those who deny a providence, or inspection of a superior mind over the affairs of the world, attributing the whole series of events either to blind chance or fatal necessity, arising from the impulse of one body on another. All this is very natural. And, on the other hand, when men of better principles observe the enemies of religion lay so great a stress on unthinking matter, and all of them use so much industry and artifice to reduce everything to it, methinks they should rejoice to see them deprived of the grand support, and driven from that only fortress, without which your Epicureans, Hobbists, and the like, have not even the shadow of a pretence, but become the most cheap and easy triumph in the world. 94. The existence of matter, or bodies unperceived, has not only been the main support of atheists and fatalists, but on the same principle doth idolatry likewise in all its various forms depend. Did men but consider that the sun, moon, and stars, and every other object of the senses, are only so many sensations in their minds, which have no other existence but barely being perceived, doubtless they would never fall down and worship their own ideas, but rather address their homage to that eternal invisible mind which produces and sustains all things. 95. The same absurd principle, by mingling itself with the articles of our faith, hath occasioned no small difficulties to Christians. For example, about the resurrection, how many scruples and objections have been raised by Socinians and others. But do not the most plausible of them depend on the supposition that a body is denominated the same, with regard not to the form, or that which is perceived by sense, but the material substance, which remains the same under several forms? Take away this material substance, about the identity whereof all the dispute is, and mean by body what every plain ordinary person means by that word, to wit, that which is immediately seen and felt, which is only a combination of sensible qualities or ideas, and then their most unanswerable objections come to nothing. 96. Matter being once expelled out of nature drags with it so many skeptical and impious notions, such an incredible number of disputes and puzzling questions, which have been thorns in the sides of divines as well as philosophers, and made so much fruitless work for mankind, that if the arguments we have produced against it are not found equal to demonstration, as to me they evidently seem, yet I am sure all friends to knowledge, peace, and religion have reason to wish they were. 97. Beside the external existence of the objects of perception, another great source of errors and difficulties with regard to ideal knowledge is the doctrine of abstract ideas, such as it hath been set forth in the introduction. The plainest things in the world, those we are most intimately acquainted with and perfectly know, when they are considered in an abstract way, appear strangely difficult and incomprehensible. Time, place, and motion, taken in particular or concrete, are what everybody knows, but, having passed through the hands of a metaphysician, they become too abstract and fine to be apprehended by men of ordinary sense. Bid your servant meet you at such a time, in such a place, and he shall never stay to deliberate on the meaning of those words. In conceiving that particular time and place, or the motion by which he is to get thither, he finds not the least difficulty. But if time be taken exclusive of all those particular actions and ideas that diversify the day, merely for the continuation of existence or duration in abstract, then it will perhaps gravel even a philosopher to comprehend it. 98. For my own part, whenever I attempt to frame a simple idea of time, abstracted from the succession of ideas in my mind, which flows uniformly, and is participated by all beings, I am lost and embrangled in inextricable difficulties. I have no notion of it at all, only I hear others say it is infinitely divisible, and speak of it in such a manner as leads me to harbor odd thoughts of my existence, since that doctrine lays one under an absolute necessity of thinking, either that he passes away innumerable ages without a thought, or else that he is annihilated every moment of his life, both which seem equally absurd. Time therefore being nothing, abstracted from the succession of ideas in our minds, it follows that the duration of any finite spirit must be estimated by the number of ideas or actions succeeding each other in that same spirit or mind. Hence, it is a plain consequence that the soul always thinks. And in truth whoever shall go about to divide in his thoughts or abstract the existence of a spirit from its cogitation, will, I believe, find it no easy task. 99. So likewise when we attempt to abstract extension and motion from all other qualities, and consider them by themselves, we presently lose sight of them, and run into great extravagances. Opening square bracket. Hence spring those odd paradoxes, that the fire is not hot, nor the wall white, or that heat and color are in the objects nothing but figure and motion. All which depend on a twofold abstraction. First, it is supposed that extension, for example, may be abstracted from all other sensible qualities, and, secondly, that the entity of extension may be abstracted from its being perceived. But, whoever shall reflect, and take care to understand what he says, will, if I mistake not, acknowledge that all sensible qualities are alike sensations, and alike real, that where the extension is, there is the color too, to wit, in his mind, and that their archetypes can exist only in some other mind, and that the objects of sense are nothing but those sensations, combined, blended, or, if one may so speak, concreted together, none of all which can be supposed to exist unperceived. Opening square bracket. And that consequently the wall is as truly white as it is extended, and in the same sense. 100. What it is for a man to be happy, or an object good, every one may think he knows. But to frame an abstract idea of happiness, prescinded from all particular pleasure, or of goodness from everything that is good, this is what few can pretend to. So likewise a man may be just and virtuous without having precise ideas of justice and virtue. The opinion that those and the like words stand for general notions, abstracted from all particular persons and actions, seems to have rendered morality difficult, and the study thereof of less use to mankind. And in effect one may make a great progress in school ethics without ever being the wiser or better man for it, or knowing how to behave himself in the affairs of life more to the advantage of himself or his neighbors than he did before. And in effect the doctrine of abstraction has not a little contributed towards spoiling the most useful parts of knowledge. 101. The two great provinces of speculative science conversant about ideas received from sense and their relations, are natural philosophy and mathematics. With regard to each of these I shall make some observations. And first I shall say somewhat of natural philosophy. On this subject it is that the skeptics triumph. All that stock of arguments they produce to depreciate our faculties and make mankind appear ignorant and low, are drawn principally from this head, namely, that we are under an invincible blindness as to the true and real nature of things. This they exaggerate, and love to enlarge on. We are miserably bantered, say they, by our senses, and amused only with the outside and show of things. The real essence, the internal qualities and constitution of the meanest object, is hid from our view. Something there is in every drop of water, every grain of sand, which it is beyond the power of human understanding to fathom or comprehend. But, it is evident from what has been shown that all this complaint is groundless.